Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Serial Reincarnator. Tags: Fanfic, DC, Gotham, Batman, Crack, Humor, Straight, Eventual Smut, Op MC, Neutral MC, Not Hero, Not Villain, Rogues Gallery, Death of the Endless, Best Girl, Definitely Harley, and Ivy as well. I've lived many distinct lives. When I say that, I mean it quite literally. Life after life. All different and yet the same. Separate circumstances, same person. Over and over again. I was Sean Kane, a serial reincarnator. Sometimes I reincarnated as a baby. Sometimes as a fully mature adult. Just about the only thing that stayed the same was my name. It was like it was burned into my soul. Maybe all the talk of true names had some credence to it. Death was almost mundane to me now. While I didn't know where I'd end up, the new worlds I found myself in tended to be just as unique and varied as my new bodies. Some were magical. Some were mundane. Some still were familiar, tales and stories from another life. In the grand scheme of things, I'm sure I wasn't special. Reincarnation was a trope for a reason. Surely, others had found themselves in my situation. I wasn't all-powerful or anything. And I'd stopped chasing temporary power after the sixth or so time I'd reincarnated with a fresh start. Given my circumstances, I lived my life however I wished. I didn't put much stock in the power games or wider events of the worlds I found myself in. Living for myself was enough for me. Sometimes that philosophy sucked me into events of importance. But most of the time, I was left alone by higher powers and fate and whatnot. Case in point, my last life. And my last death, I suppose. It was a typical fantasy world. One that would have been common in just about any cliché isekai scenario. System, demon king, hero figure, kings, queens, and all of that. I'd been born to an utterly normal family in the kingdom that bordered the demon king's lands. But instead of becoming an adventurer or seeking power through the system, I decided to become the king's court jester. That decision didn't end well. Oh, it was fine for a time. I lived a comfortable life and I was the only one legally allowed to insult the king. But I ended up taking one of my jokes a bit too far. Well, maybe a few of my jokes. There was the time I slapped the king on the ass and apologized by saying I mistook him for the queen. And the time I kidnapped, a bunch of demon babies to raise as my jesterly assistants, nearly starting an outright war with the demons. And the time I stole the panties off a visiting princess and planted them in the king's pocket to fall out when he was greeting the princess and her father, nearly starting another war. And the time I took the prince on a bender of a bachelor party, causing him to miss his wedding and nearly starting yet another war. And the time I spiked the royal feast with aphrodisiacs, leading to an orgy that spilled out onto the streets of the capital and nearly started a revolution. Eventually, I was deemed a threat to national security and the king was forced to call for my execution. It probably didn't help my case that I slept with the queen either. Or the princess. Or the king's royal mother. Yeah, carnally having 3 generations of the royal family probably didn't help keep me alive. Oh well, I accepted my fatal end nobly, knowing another life awaited me. After, of course, announcing to the large audience that gathered that the king was a cuckold. The consequences of my actions. Didn't know, didn't care. My head was already separated from my shoulders by the time the crowd started throwing produce at the king. As always, I drifted between one life and the next. I didn't know much about the multiverse. Just enough to know it was definitely a thing. Whatever animated my soul into reincarnation seemed to throw me about the vast expanse of existence at random. There was no telling where I'd end up. So it wasn't impossible when I ended up resting on a woman's lap pillow. Just very unexpected. Every time prior to this, all 68 lives, I was thrown directly into my new body. But this time, the lucky 69, I wasn't quite alive just yet. Still a soul, I rested on the unknown woman's comfortable lap. She hummed sweetly and stroked my hair. The sound of waves crashing somewhere near my feet. Warm sand on my back. Soft thighs cradling my neck. It was peaceful. Pleasant. Downright nice. I didn't feel the need to open my eyes. Being thrown from body to body, life to life like this was surprisingly stressful on my soul. The chance to simply rest like this without inhabiting my next body was a much-needed respite. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, years, eons, time seemed to blur together. I'm not sure it was even a concept wherever we were. Eyes closed, I napped but did not dream. Eventually, the woman supporting me began to come and go but didn't move all the same. It was as if I was waiting for something that could wait. A strange stage of existence on the edge of life and death where I was unexpected but welcome company. Both a second and an eternity after I arrived, my eyes blinked open. In that time between time, I first laid eyes on the woman who had lent me her lap. Immediately, I began counting my blessings. I must have done something very good in one of my many previous lives. She was gorgeous, both dark and kind, with a small smile that pulled at her black-painted lips as she watched the waves break upon the shore endlessly. Skin so pale it should have been unhealthy. Hair so black it should have been the void between stars. A silver ankh hung from a necklace around her neck. Another two hung from earrings in her ears. I recognized her. Half-remembered stories from a half-remembered life. Must have been one of my first dozen or so. Even if I didn't recognize her, she was familiar in a way that whispered deep within my soul. Has death finally claimed me for good? I asked. Her smile twitched upward a bit more, in a way. You floated in from the sea between and it looked like you could use a bit of a rest. I've had to keep drifting off again even here on solid land so you could actually benefit from that rest. Figures. My soul doesn't seem to like staying in one place for long. You wouldn't happen to know why that is, would you? It's become something of a curiosity of mine. Your guess is as good as mine. I just can't seem to stay dead. Would you like to? I shrugged as best I could in my position. I could take it or leave it. I don't particularly hate living, but after 68 lives and a good few millennia, I don't think I'd mind trying something new. Death hummed, then perhaps a little bit of both this time. She leaned down, cupping my face. A gentle kiss, breathing life and something more into my lungs. Something intangible swelled, like background music composed of fate, death, and soul. Touched by death so many times, a part of my very being resonated with death's lips. Next to my true name, a mark was etched like a lovingly crafted tattoo. Power filled my soul, anything but temporary this time. Touched by death, her chosen hand. A bond was forged. Even when the kiss broke, death didn't pull back fully. She stayed scant inches from my face, staring into my eyes as I stared into hers. A twinkle there settled my soul. A serial reincarnator finally given death's permission. An anchor, a reason to stay for a long 69th, so, where do we go from here? I asked, settling into our connection between something incomprehensibly endless and something just a bit unique. Death pulled back, a smile still playing on her lips as she whispered sweetly, wherever you so choose. Though, I wouldn't say no to a bit of assistance. We'll be in touch, so to speak. And Sean. Call me Dee Dee. She let me go. I drifted off as my soul was wont to do, feeling a new body and life calling for me. But this time, a connection to death lingered. Soul deep but not overwhelming or intrusive. It was like a phone number with a new friend waiting on the other end. With that, Life 69 was off to a pretty promising start. Here's hoping I didn't end up someplace dreary and miserable. I. Gotham was a dreary and miserable place. A city so worn down by crime that it inspired an entire family of superheroes. On top of that, it rained frequently and the city seemed stuck in a perpetual gray cloudy twilight. Then, of course, there was the cursed land and the fact that it was in New Jersey of all places. All in all, not the sort of place I would have typically set up shop. Yet, here I was. At least I came to awareness in an adult body. That was a plus. While childhood and adolescence could be fun, infancy always sucked for a reincarnator. Upon waking, I found myself in an apartment above a bar. From there, it took a few moments for my memories to settle back into place. I'd never figured out if I was possessing the body of an alternate version of myself or if I was always there and my reincarnating soul just joined back up with itself. It was the sort of thing I didn't think too hard about. That way lay madness. And either way, I was still Sean Kane. And in this universe, I found myself in possession of a bar in Gotham. Somewhat of a poor choice for location, but I shrugged it off. I could still work with this. I wasn't about to go out and start playing hero. Or villain, for that matter. While the characters I remembered from the DC universe were interesting and I wouldn't mind meeting a couple, I was fine with settling into a more normal lifestyle first. And if I got too bored with being a mere bartender, I could always hit up Dee Dee. Besides, my counterpart had already put in all the work to get the bar up and running. It would be a shame to let what was technically my own effort go to waste. So today, Gotham's dead-end bar will be opening for business. I flipped the open sign around at just past 5. Almost immediately, I had my first customer. Casual as can be, the personification of death walked through my doors. I blinked, still holding the open sign when she entered. A slow smile spread across my face. Fancy seeing you again so soon. Dee Dee waved. Time is a meaninglessly pompous bastard. Much too full of himself for my taste. I would know. He's my father. I'll take your word for it, I said, walking her over to the bar. Now, what can I get for you, Dee? A glass of wine and some good conversation with my newest friend, she answered, settling herself on one of the bar stools. I nodded. I think I can do that. I'm not expecting many customers after just opening. You have my full attention, Lady Death. Dee rolled her eyes. Please, there's no need for titles or formalities. We're practically old friends. Your soul has certainly known my touch enough to qualify for that. I think I'd remember you specifically touching my soul more than once. And as far as I can recall, our little kiss was the first time, I replied skeptically. Dee blushed slightly. It was my first time as well. I didn't miss a beat. I'll be sure to take responsibility. She cleared her throat, her blush, ironically, not dying down. Ahem, we may not have met in person before that, but death is death, no matter the universe. Your many trips through the veil of life and death made sure your soul was quite familiar with my concept. Well, it was about time we finally met, I said. It's an utter shame I missed out on your company 68 times before this. It is nice to have someone other than my siblings to talk to, Dee tittered. Pouring and handing her a glass of wine, I raised a bar towel as if toasting. Here's hoping I'll be better conversation than the endless. They're all dreadfully out of touch. You won't have much competition from any of them. Well, perhaps Delirium. She spends about as much time with mortal souls as I do. But she doesn't make for very good conversation, Dee considered. Ah, yes, I nodded sagely. The universe's ultimate manic pixie dream girl. I'm sure few can hope to be as interesting as her. Perhaps, Dee allowed. But lucidity is her anathema, so I'm sure you can imagine why talking to her is a toss-up. I schooled a grimace. I can see how that would make engaging conversation a challenge. Enough about my siblings, Dee decided. Tell me about yourself, Sean Kane. What adventures have you had as a reincarnating soul adrift in the multiverse? I hummed, many and surprisingly few at the same time. After the first dozen or so times, I decided that trying to fix everything I came across didn't make me happy. Since then, I've been living for myself. Come now, Dee chided gently. Surely, there must be something of interest. Something you're particularly proud of. Ashamed? I promise I won't judge you. I paused to consider my many lives. The first one that came to mind was one of Dungeons and Dragons. How about the time I conquered a dragon god through the power of song and seduction? Dee sat up, leaning forward eagerly. Yes, that. Go on, regale me with stories even I've never heard before. Well, that particular story starts with humble beginnings. As a child, I discovered my talent for music when a dare from a friend saw me serenading a symphony of sirens of all people. It also saw me losing my virginity in that life in a truly epic fashion. I then spent my teenage years playing in taverns and pubs, and sleeping my way through anything with a vaguely humanoid body-shaped dash. And so, I regaled death with a tale of a life past lived. She hung off my every word. From sleeping with the wrong woman and having to go on the run to being all but conscripted into the world-saving adventurers party. Then of all our adventures together and the many bastard children I must have sired along the way. I was a bard in that life, after all. At some point during my story, my bar saw some more customers. A group of men, all clad in matching two-tone suits that split down the middle with black and white. Henchmen, most likely. Of the two-face variety. But this was Gotham and I wasn't about to turn anyone away, even if I could afford to. They interrupted my story but they weren't rude about it. Oi, barkeep, a round of beers for the boys. I served them and they took their seats toward the end of the bar, letting me get back to my story and Dee. They talked amongst themselves relatively quietly. But as my story picked up, they found themselves listening in as well. So I smacked Tiamat upside the head with my lute and challenged her to a drinking contest. She was so impressed by the sheer brass balls I showed that she shifted into a human form and took me up on the challenge. She drank me under the table but afterward, well, let's just say she was impressed by a different set of balls. Dee nodded as if she knew how the story ended from there, and then you settled down and lived happily ever after with the dragon god. It's almost romantic in a way. A bard. Take responsibility. I snorted. Goodness, no. Besides, she was beginning to get clingy, wanting to elevate me to divinity and all that. Then there was the whole business of her trying to get me to come on a clutch of her eggs. So I faked my death and skipped out on her. I think she's still trying to track me down. If a multi-headed dragon shows up at the bar and asks about child support, those kids aren't mine and I'm not here, capiche? Dee broke out into a fit of giggles. You're horrible. How could you do that to a poor dragon goddess? Easy. Just pretend she crushed you in her sleep and sneak off when she's busy freaking out, I shrugged. I was a different man. If I did that now, it'd be the death of me. Dee turned a playful, pouting glare at me. Yes, it would, mister. And I actually have a way of tracking you down. Don't forget that. The air in the bar seemed to chill as she said that last bit. A fraction of endless weight bore down upon the area around Dee. For the mooks listening in, I'm sure it made them just about soil their pants. For someone who'd been touched by death so many times, it was almost comforting. I smirked, wouldn't dream of it, Dee. At the end of the bar, the henchmen whispered to each other, boss. Maybe we should make with the skedaddling. The henchmen who ordered their drinks nodded, stuttering, why yeah, and tell the rest of the boys that this new place is off limits. Make sure to pay your bills, I drawled, surprising the mooks with my ability to hear them. The lead henchman jumped in his seat, why you got it, big man. He got up and hurried over to pay me. I rolled my eyes, glancing at Dee. She just giggled, barely acknowledging the men she'd scared half to death. The henchmen immediately got up to leave as their boss paid, not taking their eyes off me as they did. Gotham bred good instincts and you didn't survive long in this city by not knowing when to cut your losses and leave. You're going to owe me for scaring off my business, I muttered sarcastically. Before the group of henchmen could vacate my bar, the door slammed open. A clown tumbled into the bar, clad in green and purple with white face paint. Several more followed the first, laughing hysterically at their companion. Ah, Johann Nansen, you're such a klutz. Fancy place we got here. Get it, fellas. Dead end. It's poetic, isn't it? Especially after we get done with it. Their intentions were made obvious with their entrance, already wielding and waving around old-school Tommy guns as they came in. The two-face henchmen swore to themselves, reaching for weapons of their own. Shit, the clowns are here. What should we do, boss? Wells, we gots to scrap it out, don't we? Man, I didn't even get to finish my beer. The clowns turned on the two-face henchmen, looky here, boys, this place is a two-face joint. Oh, no, Jackie. They'll sue us broke. Another of the clowns gasped dramatically. The rest of the gang burst into peals of insane laughter. Come on, boys, let's show 'em what we do to lawyers around here. My voice rang out through the bar, bored and unconcerned. Anyone who fires their weapon in my bar will find themselves meeting the business end of my boot in their ass. The lead clown turned on me. Oh, a wise guy, eh? Work on your material, buddy. Despite the animosity between them, the lead two-face henchman tried to warn the clown. Buddy. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The clown cackled, shows what you know, stiff. He raised his gun and made a big show of holding down the trigger. All of the henchmen from both sides braced themselves. Nothing happened except for a telltale click. I stared at the clown, unimpressed as I held onto the concept of the mechanical death of his trigger. He blinked. Rattle, boys. The clown called out, throwing aside his faulty gun to point at me. Their hasty trigger pulls met similar fates. They just stared as I raised an eyebrow. The lead clown picked up his weapon and tried again, scratching his head as he looked straight down the barrel. The only thing that happened was a puff of smoke that coated his white-painted face in black ash. One of the two-face henchmen tried as well, pointing his pistol at the ground and pulling the trigger. Nothing happened. His boss just about smacked him upside the head in panic. Now, that ain't right, the foolishly curious henchman mumbled to himself. I just cleaned this piece. The lead two-face henchman frantically apologized for his underling. Sorry about that, big man. We ain't mean no harm or nothing. This bar is neutral ground, I deadpanned. I don't want any of your dressed-up gang violence in here. Spread the word. You think you can get away with pulling that prank? The lead clown raged. Nah, this is Joker territory. We clowns have a monopoly on humor here. That's so? I asked, raising a simple eyebrow. Yeah. And you ain't no comedian. I bet you don't even have clown egg on file. You couldn't even do stand-up. Humming, I reached out instinctively. With a twist, the clown's humor died a quiet death. As it did, I said, you don't seem like much of one either. Go on, tell me your best joke. The clown puffed himself up in pride. This one got me my own squad of goons. What do you call dash? He paused, panic creeping across his expression. How'd it go again? Wait, what the fuck am I wearing? Oh, God, I've missed so many classes. I'll have to drop out of clown college. I don't get it, I deadpanned with a small smirk twitching my lips. Get what? Why do I feel like the color beige? The other clowns looked at their leader in utter shock and horror. Beige, boss. You was feelin' green polka dots earlier. Don't be ridiculous. How could a person feel like polka dots? Beige is a much more natural color. One of the clowns freaked out, great goofy goobering jester god. He broke the boss funny bone. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I'm outta here. The now humorless clown considered something. Why does porridge sound so good right now? Not porridge. Another cried. The former lead clown nodded, with a good book on horticulture through the ages. The remaining clowns looked completely terrified of me. They backed up slowly until they left the bar and their now lost leader behind. "If you don't act up, you're free to drink here," I called after them. The last clown scoffed, "Acting up is the last thing I want to do. I could do with a good drink though. Do you offer wine tasting? And can you put the cricket match on the TV?" The two-faced henchmen watched the scene in frozen shock. One of them piped up and said, "Boss, you ever seen a clown lose his humor?" The boss slowly shook his head, "Nah, never. I think they'd rather die than have this happen to them. You boys are free to stay as well. Just be sure you don't go causing trouble, remember that this is a neutral establishment, and pay off your tabs on time," I offered. They all looked at each other and shrugged, might be nice to have a place to unwind after work. Serving the now peaceful customers, I turned my attention back to Dee Dee to find her watching me with amusement in her eyes. That was fun. "So, where were we?" She chuckled, "You just finished telling me about the irresponsibility of your youth. And after sitting quietly through all of that, I think I'm entitled to another story. Maybe one with a bit less indiscreet sluttery than the first." I hummed, That's a bit of a tough request when it comes to me. How about the time I started a Robin Hood-themed orphanage and incited a human uprising against alien overlords with it?" Dee Dee's laughter sounded like wind chimes through an empty house. "Ha ha ha, yes, I think I'll enjoy that one." Well, as these things tend to start, I was very, very bored one day. Chapter 2, Catwoman's Folly. My time in Gotham didn't pass quietly, but it passed all the same. Uneventful was practically anathema for the city. It had to be something in the water. Or the quite literally cursed Indian burial ground the city was built atop. Or maybe Gotham was just like that. My money was on all three at once. Very quickly, my bar, the Dead End, became the favorite drinking spot for just about every henchman in the city. Even some of the non-villain gangs got in on it. It turned out that having a place to call neutral ground where you could get drunk with the guys you were just shooting at was a popular idea. At the Dead End, people left their beef at the door or they quickly found out why this place was considered neutral. Honestly, business was a bit too good. I ended up having to hire Dee Dee on as a waitress to help me manage everything. She was a sweetheart, and even the grizzled henchmen from Gotham couldn't help but take a liking to the kind goth girl who served them alcohol. For a being outside of time and space, she mixed a mean cocktail. And somehow, she always seemed to be free to lend a hand. Omniscient shenanigans, I'm sure. The concepts of death and mortality sure hadn't taken a break with her working here. With Lady Death working the tables and her hand working the bar, well, there wasn't anyone who could reasonably start trouble at the Dead End. Anyone who tried got shut down, and shut down hard. The clown without humor was quickly becoming a horror story for Gotham's henchmen. Funnily enough, he still stuck around. With his sense of humor quite literally dead at my hand, he had no choice but to quit the clowns. Nowadays, he just turned up at the bar in civilian clothes and asked me to turn one of the TVs to cricket or something equally drab and boring. Nice guy, now that he wasn't plastered in clown makeup and cackling maniacally. Went by Joey. Having a name that started with J in Gotham was a death sentence, but he'd overcome the Joker's insidious recruiting methods with my fatal assistance. Even the Joker didn't have use for a clown without humor. Just starting out, there were a few people who didn't get the memo about the Dead End. Namely, a group of Bane henchmen who shot up the bar when they discovered a rival gang of penguins drinking inside. That didn't end how they expected. Eat shit, bird brains. That was the only warning we got before the bar turned into a hailstorm of bullets. My customers ducked for cover, adrenaline racing through their veins and overcoming any former inebriation. A small group of 5 masked men sprayed from the door to the bar until their magazines went dry. Panting fools, high off watered-down venom and bloodlust, they stood over their massacre like they'd done something to be proud of. I didn't even bother ducking behind the bar. I just stared at them, raising a bored eyebrow to show how unimpressed I was. Dee Dee hadn't bothered ducking for cover either. Glancing at me, she stifled a giggle and tried to match my scathingly flat expression. Only after the ringing in everyone's ears stopped did they realize that nothing had happened. Common crooks, mooks, and henchmen watched in disbelief as painless wounds pushed out the bullets that made them and healed over without a scar or trace. The bar's tables, knocked over in haste, righted themselves seemingly without aid. Not even a single glass or bottle had been damaged by the gunfire. The Bane henchmen all paused, their minds visibly stuttering. Oh, look, everyone, I deadpanned sarcastically. It seems these boys have just volunteered to pay for all the drinks tonight. How kind of them. My customers recovered from the near-death experience remarkably well, quickly devolving into jeers and mocking insults. Yeah, serves em right. Can't even shoot straight. Probably too high on their own supply. At least Bane's Mexican ditchweed just gives me the munchies. Not make me want to shoot up a bar. These boys wanna be their villain so bad. And they fuck even that up. Bane would just come in here and suplex every one of us into the ground. Take off those damn masks. We ain't on the clock here. Come on in, boys, I said. I'll start a tab for you if you want to drink as well, but you're already paying for everything else tonight. At the same time, I reached out and killed their highs. The watered-down venom drained from their systems, taking every ounce of aggression with it. They slumped as one, pocketing their weapons and shuffling up to the bar. I guess I'll get a Jack and Coke. Make it 2. Damn, there goes our last score. You want to argue with the nice man with the immortal bar? Yeah, thought so. Shut up and enjoy your drink. After that night, violence in the dead end died a quiet death. One enforced by Lady Death herself and her hand. Bar fights were still allowed, but I had everyone take them out back. Usually, they'd settle their beef and come back inside to share a drink. Any attempts at murder or grievous harm just didn't pan out. My regulars learned quickly. If not, their bosses learned for them. Gothamites were surprisingly quick on the draw, and their learned survival instincts made sure they knew when to keep their heads down. It was a necessary skill in a city like this. The dead end's neutrality became a self-reinforcing thing. The regulars and henchmen in the know reminded the newbies. No one wanted to be the first one to face real consequences for breaching neutrality. Especially not after hearing what happened to Joey, the clown without humor. Drinking at the dead end was fine. Pissing off its immortal owner or waitress. You were just asking for trouble. Gotham was a dangerous, illogical city, and its population had long grown used to the strange and unreasonable. The bar was a place where they didn't have to worry about stripes or colors. At the dead end, they didn't have to think about loyalties or villain-based grudges or the spooky shit that happened only in Gotham. And at least its owner wasn't putting on a cape and beating them up or trying to harvest their souls. Probably. I heard one henchman explain it best to his junior: you keep your head down. Don't be getting all big. That's how you become Scarecrow's latest scarecrow or Joker's latest joke. We do our job, hope we don't run into a bat, and clock out. Then we comes here. Here, we find out we ain't so different. 'Cause here, we're all normal working Joes. It ain't an honest livin', but Gotham ain't an honest city. It'll chew you up and spit you out. And that's if the bats or the villains don't get you first. So places like this, they're special. They're respected. 'Cause you never know when a bit of neutrality is gonna save your life. Apparently, this place was special. Criminals talk. Word spread quickly. My regulars enjoyed my service, enjoyed the dead end's atmosphere more, and enjoyed the neutrality I offered the most. It probably helped that I didn't mark up the price of my drinks to hell and back as well. I'd lived too many times to care about wringing every ounce of profit out of my margins. It wasn't why I was doing this anyway. I was seeing more and more business by the night. To the point that it should have been impossible to fit everyone into the bar. But we never seemed to be hurting for space. And the workload was never too much that I couldn't stop to talk, lend an ear, or tell a story. Turning to the obvious culprit, I asked Dee Dee about the discrepancies. How come we never seem swamped or rushed? Dee Dee tried and failed to whistle innocently. In fact, she failed to whistle altogether, merely blowing air through her pursed lips. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like I'm quite busy these days. I stared at her knowingly. Is that why you always seem to have time to goof off with me behind the bar? Dee Dee tooted. It was patronizing in the most adorable way. You must be vastly overestimating the amount of time I spend with you, Sean. I suppose I am, I chuckled. I mean, how would you even accomplish something like that? Dee Dee lit up and enthusiastically explained, oh, it's easy. You just have to imbue the building on a conceptual level with the death of the rush. And the increased interior space of the bar. I asked leadingly, hiding my smile. Death of claustrophobia, Dee Dee nodded, getting into her explanation. You could do it too. It'd probably be a bit tricky at first, but you'd get it eventually. I've just had all too much time to practice my conceptual applications. Here, feel here where the space sort of keels over and disappears into something again. That's where I dash. She clammed up suddenly as she realized she was giving the game away. I gave her an amused, knowing smirk. So you're saying you're not responsible for this at all? Dee Dee looked off to the side, her cheeks coloring cutely. No comment. I let her off easy with that and we opened up the bar for the night. Turning away from the front door, I saw we'd gotten our first customer instantly. When I wasn't looking somehow. A vision in black leather sat at my bar, absently tapping a clawed finger on the wood as she waited for me. I glanced at Dee Dee. She just shrugged. Looking back at our stealthy guest, I saw the downright catty smirk on her face. I spent just long enough checking her out to satisfy her ego. Not that it was a hardship to check her out. No, Selina Kyle was undoubtedly a beautiful, seductive woman. Clad in that skin-tight costume of hers that clung to each and every one of her curves, she was a treat for the eyes. The expression on those plump, pouty lips was just as titillating as her voluptuous body. I knew she rightly put a lot of stock in her gorgeous looks. So I let my eyes roam. But I didn't let them roam to the point of crassness. Instead, I came back around behind the bar, picking up a bar towel and slinging it over my shoulder as she stared at me like a predator stalking prey. Normally, people use the front door, I said casually. Catwoman purred, oh, darling, I'm anything but normal. I shrugged, fair enough. So what can I get you, Catwoman? A spot of milk. I'd offer catnip as well, but this isn't that kind of establishment. The corners of her lips twitched with a smirk, cute. No, I just wanted to check out the place all the little birdies have been tweeting about lately. I doubt you have anything that will truly pique my interest. I hummed, thinking for a moment. Dee caught my eye. Her gaze darted to a spot beneath the bar, out of Catwoman's line of sight. Trusting her, I reached down into that spot. My fingers naturally curled around the neck of a bottle. Bringing it up into the open, I was just as surprised as Catwoman, though I played it off better. The bottle glittered with gold and crystal. Ancient Greek script adorned the front. Gold for the engraved lettering, crystal for the bottle itself. And to top it all off, there was an honest-to-goodness ruby set into the bottle's cork. Catwoman's gaze found it and stuck there. If she had a tail, it would have been standing straight behind her and twitching from side to side. Never let it be said I disappoint my customers, I said, more than a bit smug at seeing her shown up like this. Catwoman licked her lips, so red they matched the bottle's gem, with a sultry, teasing tongue. My, don't disappoint, indeed. You sure know how to tease a girl though. Who said anything about teasing? You mean? I'll reserve this bottle for you and you alone. And when you finally manage to finish it, it's yours to do what you will with. In return, I want you to spread a little bit of information to the city's more civil rogues and villains. What information? Catwoman asked warily. The dead end is open for their business. And drinks are half off for people of interest, I explained. When you say people of interest, what exactly do you mean? I shrugged. Villains, heroes, sidekicks, vigilantes, the chief of police. Hell, if you can get Bruce Wayne in here, do it. So long as they respect the bar's neutrality, and they will, they can enjoy a cheap and peaceful night of drinking. She gave me a deadpan look that showed even beneath her mask. You want me to tell Bats to come drink at a bar with me? Yup, I popped the P, and said nothing more. Her lips twitched again in amusement. Aren't the Robins a bit too young to drink? I have non-alcoholic options. Catwoman chuckled a low and sultry purr. Oh, I'm sure Boy Wonder and his siblings will simply love this. And Bats himself will hate it. Why are you doing this, Mr. Barkeep? Gotham's an interesting place. I'm sure it can handle a bit of neutral interaction between all parties of interest, I explained simply. And you're just about the best person to spread that word. I'm confident that telling you means half of the city will know by morning. You make it sound like I have loose lips, Mr. Barkeep, Catwoman teased. I leaned over the bar slightly, my arms spread wide and my sleeves rolled up over my forearms. With a playful, knowing smirk, I teased her right back. I'd have to try them out for myself, but they certainly don't look loose. Dee stomped on my foot. It didn't hurt, but I grunted like it did. She huffed and turned away from us with a pout. Catwoman grinned like a cat with a canary. It seems your cocktail server isn't a fan of that idea. Don't worry, little kitten, I won't be stealing your boss out from under you. You, however. Maybe. Don't go poaching my talent, I deadpanned, a touch of deadly steel enforcing my words. Dee's mine. I'll take offense to anyone trying to steal her from me. The tomcat has claws. One of the vases I kept at the ends of the bar slid into my hand as I reflexively killed the space in between. The flowers in the vase withered and died before Catwoman's eyes. Then they sprouted and blossomed back to normal again as if nothing had happened. My expression barely twitched, something like that. Catwoman laughed. Oh, Ivy will just love you, Mr. Barkeep. Tell her she's welcome here. In fact, I may just have a business proposition for her. Something that takes advantage of her unique set of skills and expands on her little side hustle. Oh, what should I tell her of that? Business proposition. I thought you wished to stay neutral, Mr. Barkeep. Are you being naughty? Nope, this will be entirely above board. As for the proposition itself, let me tell you a little fun fact. Did you know medicinal marijuana is legal in Gotham? She doesn't have to accept scammers and conmen using her name to sell their misrepresented product when she can undercut them with real Ivy in a completely legal and entirely unimpeachable way. Catwoman looked at me in shock for a moment before she burst out in earnest laughter. Ah. Oh, that's too good. Too many dealers in Gotham claim they've got Ivy's secret stash, when I know for a fact she doesn't share that with anyone but Harley. But even just normal weed grown by Ivy will blow the competition out of the water. And it might be nice for her to have a legal source of income to fund her true goals, I added. Rightfully so, Catwoman grinned. Poor girl is completely out of her depth when it comes to capitalism. She's always trying to deal honestly, as if big businessmen aren't the real villains of society. If she was business-minded, she could have every corporation in the world paying her to go green, I agreed. It'd likely be more effective for saving the environment than her usual villainy. Catwoman purred, "All right, I'll tell her I'm always happy to help one of the girls. Anything else for me to do, Mr. Barkeep?" I hummed, "How about a drink? I'm sure you want to try your payment for these services. I won't hold it above your head until your services are done or anything silly like that. As far as I'm concerned, it's yours and you're just stashing it here with me." Then who am I to say no? Catwoman leaned onto the bar top in anticipation. I produced a tumbler from behind the bar. Sliding it in front of her, I uncorked the extravagant bottle I was setting aside for Catwoman alone. She was a woman of refined taste. Such a lavishly excessive bottle sparkled better than any mere gem in her eyes. Upturning the bottle, I poured her a few fingers. Liquid ambrosia filled the tumbler glass. It glowed like pure amber with the light shining through it. Catwoman was all but salivating, and I couldn't help but admire the special death-conjured alcohol myself. Oh my. Catwoman muttered in awe. What dash? Ahem, what is it? I glanced at Dee, taking a shot in the dark, a dead drink, lost to the ages. And possibly divine in origin. Dee shook her head, not technically divine. It's the mortal world's best attempt at making divine ambrosia. The ancient Greek on the front says, a poor imitation of the drink that fills Dionysus' cups. Paraphrased, of course. But the Greeks were well aware of their mortal limits, so poor imitation is accurate. My goodness. This place doesn't do anything by half, does it? Catwoman marveled. I simply nodded. We try to have something for all of our customers, at the very least. She joked, if I wasn't so invested in getting a taste of a certain man, this kind of treatment would spoil my appetite. Yes, I rolled my eyes. You and Batman make for a very cute couple. I promise I'm not trying to woo you away from him with fancy booze. Go ahead, take a sip. Catwoman schooled her shock behind a tutaying expression, so impatient. Still, she lifted the glass to her lips. Even just the scent seemed to be enough to make her eyes flutter. Visibly calming herself, Catwoman took a shallow quaff, wetting her lips with ambrosia. I witnessed something spectacular there and then. An impossible miracle. A celebration of the human experience. Despite what Dee said, magic must have been involved. Maybe not divine magic, but magic all the same. Non-magical alcohol didn't spontaneously undress people and give them a religious experience. Catwoman held her sip in her mouth for a moment. The ambrosia coated her taste buds, melting into her tongue. She swallowed, and it was as if I could feel a pleasant fire trailing down my throat, mirroring her experiences. Holy light seemed to shine down on Catwoman. She didn't physically move, but it was like her whole body was engulfed in an explosion of sensation. She moaned a low, lewd sound that came from her very core. Her costume didn't disappear, but I could swear the scene was projected into my mind as if it did. Catwoman's sinfully seductive body writhed in climax from taste alone. Full breasts heaved, and I saw them as if they were bared to the world. Covered and uncovered at the same time, thick thighs rubbed together in pursuit of a pleasure that wasn't there. Where have I seen this before? I absently wondered. I had a vague recollection of impossible feats of cooking and a world that revolved around them. I think it was something I read instead of experienced personally. Soma something. The specifics weren't all that important. I glanced at Dee. Was this really necessary? She pointedly didn't pout, making herself busy wiping non-existent spills off the bar. She shouldn't have been so flirty with people she just met. Amusement danced in my eyes. It's kind of her persona. A non-seductive Catwoman is just a waste of perfectly good real estate. Dee sniffed imperiously. Then this is in character for her. I see nothing wrong. And no one else will either. I looked around the bar. Some of our regulars had come in at some point. But seeing us busy with Catwoman of all people, they were content to wait for service. Of course, that also meant that Catwoman's current little experience had an audience. An audience that would without a doubt greatly expand on the mystique and legend of me and the Dead End. Panting slightly, Catwoman eventually came down from her ambrosia high. It was perhaps the first time the world had seen a shaken and flustered Catwoman. I have to go change dash. Catwoman stuttered for an excuse. Heist. Yes, heist. Nothing else, less or more. Just something completely normal and completely unrelated to how sticky this costume now is. With a flash, she was up and disappeared through the back of the bar. I called after her, I'll keep your bottle on ice for you. Thank you, darling. She called back distantly, already out of regular human hearing range, I was sure. One of our regulars came up to the bar. I'll, have what she had. Not on your life, Vincent, I deadpanned, tucking Catwoman's bottle away safe and sound. No one wants to see that shit from you. Settle for a Manhattan like the rest of us. His buddies laughed at him. Yeah, Vinny, you ain't got the pair of stems that Catwoman does to pull that off. And you don't like half as good in heels. The Dark Knight could probably pull off a mean pair of high heels with those thunder thighs of his, I absently commented as I mixed Vinny's drink. The group of regulars paused as one and shuddered. Stupid sexy Batman. Chapter 3, finally, villains. Hey, barkeep, Kiteman got my attention. Why do you have a surfboard here? And why's it all silver and stuff? He was a strange villain but ultimately a good guy. Bit of a joke though. As far as crimes go, he only committed petty burglaries and minorly inconvenienced the Bat family. Hell, he even started as a minor Bat ally before the Joker found out and poisoned his son with a kite of all things. That may have driven him a touch mad and obsessed with kites, but I couldn't say I blamed him for that. I answered nonchalantly as I poured another drink, not even looking up at the item in question. It belonged to the Silver Surfer, Herald of Galactus. Galactus was a literal planet-eating threat, and the Silver Surfer was the one who informed the planets of their impending doom. You know, all resistance is futile, and surrender now. I won the board from the guys who finally defeated the Silver Surfer in a strip poker game. Word of advice, don't play strip poker if the only woman among your number is able to turn invisible. Takes all the fun out of it. All I saw was a trio of flaming, rocky, and stretchy cocks. The immediate area around me went quiet with my casual explanation. I didn't know if it was in shock, disbelief, or something else, but I paid it no mind. Instead, I just handed the drink I'd been pouring off to its intended customer and moved along to another task. Ah, when you say, flaming, rocky, and stretchy, dash. Someone eventually asked. I mean so literally. One guy could set his whole body on fire and fly. The second had a body made of rock and the strength to match. The third was kinda like Plastic Man, but he was called Mr. Fantastic. His wife gave him that name. With a man who could stretch his tongue however he wanted, I'll give you 3 guesses as to why she named him that. That got a snort of laughter from one of the few women listening in. Damn lucky woman. I may not have his abilities, but I've picked up a trick or two over my long lives, I flirted, wiggling my eyebrows in an exaggerated manner. The woman, a minor villain named Nocturna with skin as pale as Dee Dee's, blushed scarlet. Dee Dee came over to slap me lightly on the back of the head. Stop flirting if you don't intend to back it up. Yes, dear, I drawled flatly. Just for that, her next one is free, Dee Dee shot back, flashing the minor villain a warm smile. Sorry about my boss, darling. His mouth tends to write checks that he never cashes. I shrugged. I could, but I'm on the clock right now. And after we get off, Dee Dee has my time firmly booked. Dee Dee's blush matched Nocturna's. 2 exceptionally pale and beautiful goth women turned bright red in embarrassment. It was a sight worthy of the memory banks. I looked around my bar, taking in the rest of the scene. Catwoman had been good to her word. Only a week later, almost all of Gotham's shady underground was gathering in my bar. My henchmen regulars were still here, but now they were joined by bona fide villains. Well, the villains who weren't completely deranged sociopaths, at least. Yeah, I may have broken my neutrality when it came to the likes of Victor Zash and the Joker. Those guys were unredeemable, and worse still, they wouldn't respect Dead End's neutrality by themselves. While I could shut them down easily if they tried, I just didn't want that hassle, no matter how morbidly fascinating a civil conversation with the Joker might be. Also, if I was being honest with myself, I didn't want the competition he would offer when Harley Quinn finally showed up. Judging by the looks Dee Dee gave me when I declared the Dead End off-limits for the Joker, she knew about my less than upfront reasoning there. I'm sure it was just for show. Like most of Gotham, Dee Dee had a good reason to hate the Joker. Though her grudge was based on something a bit higher level. As Death, the Joker had evaded her grasp a few too many times. He had a knack for quite literally cheating Death, and Dee Dee did not like to be cheated. Given that, my connection to Dee Dee, and the fact that we now lived in Gotham, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would have to deal with the Joker. But for the time being, I was content to let him rest on the Dead End's ban list. The ban list was remarkably short for Gotham. Just Victor Zash and the Joker. And the methodical and purely malicious serial killers got a tentative blanket ban that could be renegotiated if they showed up and convinced me otherwise. The likes of Killer Croc and Solomon Grundy fell under that second consideration. Outside of Gotham, the list got a bit complicated. Mostly from the extra-dimensional threats. Under no circumstances did I want to deal with the Bat who laughs. Abhorrent forces of nature like the Perpetua, Black Flash, and the great old ones of the setting should probably be banned as well, just for the collateral damage they would cause by simply showing up. But beings like the rest of the Endless, Lucifer Morningstar, Mr. Manhattan, MXYZPTLK, or Batmite. They were welcome to come and have a drink at the Dead End if it ever tickled their fancy. Most of those beings had no way of knowing me and my bar existed right now. I deal with them as they came up. For now, my focus was entirely on Gotham and the colorful cast of characters that made up Batman's rogues gallery. Of that selection, most of the villains were here now or had been here in the past week. I'd served Catwoman, Two-Face, Bane, the Mad Hatter, and more. Clayface was impressed I had alcohol that could even affect his unique physiology, and even the Penguin had decided that the Dead End was as good a place to hang out as his iceberg lounge. No heroes or vigilantes just yet, not counting whatever Catwoman fashioned herself to be at that moment. But she should have made it clear that my door was open to them as well. I figured I'd get a visit from the Bat family soon enough. The ones I was really waiting for were Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. I may have had a crush. Or two, in this case. While much of my prior knowledge was coming back to me since I'd been in this universe, they were two characters that stuck around in my mind even before that. Along with Catwoman, Joker, and Batman himself, the two of them were iconic enough to remember even after nearly 6 lives. And they made for just about the cutest bisexual/lesbian couple in the multiverse. I may have had a soft spot for them. If not for Dee Dee and the bar keeping me busy, I might have run off to find them on my own. At the very least, to help Ivy rebel and overthrow society, it was a good cause, and helping to found a nature-based new world order wasn't something I'd done before, and to make sure Harley's twisted infatuation with the Joker died an ugly death. I was fine with waiting for them to come to me though. Dee Dee was more than enough woman to keep me occupied, even if I wasn't quite sure what our relationship could be classified as. Friends. Definitely. Lovers. Soon perhaps. Something unfathomable between an endless being and a serial reincarnator. That's where words began to fail me. The Riddler got my attention with a curious question, pulling me from my musing. "Excuse me, Mr. Barkeep, but what exactly is this trophy?" I've been trying to figure it out, but for the life of me, I don't have a single clue. He was pointing at a perfectly smooth sphere stuck to a plaque above the bar. It seemed to defy gravity, just hanging there without support. The small nameplate beneath it read, "Simi." It was one of more than a dozen trophies like it. I'd taken to decorating the bar with conquests of my past lives, like the silver surfboard from earlier. Feats and items so impressive and powerful that they had burned themselves into my soul's true name, lingering even after death and reincarnation. If they were all evoked at once, the name Sean Kane would shake reality. I hummed and then deadpanned, "My ex-wife." Riddler paused. "Excuse me." "You're excused." I played the cheesy joke straight and said nothing more. "Come on now, lad," Penguin cut in. "You can't just drop a tidbit like that and leave it to rot. Tell us the story, won't ya?" Absently cleaning a bar glass, I sighed. "I suppose it's an interesting one at least. Let me set the stage. There once was a world that was plagued by unspeakable entities. The capital letter in entities was audible and drew the attention of everyone at the bar to me. These were unknowable, alien beings with only one motivation, their cycle. They would infect and infest worlds, use the populations to gather data, and then harvest the whole thing to gather enough power to get to the next. Then the cycle would repeat infinitely. These entities landed on Earth. Or at least, a planet that was close enough to Earth for the difference to be irrelevant. One of the entities was damaged before they landed. It was practically brain dead. Except these entities didn't think in the way we know thought. So the cycle continued anyway. Once settled, they split themselves into shards. The shards found hosts in the population, granting powers that would give the entities interesting data. The shards encouraged conflict because it offered the most interesting data for the entities to harvest. And so the world was sent on a slow downward spiral into doom and destruction. But the conflict wasn't enough for the half-broken entities. So they activated a specific set of shards to encourage even more. And thus, the conflict engines known as Endbringers were born. Now, let me clarify something. These entities were truly beyond human comprehension. Just the shards of them alone were enough to take up entire planets. The entities themselves were almost akin to eldritch beings, for those who are familiar. Got all that? Good. I could feel the horror mounting in my audience as I spoke. My story sucked them in and held their focus entirely. When I spoke of the entities and the cycle, the villains paled considerably. When I spoke of the Endbringers, they suddenly found their drinks very necessary. When I compared the entities to eldritch beings, one henchman outright fainted. And in the background shadows of the bar, I sensed a sneaky little birdie listening in. It seemed as though one of the heroes of Gotham had arrived just in time for me to scare the socks off him and Batman. He was already recording everything I said, and I could hear the earpiece hidden in his ear going unintelligibly wild. The Bat family would soon have yet another existential threat to prepare for, though thankfully, this preparation would be unnecessary. DC had plenty of cosmic threats already. It definitely didn't need entities on top of it all. I paused. Well, maybe it'd be more apt to compare them to worms. Interdimensional space worms. You know how a certain family of worms is functionally immortal. How they'll keep growing forever, and if you cut off a piece of one, like say, a shard, it will become its own worm entirely. No. Who the fuck just knows shit like that? Two-Face reacted with reeling shock to cover his mounting horror. I knew, Riddler raised an awkward hand. It's actually rather fascinating. A species of flatworms called planarians is what our barkeep is referring to. They're immortal because of their seemingly infinite regenerative capabilities. Like lobsters then. Penguin contributed. Riddler got into full lecture mode. Actually, that's a common myth. Lobsters aren't immortal, they just appear that way because they don't grow or age the same way as mammals do. And they have the incredible ability to repair their own DNA. Course Nigma would know this kind of shit. It's freaky, is what it is, Two-Face grunted. I beg your pardon. Riddler puffed up in light offense. The study of planarians and lobsters has shown much promise in perhaps one day unlocking immortality for the common man. It's far from freaky. Penguin played mediator. I believe what our two-tone friend is trying to get at is that a mile-long, immortal worm is a right terrifying mental picture, much less the things our friendly barkeep is referring to. Two-Face is gruff, but I'm positive he meant no offense. And we seem to have gotten off track. I've much more interest in the story about interdimensional space worms than this petty squabble. Please, continue, Mr. Barkeep. I smirked in amusement. Where was I? Right, Endbringers. The Endbringers sent the world's slow downward spiral into overdrive. Every 3 months, they would attack population centers, killing thousands to millions of people. The world panicked and despaired, but there was nothing they could do. Even the world's strongest heroes couldn't scratch the Endbringers. Dear God. Nocturna mumbled in existential dread. I couldn't help but smirk, playing the part of the sadistic storyteller, and the worst part. The Endbringers were sandbagging. Even going against the entire world, they were using a fraction of their true strength. The first controlled all energy in its domain. It could have brought Superman to his knees in moments. The second was about half as fast as the Flash and controlled liquids like Ivy controls plants. All liquids. Every living being has some form of liquid in them. Riddler realized, shocked by the implications. I scoffed, try thinking a little bigger than that. I'm talking near total control over a state of matter. It sunk Japan. While still sandbagging. Nobody managed to find words after that revelation. Then there was the third one, most terrifying of the Endbringers, I continued. She was nearly omniscient and twisted fate and people to her whims with ease. She could have played Batman like a fiddle. So, of course, I somehow ended up marrying her dash. You fucking what? Several shouts of disbelief and shock echoed through the bar. I laughed, ah. Yeah, my ex-wife was an Endbringer. In my defense, she was quite literally angelic dash. Hold on, it might be easier to just show you. Using the death of perceived reality, conceptual power over death was a bullshit ability. I projected an illusion from my soul's memories. The Simurgh appeared floating over the bar. Everyone listening and watching went silent as she began to sing an eerily beautiful song. One that was, thankfully, devoid of the powers she wielded in life. A spherical curtain of ever-evolving eldritch wings graced this reality with its presence. An equal part statuesque and voluptuous woman floated in its center. In one reality, in a life past lived, it would have been a terrifying sight. Here, it was merely hauntingly beautiful. I knew her by many names. The Simurgh. Hope Killer. Angel of Death. Ziz. Simi. The sight of her brought a fond smile to my face. We might have been hated, absolutely reviled and feared by the world around us. But we were happy. She's gorgeous, Nocturna muttered in awe. One of the henchmen listening nodded sagely. Yeah, okay, having a giant angel woman as a wife does sound pretty nice. I can't quite get over that she was a world-ending threat. A literal Endbringer. That bothering anybody else? Two-Face said. To be fair to Simi, the Endbringers weren't inherently evil creatures. They were shards, akin to artificial intelligence with a set of directives to follow. And those directives could be changed. After we got together, I managed to bring her around to humanity's side of the equation. Even my new brothers-in-law came around eventually. How'd you even get together with a literal angel of death? Penguin asked, chewing absently on the end of a cigar. I pretended to buff and inspect my nails, she only wanted me for my body. My statement was greeted by stunned silence. Everyone listening, most of the bar, at this point, just stared at me. I kept my expression schooled and completely serious. I was being honest after all. Just in a slightly misleading way. Want you for your body. Riddler considered. The cycle. Her shard must have wanted to collect data from you and decided that marriage was the best way forward. I tapped my nose, got it in one, Riddler. Something about me was unique enough for an Endbringer to change its methods and later its directives. But what data could be that valuable? Riddler wondered to himself. I think I'll leave that a secret for now, I hid a smirk. If I say it out loud, Simi will finally realize and then she'll use it to come visit. I'm keeping that secret as a surprise for our 500th year anniversary. That statement set the whole bar on edge. She's still alive. Oh, yeah, sure, I answered distractedly. She's just in. Well, I suppose you could call it hibernation. Still, the trophy there. That's a duplicate of her core. She could surely manage to rebuild herself from it if I told her my best-kept secret. Hell, I'll bet the sneaky woman is listening in right now. Two-Face sheepishly looked at Simi's core. Sorry about the slander, Miss Endbringer. I didn't mean no harm by it. Promise. Do you not want to be with her again? Riddler asked. Didn't you say she was on humanity's side by the end of it all? Sure, I nodded agreeably before smirking. But I don't think Batman would like me summoning an angel of death in his city. Riddler winced. Yeah, he might not look kindly upon that. Not gonna make a ball and chain joke? Penguin asked with a grin. Are you kidding? I love women, my wives especially. I never got the appeal of those jokes. If you love your wife, why act like you hate spending time with her? And if you truly hate your wife, why are you married to her in the first place? Truly, humans are a mysterious species, Dee Dee said with a smile, planting a fond peck on my cheek. Turning back to Penguin with a raised eyebrow, see. Why would I turn this away? Whether it comes from my goth girl or my angel of death, I'm blessed by the women in my life. Dee Dee blushed and her smile could have blinded the world. At least some humans are straightforward and easy to understand. Penguin nodded. You're a wiser man than I, Mr. Barkeep. Even as a boss villain, I can't seem to get away from a certain percentage of nagging. Hello, Kabuki twins. Yeah, your boss is just over here. He was just talking about you, I joked, pretending to call out to guests who weren't there. He suddenly ducked, looking over his shoulder before turning back and hissing, don't play like that. The girls are lovely but they've got claws of steel. If they heard me make a ball and chain joke, they'd put little Cobblepot on ice. Have you considered maybe? My lips twitched. Not making stupid jokes at all. Asking the Penguin to watch his tongue is like asking him to fly. Riddler showed off his dry, cutting wit, getting a round of laughs from the bar. I felt our little birdie vigilante guest move in the shadows of the bar. It reminded me he was even there, still listening in. I wonder why he hadn't come out and introduced himself. Maybe he was just waiting for an opening. This was a bar full of villains and henchmen after all. But that wouldn't do it all. I wanted the heroes to hang out here just as much as I wanted the villains. I chuckled, speaking of birds. Hey, Robin. You can't loiter here. Buy something or scram. The villains tensed before remembering the dead end's neutrality. Robin wasn't so forgiving. With his cover blown, he sprung from the shadows. A red and black blur rushed at me. I caught the boy wonder by the scruff of his cape, holding him aloft effortlessly in front of me. I raised a questioning eyebrow at him. Now, what's all that about? I know Catwoman told you and your dad that this place was neutral territory. That goes for the heroes just as much as it does for the villains. Dad. A few henchmen asked themselves in confusion. I am 120 pounds of spite, fury, and pure freaking death. Robin's glare at me was legendary, both flat and furious at the same time. Let me down, villain. Or I shall be forced to unsheath my blade. Ah, adorable and terrifying. So Damian Wayne was currently Robin. That should have narrowed down the timeline for me, but it really didn't. I didn't remember quite that much about DC. As deadly and vicious as he was cute and little, the born and raised assassin was a work in progress as Robin. Mostly because I was sure Bruce Wayne was still trying to instill his no-killing rule upon him after Damian was raised in the League of Assassins. He was probably the most deadly skilled Robin to date, and it showed by the way the villains at my bar shied away from him. Yet I held him up by the scruff of his cape like an impotent little murder puppy. I'm not a villain, I corrected. I'm a barkeep running a perfectly legal establishment. And one of the only rules we have here is no fighting. Keep the hero/villain business to the streets, please. Robin's calm composure returned almost instantly. Ah, very well, barkeep. Please let me down so I may vacate the premises. I do not believe mother and father would approve of me drinking, so I'm afraid I cannot purchase anything. His flat politeness was almost as eerie as his ruthless threat. I hummed, not letting him go just yet. I have non-alcoholic options. In fact, let me get you a glass of water. You must be thirsty after patrolling all night. That will not be necessary. My canteen is still half full, Robin answered. I shrugged. All right, just one more thing then. Quicker than even the boy wonder could react, I reached out and plucked his hidden earpiece from his ear. As I held it up to my ear but didn't insert it, I could hear a feminine voice from the other side. Just stay calm, Damian, don't lash out. Selina said he was firmly neutral. He should let you go without any trouble. And then book it back to the Batcave. I'm sure Bruce will want to know what you've heard tonight. And he'll definitely get mad if you mortally wound the innocent bartender. Hello, Oracle. I stifled a laugh, my greeting sending the other side of the communicator into stunned silence. There was a kill switch in the device that should have activated once it left Robin's ear. But considering my powers, anything with kill in the name was child's play to disable. Don't worry. Little Robin is fine. Unharmed except for his ego, I presume. And I just wanted to talk to you to clarify some things. Yes, my bar is neutral. That goes for all parties. The devil himself could walk into the dead end and I'd just ask him what he was drinking. While you and your family are naturally welcome here as well, I do hope that you will keep the violence and Kate grudges out of my bar. It's a simple request but I will enforce it quite vigorously. How dash? Understood, Mr. Kane, Oracle replied. I wasn't even surprised the Bat family knew my name. Would you be willing to give Robin his equipment back? I nodded even though she likely couldn't see me. Though, with the bats, that was never a guarantee. I could easily see Robin having a microscopic camera in his mask that Oracle was streaming from. Of course. And one more thing. A gift, if you will. Or perhaps just righting a wrong. Or maybe I just really hate the Joker. Either way, enjoy using your legs again. And feel free to stop by the dead end when you have the chance. Your first drink will be on the house. No half-off special or anything so insensitive here. As I said that, I reached through space, tracing the death of the signal in the earpiece. After switching through many obscuring methods, I ended up on the other end. Oracle, Barbara Gordon, took man in the chair to a whole other level. She was wheelchair-bound after being shot in the spine by the Joker. For someone with my powers and Death's hand, it was a simple problem to fix, simply the death of a crippling injury, the death of an unhealthy body. Reality rejected Barbara's long-healed wound as if it never happened in the first place. I didn't stick around any longer than I had to. No, I left Barbara Gordon whole, hale, and healthier than she'd ever been. Maybe a little too healthy, now that I think about it. Oh well, it wasn't like a super Batgirl was likely to be a bad thing. Handing Robin back his earpiece, I set him down, dusted him off patronizingly, patted his head, and sent him on his way. The dead glare he gave me was still adorable and frightening. I waved him off without worry or care. He'd have more important things to worry about shortly when Oracle discovered what I'd done for her. Turning back to my patrons, I saw them staring at me as if I were the second coming of Jesus and a man with a death wish all at once. What? What did I do? Please don't patronize our patrons, dear, Dee Dee sighed. Even the Joker wouldn't dare give the boy wonderhead pats. A stunned henchman mumbled. I shrugged, vigilantes can have a little head pats. As a treat. Chapter 4, Batgirl returns. On a rooftop in a dark, damned city, a man of pure conviction brooded. The night was quiet. Not yet quiet enough but certainly quieter than it had been before. Crime still lived on somewhere in the city. The man couldn't be everywhere at once. He could never fully stop it. Even with all he'd done, he was fighting a never-ending war full of Pyrrhic victories. The man of conviction forged on regardless. Night after night, day after day, he did everything in his power to safeguard his city and its people. There was always more to be done. And never enough time to do it all. The man's conviction seemed infinite but he himself had limits. His focus was spread thin. These days, not just Gotham needed him. With the addition of the League and the threats they faced, the men had been forced to delegate. His family, by blood and adoption, picked up the slack. Often by force so the men would get even a single full night's sleep. He trained them to the best of his ability. Sometimes even that wasn't enough. Every war had casualties. Especially Batman's war against crime and evil. Barbara Gordon's injury had been a wound in Batman's heart and mind. It was a physical manifestation of his limits. The fact that it hadn't happened during the line of duty made the Joker's joke even more bitter. Yet like Batman, Barbara's conviction wouldn't be broken so easily. She continued to fight, helping Batman and his family in any way she could. Only now, that help took the form of Oracle. Bound to a wheelchair, Barbara Gordon was the Bat family's eye in the sky, contributing to Batman's war in the only way she could. Until now. Something had changed in Gotham. A shift in the way the city's underground operated as of recently. It should have been too soon for the shift's effects to ripple outward and engulf the whole city. The difference was small but for someone like Batman, it was starkly visible. It should have been insignificant, merely a single new bar opening its doors. It wasn't. The most recent crime statistics didn't match Batman's projections. His normally perfect, almost prophetic projections showed business as usual with a note to account for Poison Ivy's time of the month, an affair that was even worse than for most women. They were wrong. Crime was down, both from villains and from street-level thugs and henchmen. And Batman knew the reason. The dead end, its strange owner/waitress, and their promise of neutral ground. They offered a place for people to get off the street during the busiest hours of the night. A place where criminals could unwind and bond with those who were like them. Worst of all, he catered almost exclusively to villains and their henchmen. Well, that wasn't necessarily true, Batman considered. Selina had reported that the man was truly neutral in alignment. She said he would cater to heroes and vigilantes just as readily as he would cater to villains. Just, as far as Batman knew, no hero had taken him up on that offer. The villains certainly had. Including Selina as Catwoman. She was the first as a matter of fact. If the man wanted business for his bar, he couldn't have chosen a better first cape for a customer. The owner's policy of neutrality was only the first unique aspect of the dead end. There was that waitress of his as well. She didn't exist. Batman had checked. Thoroughly. It was as if she walked out of thin air or raised herself from the grave to do impossible things in a simple bar of all places. Damian reported that the bar's 2 employees should have been much busier than they actually were. They served a full bar with the lax demeanor of an establishment dead of business. Watching the footage from Damian's mask, Batman couldn't help but agree with that assessment, as well as notice that the bar itself was bigger and more peaceful than it should have been with that many customers. Supernaturally so. Then there was the owner himself. An enigma of incredible trophies and impossible stories who dealt with villains, heroes, and criminals alike as if they were nothing more than simple patrons of his bar. Sean Kane had not lived the life his story said he had. Either he was the best liar Batman and Gotham had ever seen or, something else was going on. Considering what Sean Kane had done for Barbara Gordon, Batman was inclined to believe the latter theory. Without moving from Damian's sight, Sean Kane healed Barbara so wholly that it was as if her tragic injury had never happened. She was more fit and healthy than she ever was at her peak. To the point that she was able to go toe-to-toe with Batman when they tested her renewed capabilities. While he was more thankful than anyone for Barbara's recovery save Barbara herself, Batman was vexed by Sean Kane. He didn't have enough information about the men and he hated not having enough information. That the men had set up shop in his city was further fuel to the frustration fire. So on a dark rooftop overlooking a dark city, Batman did what he did best, prepare for impossible scenarios, brooding all the while. Behind him, a silently stalking Kitty alighted without a whisper. Batman noticed immediately, of course, but didn't acknowledge her over the data on this Sean Kane. Oh, Brucey, Catwoman, Selina Kyle, sing-songed. Selina, Bruce Wayne as Batman grunted and said nothing more. My brooding senses were tingling. Are you worrying yourself over nothing again? HNGH. Sean Kane. Selina draped herself over Batman's shoulders, molding her assets to his body. Really, Bruce? Mr. Barkeep is just that. A barkeep. He's an unknown impossibility who's unaccounted for and unregulated, Bruce rumbled. And? Do you want to be the one to tell the potentially impossible being that he can't be a bartender? This is Gotham, Bruce. We have a clown that is straight out of the nightmares of grown men and could give Pennywise a run for its money. If Mr. Barkeep wants to be a barkeep, I say we let him. HN. He hasn't hurt anyone yet, has he? No. He's been suspiciously helpful. Even righting a wrong that I couldn't touch. The neutrality that the dead end offers is mighty useful in Gotham. Have you tried actually going to talk to him in person? It's on the list. I just need more information first. Brucey, Selina tooted. You always need more information. Perhaps you can get it by interviewing Mr. Barkeep yourself. He's very open about himself. I'm aware, Bruce didn't deadpan, but he might as well have. The story of his ex-wife is still giving me nightmares. I've already entered it into the League's databases. Selina tapped her lip in consideration. I didn't hear that one. Good. For your sanity, don't ask him to repeat it. Haha. How bad could it be? It's not as if his wife was a world-ending apocalyptic threat, right? She laughed. Bruce was pointedly silent. All right, Bruce. She was quite beautiful, at least. That doesn't make me feel better, Bruce. I told you you'd be better off not knowing. I. Barbara Gordon still wasn't used to walking again. But, oh how she loved the feeling. The feeling of using her muscles again, of standing on her own 2 feet. You don't realize how important simply wiggling your toes is until you can't feel them at all. She'd been freed from her chair-like prison. It had been a hell of a thing to explain to her father. And then explain again to Bruce and the rest of the Bat family. But they'd had no choice but to accept the reality in front of them. To be fair to them, Barbara barely believed it herself. She was still pinching herself as if she was trying to wake up. Only she was pinching herself on her thigh these days and feeling it. And it wasn't a nightmare she was trying to wake from anymore. All because of an impossible bartender she'd never met in person. Someone who was much more than he appeared at first glance. She'd been minding her business, acting as oracle for Damien as he scoped out this new, villain bar that had sprung up. Only to end up springing from her wheelchair in shock as this Sean Kane did something she could feel from miles away. He'd healed her. Somehow. And Barbara would forever deny the practically depraved moan of utter satisfaction that left her lips when her body rejected its old injury and everything popped into place like a perfectly cracked back. Thankfully, Damien was too polite to say anything about it. She was still embarrassed about moaning in his ear like that though. She had to leave Damien on his own for the rest of that night's patrol. It was understandable. Something impossible had just happened and as excited as she was, Barbara had still been trained by Batman. That entitled her to a unhealthy amount of paranoia. She spent the rest of the night testing herself to the best of her ability. By the end, everything came back green. As far as Barbara could tell, her crippling injury never happened. She never spent years relegated to a wheelchair. She'd never even skinned her knee as a child. It was a perplexing phenomenon. She was so healthy it bordered on absurd. She knew of chronic regenerators who weren't as healthy as she was now. The extent of her healing ended up being added to her version of Damien's report. Then she finally went to bed, but not before enjoying what being able to feel her lower half meant for a sexless woman in her sexual prime. Not even a day after being miraculously healed, Barbara demanded to go back to her duty as Batgirl. Demanded. She felt good. She felt better than good. Healthier than she'd ever been. And she'd proven it, going through all the old drills as if she'd never left them and even laying out, the now much larger than she was used to, Dick Grayson like he was a civilian. Batgirl was back, baby. Bruce had no choice but to let her. She still had the costume and all of her gadgets. He couldn't stop her even if he had said no. So he didn't even try. It felt so good to get back to doing what she loved directly. No more crime fighting from behind a desk. Barbara Gordon was right back in the thick of it. A week of nightly patrols dampened that enthusiasm but didn't diminish her spirit. She hadn't forgotten the realities of crime fighting, the soreness in the morning, the long hours, and the deeds she was forced to witness and stop, but she'd certainly been partially removed from them in her role as Oracle. Now, she was thrown right back at the lowest Gotham had to offer. Tonight, in particular, Barbara found herself stopping at a strange new place. A place full of Gotham's lowest and yet, not. For here, they weren't what they always were. They weren't simple thugs or henchmen or more complex villains. They were just customers at a bar, enjoying the neutrality, atmosphere, and cheap drinks. The Dead End was an unassuming place, especially for somewhere that was quickly becoming so influential for Gotham's underground and Cape scene. A backlit sign flickered with the bar's name as Barbara watched. She found herself drawn here. Not by anything supernatural or suspicious. Just by the need to meet the men who'd given Barbara her life back. He had told her to come by when she had the chance. What's wrong with having a friendly drink in neutral territory? Barbara nodded to herself. Yes, she was really doing this. And there was nothing wrong with that. Sure, she hadn't specifically told Bruce what she was doing but he certainly still knew. He was Batman. Barbara didn't want to say he knew everything but he kinda knew everything. When it came to Gotham, at least. That much came with his self-imposed duty. Hell, he probably prepared a plan for if she visited the Dead End alone and unannounced. Barbara would have to be on the lookout for one of the Bat family crashing the party while she tried to give Sean Kane her gratitude. Well, nothing to it. She was determined to talk to the men who healed her. Bruce and the others wouldn't stop that. They meant well but Barbara didn't particularly need that brand of found familial worry at the moment. As she entered the Dead End, Barbara was expecting more. Mostly in regard to the reaction her presence would garner. The reality was surprisingly and welcomely unremarkable. A few people looked up upon her entrance. Some of them tensed. Others watched warily. But when she didn't immediately start causing trouble, they relaxed and went back to their conversations or drinks. The men she came to see hadn't even noticed her yet. He was busy at the bar of the establishment, serving drinks lackadaisically while he spoke to an enraptured crowd of villainous patrons. It seemed something of a segregation had appeared within the Dead End. The henchmen and other street-level mooks took up the majority of the bar's tables while the true villains were gathered at the bar itself. She couldn't hear what Sean Kane was saying over the quiet din of the bar but he seemed to be telling a story. Part of Barbara tensed at that. She remembered the story Damien had listened in on. The one about Sean Kane's ex-wife, the Angel of Death Simi. How could she forget? It wasn't every day you heard someone talk openly and honestly about eldritch entities and the apocalypse they brought with them. He hadn't even gone into much detail. But even the implications of what he had said lingered on Barbara's mind. A world driven by powers and heroes and villains. Only there, the powers weren't what they seemed. Instead of metahumans or friendly aliens, those powers were an eldritch Trojan horse and they were leading to the death of the entire world across uncountable dimensions. If that wasn't enough, there was the Endbringer Sean spoke of and the fact that he'd married one. It was enough to give anyone chills. Thankfully, Barbara had been too preoccupied with her miraculous healing at Sean's hands to worry herself to death with his story. She knew Bruce and Damien weren't so lucky. Neither were the type to share their feelings over much, but the fact that Barbara had caught Damien in his panic attack room, just his closet at Wayne Manor, said enough. And Bruce? Well, Barbara was pretty sure he hadn't slept properly all week. Maybe I should see if I can get some kind of reassurance from Mr. Kane while I'm here. Barbara absently thought. He certainly wasn't worried about the things he spoke of. Hopefully, he can share some of that irreverence with Bruce. It was a strange thing for Barbara to be ignored when she was in costume. But it seemed that here at the dead end, the customers were quickly getting used to capes. She went unmolested on her journey to the center of the bar, a walk that was longer than it should have been thanks to the strange bigger on the inside space here. Before she reached the bar and its bartender, a pained voice caught her attention. Damn, that smarts. For some reason, Barbara found herself drawn to the voice and its troubles. The source was one of the many tables within the bar, filled with off-duty henchmen and criminals like all the others. But this group was different from the rest. They were almost hard to look at, all nursing wounds or bruises or even visibly broken bones. Guess we caught the bats on a bad day, eh? Another hurt henchman replied to the first. The first henchman snorted, "You think? I told you we should have gone to the Narrows tonight instead of East End. I tell ya, the bats is always more testy around there." Barbara winced to herself. The East End was where Crime Alley was located. The place where Bruce's parents had been murdered. Even when he wasn't doing his annual visit to their murder scene, he kept a close eye on that part of town. It was certainly possible he was subconsciously more vicious with his takedowns there. "Are you okay?" Barbara found herself asking as she made a detour to the injured table. Even though they were criminals, that didn't mean they weren't deserving of basic human compassion. This was neutral ground, after all. A new concept for everyone, one Barbara felt compelled to explore for her duty to help the people of Gotham. She came up behind the first henchman who spoke. He was nursing an obviously broken arm. Not even properly set, it was a gruesome sight. The other henchman at the table tensed at the sight of her, but the first didn't even notice. Without looking back at her, he said, "Yeah, Missy, we'll be all right." "That looks serious," Barbara observed. "Shouldn't you go to the hospital?" The first henchman tried and failed to wave his broken arm, ending up with a shrug and a harsh wince, "Not dash. Ah, damn. And nothing a good night's sleep can't fix. I ain't got insurance and it ain't like insurance covers bat-related injuries anyway." "That's rather concerning." Barbara paused at the man's disregard for his health. "Here, let me properly set the brake, at least. I wouldn't want to trouble ya, Miss Dash." The man trailed off as he finally turned to see who he was talking to. Hi, Batgirl. Long time no see, yeah." Barbara blinked. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" The henchman laughed awkwardly. "Hey, yeah, you put me away one time when I was trying to rob a gas station. I don't blame you for that. I was in the wrong, like always, and you were mighty gentle about the whole thing." Seeing that this meeting wasn't going to devolve into fists and kicks and remembering where they were, another of the injured henchmen found the courage to speak up as well. "Where've you been, Batgirl? Nobody's seen you in, what? 2 years now?" "Longer than that." Barbara schooled a wince, "Closer to 3, actually. I had to take a break from direct crime fighting." "Well, it's good to have you back." "Yeah, you was always one of the good ones." "Nothing like that. What was his name?" "That vigilante guy who didn't last 3 months. Some kind of dog, right?" "The Jackal, yeah. He was brutal. Went way overboard for every little thing. He broke Dave's neck for jaywalking. Ended up being taken down hard by some normal guy in flannel. Don't think his ego ever recovered from that." Barbara nodded. She remembered him. The Jackal even tried to apply to the Justice League before he was dissuaded from a career in crime fighting. "Well, thank you. It's good to be back. Now, let me see that arm of yours. I'll set it, but you should really consider going to the hospital." The first henchman shook his head. "I can't. They'd bleed me dry without insurance. And that's if they even tended to me in the first place." An idea occurred to Barbara as she quickly and efficiently set the man's arm. He grunted in pain as she used one of her quick-set splints to snap it into the proper place. "What if I could get you on an insurance plan? I'd call you a goddess, but it still wouldn't be enough. I wouldn't be able to afford it. Any insurance would charge me hand over fist for injuries outside coverage or some bullshit. Not like they can insure bat-related injuries. Wayne Insurance does." "Wait, really?" The men gaped at her in shock. No, the framework for this scheme was only just now forming in her mind, but Barbara could fix that with a word or two to Bruce. Lord knows the insurance industry is broken enough to be considered criminal in its own right. Her answer contradicted her thoughts. Sure, Bruce Wayne likes to look out for his city. And in Gotham, one of the best ways to do that is to insure against Cape-related incidents. I could put in a good word for you boys. Being Batgirl comes with certain connections like that. Shit, you really are a goddess. That'd be golden of ya, Batgirl. No trouble at all, boys. Barbara shook her head. How about you all write down your information and I'll swing back on my way out and see what I can do for you, yeah. Most of the henchmen were immediately on board with the idea, their injuries still fresh on their minds and bodies. One, though, hesitated. This ain't a trick. You ain't gonna use it to track us down and put us behind bars. I swear, Barbara nodded. This is neutral ground, remember. I wouldn't infringe on that. Pinky swear. The paranoid henchman held out his pinky. Pinky swear. Barbara blinked but complied, only now realized how young this particular henchman looked, younger than her even. His drink didn't even look alcoholic. With the ancient tradition of crossed pinkies, the pact was sealed. Barbara's conviction to make this happen firmed even further. They may have been criminals, but they were people first and foremost. They deserved at least this much basic consideration, and Barbara vowed to give them even more. A new aspect of the war against crime settled into Barbara's heart as she left the injured table and continued on her way to the bar. It wasn't enough to just punch crime in the face. As heroes, they could be doing more. For both the unfortunate criminals of circumstance and the victims of the more actively malicious ones. Outwardly, an unnoticed tension drained from Barbara's posture. It had been impossible to completely ignore how she felt walking into the bar. Though it was said to be neutral ground, there were only villains and criminals inside right now. Subconsciously, Barbara still felt like she was surrounded by enemies. After that positive interaction with the injured henchman, that feeling disappeared all but entirely. As she settled into a seat at the bar next to villains she'd fought in the past and they just gave her polite nods or little waves, the feeling faded even more. Nothing at all was said about her heroic leanings. She was just another costumed patron here. It was nice. The waitress Dee Dee just gave her a kind smile and asked what she was drinking. The bartender Sean Kane didn't pause his story to give her a smile as well. It was a nice smile. Then I took the infinite dragon god Ophis over my knee and spanked her until she behaved. What? Barbara's mind blanked slightly at that title and the action that followed. She was obviously coming in at the tail end of a story she didn't have any context for. It took a century or so in relative time, but she stopped trying to kill everything in existence eventually. She did start calling me daddy after all that. But that was probably more from the endless sweets I gave her when I had to rest my spanking hand every year or so. Though, Great Red the Apocalypse Dragon leaving the dimensional gap to troll the gods because he quickly became too uncomfortable with Ophis' deadpan Kaderi lowly squeals was probably just as effective as the spanking. With him gone, Ophis finally got her silence back and the universe didn't have to implode into infinite silent nothing. Finally seeing Sean Kane in person, Barbara couldn't help but think, goth boy Dodd. Wait, the universe didn't have to do what? Chapter 5, Deadly Aphrodisiac. Batgirl was glaring at me. Like, really glaring. It was like she was trying to bore a hole in my skull with just her eyes. That expression probably had something to do with the story I'd just told. Batgirl only caught the end of it, but that was the most damning part. After all, who would think their unassuming but handsome bartender would be the type to spank the infinite dragon god into compliance? Maybe I should stop telling stories that made the Bat family question everything they thought they knew about reality. Nah, where was the fun in that? And joke's on her, that glare just made Barbara Gordon so much hotter in my eyes. Fiery eyes to go with her fiery red hair. A perfect fit for a beautiful, blindingly intelligent woman of conviction. And don't think I can't see that spark of desire, woman. You're 50 lifetimes too early to fool an unrepentant player like me. I will woo your goddamn spandex off. Dee Dee elbowed me in the side, breaking my heated staring contest with Batgirl. Somehow, she just knew where my mind was going. I shot her a look and we had a conversation without words. Sean, stop glaring at the spunky young heroine. Can you blame me? No, but I want you to make a good first impression. Behave, Sean dear. Was healing her not enough of a good first impression? Asterisk I suppose. Just don't embarrass the girl in front of the villains, please. Wouldn't dream of it. My humiliation kink doesn't leave the bedroom. Was that a joke or do you truly have such a kink? Depends on how into it you are, Dee Dee. The exchange took a second. It ended with me wiggling my eyebrows at the physical embodiment of death while she blushed back at me. Satisfied with my victory, I turned back to our customers, Batgirl in particular. Howdy, Batgirl, lovely seeing you out and about again. What brings you to my humble establishment? Batgirl schooled her glare with a deep breath. Hello, Mr. Kane. It's good to be back. As for what brings me here, well, you invited me, didn't you? My eyes must have been twinkling something fierce. No, I'm pretty sure I invited Oracle here for a drink or two. Batgirl's glare was back. She passed the invitation along to me. Thank you for that. The glare softened. And thank you for everything you've done for her. Wasn't a bother at all, I waved dismissively. Gotham will always need a few more good heroes. The least I could do was give one more a chance to do what she loves. What about your supposed neutrality? Batgirl asked. Doesn't helping Oracle show bias toward the heroic side of Gotham's equation? I don't think it does, but I can see how some might cry bias. How about I make things even? I shrugged and offered. Batgirl's eyes narrowed behind her mask. Even how? You'll see, I teased. Yo, freeze. I called out to the man sitting toward one end of the bar and minding his business. He sat alone, encased in an isolated suit that catered to his specific physiology. Like poison ivy, Victor Fries had been irreversibly changed by an unfortunate research accident. He could only survive in temperatures below freezing. The suit he wore regulated his unique body's temperature with cryogenic fluids and made it so he could live in any place other than Antarctica. When he came into my bar, I worked with him to devise a way for him to drink with the rest of the villains. In my opinion, he was one of Gotham's more sympathetic rogues. The unfortunate accident he was in only occurred because he was trying to save his cancer-stricken wife by freezing her until he could find a cure. Realization dawned on Batgirl's face. Wait, don't. I pressed on. How would you feel about me curing your wife of her cancer? Ironically, the whole bar froze. The other villains looked on in trepidation as if they were expecting Freeze to explode into a hail of icicles at any moment. Batgirl stared at me with a strange look of relief and shock. Mr. Freeze focused his entire being on me. I just offered him everything he wanted. He'd be a fool to do anything different. I would be forever in your debt, Mr. Barkeep, Freeze said, his voice modulated by the suit he wore. But I am not so naive as to assume you would do so for free. Name your price. Nah, this is pro bono. I'm just making things even between Gotham's heroes and villains. I healed Oracle, so I should heal someone from the villainous side of things as well. Mr. Barkeep. Nothing I can say would accurately express the full extent of my gratitude. I grinned at him. Then don't say anything. Just be sure to bring her by for a drink sometime. When? How? Freeze couldn't seem to find the right words to ask. Well, that part was simple. I made a show of waving my hand. There, it's done. Now, go unfreeze her, buddy. Check for yourself if you have to. Just be with her. You two have plenty of missed time to make up. I don't think anyone had ever seen Mr. Freeze move as fast as he did then. He was out the door before we could even blink. A flurry of hail and snow swept through the dead end. Then as quickly as it came, the blizzard was gone. I turned back to Batgirl with a smug smile on my face. There, now no one can claim I'm being unfair or unneutral. Plus, it feels good to do good things for someone in an unfortunate situation, doesn't it? Batgirl's cheeks colored ever so slightly and she glanced at the table of injured henchmen she was at before coming up to the bar. It does. Honestly, I was a bit worried you'd do something foolish or cruel for a moment there. I snorted. I noticed that when you tried to stop me. Did you think I was going to taunt the poor man about his wife or something? The blush on her cheeks took on a hue of shame. My apologies for doubting you, Mr. Kane. Call me Sean, darling, I said suavely, leaning over the bar to the border of her personal space. After all, we're hardly strangers, are we? I'm sure you know more about me than I do at this point. Batgirl was the one who took the shower pictures. Batgirl sputtered in an uncharacteristic hurry. Batgirl? I asked with a raised eyebrow and a grin. The other Batgirl. Not me Batgirl but the, other Batgirl. I nodded agreeably. Of course, of course. Standard Bat family recon procedure, I assume. Batgirl looked away for a moment. Something like that. C is bad at personal boundaries, sorry. It's fine. I'm sure my nudes are in good hands now. They're safe and sound, I can promise you that much. Well, if you see Oracle, tell her she's free to use them if she wants to. I don't mind providing her with a bit of extra stimulation. After a few years in a wheelchair without sensation in her lower half, she deserves that much. Batgirl froze for a moment. I'll be sure to pass that along. Just doing my part, I said, nodding with an easy tone to my voice that hid my internal amusement. Spending so long behind a desk hadn't done her social skills any favors as she stiffly replied, That's very noble of you, Sean. Barbara Gordon as Batgirl was very fun to tease. She was just stuffy enough to provide entertaining reactions but not so stuffy that I had no ammunition. And making her break character was sweet ambrosia for my soul. Pretending I didn't know she was. Oracle had already paid dividends as far as I was concerned. An amused grin spread over my face and I was just about to blow my act when a voice interrupted us. No way. Girl Bat, is that you? Oh my god, you're back. Batgirl froze again with a plea in her eyes, help me. Barely a moment later, she was impacted by a missile of red and black and bubbly laughter. Harley Quinn clung to Batgirl, hugging her with everything she had. She picked the recently returned hero up and spun her around in her arms. Batgirl resisted weakly, blushing beneath her mask. Harley. Let me down. No way, girl. I need my Girl Bat batteries recharged. It's so good to see you. We've missed you so much. Harley laughed with audible glee. I absently wiped down the bar as I watched the touching reunion. I don't think I realized how close Harley and Barbara were. It made a strange kind of sense though. One of Gotham's original female heroes and one of its original female villains. They must have fought each other plenty of times. Who's to say they didn't stop and bond on a few of those occasions? Plus, it was a nice scene to watch. Who was I to not appreciate two women in their primes enjoying themselves and hugging in skin-tight spandex? Not that kind of fool, that's who. Batgirl was clad in all black and danger. Her suit was form-fitting to the extreme but still lined with plenty of armor that did well to make her look less indecent. Her fiery red hair escaped from beneath a stylized bat cowl and her fiery eyes were currently spinning from Harley's intimate greeting. Harley, on the other hand, was all bubble and cheer and femininity. Her suit was just as covering and wonderfully tight as Batgirl's but less armor broke up her petite and womanly silhouette. Instead, she was a checkerboard vision of red, black, flexibility, and mobility, a fitting image for her gymnastic background and the vibe of her persona. Her hat wasn't what I'd been expecting. I was expecting a jester's hat but this version of her costume looked to be based on one of those puffy hats with ear flaps and a comfy inner lining. The trademark twin pom-poms still extended from either side of the top of Harley's head though. Blonde hair the color of hay or straw peeked out from beneath the hat. Frilly and puffy sleeves hid her hands. The whole costume gave off comfortable vibes. Almost like it was a suit of very specialized pajamas of all things. The only thing that hid her identity was the white face paint makeup on her face. She'd even gone far enough to draw a black domino mask around her eyes. Hello, I was recommended this place by a mutual friend of ours, another voice interrupted my polite admiring. Seeing the clientele you cater toward, I believe that recommendation was rather apartment. That would be Harley's partner, in more than just crime, then. I turned to the woman who just approached my bar. Poison Ivy was just as spectacular a sight as I'd always imagined. A literal goddess of nature, touched by the green, made real in the plant-based flesh. Her body was one of glorious nature, sex, sin, and so much more. Those curves made me want to give in to something primal, perfect, and productive. Leaves and vines concealed her modesty instead of clothes. They did a wonderfully poor job of it. She smelled of honeysuckle and fresh dew. Her skin had a lovely green tint. Fresh and vibrant, it evoked feelings of a perfectly nurtured garden and wild, untamed nature at the same time. Ivy's hair was as red as rose petals. Her face was beautifully balanced, staring at me with almost neon green eyes. Dangerously crimson lips quirked up upon seeing me staring. Yes. You are definitely in the right place, I eventually said, not as affected as I seemed but putting on a show to appease Ivy's expectations and ego. Ivy smirked, I can see that. Though I'll admit, we weren't expecting to find an old friend here as well. I smiled, welcome to the dead end, Poison Ivy. This place is neutral ground. Heroes are just as welcome here as villains. We pride ourselves on serving all customers equally. And I'm sure I have a drink or two that even you will enjoy. Ivy cocked her head, how curious. You're not as affected by my influence as you seem, are you? Well, that didn't last long at all. I dropped the act, allowing the barest hint of my own aura to wash over the bar. The world is much larger than you might think, Miss Isley. The green welcomed death like an old friend. Plants withered and died, blossoming to life just like everything else in the universe. Where there was life, there would be death. More importantly, for there to be death, life would forever come first. It was a philosophy the green was intimately familiar with, even with its definitively non-human point of view. The green didn't view death as humans did. Humans, aliens, animals, they were beings of the red. Beings of the red were individualistic. They desired nothing more than to spread, to thrive, and to live as long as they could. For the red, death meant an end. A natural end to be sure, but still an end to all things. The green desired nothing more than to grow. Growth in all things. As a collective, as an individual, it made no difference to the green. The green had been here long before the red and it would be here long after. Death to the green was just more fuel for growth. To Ivy, I must have felt like the most potent and perfect fertilizer she'd ever felt. Something like fertile soil with plenty of water and nutrients. Something to set her proverbial roots down in. Something to grow from. Flowers bloomed and blossomed in Ivy's hair at just the taste of my aura, and her eyes went wide with emotion. Oh my. So many different things showed in her expression. A bone-deep satisfaction, as if a lifelong hunger was finally sated. The peace and contentment of finding a purpose, an end to all things. A strange sense of familiarity. And most of all, lust. Born from the green and tainted by the red. Desire, passion, a need to breed. To the remnants of the red inside Poison Ivy, I was a dangerous old friend, an intoxicating warning and promise of peace. To the green, I was pure flowering potential, just waiting to be cultivated for further growth. The green wanted growth, but Ivy was an exception to its usual subjects. As connected as she was still originally a being of the red. As such, her interpretation of the green's drive and desire were filtered through that perception. All of that was an incredibly verbose way of saying my aura made Ivy want to fuck. She lunged across the bar at me. I could have reacted. I didn't. I didn't want to. When those rose-red lips are coming at you, the only sensible choice is to pucker up. Ivy grabbed me by my collar. She pulled me halfway over the bar to meet her. Those eyes were fierce, almost frenzied, and 100% pure fucking sex. Her lips smashed into mine. Her tongue ravished mine, trying to make me submit by sheer force of passion. In the background, the entire bar went silent. All that could be heard was the sound of Ivy's muffled moans and lewd lips smacking together. A who's who of Gotham villains could do nothing but watch as Ivy tried to lick my tonsils. Oh, and Batgirl. And Harley. Against what my body was telling me, I figured it might be a good idea to end this kiss before the crazy clown girl got jealous I was kissing her girlfriend. Sigh, what a shame. I was holding my own, giving as good as I got. Still, I pulled away, leaving Ivy panting and smelling of somehow sexy pollen. I reined my aura back in as well. Slowly, reason returned to Ivy's eyes. Even then, a potentially unhealthy level of desire stared back at me. No one moved. No one dared react. No one knew how. An entire bar of villains just stared with open mouths as man-eater Poison Ivy tried to literally live up to her name. Sighing with exasperation, Dee nonchalantly pulled me to the side. She wiped the lipstick from my face and lips as if she were wiping up a bit of spilled food from a child's face. Amusement hid in her eyes, shining through for only me to see. There, all better, Sean dear, Dee said, still pretending to baby me. Perhaps next time, you'll think better of teasing the sexual nature goddess on the clock. I growled, I'll show you teasing on the clock, woman. Dee giggled and danced away when I swiped at her. I was left to huff and turn back to Ivy. She'd composed herself thanks to the teasing exchange between me and Dee. Yet even now, she didn't look embarrassed by what she'd done. Just kind of hungry. At least, she did until Harley made herself known again, finding her voice with a shocked gasp. Red. What was all that about? Ivy blushed as if just remembering Harley. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. That was dash. So frickin' hot. Harley interrupted her. Are you kidding me? You were like a force of nature, Red. I thought you were gonna take Gothboy behind the bar and rock his world there and then. Gothboy? I asked with a cocked brow. I was thinking it too, Batgirl mumbled absently, her head in the clouds from the heated scene she'd just witnessed. Harley stared at Batgirl with her mouth open with ecstatic shock. You too, girl bat. Oh my bats, yes. It's like Christmas came early. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Harley. Harley. Batgirl's sputters weren't answered at all, Harley's focus already back on me and Ivy. You're not mad, baby? Ivy asked hesitantly. Harley snorted. Hells, no, Red. Do you know how hard it can be to get you in the mood sometimes? Gothboy seems to have an instant cheat code switch that solves exactly that problem. And he ain't bad to look at either. Ivy looked back at me as Harley purred, seemingly considering something. How did you do that anyway? It was as if I was hit by the world's strongest aphrodisiac. In fact, how are you even standing? My lipstick should have killed you twice over by now. Maybe I'm just that charming, I said faux arrogantly, pretending to buff my nails on my shirt. Harley giggled, I'll say. Ivy hit me with a deadpan look and tone. Charming enough to ignore neurotoxins. Something like that. That's not how that works. Batgirl raged. That's not how any of this works, you impossible man. Are you sure about that? Maybe it is, and Ivy's only kissed losers before this, I suggested, hiding a smirk with a serious mien. Ivy shook her head. I've kissed Batman before and even he was at least somewhat affected. Then maybe Batman isn't as sexy as we all think. Harley cut in. Nah, that's cap. He's not my type, but there's no denying Bats is sexy as hell. Well. Batgirl hesitated to admit but did so all the same. He is surprisingly, nerdy, out of costume. I couldn't resist poking that, hyper-competent man like that. I bet he can't just turn that off. He spends his free time researching dead languages and the societies they come from, doesn't he? That's not far off. Harley laughed. Batsy has hyperfixations. That's adorable. Yeah, no shot, goth boy. He was already sexy. Add in unique personality quirks like that and he's adorable too. The dead languages thing is probably why he gets along so well with Miss Kitty. I sighed, admitting defeat. Yeah, that's fair. It was a shot in the dark anyway. Let's just say I have certain advantages even Batman doesn't have. Batgirl glanced at the trophies behind me and then stared at me for a few long moments. You don't say. Ivy nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, I believe that much was obvious. Batman does not inspire the same craving in me that you did. Oh, is that why you called us here? Harley perked up. To seduce me and Red with your masculine wiles? Oh, whoa. To be at the mercy of such a man. Harley, I've heard only 2 of his stories, and both of them had to do with him seducing godlike beings, Batgirl warned. Harley just grinned, kinky. Ignoring Batgirl, I replied to Harley directly, for once, no. I asked Catwoman to invite you here because I have a business proposition for Ivy. Kinky business. Down, baby, Ivy tugged on Harley's leash. What would this proposition entail? I'm sorry, I haven't even gotten your name yet. How embarrassing. I chuckled. Most of my patrons here call me Mr. Barkeep. I think we're a bit past that at this point. Call me Sean. Ivy nodded politely. A pleasure, Sean. Ditto, goth boy. Harley chimed as well. Good enough, I shrugged. My proposition is relatively simple. How would you like to add something only you could to my business model here? I don't know. I'm a very busy woman, Ivy hummed. And the things you do are rightfully important, I nodded. But I think this could solve any financial issues you're having in a completely legal manner. All it would take is a slight investment of your powers and perhaps a bit of time if you're willing to spare it. I will not sell out Mother Nature, Ivy warned, her expression growing hard for a moment. I wouldn't ask you to, I soothed. I was thinking of opening a medicinal dispensary attached to the bar and asking you to supply the product. Nothing more and certainly nothing that will distract from your true purpose. Ivy blinked. You want me to sell weed? With your powers, you could do a lot of good this way. Perhaps even help displace the toxic and predatory pharmaceutical industry. Specialized strains that could do anything from cure cancer to get someone blazed as fuck. Maybe both at the same time. And aside from the financial compensation, I might be able to spare a bit of time to help with your true quest. I turned to Batgirl. Helping the environment is still neutral, right? Batgirl nodded hesitantly. Yes. But I think Batman and the rest of us would feel better if you would keep out of Ivy's more villainous exploits. I shrugged. Fair enough. I can still help with the other stuff. So long as no heroes show up, I'll count it as neutral. I do not need help. Ivy puffed up in offense. To protect Mother Nature dash. Harley cut her off, surprisingly serious. Red, hun, shut up for a second. You'd really help, goth boy. Harley. Do you truly believe I need the help? Ivy sounded almost betrayed. Ignoring her girlfriend for a moment, Harley turned to Batgirl. Girl Bat, could he help? Batgirl nodded slowly. Very likely. Even we don't know all that much about him or this place. From the stories he tells and the trophies he keeps, it certainly seems like he can do anything. And as far as we can tell, he isn't lying. Even with his more unbelievable stories. Satisfied, Harley focused on her girlfriend again, cupping her face and soothing her worries. Red, how much progress have we made this year? Ivy hesitated with a wince. Not much. And it was the same last year as well. I want to help you. But it's pretty clear we're getting nowhere on our own. Maybe it's time we start looking for powerful allies. If we have to sell a bit of your stash to get them, so be it. You can always grow some more. Think about it, if even Bats is spooked by Goth Boy, how will the corrupt, polluting bastards feel? You may have a point. You two don't have to decide now, I said. Sit a while, have a drink, and talk about it. In the end, it's just an idea. I'm open to helping and deepening our relationship in other ways. That seemed to take some of the tension out of Ivy, and Harley looked at me with a comedic leer on her face. Oh. Other ways. I rolled my eyes. Sit and have a drink, you horny gremlin. I'm not about to ruin your relationship. Ivy recovered some of her wits, smirking. By Harley's reaction to my attraction to you, I think you'd be doing anything but. Still, they took seats at the bar and I got the pair of them drinks. A concentrated nectar-like drink for Ivy and a fizzy hard seltzer for Harley. Batgirl joined them. Well, more like she had no choice with the way Harley pulled and insisted. They began to catch up and I left them to it, turning my attention to the rest of the bar. I found almost everyone was staring at us. Most of them looked to be a strange combination of jealous and terrified. More than a few, mostly the actual villains, raised their drinks to toast me. I rolled my eyes. All right, show's over. Does anyone need refills now that I'm free again? And don't bother with nosy questions or bothering the girls. I ain't answering Jack and they'll sooner kick you in the balls than humor you. As I went back to work, I overheard a few of my patrons talking to each other. Goth boy. More like Chad boy, a henchman scoffed. We sure his name ain't Casanova or something? Another asked. TCH, pretty boys get all the luck, a third said. Penguin shook his head, better him than me. Harems ain't all they're cracked up to be and those girls are more than enough to kill a man. Scarecrow hummed, would that make for a good fear? Fear of too many women. One henchman forcibly shushed another before he could laugh, yes. It would make the best fear illusion. You should only give people that as a vision from now on. It's damn terrifying. Isn't that right, boys? He was answered with a near comical amount of nods, including one from the men whose mouth he was covering. Riddler tapped his chin. I'm more curious about what Freeze will do now that his wife is cured. That was his main motivation as a villain, after all. Work for Mr. Barkeep and sell Poison Ivy's weed. Condiment King shrugged and guessed. There's a riddle in there somewhere. Riddler considered. Smoke and ice. Blazing and freezing. Something like that. Penguin sighed, oh boy, looks like he's got an idea. Keep an eye out for clues on GCWO, boys. The prize this time might just be a lifetime supply of Ivy's special stash. Chapter 6, Global Cape Watch Online. And, this chapter is a bit more silly than the ones before it, and isn't that saying something? Feel free to think of it as semi-canon if you have trouble suspending your disbelief. Also, going forward, I plan on doing other chapters like this but I'll be doing them slightly differently. The forum-style bits are going to become mook/nobody-focused, reactions and gossip between normal people kinda thing, and I'm going to be putting the villain/heroes/named characters into their own dead-end group chat. Aye. Welcome to the Global Cape Watch online message boards. You are currently logged in, Mr. Barkeep. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. 10 posts per page. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. Diamond Suit topic, The Dead End. In, boards Gotham Cape Watch. Shiny Coins, original poster, Two-Face, Henchman. Posted on November 14, 2016. I found myself a weird little hole in the wall and I thought I'd share. So me and the boys were out for a night on the town, right? Just normal stuff. Causing mischief. Avoiding the bats. And we come across this new bar that just opened up. It's called The Dead End. Odd name but we thought nothing of it. Just went inside to get a drink or two. Now, The Dead End is a normal-looking place. Simple but not boring. It's obvious that it just opened. Had that kind of feel to it, you know. And it's run by this one guy. We'll just call him Mr. Barkeep. So we went in and he served us and we sat at the bar and just started talking. As you do. Mr. Barkeep was talking to this goth chick. Pretty in that dark sorta way but also she just seemed nice. I don't know, I got a comfy feeling from her. And Mr. Barkeep is kinda goth himself so they fit together like birds of a feather. Anyway, Mr. Barkeep was telling the goth chick a story. After a while, the boys and I couldn't help listening in. It was wild. He was talking about swords and magic and adventure and all that junk. Entertaining. But the weird bit is he didn't even seem to be making it up. Like he was just speaking from memory or something. By the end of the story, we'd all gone quiet. Mr. Barkeep's got a way with words. His stories suck ya in and don't let you go. Especially this one, 'cause it ended with him running out on a dragon. And I tells ya, I couldn't help but believe him. It sure as hell spooked the boys. It's Gotham, you know. You learn to stop questioning the freaky shit if you want to last. So we all makes to leave. Then before we could, some clowns show up and crash the party. I swear, I thought we was about to have a shootout. But Mr. Barkeep keeps cool as a cucumber and tells us all that the dead end is neutral ground. Course, the clowns don't listen. They try to start shooting. And nothing happens. Mr. Barkeep puts them well in their place. Without even moving a muscle. No punchin', no kickin', nothing. Just somehow kills the lead clown's sense of humor. Made him a regular boring Joe. It was straight up freaky. Just thought I'd put out a warning for all the henchmen of Gotham. Don't fuck with the dead end. Consider it sacred ground. Like a church protected by Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman all at once. Just don't mess with it. You don't want to fuck around and find out. You might just end up like the clown without humor. Showing page 1 of 15. Rockhopper, Penguin, Henchman. Replied on November 14, 2016. Yeah, sure, shiny. Pull the other one. Dragons ain't real and you can't kill a sense of humor. Shiny coins, original poster, Two-Face, Henchman. Replied on November 14, 2016. I swear, Rocky. On my mama's grave, rest her soul. On my daddy's bottle. On my grandmama's bingo sheet. I'm tellin' the truth. Fucka name, Joker, Henchman. Replied on November 14, 2016. Oh shit, he swore on the bingo sheet. That's some serious shit. Shiny ain't playin' around. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 14, 2016. Hello, Gotham. Dee Dee just told me about this thread and I figured I should check it out. Seems I got in a bit early. Anyway, I'm the owner of the dead end. Name's Sean Kane. Love the nickname Shiny gave me though. Just call me Mr. Barkeep. And Shiny isn't lying. Everything he said was true. From my story, I've lived more than a few interesting lives, to killing the clown's sense of humor, I can do a few things people might call impossible. Fucka name, Joker, Henchman. Replied on November 14, 2016. Another cape in Gotham. Like this city needs any more. Damn, looks like I'm laying low for a few weeks. Thank God the boss is still locked up in Arkham. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 14, 2016. I'm not about to put on a skin-tight suit and start punching people in the street. I'm not a cape, hero or villain. I'm just a simple bartender. On that note, the dead end is neutral ground. Anyone, with a few exceptions, is welcome. Hero, villain, henchman. I don't care. Come down and have a drink. Just, as Shiny said, don't fuck around and find out. Lady Dee, Lady D 3 carat, H, dead end, neutral. Replied on November 14, 2016. I'll be working there too. I'm Dee Dee, the goth chick Sean was telling the story to. Like he said, anyone's welcome. I promise we don't bite. Rockhopper, Penguin, Henchman. Replied on November 14, 2016. Neutral ground. For real. Shit, that actually sounds pretty good. I know I've been meaning to grab a beer with Shiny after all these years. Being on different sides makes that harder than it should be. Shiny coins, original poster, Two-Face, Henchman. Replied on November 14, 2016. The beer was pretty good too. Just kinda forgot that in all the chaos. End of page. 1, 2, 3. 13, 14, 15. Showing page 2 of 15. Macaroni, Penguin, Henchman. Replied on November 20, 2016. So, anybody notice how the hangout spot is bigger on the inside? Erect-crested, Penguin, Henchman. Replied on November 20, 2016. Don't mention it. Don't think about it. Just enjoy the drinks with the boys. Catwoman, Rogue, Meow. Replied on November 20, 2016. Hashtag online Gotham. Mini Diablo Azteca, Bane, Henchman. Replied on November 20, 2016. Shit, Catwoman's here now. The dead end got its first real cape. Shiny coins, original poster, Two-Face, Henchman. Replied on November 20, 2016. Yeah, saw her there last night. She put on, quite the show, Catwoman, Rogue, Meow. Replied on November 20, 2016. Heh, I should have charged you boys. Macaroni, Penguin, Henchman. Replied on November 20, 2016. Well, I guess there goes the hangout spot. It was good while it lasted, but with the real villains showing up, fights are bound to start. We'll all be pushed out. Shiny coins, original poster, Two-Face, Henchman. Replied on November 20, 2016. Nah, neutral ground, remember. And Mr. Barkeep wouldn't do that to us. He's cool. Catwoman, Rogue, Meow. Replied on November 20, 2016. Don't worry, boys, I promised Mr. Barkeep that I'd behave. Riddler, Rogue, Enigma. Replied on November 21, 2016. What's green and black and mighty thirsty? Me. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4. 13, 14, 15. Showing page 3 of 15. Penguin, Rogue, Cobblepot. Replied on November 21, 2016. Nice place. Good atmosphere. Better company. The drinks are exquisite. The bartender is personable and entertaining. His stories will blow your socks off. Dee Dee's a sweetheart. If you need a place to kick back and relax, I can heartily recommend the Dead End. Second best bar in the city, after the Iceberg Lounge, of course. I give it the Cobblepot seal of approval. Crazy Quilt, Rogue. Replied on November 22, 2016. His drinks are so strong they cured my blindness. Rockhopper, Penguin, Henchman. Replied on November 22, 2016. Shouldn't that be the other way around? Two-Face, Rogue, Coin Flip. Replied on November 21, 2016. Cobblepot seal of approval, The coin says heads. Two-Face, Rogue, Coin Flip. Replied on November 22, 2016. Okay, I'll just come right out and say it. What the actual fuck was that story? Riddler, Rogue, Enigma. Replied on November 22, 2016. I don't even have a riddle for this, Rockhopper, Penguin, Henchman. Replied on November 22, 2016. You guys think he was tellin' the truth? Nocturna, Rogue, by the night. Replied on November 22, 2016. Surely not, right? Scarecrow, Rogue, Fear. Replied on November 22, 2016. I smell fear, Lady Dee, Lady D 3 H, Dead End, Neutral. Replied on November 22, 2016. He was. Sean's been through a lot. From what I understand, his ex-wife is even on the lower end of the insanity scale for Sean. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 13, 14, 15. Showing page 4 of 15. Mr. Barkeep, Neutral, Dead End, Death's Sugar Baby, and Proud. Replied on November 22, 2016. Y'all don't have to worry about Simi or the entity she spawned from. They can't reach you here. Penguin, Rogue, Cobblepot. Replied on November 22, 2016. By here. Do you mean Gotham? Mr. Barkeep, Neutral, Dead End, Death's Sugar Baby, and Proud. Replied on November 22, 2016. Here as in this universe. And even if they did, there are plenty of heavy hitters here to take care of them. Hell, Robin heard the story, so I'm sure Batman will have a contingency plan before the night is out. Robin, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. You have made an enemy this day, Mr. Barkeep. Red Hood, Batfam, Hero, kinda. Replied on November 22, 2016. Whoa, short stuff, what did he do to you? Hang you up by your cape or something? Robin, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. Yes. Batgirl, Hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 22, 2016. It wasn't the most friendly first contact. And you know how Robin can hold a grudge, Red Hood. Red Hood, Batfam, Hero, kinda. Replied on November 22, 2016. Ha ha ha. You've got to cool it, short stuff. You know Beeman hates it when you threaten to kill people. Only I can do that. So. If you need me to, just say the word. Mr. Barkeep, Neutral, Dead End, Death's Sugar Baby, and Proud. Replied on November 22, 2016. No killing in the Dead End. Even for you, Red Hood. Don't even try. You'll just end up out on your ass. Robin, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. Your death will be slow and sweet. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 13, 14, 15. Showing page 5 of 15. Mr. Barkeep, Neutral, Dead End, Death's Sugar Baby, and Proud. Replied on November 22, 2016. LOL, considering I don't plan on dying to anything other than old age, it better be. Fucka name, Joker, Henchman. Replied on November 22, 2016. Hold up, Mr. Barkeep messed with Robin. The most recent Robin. How does he still have clean pants? This new Robin freaks me right the fuck out. Robin, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. I do not know what you are referring to. There has only been one Robin. Penguin, rogue, cobblepot. Replied on November 22, 2016. You're not fooling anyone, little bird. Robin debuted like 8 years ago now and I'm pretty sure you're still a kid. A freaky kid but still a kid. Shiny coins, original poster, Two-Face, henchman. Replied on November 22, 2016. And wasn't one of the Robins a girl? Robin, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. Sharpens Batarang, you are mistaken. Shiny coins, original poster, Two-Face, henchman. Replied on November 22, 2016. Guess I am. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 22, 2016. Good intimidation, son. Now, who is the man threatening my son? Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 22, 2016. I didn't threaten Robin at all though. Just some minor embarrassment. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 22, 2016. My other son. The one who can actually kill without his father throwing a hissy fit. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 13, 14, 15. Showing page 6 of 15. Red Hood, Batfam, hero, kinda. Replied on November 22, 2016. Nah, Beeman still gets pretty mad at me for killing. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 22, 2016. Did I threaten Red Hood? All I said was that I would enforce the dead end's neutrality. He's welcome to try and kill me outside of business hours. Not like he would ever succeed. Red Hood, Batfam, hero, kinda. Replied on November 22, 2016. No cap. That sounds like a challenge, Mr. Barkeep. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 22, 2016. Show him your true training, my son. Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 22, 2016. Don't, Red Hood. He's not a villain. He even healed Oracle. Red Hood, Batfam, hero, kinda. Replied on November 22, 2016. He did. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 22, 2016. I did. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 22, 2016. Very well. For healing my daughter, you shall live to see another day, Mr. Barkeep. Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 22, 2016. Sigh, you're not my mother, Talia. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 22, 2016. Nonsense, all of you are my children. Even Robin's strange cow sidekick. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 13, 14, 15. Showing page 7 of 15. Nightwing, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. Most of us try not to think about Batcow too much. Robin, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. I've been sure to train her better than you, Nightwing. Nightwing, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. Take that back, you little shit. Robin, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. Never. Red Hood, Batfam, hero, kinda. Replied on November 22, 2016. Heh, Nightwing, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 22, 2016. You got something to say, Hood? Red Hood, Batfam, hero, kinda. Replied on November 22, 2016. Smug smirk heh. Macaroni, penguin, henchman. Replied on November 22, 2016. I'm so lost, Riddler, rogue, enigma. Replied on November 22, 2016. I'll admit to some confusion as well. I was under the presumption that Selina and Batman were, well, something. But this Talia woman throws that into question with her claims of motherhood. Catwoman, rogue, meow. Replied on November 22, 2016. We have an arrangement. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15. Showing page 8 of 15. Riddler, Rogue, Enigma. Replied on November 22, 2016. You and Batman or you and Talia? Catwoman, Rogue, Meow. Replied on November 22, 2016. Purrs yes. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 22, 2016. Miss Selena Kyle makes for a suitable occupant of Batman's time. I prefer to focus on the children. Fucking name, Joker, Henchman. Replied on November 22, 2016. For some reason, I'm having trouble picturing Bats as a father. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 22, 2016. He is a wonderful father. Do not let his broody demeanor fool you. Batman has a warm, loving man beneath that bat-shaped shell. Catwoman, Rogue, Meow. Replied on November 22, 2016. Oh, he can definitely be loving if you catch my drift. Riddler, Rogue, Enigma. Replied on November 22, 2016. Deadpan a deaf man could catch your drift, Selena. Young dumb, Henchman. Replied on November 30, 2016. So Batgirl is back in action. The original one. She showed up at the dead end tonight. Apparently, she's gonna try and get Bobby and the rest of us boys on insurance plans. Thanks, Bats. Batgirl, Hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30, 2016. Happy to help. I'll be trying to implement a plan that covers Cape-related incidents. And keeping in the spirit of the dead end, it will be focused on neutrality. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30, 2016. I'll sponsor it if you'd like, Batgirl. Put the dead end name on it like a seal of approval so everyone knows about the neutrality aspect. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15. Showing page 9 of 15. Batgirl, Hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30, 2016. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30, 2016. Ah, it seems she's giving me the silent treatment after my latest story. Batgirl, Hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30, 2016. You can't just say, and then I spanked the infinite dragon god into submission, Sean. It's not right. I had to write up the report on that. Harley Quinn, Rogue, Jester, in recovery for Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30, 2016. Hee hee. Goth boys in the doghouse go, Girlbat, go. Penguin, Rogue, Cobblepot. Replied on November 30, 2016. You can't deny it was an interesting story though. Batgirl, Hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30, 2016. I can deny that. Because I only caught the end of it. And even that was enough for me to put a cognito hazard warning on my report. Poison Ivy, Rogue, Mother Nature. Replied on November 30, 2016. There, Batgirl. Do you want me to take care of the mean bartender? I'll take care of him very thoroughly. Lady Lady D 3 carat, H, dead end, neutral. Replied on November 30, 2016. I'm sure Sean didn't do it on purpose to annoy you, Batgirl. And I'm sure he's very sorry for the extra work he caused you. Isn't that right, Sean dear? Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30, 2016. I plead the fifth. Batgirl, Hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30, 2016. Oh, now you want to keep your stupid sexy mouth shut. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Showing page 10 of 15. Poison Ivy, Rogue, Mother Nature. Replied on November 30, 2016. I can think of another way for his stupid, sexy mouth to make itself useful. Harley Quinn, Rogue, Jester, in recovery for Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30, 2016. Whistle damn, Red. That kiss really stuck in your mind, didn't it? Poison Ivy, Rogue, Mother Nature. Replied on November 30, 2016. My apologies, Harley baby. I don't mean to flirt so blatantly right in front of you. It seems even remotely, Mr. Barkeep makes me a thirsty flower. He shall pay for his crimes. Harley Quinn, rogue, jester, in recovery from Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30, 2016. No need. I can totally get off on this. Goth boy driving you crazy with lust until you can't control yourself even in front of your girlfriend fan's face will be still my dripping pussy. Besides, I know you still love me, Red, and I wouldn't say no to a marital aid and maybe a bit more. Catwoman, rogue, meow. Replied on November 30, 2016. You're a uniquely fascinating woman, Harley. Harley Quinn, rogue, jester, in recovery from Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30, 2016. Haha, call me Harley Cuck Quinn from now on. Riddler, rogue, enigma. Replied on November 30, 2016. No one's going to call you that. Don't involve us with your degenerate kinks, Harley. Harley Quinn, rogue, jester, in recovery from Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30, 2016. Sticks tongue out thbpttt. Nay. Mr. Freeze, rogue, nice to meet you. Replied on November 30, 2016. In other news. Nora thought out fine and she's never been healthier. Seriously. She's too healthy. And she seems to resist new injuries and perhaps even diseases. She tripped over a table while she was recovering from the cryogenic process and the table got a bruised shin. Thank you, Mr. Barkeep. I am forever in your debt. Nora, say hi to my colleagues. Hello. I don't really understand the whole villain thing, but thank you all for looking out for Victor. Also, it's fascinating what the internet has become. Nora. Harley Quinn, rogue, jester, in recovery from Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30, 2016. Oh. Hi, girly. You should totally make yourself a costume and help your hubby with his crimes. End of page. 1, 2, 3. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Showing page 11 of 15. Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30, 2016. Please don't. Gotham has enough rogues as it is. Also, Sean. Did you heal Oracle to the same extent as Nora Fries? Can she not even be injured now? Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30, 2016. No comment. But if I did, it would certainly help you out with your nightly activities, wouldn't it, Oracle? Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30, 2016. What? You know. Red Hood, Batfam, hero, kinda. Replied on November 30, 2016. I think he knows, Batgirl. On the other hand, congrats on your new invulnerability or whatever. Penguin, rogue, cobblepot. Replied on November 30, 2016. So, Freeze, what are you gonna do now? Mr. Freeze, rogue, nice to meet you. Replied on November 30, 2016. Whatever Nora wants. Catwoman, rogue, meow. Replied on November 30, 2016. Goodman. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30, 2016. Glad to hear Nora's fine, buddy. You don't owe me anything though. In other news, Ivy's Ivy dispensary will be opening for business soon. I just need to finalize all the permits and licenses and stuff. It will be based out the back of the dead end. Neutrality extends to the shop as well. Mr. Freeze, rogue, nice to meet you. Replied on November 30, 2016. I shall man the shop to repay you. My debt will not go unfulfilled. We're selling weed now, honey. Sigh, I'll get the scale, but you should know this isn't the kind of work I imagined doing with my chemistry degree. Nora. Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30, 2016. Mr. Barkeep. End of page. 1, 2, 3. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Showing page 12 of 15. Harley Quinn, rogue, jester, in recovery from Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30, 2016. Gasp, it's a bird. Riddler, rogue, enigma. Replied on November 30, 2016. It's a plane. Red Hood, Batfam, hero, kinda. Replied on November 30, 2016. No, it's the Batman. Couldn't resist LOL. Two-Face, rogue, coin flip. Replied on November 30, 2016. You know, I think this is the first time I've seen the bat comment on anything here. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Yes, Mr. Bat. What can I do for you? Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30th, 2016. I would like to arrange a meeting to welcome you to the city and discuss the things you've done for my family and the rest of Gotham so far. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30th, 2016. And probably talk about the cognito hazards I keep mentioning while we're at it too, right? Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Being so free with your words can be dangerous. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Hey, sure, just come on down to the bar and we can talk. All it will cost you is the price of a single drink. Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30th, 2016. I would also like to talk to you about your intentions for my daughter. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Showing page 13 of 15. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Ah, which one? Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Batgirl. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Smirk which one? Lady Lady D 3 carat, H, dead end, neutral. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Sean, please stop poking the bat. Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Nodding he is a powerful candidate with a healthy legend already made and even more in the making. Depending on his answer and how he deals with the assassins I've sent after him, I may just agree to this courtship. Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30th, 2016. You're not even my real parents. Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Teenage Rebellion. Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30th, 2016. I'm 22. Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Irrelevant. No one gets to tease my second favorite little girl without making a commitment to her. Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Oh, God, is that why all my boyfriends ended up moving to another state? Wait, second favorite. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Showing page 14 of 15. Batman, hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30th, 2016. You and spoiler can be rather loud at times. I prefer Black Bat's silence when I need to work or think. Silent Batgirl, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Carrot. Batgirl, hero, Batfam, back in action. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Black Bat has Mr. Barkeep's nudes. Silent Batgirl, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Delta is parallel to underscore dash iota. Nightwing, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Oh, shit. She's got a sword. Run, Batgirl. Robin, hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Deserved. Harley Quinn, rogue, jester, in recovery from Mr. J addiction. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Oh, fun. Let me join. Together, Girlbat. Omega, Sigma. Riddler, rogue, Enigma. Replied on November 30th, 2016. I think that's enough internet for one day, Catwoman, rogue, meow. Replied on November 30th, 2016. Scoff maybe for you. I'm gonna sit back and enjoy the cat fight. Mr. Barkeep, neutral, dead end, death's sugar baby, and proud. Replied on November 30th, 2016. More like bat fight. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14. Showing page 15 of 15. Batman, Hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30, 2016. Please don't encourage them. Somehow, I blame Nightwing. Nightwing, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30, 2016. Hey. What did I do? Batman, Hero, Batfam, The Dark Knight. Replied on November 30, 2016. Deadpan named the original Batarangs. Your terrible naming sense is what started this Batfam in the first place. Nightwing, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30, 2016. It's catchy. Red Hood, Batfam, Hero, kinda. Replied on November 30, 2016. Like, hey. Wingdings. Nightwing, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30, 2016. You take that back. What's wrong with Wingdings? Talia al Ghul, League of Assassins, Cape Mother. Replied on November 30, 2016. You are my child and I love you, flaws and all. Robin, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30, 2016. But you're also hopeless in many areas, Nightwing. I will mourn for any children you end up naming. Nightwing, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30, 2016. Gah. Struck down by a pipsqueak. Robin, Hero, Batfam. Replied on November 30, 2016. Glare of death hashtag 33 do not make me get my sword as well. You will live to regret your insult. End of page. 1, 2, 3. 13, 14, 15. Chapter 7, A Bat Family Night Out. The dead end was packed. Another night of serving Gotham's underbelly. But like always, Dee Dee and I were somehow never too busy. Giving me plenty of time to tell my stories. No matter how much a certain Batgirl protested. Don't you dare, Sean. Batgirl practically growled. With an unrepentant grin, I pressed on anyway, so. Who wants to hear another story from Mr. Barkeep? Sure, big man, what you got for us tonight? One of the few henchmen at the bar asked. I hummed, how about something a little more local than usual? What's that supposed to mean? Two-Face grunted. I answered his question with a question, how many of you know about apocalypse? As in the concept of the world ending. I think Earth faces it enough for us to be familiar, Riddler snorted with humor. No, I'm talking about apocalypse, I explained. The planet with the butchered name spelling. Think of hell, right? The traditional Christian version of it. Fire, brimstone, all of that. Now, make that environment into a planet and cover the whole thing with a city. That's apocalypse. A few at the bar shifted uncomfortably at the imagery. Penguin proved himself to be made of sterner stuff, asking, so. Why's this hell planet so interesting? It's not like aliens and other worlds are news to us. I shook my head, apocalypse itself is a dreary place, not all that interesting outside of the cruelty and tyranny that make up life on its surface. But what is interesting is the being who rules the planet, Darkseid. Some of you might know of him. He's one of Superman's strongest enemies, a so-called new god. He seeks the anti-life equation, desiring nothing more than to conquer all life in existence and dash. Sean, please. Batgirl was practically pleading at this point. So much of this is classified by the Justice League that it isn't even funny. Then I guess it's a good thing I'm not in the Justice League, I chuckled. Still, you'll start a panic, she huffed in frustration. Dee Dee laid a comforting hand on my shoulder. How about we keep the conversation to levels that don't ruin everyone's appetite? Yes, dear. I sighed, fine. All you really have to know is that Darkseid is big bad with capital B's. But he's also not the focus of my story. No, he's only the antagonist. Our true hero is Santa Claus. My words were met with silence. Then disbelieving laughter. Almost as soon as it started, those listening were laughing hard enough to clutch their bellies. What is this now, fiction? Two-Face guffawed. I looked him dead in the eye. I assure you, Santa Claus is as real as you or I. He scoffed, pull the other one. It's got bells. Jingle bells. Batgirl. Batgirl sighed, unenthusiastically putting on her official statement voice. The Justice League and Bat family will tentatively admit to awareness of the being known as Santa Claus. The shocked silence returned. Straight from the mouth of the Bat. They couldn't easily dismiss Santa's very real existence now. And none of them knew how to react to it. Eventually, one of the henchmen broke the silence. Is he dangerous? Oh, God, Villain Claus. Another muttered in horror. Batgirl reassured the room. As of this time, he has not been given a significant threat rating and we have decided to take a hands-off approach due to the good he does for the world. That is all I'm willing to say on the record. Think any of us are on his nice list? Riddler asked the other villains at the bar. Penguin sighed, it's Gotham. The whole city probably lives on the naughty list. Two-Face scoffed, and that's if he doesn't just write us off completely on some third, even worse list. I'll see if I can talk to him about changing that, I hummed an offer. Though, I doubt either of those options are true. And I don't know how often he delivers presents these days. Batgirl looked like she was moments away from slamming her head onto my bar. I can't believe I'm saying this, but please don't engage Santa Claus. Batman will get mad if you invite him to the city and the Joker kills him. Robin would also try to kill him when he inevitably breaks into the Batcave and tries to leave presents. Or Cole. Honestly, we're just as likely to get either. Scarecrow snickered, beating up people at night isn't very nice, is it? Even if they're criminals and villains. Try, I corrected. Batgirl blinked behind her mask, I'm sorry. The Joker would try to kill him. He wouldn't succeed. Santa Claus is immortal. She hit me with a deadpan stare, I still don't think he would appreciate the attempt. Maybe, I shrugged. But if anyone can rehabilitate the Joker, I'd put my money on Santa Claus. We all stopped to consider that. I saw Batgirl discreetly type a note into the gauntlet computer on her wrist. I shook my head, anyway, I'm getting way off track. Back to the story. Yes, please, Riddler said. I'm very curious as to how Santa Claus and this dark side tie together. I grinned, let me tell you about a yearly tradition. One that should be happening in just a couple of weeks now. I'm, of course, talking about Christmas on Apocalypse. As I spoke, my voice dragged people in. They focused on me intently, some even leaning forward in their seats. I spun a yarn, relying on lifetimes of experience talking and telling stories. It was a diverse audience and I reveled in blowing all of their minds. So Apocalypse, as the homeworld of a new god, is a veritable fortress. It's an unforgiving place. Its landscape alone could repel invasions, to say nothing of its defenders. The armies of parademons are intimidating enough. Then there are the Furies. And beyond that, Darkseid's elite troops. And Darkseid is above them all. Even by himself, he could give the Justice League a run for their money. He calls himself a god and as far as anyone can tell, it's true. He's a high-tier cosmic threat. Hell, he's probably one of the most dangerous beings in the universe. If not for his power, then for his sadism and tyranny. Oh, my god, Batgirl facepalmed. It's turning into another ex-wife story. Shooting her a smirk, I continued, so what happens for Christmas on Apocalypse? Well, it seems Santa's made it his sworn duty to deliver coal to Darkseid. My statement was met with the appropriate amount of shock. He gives, a god, coal. Like a naughty child. I nodded, and fights through Apocalypse defenses to do it. Each year. Without fail. Just picture it. A jolly old fat man dodging eye lasers and sadistic supervillains just to deliver a single lump of coal. Surprisingly, out of everyone in my audience, Batgirl was the first one to break. She broke out into giggles and laughs that were so pleasantly out of character for her bat persona, hee 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 hee. That's definitely not in the League's files. Oh, that's too good. I also found the story to be humorous, a new voice said flatly. When everyone looked toward it, we found Robin sitting at the bar as if he'd always been there. Ah, Jesus. Fuck. Scarecrow recoiled, sitting right next to where Robin had appeared without a sound. A few of the villains laughed at their spooked colleague. What's the matter, Crow? Can't handle a little jump scare. Somehow even behind his burlap sack mask, Scarecrow's glare was visible. Jump scares don't count. They're the cheapest form of horror. Robin simply hummed, eyeing the villain he scared. Interesting. Robin. Batgirl asked once she'd recovered from her Santa-induced giggle fit. What are you doing here? Weren't you patrolling on the south side tonight? I was. Something more pressing came up, Robin answered in a flat tone of voice. Like what? Instead of replying to Batgirl, Robin turned to me, esteemed barkeeper. I have a request to make of you. How do I make Father reward me with head pats? I blinked. Batgirl blinked. The villains blinked. The whole bar blinked. Robin didn't even flinch despite his strange request. Come again. Do you mind elaborating on that, Robin? I asked. Robin nodded, of course. When we first visited, you dismissed me with head pats. I found the action vexing and confusing. I have since changed my mind. I would like head pats. Yours were acceptable. But I believe Father's head pats will be much more satisfying to me. So I would like to request your assistance in petitioning him. While the rest of us were still reeling in confusion, Dee cooed over Robin, of course, we'll help, little bird, come here, good vigilantes like you deserve all the love they can stand. Robin complied with Dee's invitation, effortlessly vaulting the bar even from a sitting position. Once in front of her, he stopped and stared expectantly. I could practically see Dee's heart melt. Hell, mine did too. But only she was lucky enough to give the tiny vigilante head pats at the moment. Dee patted Robin's head. She smoothed down his hair. Her slender fingers gently scratched at his scalp. She killed his stress and worries with a head pat as only Lady Death could. And though he didn't show any outward reaction, Robin exuded a very relaxed aura. Like a large, or relatively tiny, cat. I swear he almost started purring. How was that, little bird? Dee asked as she eventually pulled back. Robin's eyes fluttered back open. Good. No offense intended, esteemed barkeeper, but her head pats were much better than yours. I suspect they will be even better than father's. None taken, kiddo, I waved off his apology. Trust me, I get it. Dee's just great like that. Yes. Agreed. He paused and a calculating glint entered his eyes. Lady Dee. Are you in the market to adopt a vigilante? Robin. Batgirl gasped. Just for her head pats. Robin didn't even glance at her. You are too old and uncultured to understand the glorious bliss of head pats. Old. I'm 22. Why do all of you think I'm some old spinster? Because you are. Well, excuse me for being confined to a wheelchair for 3 years. You're excused. Batgirl glared at Robin. Neutrality or not, I will strangle you. Robin didn't seem worried at all. You will try. But perhaps your time would be better spent finding someone to finally settle down with. It is nearly too late for you already. You little shit. Batgirl growled and lunged at Robin. I caught her and swept her into a Princess Carrie mid-lunge. She found herself glaring up at me instead of likely strangling Robin. As always, Robin was utterly unbothered. Hey, now, let's just calm down a bit. No fighting inside the bar. Not even family disputes, I chided lightly. There, this is a much better use of your time, Batgirl. Perhaps esteemed barkeeper will even teach you the unmatched joy of head pats, subpar as his vintage may be, Robin said. Meanwhile, I will enjoy Lady Dee's sublime, exquisite vintage of head pats. A grin grew across my face and I set Batgirl down to sit on the edge of the bar. She was still glaring at me. Don't you dare, Sean. I dared, patting her head and cooing, there, all the good little vigilantes can get head pats at the dead end. IHAATEU. Batgirl's growl was disrupted by a pleasant shudder. Oh my. That is nice. I told you so, Robin deadpanned in the background before melting back into Dee's head pats. And so, the dead end was treated to the sight of 2 bats melting from head pats. Thankfully, most of my customers were classy enough to pretend they didn't see anything. One henchman tried to film but I stopped him with a glare and a quick death for his phone. As much as she was enjoying this, I didn't think Batgirl would look kindly upon it being shared with the world. Suddenly, one of the windows at the front of the bar shattered and a figure came flying through it. Halt, evildoer. Batgirl was quicker than me on the draw, snapping almost instinctively, shut up, Nightwing. Can't you see we're busy here? The third member of the Bat family to enter my bar froze awkwardly. He was a tall, well-built young man in costume. Knowing what I did, Dick was about the same age as Barbara. Maybe a bit younger. He was also cheesy in the most lovable of ways. This was probably his way of playing a prank. Still, I fixed him with a firm look. You're paying for that window. Or no more head pats for the Bat fam. Nightwing. Batgirl growled menacingly. A sudden batarang, razor-sharp and perfectly aimed, took off a lock of Nightwing's hair. Robin still barely looked up but his threat could still be felt in his words. You will fix the window, Nightwing. Nightwing sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Sorry about that. Just wanted to make an entrance. No hard feelings, I assured. Batgirl made a little noise in her throat and physically dragged my focus back to her and her head pats. As in, she grabbed my hand and pulled it back onto her head. I did my best to emulate Dee, killing Batgirl's stress and worries. She moaned a satisfied sigh. So, Nightwing, what can I get for you? I asked, going about business as usual as if Dee and I weren't giving out head pats. I'm still on the clock so just some juice, I guess, he answered, coming over to take a seat at the bar. Nightwing. Fancy seeing you here, Penguin greeted. What brings you to our little dead end? Finally seen the light of villainy. Nightwing chuckled. No, I'm happy with the position I'm in. I was chasing Red Hood, actually. He owes me dash. Well, let's just say he owes me. Unnoticed by most, Red Hood slipped in through the now broken window at the front of the bar. Much like Nightwing, Red Hood was tall and well-built. But where Nightwing was lean, Red Hood was bulky. Even with the added mass, he moved like a ghost, not making a single sound upon his entrance. It was almost creepy to see such a big man move so quietly. He sat himself next to Nightwing. "You're not going to get me to pay up, Wing. I won fair and square, Hood. What does he owe you?" Two-Face asked. Nightwing hesitated and Red Hood's smirk was audible through his mask. "Go on, tell them." "I don't think I want to," Nightwing deflected, acting indifferent. "Nightwing here has been a bit of a player," Red Hood said for him. Nightwing sniffed. "I prefer the term bisexual disaster. Sure, bud," Red Hood deadpanned. "Anyway, he had a night of passion with Black Canary and Green Arrow and now he wants me to let them down easy for him." "Too much information, Hood," Nightwing winced. "Couldn't you just tell them I wanted you to talk to a girl for me? And a boy?" Red Hood smirked. "I was not expecting that from a former boy wonder," Two-Face admitted with a stunned wink for him. "Nightwing's a man-war," Batgirl rumbled distractedly. "You're just mad I'm more popular than you with men and women," Nightwing shot back. "Damn straight," Batgirl growled. "It's not fair, you damn twunk." "Twunk." Nightwing blinked. "A cross between a twink and a hunk," Riddler explained. "You do happen to fit the bill quite nicely. Batman and Red Hood are hunks. Red Robin is a short stack. I imagine Robin will grow up to be a twink. Eventually, of course. Right now, he's just cute and terrifying." "Sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this, huh, Riddler?" Two-Face joked. Riddler rolled his eyes. "Even if they're beating me up, a man can only ignore the obviously attractive men in front of him for so long. Honestly, the Bat family has a great selection of eye candy. In my mind, it goes Batman, Red Hood, Nightwing, and then Red Robin." "Why wasn't I on your list?" Batgirl asked pointedly. "Actually, why weren't any of the Batgirls?" Riddler gave her a flat look. "Honey, you are so not my type." "Oh." Batgirl quickly realized the obvious implication in Riddler's words. Red Hood turned to Nightwing, smugness radiating off of his posture. "Hey. He thinks I'm hotter than you, Wing." "Well, he's wrong," Nightwing grunted. "I don't know," Red Hood sing-songed. "He's the expert on hot men." "So am I." "Yeah, but only, like, half expert. That's not how that works." "Is too." "Is not." "You sure?" "Positive." As the vigilantes descended into childish arguments, the dead end gained 2 new patrons. Harley and Ivy walked up to the bar to greet the rest of us. They were quickly distracted by, well, just about everything that was happening. 2 of Gotham's premier vigilantes were squabbling like petty children. Behind the bar, another premier vigilante was getting head pats and scritches from Dee Dee. And on top of the bar, I was doing the same for yet another. 4 of the city's best were found in utterly uncharacteristic situations. Harley and Ivy could only stare. "Harley. I think we missed something important." Harley pouted. "I told you we should have shown up early, Red." "Hello, business partners," I greeted them, not pausing my head pats of Batgirl for even a moment. Harley shook off her pout and returned the greeting. "Hey, goth boy." "Hey, girl bat." "Damn, you've been busy, huh?" "Not really," I chuckled. "They all just kind of showed up at the same time." "And how did that lead to this?" Ivy asked, gesturing at the scene inside the bar. "Well, Robin wanted more head pats like the ones I gave him the first time we met. He was annoying Batgirl to the point that she tried to start a fight. And I couldn't allow that, so I placated her." "Like so," I explained, punctuating my last sentence with a head pat that got another almost lewd moan out of Batgirl. "As for the other 2, I continued. Nightwing was being a slut and Red Hood's just seems to like teasing him." Then Riddler said Red Hood was hotter than Nightwing and the obvious argument started. They were silent for a moment as they absorbed all of that. Then Harley burst into giggles. He. "Oh, this place is great. You never get to see the bats acting like this." "Oh. I'm going to jump in between Hood and Wing." "Have fun, dear," Ivy drawled. Harley skipped over to the arguing vigilantes and inserted herself between them. "I just don't think being bisexual means you have a monopoly on who's hot and who's not," Red Hood calmly explained, acting that way to further provoke Nightwing. "It does, actually." Harley chimed in. "I can vouch for it personally. See? Now, it's 2 against 1, Nightwing declared, proud of his victory. Red Hood tooted, shaking his masked head, "You're going to take the word of a supervillain. For shame, Wing." "Watch it, bub," Harley snapped playfully. "Supervillains just rely on their powers. I ain't got none. This is 100% pure villain. That's how we do it in Gotham." She slapped her own ass to emphasize her statement. For a moment, the jiggle took center stage in the bar. Pert, perky, and just about perfect, Harley's tight bubble butt was a work of art. It took a second for the arguing vigilantes to regain their wits. Red Hood faked an imperious sniff, if you say so. I still think I'm hotter. Oh yeah. Harley grinned a mischievous jester's grin. Prove it. Hesitation entered Red Hood's voice at her enthusiasm. How? The former Boy Wonder runway show. Harley declared. Think we can get them in swimsuits? Riddler asked, following along with the argument he started in the background. Red Hood and Nightwing glanced at each other. Nightwing said, maybe this isn't such a good idea. That seemed to decide things for Red Hood. He smirked behind his mask, taunting Nightwing. What, you scared I'll be proven hotter than you, Wing? Oh, you're so on. Nightwing's competitiveness came rushing to the fore. Harley cackled, yes. Yes. Yee dash. She paused mid-cackle. A little help, goth boy. I snapped the fingers of my free hand negligently. Death of this argument. Or something. I wasn't very invested. Not when I had a Batgirl melting beneath my fingertips. My powers did their thing. But since I didn't hold a clear picture in my mind or really even care how the death happened, they took on a mind of their own. Or maybe Dee Dee influenced them, judging by the sly, amused look she gave me out of the corner of her eye. Either way, my powers took a creative route to killing the argument. The localized reality was not so subtly rewritten, certain aspects dying and being reborn differently. The space in the bar was suddenly pushed back and the arguers and argues found themselves standing on a short catwalk. A good portion of my other patrons, who were naturally interested in the argument, found themselves in chairs as the catwalk's audience. Nightwing and Red Hood even suddenly found themselves in tight, revealing swimsuits with their masks still intact. Gah. They both recoiled. Where'd my costume go? You'll get them back when you stop arguing about stupid shit in my bar, I told them in a bored voice. Thanks, goth boy. Harley called out, suddenly sounding much farther away. Let's get this show started. With Harley pushing things along, a vigilante runway show started to take shape in my bar. 2 men in just about perfect, peak condition acted as the models. Harley drafted Riddler and Penguin to act as her co-judges. Riddler was happy to see his idea brought to life. Penguin went along with an exasperated sigh. The show quickly captured everyone's attention. Almost the entire lady population of the Dead End were cheering and Mirren. Along with more than a few men. As fun as watching 2 vigilantes so far out of their element and strutting their stuff was, I had more important things to focus on. I should really be writing down that you can do that. Batgirl grumbled. Shoo, I soothed. Head empty. No thoughts. Just head pats. She moaned her agreement, So, Ivy, want anything to drink? I asked as Batgirl once more melted into a happy, bat-shaped puddle. Ivy leaned across the bar with a sultry smirk. I think I'll have what she's having. I chuckled. I can do that. Come on up here and sit yourself next to Batgirl. She did as I asked, accentuating her movements to put all of her assets to work in trying to tempt me, or maybe more. Something more, carnally satisfying. I smirked right back at her. Best I can do until I'm off the clock is head pats. Ivy held herself nobly. Very well. Head pats are acceptable. For no dash. Oh. That noble front melted the moment my hand touched her head. I played with her hair and massaged her scalp. Just like with Batgirl, I went to work killing any stress and worry. Now, though, I added trauma to that list for both of them as well. The quite literally healing head pats quickly had Ivy moaning, mewling, and melting. The flowers in her hair budded and bloomed. Vines grew from them and tickled my fingers as if trying to hold my hand in place. A sweet and subtle, aromatic scent filled the air. I swear this is just as good as sex, Batgirl groaned. Your fingers are entirely in the wrong place to be making me come, Sean, Ivy added. A silent figure came up beside me. I didn't jump, but it was a near thing. Where were these Bat kids coming from? Black Bat, aka Cassandra Cain, was a short, petite, young woman. Lithe and lean, her lethal, muscled figure was visible even through her costume. The costume itself was decently standard for the Bat family. Black coloring, flexible material, well-concealed armor, and the Bat symbol on the chest. The only notable addition was the lack of a standard Bat cowl. Instead, she wore a plain black half-mask that covered her mouth and nose but left her eyes free to emote. Given that I knew she wasn't the most verbal member of the Bat family, that seemed like a necessary allowance. Black Bat said. What are you doing? I blinked. Even with the mask, she was expressive enough to convey her curiosity. Her expression and body language communicated for her instead of words. And somehow, I understood her as if she was speaking full sentences. Ah. Head pats. I answered with confusion in my voice. Confused face. Comma, curly logical end. My mind naturally translated Black Bat's expression, head pats. Head pats. Yeah, head pats. Like the ones I gave Robin. I'd offer you some but, I only have 2 hands. Ivy groaned and forced herself to move. She can have my place. If I keep going much longer, I'll end up jumping Sean right here and now. And I don't think Batgirl will appreciate me taking away her source of head pats, even for something like that. Mau mau. Black Bat nodded earnestly. Yes, cheek clapping, cunny crushing, hand holding, mating pressing, breeding, sex is fun. I paused for a moment to stare at Black Bat. She didn't look ashamed at all. As if she hadn't said just about the lewdest thing I'd ever not heard with just a simple facial expression and unintelligible little noise. Then Batgirl growled slightly and prompted me to continue with my head pats. Black Bat, Batgirl said. You're implying more than you mean to again. Degree, Black Bat shook her head. No, I'm not. Well, you're implying more than is appropriate. Batgirl snapped back. Black Bat just shrugged. Ugh. I'm way too relaxed to deal with this shit. So you want head pats too, Black Bat? I asked. Yes, I suppose I should get up, Ivy sighed. Asterisk happy face asterisk, Black Bat poked her fingers together shyly. You don't mind? No, dear, it's fine, Ivy chuckled. This is for everyone's good so I don't cause a scene straight out of a porno. For all, thank you. Ivy slid off the bar and Black Bat hopped up to take her place. She nudged Batgirl happily and flashed a thumbs up at Robin. Robin returned the gesture distractedly. He was a bit busy leaning into Dee Dee's massaging fingers. I placed my hand on her head and began to head pat. Almost instantly, her eyes lidded. She began purring. Honest to goodness purring. If I didn't know better, I would have thought she was related to Selena Kyle. I just accepted my place in life after all this. I was more than happy to be a glorified head pat machine for 2 immensely satisfied women. Especially, with the way Batgirl was slowly beginning to let out little moans that sounded a bit more than satisfied. But I wasn't so distracted that I ignored the rest of what was going on in my domain. The vigilante runway show continued on as chaotic as ever. Then a surprise made his entrance into the dead end. Bruce Wayne stepped through the front door. Tall and so handsome it was actually unfair, Gotham's #1 billionaire playboy was a strange sight in my bar. But it wasn't completely out of character for him. So while he attracted a few curious eyes, most went back to what they were doing immediately after. This was the man who loved his city more than anything. He gave back to the city and mingled with the common men enough that he might have been the only billionaire who would escape the inevitable eat the rich revolution. He was a paradox, an actually likable rich person. Intelligent eyes hidden behind a fool's mask scanned the bar. Bruce Wayne smiled as carefree as ever. Batman took in everything before him. His eyes landed on 2 of his adopted children strutting their superhero physiques for a crowd, being judged by villains even. They landed on another 3 who had willingly given themselves over to the evil siren's call of head pats. None of Batman's undoubtedly chaotic emotions showed through Bruce Wayne's happy-go-lucky mask. He chuckled, I think this is just my kind of scene. Alfred, do you mind finding a spot for the car? Then why don't you come inside and have a drink with me while we watch Nightwing and Red Hood show off and embarrass themselves? Chapter 8, Bruce Wayne, Himbo. This is exactly what it looks like, I admitted with a slight pause. No use trying to hide it. Oh. And exactly what does it look like? Bruce Wayne smirked. He was enjoying this. I glanced at my occupied hands. Batgirl and Black Bat didn't even react to Bruce's presence. They just kept melting under my fingers. Either they were even better trained than I assumed or they were already too far gone. I glanced at Robin. He might as well have been asleep by how relaxed he was receiving head pats from Dee Dee. Finally, I glanced at the vigilante runway show that was taking place in one corner of my bar. It had attracted everyone else's attention by this point and for good reason. Even the straightest men could enjoy a skimpy swimsuit male runway show when the models were embarrassing themselves just as much as they were showing off. I've got nothing. Bruce chortled, coming over to take a seat at the now empty bar. Yeah, that sounds about right. So, Mr. Barkeep, what have you got in stock? I'm not going to offer you head pats, I deadpanned. Damn. Bruce mimed a snap. Foiled again. Damn it all. He really was just that likable. I found myself grinning with him. How about a nice sipping brandy? Bruce hummed, do you have cold Sam Adams on tap? I blinked, sure, I do. One of those then. Bruce declared with a grin. Oh, and put all the drinks from tonight on my tab. Here to make friends, Mr. Wayne. I asked. You can never have enough, he answered charmingly. True enough, I nodded. I had to take my hand off Batgirl's head to fetch Bruce a glass and fill it from the bar's taps. She snarled when I did, almost literally snapping her teeth at me for daring to pause her head pats for a second. That second was enough for her to regain some of her wits. Bruce. Batgirl gasped. Wayne. She said his last name with a pause that was too long to be natural. Bruce tensed ever so subtly, readying himself for a fight. Batgirl gave me a shifty glance out of the corner of her eye. I rolled my eyes. Your secret is safe with me. Shit. Batgirl breathed. Even with his secret revealed, Batman didn't let his Bruce Wayne persona drop for a second, smiling calmly for anyone who could be watching. Is that so? Hell, I'll do you one better, I decided. In the dead end, secret identities will stay secret no matter what. Think of it as an extension of our neutrality. As I said it, I implemented the rule into the bar's rulebook. It was an actual book, but it wasn't near enough for me to write in. That didn't matter all that much when it was metaphysically connected to me, Dee, and the dead end. A thought had it written down just as if I'd taken a pen to its pages. And so, another rule slid into place over my domain. How do you hope to accomplish that? Bruce asked. This is my domain, I shrugged. I'm not above fooling around with reality a bit to have it function as I want. He was naturally still paranoid, and you're sure this will work? Positive, I guaranteed. Just keep in mind that it'll apply to villains as well though. So don't go trying to break my neutrality with the fact that no one can connect real names and capes. I wouldn't, Bruce said flatly, his voice not matching his still smiling face. I nodded. I didn't think he would. So as long as you keep your moral code, people will forget Bruce Wayne is Batman the instant they walk out of that door. That. Bruce paused. Does sound useful. But they will still realize I'm Bruce Wayne in here. I let a mischievous smirk pull at my lips. Yeah, I think the reactions will be funny. Bruce stared at me, his eyes flat and calculating at the same time. Eventually, he sighed. It would be kind of funny. So. Batgirl considered. I could tell you that my name is Barbara Gordon and you won't remember it when you leave the bar. Nope, I smirked, smug as a bug. Wait, what? Why not? Bruce sighed again, seeing the punchline coming, because the effect won't work on prior knowledge. Not to mention, this is his domain. I tapped the tip of my nose, spot on, big fella. Batgirl, Barbara, gaped at me. Why you know? Do you know all of our secret identities? And more, I agreed. For example, Superman is a farm boy who daylights as a humble reporter in Metropolis. Cassandra here was born and raised as an assassin for the League of Assassins. Barry Allen, Oliver Queen, Dick Grayson, do those names ring any bells? Barbara's mouth worked open and closed but no words came out. Bruce sighed. I had a feeling he'd be doing that a lot around me. Black Bat, Cassandra, was content to ignore the conversation, leaning into my hand with a happy little on her face. Batgirl, Bruce ordered. Standard operating procedures don't apply to Mr. Barkeep. Make sure to adjust and act accordingly. His solid Batman voice was a lifeline that pulled Barbara back to earth. She went ramrod straight. Understood, Batman. Estimated threat level. Unknown. Do not physically engage or antagonize. Understood. Sir, as far as I've seen, individual, Sean Kane has been nothing but friendly and civil. Or neutral at the very least. I am aware. Official Bat policy has him down as a potential ally. Also, Sir, Cass, Damian, and I may be compromised. Acknowledged. Surrender yourself for examination at the end of the night. I watched their exchange with amusement. You two know I'm right here, right? Cassandra got my attention, head pats. I chuckled. Yes, head pats. I haven't forgotten about you. And for the record, Dee and I haven't done anything malicious to them. These really are just supernaturally potent head pats. Sir, Barbara continued in her work voice, likely to hold back the blush that was threatening her cheeks even now. Individual, Sean Kane claims dash. I heard, Bruce cut her off, his amusement barely audible in his voice. I'm right here as well, Batgirl. Ah, right, Barbara's embarrassment caught up to her all at once as she flushed as red as her hair. I'm just gonna find a hole to curl up and die in. There, I soothed, resuming her head pats. I'm not going to tease you. Too much. And everyone else is distracted by stupid sexy Nightwing and Red Hood. Then Ivy made a little choked noise in her throat, reminding us all that she was still here. Barbara mimicked her a moment later as that realization set in. Bruce was finally letting his amusement show on his face. I glanced at Ivy. Well, almost everyone else. Ivy was practically twitching in disbelief. Bruce Wayne. Batman. Bruce Wayne. Batman. Bruce Wayne. Batman. Bruce's laugh started as a slow chuckle. As it grew, it became clear that this was Batman laughing, not just Bruce Wayne. And with the way Barbara was looking at him, Batman laughing was a very rare occurrence. Oh, yeah, this is going to be hilarious. Well, Pamela, how does it feel to be one of the first to discover my secret? Bruce asked, wiping a tear from his eyes. Holy shit. Ivy muttered breathlessly. The conspiracy boards were right. I think I need to sit down. Conspiracy boards? Barbara asked in confusion. Turning to Bruce, I raised an eyebrow. Anything you want to tell us about your online activity, Bruce? He shrugged. Misdirection is important. It's been an exceptionally effective tactic so far. Only conspiracy theorists believe the Bruce Wayne is Batman theory and the rest of the world laugh at them. Sure, Batman has to have a secret identity, but Bruce Wayne? That buffoon. When was the last time conspiracy theorists got something right anyway? You started the theory yourself, didn't you? I shot him a knowing look. No comment. Not only is Bruce Wayne Batman, he's also the crazy person on the internet who is trying to prove that's true. Ivy asked incredulously. Bruce looked her dead in the eye. The butts match. Ivy recoiled as if struck and wheezed. I can't breathe. Oh, my goddess. You're the butts match guy too. This can't be real. The butts match. Where have I heard that phrase before? Barbara thought aloud. Bruce answered, it's how the Bruce Wayne is Batman theory started. I would find pictures of myself from behind as Bruce Wayne and as Batman, and Photoshop poorly drawn red lines around the butts. And I'd post my findings for all to see that the butts match. It's become something of a meme at this point. Barbara groaned, Bruce, you speak 16 languages. I know you know how to pronounce meme. His lips twitched, perhaps. Wait, hold on, you can't even see your butt as Batman. You have a cape. That's what made the original post so funny. Ivy said, still cracking up. He'd just draw a butt on the cape and say it matched no matter what. I can't. You either have entirely too much free time as Bruce Wayne or not enough, I said flatly. I can just imagine the chaos you would be causing online if you never became Batman. My comment seemed to make Bruce introspective for a moment. It would have been a very different life. Robin brought him out of his introspection, walking nonchalantly on top of the bar. Father. Damian, costume rules. We've talked about this, Bruce sighed. Thankfully, those rules don't seem to apply in this place, but you need to keep practicing so you don't slip up when they do. Robin, Damian, paused. Apologies. And get off my bar, I added with a snort. He paused again. Of course, esteemed barkeeper, liege of she who gives perfect head pats. Thankfully, he dismounted on the other side of the bar. Dee Dee came up beside me, smiling indulgently. Having fun, dear. I couldn't help but grin. Loads. Damian tried again. Father. I would like to adopt she who gives perfect head pats. I don't think that's a good idea, Damian. He cocked his head in cute confusion. Why not? You, yourself, are a serial adopter. I am just following in your footsteps. Because you're too young to adopt a grown woman. And I am positive Miss Dee Dee is more than she seems, Bruce explained. Still confused, Damian raised an eyebrow behind his Robin mask. Yes. That is obvious. Her head pats are divine. Please don't adopt someone who is at the very least a goddess. Your demon is bad enough. Goliath is a dragon bat. Not a demon. And I think I have proven myself capable of taking care of him. I would do the same for she who gives perfect head pats. I piped up, cutting myself into their father-son conversation. Well, I don't want you poaching my best and only waitress. Dee Dee's mine. I'm more than willing to fight for her. Damian was unfazed by my declaration. Very well, Dash. Bruce was quick to interrupt that before Damian could take me seriously. No. Barbara, grab him. On it, Bruce, Barbara said, hopping off the bar to hold Damian back, even going so far as to cover his mouth. His eyes narrowed at me from behind his mask. I chuckled. I'm just messing with you, little bird. You can come back for more head pats whenever you want. And I'm more than willing to indulge a good vigilante like you, little dammy, Dee Dee soothed. That seemed to satisfy him. He went slack and instantly slipped out of Barbara's hold, showing that he could have done so at any time. Once he was free, he stood straight and nodded. Then a deal is struck. Coincidentally, right as he said that, I noticed a stream of people coming back to the bar. They were coming for refills or just to reclaim their earlier seats. It seemed the vigilante runway show had finally come to an end. And of course, they were reacting appropriately to the sight of Bruce fucking Wayne sitting casually as can be at the bar. Is that? What's Wayne doing here? Shit, it kinda fits though, don't it? I mean. Yeah, kinda. Course the billionaire playboy with more money and heart than sense would come to the dead end. He probably doesn't even care that the villains who usually try to kidnap him are here. Oh yeah, didn't Scarecrow try to hold up one of his galas recently? Is he drinking beer? Like just some guy? Shit, that's Sam Adams. I'd know it anywhere. That's not something to brag about, you damn drunk. Should we? Nah, don't want Mr. Barkeep to think we're bothering him. Yeah, but how many people can say they've had a beer with Bruce Wayne? I mean, we still are. Just without pissin' off Mr. Barkeep for bothering his other customers. Fair point. Respect the dead end and all that. Bruce met my gaze and gave a minute shake of his head. I got the message. He didn't want to out and out reveal himself as Batman to everyone just yet. He wanted to draw this out. Savor every reveal and reaction from his rogues gallery. And with a rogues gallery like Batman's, I just found my entertainment for the next year. Nightwing and Red Hood came back over to the bar, seemingly in high spirits from their modeling fun. They were still in just a pair of skimpy, skin-tight trunks and their masks. But at least they weren't arguing over inane shit like the dysfunctional Bat family they were. Just keep your dick in your pants, Wing. Hey, Dick. Red Hood chuckled. Nightwing shoved him good-naturedly. Shut up, Hood. I could say the same to you. I saw the way the ladies were eyeing you up just like me. Yeah, but I don't have a verified carnal record of prior offenses. Haha, Nightwing deadpanned before turning to the bar and me. Hey, Mr. Barkeep, can we get our costumes back? He trailed off as he caught sight of who was sitting in front of me. Both he and Red Hood stopped short. I could practically see their brains rebooting. Bruce smirked that playboy smirk of his at them. Hello, Dick. Jason. Pleasure seeing you boys again. That made the two half-costumed vigilantes freeze for an entirely different reason. I put their worries at ease. Secret identities will always stay within the dead end. I guarantee it. Hell, you can all take off your masks and no one will remember who's who when they leave. I know you won't, but still. You could. Wait until Alfred sees this, Bruce chuckled. You boys remember Alfred, don't you? He was with me the last time you saved me. Quick on the draw as they were, Nightwing, Dick, and Red Hood, Jason, quickly picked up on the fact that Bruce Wayne didn't want to reveal himself to be Batman despite my guarantee. Of course, they didn't know he was just biding his time for the joy of the bit. Still, they couldn't help but react with horror at the mention of Alfred. Alfred's here. Jason gasped. Right on cue, an aged, dignified-looking man in a butler's uniform approached the bar. Apologies, Master Wayne, finding a parking spot took longer than expected. Bruce waved dismissively. No worries, Alfred. Though you did miss the show. No matter, come join me for a drink. Consider yourself off the clock for the moment. Alfred nodded, sitting next to his master. Very well, Master Bruce. He turned as if noticing Dick and Jason for the first time, raising a single, unreadable eyebrow. Masters Nightwing and Red Hood. That is, an interesting choice of costume. Is it a limited edition? They both let out choked gurgles at that. Understandable, considering Alfred helped raise them just as much as Bruce did. Thankfully for their sakes, one of the returning villains took the attention off Dick and Jason. Well, my aunt's twisted tail feathers, if it isn't Bruce Wayne. How'd you hear about this joint? Cobblepot, Bruce greeted in return. You know, just word of mouth. I wasn't expecting to stumble across it on my night out though. Then Harley made her entrance in characteristically bombastic fashion. No way. Brucey boy. Do you remember me? Do ya? Do ya? She got right up in his face as she asked all of that and Bruce just sighed. I do. Hello again, Harleen. Do you two know each other, baby? Ivy asked with a slight knowing smirk. Oh, yeah. Harley chimed. Brucey and I went to med school together. Her answer took Ivy by surprise. Really? Harley cheerfully reminisced. Haha. So many all-nighters. Honestly, I barely even recognize him now. He's all rich and suave and playboy. Why? I liked him better when he was just the edgy goth dude in my post-grad psych class. Huh, I didn't know Gotham's golden boy was a doctor, Two-Face said, finding a place at the bar as well. I dropped out. You know me. I can never finish what I start, Bruce deadpanned before his expression softened. It's good to see you again too, Harvey. The Harvey Dent side of Two-Face grunted and looked away. I slid a well-timed drink in front of him for him to act stoic and unaffected into. Well, isn't this just a right, proper reunion, Penguin chortled. As the unlikely grouping of three villains and a billionaire caught up, Barbara leaned over the bar to whisper to me. I don't think I realized how many of them he knew as just Bruce Wayne. Just Bruce Wayne. My smirk was met with rolled eyes. But yeah. And now think of their reactions when they find out who he really is. Underscore, 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 Cass mimed an explosion, pulling a pair of shades out of her utility belt afterward. Somehow, she made it seem like she was walking away from her explosion at the same time. I chuckled, it'll certainly be something you won't want to miss. I. A few days after Bruce Wayne made his debut at the Dead End, business was proceeding as usual. For the Dead End and for Gotham as a whole. He'd only visited the bar once more since that first night. But already people were taking notice of what Gotham's biggest public celebrity was up to. So much so that the Dead End was to be on the nightly news. Gotham News Network, GNN, had picked up the story, as they were wont to do with news like this. And like all stories involving Bruce Wayne, they were practically obligated to run it. It couldn't be understated just how famous Bruce Wayne was. You couldn't walk 20 feet in Gotham without coming across his name. He had his own bank. Several hospitals in his name. The trendiest, most affordable fashion line on the market. Too many tech and industrial branches to count. Even outside of the city, his name was well known worldwide. That sort of thing tended to happen when you were one of the richest men in the world, and handsome and likable to boot. Entire news studios were dedicated to Bruce Wayne gossip and to being his personal, unwanted, paparazzi core. The same could be said for entire sections of the internet. Bruce was Gotham's favorite son. Not because of how rich he was. Not entirely, at least. The sheer amount he donated to charities in the city, enough to match some states' collective GDP, certainly helped though. No, he was Gotham's favorite because he was just so wholesome. At the core of his persona, Bruce Wayne was a himbo. He was hotter than hell and just genuinely a good person as far as anyone could tell. He was constantly cheerful and optimistic and he loved his city. Sure, he had his fair share of scandals but they were all so mundane it was refreshing. Unfortunately, he also had the self-preservation instincts of a rock. So the idea of him visiting a bar full of villains didn't even raise any eyebrows. Bruce's visit was what focused attention on the Dead End. Everything else about the bar held that attention and made the GNN reporters dig deeper. And now, we have something of a unique story, even for Gotham. After all, it's not every day that a villain opens a completely legal business. Vicky Vale has the story on the ground. Throwing it to you, Vicky, a bog-standard news anchor, handsome but unremarkable, said, playing the stepping-off point perfectly. The news broadcast cut away from the anchor. A woman in her late 20s took his place. She was pretty, as one would expect from a reporter on TV, with flowing red gold hair and a picturesque smile. She stood below a sign that flickered, Dead End. Thank you, Tom. This is Vicky Vale with Gotham News Network. I'm standing in front of a new bar in the city. One that's been making waves recently. It seems to cater to a unique selection of clientele. Even Bruce Wayne was seen visiting for a drink or two. Wayne's visit would have been a story on its own but that's not all this bar has to offer. So let me be the first to give you the inside scoop on the Dead End. Walk with me, won't you? Vicky turned and made her way into the Dead End. The view from the camera followed her, making sure to get her full figure in the frame. Especially Vicky's perky ass in that tight pencil skirt of hers. She'd trained her cameraman well and he knew to give her fans what they really wanted from her segments. Vicky wanted nothing more than fame, fortune, and acclaim. To put herself in people's minds and keep herself there. And she was willing to do just about anything to get those things, whether that be reporting on interesting stories or playing to her strengths as a beautiful woman. Vicky Vale was a shark and a woman of ambition on top of it. And she smelled chum in the water at this Dead End. She made sure the camera got a good view of the bar as she entered. Already, she could tell this story was shaping up to be a classic. What else could you call getting so many villains on film at once? Two-Face, Catwoman, the Riddler, Harley Quinn, Cluemaster, Bane, it was a star-studded lineup and Vicky had the exclusive scoop. Vicky paused and turned back to the camera. As you can see, this bar, the Dead End, caters to costumed villains just as readily as it does regular citizens. Is this business as usual? Or is something nefarious going on here? Come on, let's find out. The bar's patrons had already begun taking notice of her. Having so many villains and rough-looking men and women staring at her was an intimidating sight. But Vicky wouldn't be quailed. She held her head high, put a sway in her hips, and walked up to the bar's bar. No one stopped her. There at the bar, Vicky found a young-looking man, early 20s at most, staring at her from the other side of the bar. He was casually leaning against the bar top with his arms spread wide and a towel slung over his shoulder. He was tall and lean, attractive in a pretty sort of way. His features were sharp and currently set in an almost bored expression. His hair was mostly gray and artfully messy on his head. Darkly styled with a plethora of piercings and accessories, he cut a goth image. Not that unusual a choice in Gotham, to be fair. It was his eyes that captured Vicky's attention and took her breath away for the briefest of moments. For that moment, she thought he looked so much older than his physical appearance suggested. Those eyes were intense, a deep, stormy gray that seemed to roil and churn like thunderclouds just before a rain. "Yo," the bartender said simply. "Welcome to the Dead End. What can I get you?" Vicky quickly recovered from meeting his eyes, clearing her throat. "Hello, I'm Vicky Vale. Gotham News Network. May I speak to the owner of this establishment?" "You're talking to him. Ah, I see. Would you mind answering a few of my questions? So long as you don't try to bother my customers." "Sure. I can do that. What's your name, sir?" "Sean," the bartender answered. "Sean Kane. I'm the owner and bartender of the Dead End. Most of these idiots just call me Mr. Barkeep." "Hey!" Harley Quinn interrupted, shouting like a heckler. Bane resembles that remark. "You are very lucky you're cute, chica," Bane grunted, his voice obscured by the trademark mask of his. "And funny," Harley added with a slightly mad cackle. Vicky was thrown off her game slightly by the interruption. It was so strange to have Gotham's villains sitting around civilly and even joking around with each other. She glanced at her cameraman. Sean rolled his eyes. "Harley, I'm trying to give an interview here. Shut up or I'll start watering down your drinks." Harley recoiled as if shot, even doing a pratfall off her chair. "Gah. Got it, goth boy. No need to do anything drastic on my account." He turned back to Vicky. "Go ahead. I don't think we'll be interrupted again." Threatening their alcohol is usually pretty effective like that. "Right." Vicky collected herself again. "Let's start with some softball questions. Do you run this bar by yourself?" "Nope, it's a collective effort between me and my girl Dee over there," Sean answered, pointing to the end of the bar. The camera followed his gesture, panning over to capture a young woman handing out drinks to a few women in Joker paraphernalia. She was pretty, kind-looking, and even more goth than Sean. As if sensing the camera's attention, she turned and gave a small smile and wave. Elsewhere, several people just so happened to be tuning into the live broadcast. From England to Los Angeles, something mystical seemed to pull at the attention of those in the know. Upon seeing Dee, their reactions were mixed. John Constantine choked and coughed, his surprise interrupting a drag from his cigarette. "Oh, holy shit. Fucking Gotham, man." On the Justice League Watchtower, Satana Zatara was doing a routine check of villain activity on public channels. When she saw Dee on the GNN broadcast, she froze. "Ah. If I ignore this, will it go away?" Eventually, she sighed. "I should probably tell Bruce at least. This seems like the sort of thing he'd want to know about." Lucifer Morningstar caught sight of Dee out of the corner of his eye in his own bar. "Oh ho, little Dee is slumming it with the mortals just like me. The Dead End. How interesting. Even Jason Todd got in on the action, huh? I guess I was a bit too distracted to notice her before. But where do I know her from? And why does she feel like an old friend?" Back at the Dead End, Vicky asked, "Just 2 employees? Is that enough to run a bar this busy?" Sean gave her a chuckle and a secretive smirk. "We get by just fine on our own. And this place is what it seems to be. Just a bar, I mean. Something like that. It's a bit more complicated considering the clientele we have to deal with, but it isn't some criminal front or secret hideout. Tell me, Mr. Kane, why did you start a bar for villains?" "Not just for villains. The Dead End is neutral ground. It's kind of the whole point of the bar. A place for people on either side of the Cape game to come, have a drink or two and relax. This place opens a dialogue that's sorely lacking, not just in Gotham but in the Cape scene in general." "Is." Vicky hesitated at the unorthodox answer. "Is it working?" Sean smirked. "I don't know. How about we ask someone who's benefited directly from that dialogue? Hey, Marco, Timmy." He called out. "You boys want to be on TV?" Vicky's cameraman looked concerned that things were coming off the rails. Vicky motioned for him to keep filming. She could feel her instincts tingling. This was going to be big. 2 men approached the bar from the tables. One exclaimed excitedly, "Hell yeah, Mr. Barkeep. I'ma be famous. Hey ma. Look, I'm on the news." The other one was more sedated. "What's up, Mr. Barkeep? What ya need us for?" Turning back to Vicky and the camera, Sean introduced the 2 men. "Say hello to Marco and Timmy. They're goons. Sorry, boys." Marco, the quieter one, waved Sean off. "It's fine. No good way to say it, really. We do what we gotta do. We ain't proud of it but it is what it is." "My God." Vicky gasped in horror, staring at Marco's partner. "How old are you?" Oh, I know this one." "I plead the 5s, Timmy said, very obviously not of legal age. "The 5th, Timmy," Sean corrected. "And he's just a product of his city, Ms. Vale." Nothing more, nothing less, Timmy's story is his to tell. Right now, we're here to talk about the positives of offering people like him a safe place to be. Oh, of course, Vicky tried not to show how shaken she was by the child who'd been made into a common thug by Gotham's poverty. How has the dead end benefited you too? Timmy was more than eager to share. Oh, man, it's just about the coolest spot in the city now. Like, Mr. Barkeep don't let my friends and I drink or nothing, but we still get to hang out with the OGs and the villains and listen to his stories. Sean smiled. I was thinking more about how the neutrality benefited you, Timmy. Your meeting with Batgirl, for example. Oh, yeah, B-Girl was great. You've actually had heroes in here? Vicky asked in surprise. Marco replied first, sure, he has. Batgirl most of all. I ain't gonna air out her business though. I will say she's been mighty helpful to us mooks and thugs. She got us on this insurance plan so we can actually get healthcare. It's been a lifesaver. Shout out to Bruce Wayne as well, I guess. That beautiful himbo bastard. That's what I'm talking about, Sean clapped. That's what the dead end is all about. Reaching over barriers and finding compromise on neutral ground. With an unhealthy sprinkle of alcohol introduced into the mix. It's not always about brooding, dressing up in BDSM gear, and punching the city's problems. I'm looking at you, Batman. Is it wise to be provoking Batman like that when you have a bar full of villains? He knows where to find me. And he knows that I'll smack him down the same as anyone else if he breaches the dead end's neutrality. Ah. This interview wasn't going how Vicky expected, but she was pressing on anyway. That does lead to an interesting question. How can you be sure no fights break out? There are a lot of people here who would usually disagree with each other violently. How can you enforce this neutrality you preach? Oh, that's easy, Sean smirked knowingly. I'm the one who controls their alcohol supply. Vicky couldn't help but laugh at the unexpectedly humorous answer, that's it. Timmy barked a laugh as well. Nah, Mr. Barkeep is bein' humble. He got major chops himself. You should hear the things he's done. Man, Mr. Barkeep can tell a damn terrifying story. He totally could smack down the bats. And this place has become something of a sanctuary for a whole lot of Gotham's underground, Marco added. Everyone who comes here knows not to cause trouble. Not after, the clown without humor. Vicky noticed the way Marco shuddered as he said the title and her nose for news perked up, clown without humor. Stories. What's all that about? Sean just chuckled. I don't think the Bat family would appreciate me telling one of my stories on live TV. Most of them would just cause a panic. As for the clown without humor, well. Joey met me when I had just opened the bar. He fucked around and found out. That sounds ominous, Vicky blinked. Sean shook his head. Nah, it sounds worse than it actually is. Joey still comes around. He'll just never have a career in the clowns ever again. Hard to do with a dead sense of humor. Again, that sounds ominous, Vicky deadpanned, forgetting she was on camera for a moment. She quickly shook it off and returned to her interview, and these stories they've mentioned. You're sure you won't tell us about your life, Mr. Kane? Gotham wants to know. With an amused quirk on his lips, Sean said, I don't think they do. I can already tell you'll be capturing hearts and minds with your strategy here, Mr. Kane. Gotham will want to know. And I'll find out, Vicky said with firm determination in her voice. She could practically taste the ratings on offer here. Sean Kane and his bar would send her career into the stratosphere. This kind of cooperation was the sort of thing that won Pulitzers. For breaking the story, Vicky would be the one to bring the dead end into the public consciousness. She wasn't going to let anything stop that. Sean stared at her for a few moments. To Vicky, it felt as if his gaze was physically heavy, piercing her soul. Those stormy gray eyes were intense and mesmerizing. It took everything she had for Vicky to stand strong. Finally, he smiled and spoke, You're an interesting woman, Ms. Vale. So I'm going to let you try. I might just let you uncover my secrets. Exclusivity, Vicky pressed even further. I want exclusive rights to stories about the dead end and yourself, Mr. Kane. I think I can do that. I look forward to working with you, Ms. Vale. Sean's smile twinkled. Vicky held herself steady and straight. Her hands were shaking for some reason. As do I, Mr. Kane. Sean leaned back and an unseen weight lifted from Vicky's soul. I think that's the end of this interview. You and your cameraman are welcome to stay for a drink, but the camera will be turned off. If you stay, you may even hear one of my stories. Vicky blinked at his teasing tone, absently signaling for her cameraman to cut the feed. That's it. I don't have to dig for them. No, hearing the stories is the easy part. If you hang around here, you're bound to hear one sooner than later. Getting people to believe you is what you'll have to work for. That doesn't seem so hard. Sean chuckled as if he knew something she didn't. Let's see if you're still saying that after I tell you about the time I helped a teenage Cali girl blow up a high school full of vampires on top of a literal portal to hell to defeat a mayor-turned-snake demon. That should be a simple enough story to start you out with. Oh, story time. Harley called out. Immediately, all the villains in the bar and more than a few mooks crowded around the bar to hear what Sean had to say. Vicky was left blinking in complete confusion. What? Chapter 9, Weed and Madness. Ivy's hands shook ever so slightly. $80,000. Give or take a few thousand. Yeah, I nodded. In one night. Tidy little profit, huh? Of course, it helps that this was your grand opening. The business idea I'd proposed to Ivy had finally come to fruition. It took a few weeks of work. I had to get the right permits and licenses and set up a workspace for her, but it was all worth it. Ivy's Ivy officially opened for business this past midnight. Honestly, it should have taken longer than it did to get everything in order. I suspected Bruce had a hand in that, either as Batman or as his public persona. It was a good rehabilitation strategy for Ivy, after all. Or at least, the start of one. With Ivy's Ivy, Ivy could make money legally and she wouldn't have to turn to crime to fund her grander goals. As promised, the shop operated out the back of the dead end. Also as promised, it was covered by my policy of neutrality. Thanks to those things and the obvious protection any shop run by Ivy would enjoy, we didn't run into any problems on opening night. Everything came together almost perfectly. You couldn't ask for much more from a grand opening. Ivy had enough stock ready to smoke out the entire city. Mr. Freeze and his wife were more than happy to volunteer their assistance after what I'd done for them. The customers queued and waited patiently and peacefully. Even the dead end had seen more business due to the proximity. The opening of Ivy's Ivy was broadcast live too. Another story brought to Gotham by Vicky Vale. She seemed to think that Ivy's Ivy fell under our exclusivity deal from a week or so back. And since she was giving us free advertising, I wasn't going to dissuade her from that assumption. Vicky's first story on the dead end did numbers. Gotham was fascinated by the concept and execution of what I was doing here. No one really liked to say it out loud, but villains in Gotham were basically celebrities. Hate them or love them, they were some of the most interesting people in the city. So a place where villains could gather and interact peacefully. And even heroes were welcome. It was an instant hit. Not just for the good that could be done by the bar's neutrality but for the entertainment value of it all. We saw another surge of patrons after the story aired. More people on the gray side of society, of course. But also normal people, and most importantly, bored rich people. It was almost like tourism. Kids with silver spoons in their mouths and kids with no pot to piss in were coming into contact for the first time. The dead end was quickly becoming the city's premier melting pot. It was just about the only place that opposing worlds like those could collide. People were talking to those they would have never had the chance to meet. And they were finding out that they weren't so different after all. People were people, not nearly as different from each other as they may think. Hell, with neutrality to keep the peace and alcohol on tap, they were even making friendships that crossed those societal barriers. The dead end was on Gotham's mind. And as the one to break the story to the mainstream public, Vicky's name was rising with it. Just as she dreamed, Vicky was becoming the most famous reporter in Gotham. I was pretty sure she saw me as her cash cow / golden goose at this point. I knew for a fact that she was diligently defending her territory from all comers. It was kind of cute. She was still trying to figure out a way to report on the stories I told. They started rumors and legends in their own right. But no one believed them unless they visited the dead end themselves. You had to hear the stories from my lips directly to not dismiss them as fairy tales. My stories became half the appeal of the dead end. Those who heard them directly swore by them and those who heard them secondhand were skeptically interested. Many and varied, they were just as entertaining as watching the villains and heroes interact. For me as well, though that was mostly due to the reactions I got. I don't think I'd ever get over the way people flipped out over the things I'd done or the way Barbara impotently growled and grumbled at me when I spoke of mimetic hazards and things beyond mortal comprehension. Vicky herself was a near constant sight at the bar these days. I didn't let her film or record in here, but she was free to take notes. Seeing the potential profit and ratings to be had from my insane stories, she'd already filled a whole notebook with them. Not that it would do any good when no one outside of the dead end would believe her, but I suppose she could always write them as fiction. I don't think she'd had that idea yet though. She was still bashing her head against a proverbial wall by trying to make people believe impossible things. So when we announced the grand opening of Ivy's Ivy, she leaped at the chance for a new, actually marketable, story about the dead end. With Vicky's help with advertising, Ivy's grand opening was a grand success. That $80,000 Ivy mentioned. That was pure profit from only 5 hours of operation. The shop stock needed almost no investment thanks to Ivy, and Harley had even come up with an idea to boost sales. See, Harley's medical license had never been revoked. She could still practice psychiatry as Harley Quinn just as she could as Harleen Quinzel. So technically, she could still prescribe medicinal marijuana cards. Even if she was, say, working on-site at Ivy's Ivy. It was honestly such a good little hustle. Harley charged a, very small, fee for walk-in appointments. Then she could diagnose her patients and prescribe them a few good joints. All they had to do after that was walk out of her office and fill their prescription. The hustle might have been a bit suspect if someone already had it out for us. But it was completely legal, as far as we knew. And often, Harley's diagnoses were actually legit. Anxiety seemed to be a common ailment in Gotham. For some reason. So with free advertising, our name on the city's mind, and Harley's hustle, we made a tidy little profit tonight. 80 big ones, not counting the usual profits from the dead end itself. It was about 5:30 in the morning at this point and both of our businesses were closed. We'd formed a strange gang of employees at this point as well. Dee Dee and I were unique for obvious reasons. Then there was Harley and Ivy, a mad psychiatrist and a weed-growing nature goddess. Finally, to round us off, there was Mr. Freeze and his wife Nora. Together, the six of us sat around the bar, shooting the shit and counting our money. Hee 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 hee. Harley cackled. Tonight was fun. Dee Dee smiled. It was, wasn't it? Congratulations, Ivy. Congratulations, everyone, in fact. Tonight's operations were acceptable, Freeze said blandly. Nora sighed. I suppose a job is a job. I know I can't hope for many more opportunities for Victor. Even I have a large gap in my resume that won't look good without an explanation. If you don't want to work here, you don't have to, Nora, I assured. We can find something else for you to do if you still feel the need to pay me back for healing you. It's not that, Nora shook her head. I don't mind working with Miss Ivy. I just hope to be doing something more with my degree and intelligence than working a register. You could start working on the development side of things, Ivy suggested. I want to do strains with different effects but I don't fancy figuring them all out with trial and error. Having a qualified chemist would help with that. That suggestion made Nora perk up. When you say different effects. Ivy shrugged. Different effects. My powers can replace the THC and CBD in the weed with just about anything. But I'm a botanist, not a chemist. So your expertise would still be very useful, Nora. Caffeine. Nora immediately sprouted what I could already tell was a science-fueled lady boner. Easy, Ivy confirmed. LSD. Psilocybin. Bit more tricky but sure. Designer drugs. We'll have to try a few things. What about something purely medicinal? Acetaminophen, for example. I think I could manage it with your help. Can you tweak the chemicals themselves? Remove side effects and such? Not on my own. At least, not comfortably. That's where you would come in. A wide smile stretched across Nora's face. Oh ho ho yes, I think this could be intellectually stimulating enough for me. You know, we kind of have the perfect lineup for a business like this. Ivy, of course. But then a psychiatrist and a chemist as well, I observed. We're going to put Big Pharma out of business. Harley cheered. And make bank while doing it, I smirked along with her. If it makes Nora happy, I will happily cooperate, Freeze said. Nora was already lost in potential dreams, if we figure out a way to offer a safe alternative to many of the harder drugs in circulation. I could be the woman who kills addiction. It's a good place to start changing the world, Dee Dee nodded. I've always thought certain addictions were a fate worse than death. And you'd know, wouldn't you? I teased her. Dee Dee sighed, not as well as Deliri. Harley cocked her head at the two of us. Huh. What's that about? Ivy shook her head good-naturedly. Leave them to their secrets, baby. We've got plans to put in place now that we have a steady source of income. Oh. We can finally go on that trip to restore the Amazon rainforest you're always talking about. Harley wiggled excitedly in her chair, a motion that did wonderful things to her, well, everything. That trip wouldn't even set us back at this point, Ivy agreed. As soon as we can afford to leave Gotham, I'll be looking into the necessary arrangements. Without having to commit crimes and clash with Batman, that might be sooner than you think, I pointed out. Ah, Harley suddenly pouted. I just realized we won't be able to mess with Batsy anymore. There, Ivy consoled her. We can always do it when he visits the bar. He might have visited already even, I smirked. Really? Harley asked skeptically. I haven't seen him. Ivy was trying very hard to conceal her giggles. Perhaps he might have been right under our noses this whole time. Harley considered that. Nah. Batsy is a drama queen even if he'd never admit it. There's no way he could be hiding in plain sight like that and not do something to give himself away. He'd probably do something silly like talk to us in his civvy identity. Ivy lost the battle against her giggles, if you say so. Shame the rest of the Bat family hasn't been able to come around recently, I said. Where are they all, anyway? Harley asked. I think some idiots have their attention right now. A cult or something. I said with a shrug. It's Gotham. You know how this city is. I miss little Dammy already, Dee commented with a slight pout. I still cannot believe you tamed the Robin with head pats, Freeze deadpanned. Just goes to show he's the smartest one of the Bats, Harley firmly asserted. And what does it say that I did the same to 2 Batgirls? I asked, amused. The quiet one is smart, but I think Girl Bat is just thirsty. You should really do something about that, Goth boy. You know. I just might. Ivy let out a dramatic sigh. Oh, to be a thirsty Girl Bat right now. Yeah, you're just a thirsty flower, I deadpanned in response. Then why won't you water me, Goth boy? Ivy snapped playfully. I turned my nose up and sniffed, I'm waiting for a good harvest. Ivy glared at me. I swear if Batgirl flowers for you before me, I will be very cross, Sean. Don't go getting your roots in a twist on my account, Ivy. Harley giggled at our exchange as if she couldn't control herself. Hee 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 hee. You two are so cute. We'd be even cuter with Sean's cock pollinating inside me, Ivy growled. Language, Freeze chided, his voice cold and monotone. Oh my. Nora stuttered. She hesitated before asking, say, would it be possible to prioritize a strain of marijuana that mitigates or prevents hypothermia? Over the addiction issue, even. 4 reasons. A puff of cold air burst dramatically from Freeze's suit at Nora's question. I too would be interested in that endeavor. Ivy rolled her eyes. I suppose at least one of us should be getting laid. Hee hee. Ah, Harley giggled and cooed. You've still got me, Red. We could even team up against Goth Boy and Dee. I've got plenty of love to spare. Dee blinked. Wouldn't it be more effective if all 3 of us teamed up against him, instead of merely 2 on 2? He's still only kissed me so far. We've just been kind of busy lately, I made my excuse with a shrug. But I'm in no rush. These things are sweeter if you draw them out. Well, we won't be ignored for much longer. Harley declared. Isn't that right, girls? We've got to unionize and fight for our rights to Goth Boy Dick. Down with the restrictive, capitalist Borg DS. Here, Ivy purred. You really shouldn't ignore the hearts of maidens for so long, Sean. I know you've been taught better than that, Dee pouted, sweet as sugar and twice as addictive. A thought occurred, speaking of love and addiction. Harley, how would you like to be free of Mr. J's influence over you? As in, how would you like for that insidious infatuation to be completely and utterly dead? In an instant, Harley went from clever wordplay and teasing to still as a statue. From trying to rouse a woman's revolution against me to staring at me with an unreadable expression on her face. She stayed like that for a few long moments before she spoke again. Damn, now I know how Red feels around you. Sorry, B-girl, I know he healed you but I'm about to thank him first. I cocked my head slightly. Harley. Grab him, girls. Hold him down. I'm going to jump his stupid sexy S-bones. Hold on, shouldn't we talk about this? We can talk after you make sure I'm leaking gratitude out my goddamn ears, Goth boy. I. Barbara Gordon sneezed. Thankfully, her bat cowl didn't fully cover her nose so it wasn't gross or uncomfortable. She'd never understand how Bruce managed with his. There was probably some tech in place to prevent that kind of thing from getting awkward. Knowing him, he had something for every bodily function. Barbara shivered slightly. Still, what was that about? Was someone talking about her? Thinking about her? Both. She allowed her mind to wander slightly. She hadn't been able to visit the dead end recently. Maybe Sean missed her. Or maybe Ivy and Harley. Barbara didn't have many other friends who it could be. Her lifestyle and duties didn't lend well to those kinds of casual relationships. That was why she held the dead end in such high regard currently. Even with how utterly infuriating its owner could be. Stupid sexy Sean. With his stupid sexy maybe dyed hair and stupid sexy smirk and those stupid sexy head pats and the stupid sexy way, he looked at her like he could see right through her. She didn't hate him though. She couldn't. Not after what he'd done to give Barbara her life back. Not even his problematic stories could dampen that. She found herself having more fun going back and forth with him than she'd had in years. Barbara quickly found herself becoming a regular at the dead end. More so than anyone else in the Bat family. Except perhaps Damien. He regularly stopped by for head pats from Dee. Or as he called her, she who gives perfect head pats. Barbara herself had been steadfastly avoiding any more of Sean's head pats. She didn't know if she could take that kind of embarrassment again so soon. Of course, Cass didn't seem to feel the same way. She was a regular as well now, stopping by before every patrol for a few quick head pats. She also, as always, had no concept of personal boundaries. Barbara knew it wasn't Cass' fault, but when she was the one keeping her silent sister in bat costumes from copping a feel to go along with her head pats, Barbara felt it was more than fair for her to take notice. Not that she was jealous. That would be ridiculous. Why would she be jealous of Cass being so forward about receiving more head pats? If anything, Cass was like an excitable puppy. Definitely not a rival. Because Barbara didn't even want more of Sean's head pats, or maybe more than just head pats. Okay, that was a lie. And even Barbara could acknowledge that much. Sean was as insufferable as he was entertaining, and Barbara wanted nothing more than to have him rock her frickin' world. Did you see the way he played with Vicky goddamn Vale? He had the mature, sexy reporter eating out of his hand. And the less said about his relationship with Ivy and Harley, the better for Barbara's sanity. Honestly, Sean was an unrepentant tease and player. Barbara didn't even know why she liked him when he was so obviously not committed to monogamy. But, well, after a 3-year forced dry spell, maybe she was open to a little bit of experimentation. Here for a good time, not a long time, Barbara thought sarcastically. Especially with my lifestyle. And he already knows my secret identity. Bastard. Still, he's probably one of the only non-heroes who could make a relationship with Batgirl work. Barbara had been content to play things by ear with Sean so far. After he'd healed her, she just wanted to thank him. Then she found herself sticking around. Then the rest of the Bat family and Bruce happened, and the dead end was officially designated as a place of interest. While she wasn't unsatisfied with the current state of their relationship, a thought kept coming back to Barbara these days: how much longer are you going to be content with just your fingers? Don't get her wrong. Her fingers were a godsend. Well, being able to feel anything below her navel was a godsend. Her fingers were just the tools she used to capitalize on that godsend. But she knew there were more sensations waiting for her healed body, and, to be poetic, Barbara yearned for the touch of another. At the same time, she was basically a virgin at this point. Making the first move was out of the question. Punching bad guys. Barbara could do that any day of the week. Asking out a, not-so-regular guy. In her civvy identity. You might as well ask her to beat Supergirl in an arm wrestling contest. I should see about texting Kara, Barbara absently mused at the reminder. Maybe she has some advice for me. Or maybe not, considering Seanness. Barbara knew Kara was just as, if not more pent up than her. With the things in Sean's stories, there was a very real, non-zero chance he could survive sex with a Kryptonian. Did Barbara really want the additional competition? Then again, could I forgive myself for withholding this chance from Kara? And would she even have to be competition? Barbara reasoned to herself. There was an idea. So far, not counting Cass, Barbara's real rivals were Harley and Ivy. A blonde and a redhead. Like Kara and herself. Wouldn't it just be leveling the playing field? Well, there was still someone else to consider. Dee. Barbara couldn't help but shudder slightly. Why did the literal embodiment of death have to be so nice? The call Bruce got from Zatanna was enlightening, to say the least. Did it change anything? No, not really. They'd already marked the dead end and its owners as anomalies. But there was a difference between knowing there was an anomaly and knowing who that anomaly was. Thankfully, according to Zatanna, Lady Death was as friendly as she seemed. It was a bit odd to see her hanging out in the mortal world, but it was ultimately unimpactful. The concept of death hadn't up and stopped during Dee's vacation, and she seemed more than happy to simply hang around Sean. However, it did raise the question of what exactly Sean was. Barbara doubted Bruce was going to get an answer to that anytime soon. Sean liked playing with people too much to come right out and say it. I can't believe I'm considering this, but maybe I should ask Dee for advice. It was an unbelievable thought. Asking Lady Death for help seducing the men she worked for. But in Gotham, for the Bat family especially, it almost seemed like the right course of action. Oh, yeah, duh, I'll just ask Death for relationship advice with the guy she's almost certainly already in some sort of relationship with. Barbara shook her head. Stakeout thoughts were always weird. For the moment, all of this was theoretical. She'd been too busy to visit the dead end for the past 2 nights. All of the Bat family had, though Barbara was almost certain Cass and Damian slipped away at some point to fulfill their headpat quotas. Something was happening in Gotham. Yeah, what else was new? But this was something a bit more sinister than the norm for the city. Things were moving in the dark. Not the gangs or villains. The dead end made it quite easy to account for them. No, this was a movement. A very dark, very concerning movement. This wasn't a protest or other form of political activism. It wasn't even a criminal conspiracy. No, by Bruce's best estimates, Gotham had a new cult. It started with vague flyers. They bore nothing more than a strange, ominous symbol. An enclosed in concentric circles. And they were everywhere. North, south, east, and west, from the poorest areas of the city to the richest. Then came the whispers. A bit of madness here. A bit of insanity there. All cloaked with a paradoxical sense of purpose. Something was coming. The dead end was a great help here as well. With it becoming the place in the city for people from all walks of life to gather, there was plenty of information to be overheard. More than a few people were curious about the flyers and their meaning, likely playing right into the movement's hands. With the whispers, the flyers, and some good old-fashioned detective work, the Bat family had narrowed the likely focus of the cult down to Arkham Tower, the recent replacement for Arkham Asylum. Because of course, it would be Arkham. That led Barbara back to what she was currently doing. What the whole Bat family was currently doing. It was stakeout time. Yay. Barbara deadpanned to herself. She was more than aware that stakeouts were a necessary part of the job. Especially when they had very little to go off of, like they did with this cult. Even as Oracle, she'd been a part of this process. Barbara was of the, objectively correct, opinion that digital stakeouts were much better than physical ones. Unfortunately, they didn't have any other options in this case. The Bat family's investigation hadn't turned up anything of real note. The cult had been very careful to fly under the radar. They were remarkably focused on whatever scheme they had in the proverbial oven. Usually, with cults like this, there would be something. Evidence of recruitment. Mass gatherings. Preaching or trying to spread their message in some way. Causing general chaos and unrest with many little events and crimes. Something. There hadn't been any of those things in this case so far. This cult was keeping strictly to the shadows until it was time for their grand reveal. The Bat family only knew to focus their efforts on Arkham Tower thanks to Bruce's knowledge of occultism and symbology. The on the flyers was stylized in the same way as the A's from Amadeus Arkham's signature, the founder of the original asylum. And the concentric circles were some sort of occult ideogram. Thankfully, crime in the rest of the city was down since Sean's bar started making waves. Bruce even coordinated with Sean to offer drinks half off for a few days to make sure crime stayed that way and to give the Bat family the necessary leeway to focus on Arkham. They were prepared for anything. But all that had come out of the stakeout so far was 3 nights of monotony. It was boring work but necessary. They were watching Arkham in shifts. And Barbara's current shift was just about done. By the bottom of the hour, she should be able to get out of her costume and get a shower. Or visit Sean, a traitorous voice teased in her mind. Barbara shook the thought out of her head. She turned back to the Batputer connected to her gauntlet. It was plugged into Arkham's system and she had access to the whole tower with it. Flicking through the camera feeds just showed the same thing as when she checked 10 minutes ago. There was a soft thump on the rooftop nook of the tower Barbara was using as a stakeout position. Just from the sound of the impact, Barbara knew who it was. Bruce's cape would have ruffled ever so slightly. Damian would have made absolutely no noise when he landed. Terrifyingly, Jason was in the same boat as Damian. Cass would have already poked her. Tim and Steph would have been louder than the soft thump and accompanied by the sound of their grapple guns. "Here to relieve me, Dick?" she asked. "Yeah, Babs." "Any movement?" Dick answered and asked in return. He came up beside her, crowding in to look at her screen too. Barbara naturally leaned on him. She'd missed this sort of natural camaraderie in the field when she was out of commission. She fondly remembered doing this exact same thing with Dick when they were both younger. "He's a good few inches taller now though," Barbara absently mused. He was her brother in all ways that mattered. All ways but blood. A brother she'd once wanted to fuck but still. She'd gotten over that crush during her time as Oracle. Now, she was just happy to be in costume next to him again. No movement. Same as when I came on shift. The tower is basically asleep right now. Except for the usual suspects. The moment we catch Joker sleeping is the moment when I settle down, Dick joked. Maybe see if Supergirl is still interested. Or Miss Martian. Or Cyborg. Or Aqualad. You're such a slut, Barbara rolled her eyes. Kara would crush your pelvis into powder. Dick nodded sagely, but what a way to go. And then Superman would get involved to make sure you weren't hurting his cousin, Barbara deadpanned. Air. On second thought. Man-war. Dweeb. Jackass. Virgin, Dick shot back. I've had sex, Dick. Barbara snapped. It's just been a while. Suyuri, you have, Dick smirked and patted her shoulder condescendingly. Barbara stuck her tongue out at him because she was obviously the more mature of the two of them. Dick chuckled, anyway, you should be clear to relax here in a second. Let me just plug myself in and then you can go. Barbara sighed, HAAA. Which means it's also time for paperwork. She snapped her gauntlet closed and began to pack up, making sure to not forget anything. There wasn't much, but she did just spend 6 hours on the roof of the tower. Her bat chair was folded into its very small travel state, and the remaining trash from her bat snacks was slid into her utility belt. Has anyone ever told you your naming sense sucks? She snarked. Many people, but I don't see it, Dick answered with amusement. I'll remind you that I also came up with the genius of bat shampoo and conditioner Gordon. Barbara paused. Okay, I'll give you that one. But that still doesn't make up 4 wingdings. Why does everyone have such a problem with my wingdings? I think they're great. Dick abruptly stopped his little rant, focusing on his own batputer. Movement, Babs. I think it's going down. Barbara hung her head in exasperation. Damn it. Right, I'll contact the others. What are we looking at? The guards at entry let in a bunch of cliched, robed figures, then joined them, Dick recounted. The rest of the guards in the tower are joining them as well. I think the warden too. They're all going into the tower's basement. A cell. Why is there a cell down there? The patients and inmates? Barbara inquired, sending the standard bat SOS to the rest of the bat family. They're completely unsupervised now, but none of them have noticed yet. What about the cultists? Can't see much past their hoods. They all look human, at least. Hopefully, that will mean they're not magically mutated or anything. The only one without a hood is this old guy in a vestment. Looks like a priest or something. So, cultists sounds about right. At this point, the signal had been sent and Barbara was already getting acknowledging replies from the rest of the bat fam. Reinforcements were on the way and would be there in minutes. Minutes that they might not have as the cultists reached their destination, the lone cell in Arkham Tower's basement, and set about their ritual. Rebooting her batputer, which was luckily still connected to Arkham's system, Barbara hissed as she recognized them, and Dick mentioned, "Shit, Deacon Blackfire. How the hell is he even here? He's been dead 3 times over at this point. Wasn't he fucking erased by God's judgment when he blew up the original Arkham Asylum?" Damn, Dick chuckled. I had my money on the Court of Owls. Not nearly enough owl hybrids and rich people, Barbara dismissed. Come on, we've got to move. Arkham Tower was a dreary and imposing structure. Unlike the asylum of the same name, Arkham Tower wasn't located on the fringes of Gotham. It was built in the unfinished, towering, former lair of Hugo Strange, which was located in the middle of the city. Whoever thought that was a good idea should be brought up on criminal charges, Barbara thought. Yet despite its location, Arkham Tower somehow managed to feel isolated. Constrained. Just as much a prison as the original. A monument of hostile architecture, it cut a jagged silhouette in Gotham's skyline. Barbara had been sitting on one of the tower's sharp terraces, wide enough to get a good pace going, for a stakeout. Of course, that meant Dick had scaled a dozen stories to get to her. But that was far from surprising, really. This position had been chosen for its anonymity and access to the tower. There was an access shaft set into the wall that the 2 heroes could use to enter and traverse the tower. It would take them anywhere throughout the tower's interior. A fact that could be attributed to some crazy bastard on the design team and Bruce throwing discreet money at the project despite his reservations. After all, it paid for Batman to have a way to get around Arkham undetected. If someone looked at Arkham Tower from above with X-ray vision, they would have seen a multi-story stack of Swiss cheese. Barbara and Dick entered the access shaft, prepared to use those many cheese holes to their advantage. The most direct route to the tower's basement was already programmed into their batputers, and even as they rappelled down the seemingly endless empty shaft with branching paths, Barbara was focused on her screen. Do we have anything on this cell in the basement? Dick asked. From what I can tell, Barbara answered. It's a complete replica of Amadeus Arkham's cell at the original asylum. Down to the millimeter. They even scraped the blood from the original and cloned it to use here. Dick was bewildered. What the? Why would they even build that? No, why would they document going to such lengths to recreate the insane, bloody carvings? It's Gotham, Barbara deadpanned as if that answered everything. It did. Most likely, this has been in the works for longer than we thought. The Legends of Arkham's founder must have gathered a cult following, and Blackfire probably latched onto it for his own means. Does that tell us anything about their goals and motives? With Blackfire leading all of this, it's probably something to do with the occult. Which never ends well. Especially not when combined with famously insane men like Arkham and Blackfire. And since the guards are involved as well, we'll have to do a full purge of the tower after this is done. We're also on a time limit, Dick pointed out. I'll bet Joker is already noticing the lack of supervision. This is a mass breakout in the making. Barbara's screen pinged. Bruce and Damian are 6 minutes out. Sending them everything we think we know so far. They're going to be a little late to the party, Dick said as they landed at the bottom of the shaft. No, we're just fashionably early, Barbara joked. Shall we? Dick asked faux formally, even going so far as to extend his elbow to her. We shall. The basement was a strange space. Neither of them had been down here before or even seen blueprints of it. It was a cave of concrete and almost nothing else. In the very center, a lone cell stood on its own. Just a single box of concrete, unconnected from its already bland concrete surroundings. There weren't any shadows to hide, and so the two heroes had to watch from the vent in the wall that connected to the access shaft they'd entered from. The previously empty, cavernous basement was now filled with more than just the lone cell. Several dozen people crowded around, waiting with bated breath for something. Some were in robes. Others were in Arkham uniforms. Two stood out as special. One in an expensive suit and the other in a clergy's vestments. The man in vestments stood above the crowd. Barbara couldn't help but muffle a giggle. Looks like Blackfire brought his own soapbox to speak from. Dick snorted but shushed her. HNGK, SHHH, Babs. My flock. My precious flock. Deacon Blackfire said with gravitas and genuinely twisted affection. We are on the verge of greatness. For too long, this city has been plagued by madness. Madness. Pure madness. Joy, Dick muttered. Like he doesn't add to that madness at all. And here at Arkham, that madness has been allowed to fester. Blackfire continued, preaching up a storm. Fester and feast on itself. Growing like vines in the dark to cover every inch of this city. Ivy would take offense to that, you crazy undead bastard, Barbara grumbled. It was bad enough when Arkham was relegated to the fringes of Gotham. But now. It is here, in the center of it all. That cannot be allowed to stand. Today, we fight madness with madness. His sermon was met with cheers and exultations. Barbara shook her head. I can see how he's gathered support in Arkham. Amadeus Arkham was a troubled man. There is no denying that. But he knew madness, Blackfire intoned solemnly. And even to the very end, he fought madness with everything he had. Inside this cell is a direct recreation of his final works. The wonderful and genius sigil of madness. Even the name he gave it sounds evil. Man, he just can't help himself, can he? Dick mused. He's his own special brand of evil compared to our usual villains, Barbara said. Blackfire's voice rumbled deeply, sinister and heavy as he said, there is only one way forward. To activate the sigil of madness, we must perform a grand ritual. The fate of the city lies in our hands, and our illustrious warden had volunteered himself as a sacrificial tribute to madness. Rejoice, my flock. Anand. Dick drawled. That's our cue. Fucking cultists. Barbara grumbled. It's always human sacrifice, isn't it? They slid out of the hole in the wall that they were peeking through. Almost immediately, they were noticed. There wasn't anywhere to hide in the basement, eerily well lit and empty as it was. So instead of trying for stealth, Dick and Barbara announced themselves. A batarang and one of Dick's comically named wingdings whistled through the air to destroy Blackfire's soapbox. He fell on top of the wooden heap as it collapsed. Blackfire's cowardly nature showed itself immediately. Get them. Their madness stands before our fated mission. Take heed, my flock. You must stop them while I high dash. Complete the ritual. At any cost. As if controlled by one collective mind, the robed figures and Arkham guards turned to face Dick and Barbara. Those with guns raised them into ready positions. Those without lumbered forward ominously and dramatically. While his flock threatened the two heroes, Blackfire grabbed the warden and slipped into the sole standing source of cover within the basement. Dick and Barbara were already moving before the armed guards could get a bead on them. Dick split right. Barbara mirrored him on the other side. The guards opened fire. Dick's batons shot from his gauntlets into his hands. With well-practiced swings, he cleaved a swath through the unarmed cultists coming at him. He weaved between bullets as if he had a sixth sense. As flexible and strong as a whip, Dick's body moved like a weapon. He ducked and struck. His batons left cultists and guards bruised and unconscious. On the other side, Barbara slipped under the gunfire. A few pistol rounds pinged off her armored suit. She barely noticed them. She slid, taking out the legs of her first cultist. They went down in a pile of limbs and robes. Barbara put them out of commission with a perfect strike to the temple. In an instant, she was twirling around and putting down another. She didn't carry the batons Dick did, but even unarmed, she was more than dangerous enough to match him. Her fists flashed like steel, hammering through unprepared defenses. Feet, knees, and elbows struck true, laying low everything that stood against her. Barbara moved like a well-oiled machine. Her movements were effortless. Every dodge and strike, perfectly timed for the greatest effect, flowed from the last like water. Even in her prime, she would have struggled to match her current self. Her face was a mask of concentration. mostly trying to limit collateral damage from the indiscriminate gunfire aimed at her. She took down several cultists before they could be caught in the crossfire from their allies. On the inside, Barbara was practically giddy. It felt so good to be back in the field like this. To use her body as the dangerous weapon she'd trained it to be. She danced to the full extent of her physical capabilities and beyond. Before being healed, she couldn't have imagined doing this again. Much less doing it better than in her prime. Sean called it death of the unhealthy body. Considering who they now knew Dee Dee to truly be, that raised some concerns. Still, Barbara couldn't argue with the results. She was faster and stronger than she'd ever been before. Her body wasn't just healed, it was restored to everything it would have been in a perfect world. Every injury, every setback, and every mistake had been eliminated as if they never happened. Barbara was raised to an impossibly perfect standard and maintained there. For all intents and purposes, she was superhuman. At least, so far as how her body had achieved impossible levels of physical perfection and health. Barbara's body had been taken to the peak of humanity and elevated past it ever so slightly. She twirled and kicked, spun and struck, acting more like a whirlwind of evasive offense than a mere human. She flipped over bullets and grasping hands alike. Like a harvesting scythe in a field of wheat, Barbara left cultists prone and unconscious. Only when they continued to stand up, barely shaking off her initial knockout strikes, did Barbara start to break bones. That was their one warning. Knocking them out was Barbara playing nice. But these were zealots. If they could make themselves stand, they would keep coming. Their devotion to an ideal that was greater than them drove them on unendingly. The only way to keep them from killing themselves was to make sure they were physically unable. Knees were dislocated. Shoulders displaced from their sockets. Ribs were cracked and broken. Flesh and muscles were bruised, left too sore to stand. Pressure points cried out, screaming sensations that immobilized the bodies they were connected to. Barbara left the cultists as a mess of hospital bills and future aches. It was unsightly but necessary. For their own good, even. They were trying to kill her, prevent her from stopping an occult ritual that would do who knows what to the city. Barbara was only doing what she had to. The violence she was dishing out was a means to a noble and just end. She took no pleasure in pain. If anything, she felt bad for the cultists. As she was now, fighting normal humans was almost bullying. They didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Barbara made sure to be appropriately gentle because of that consideration. Well, as gentle as breaking bones and dislocating joints can be. Thankfully, her control had improved right alongside her body. She could dish out just the right amount of force every time. Blinding the last guard with her cape, Barbara twirled around him. She grabbed his gun and disarmed him as she twirled. Dropping the mag and ejecting the round in the chamber, she slapped him upside the head with his now inert gun. He dropped like a sack of bricks. As if the strings holding his body upright were suddenly cut. Now finished with her side, Barbara looked to Dick. He was lagging behind her but not by much. It only took him a few more seconds to deal with the rest of his cultists. Soon enough, they were all disabled and he rejoined Barbara. Together, they rushed into the recreation of Amadeus Arkham's cell. Only to find they were a moment too late. Arkham's warden lay in the center of the sigil of madness. Deacon Blackfire stood over him with a bloody knife in hand. A slitted gash ran across the warden's neck. Dick and Barbara quickly subdued the cowardly deacon. As Dick watched him, Barbara kneeled next to the warden and began first aid. She was able to stem the bleeding using Batgirl, a quick-acting medical gel that sealed and supported wounds. The warden would live but the blood was already spilled. Blood pooled into the sigil of madness below the deacon. An unearthly glow illuminated it. Barbara moved the warden out of the way just as the glow tried to peek. Without the source of blood for the ritual, the sigil of madness stuttered and failed. But only partially. A flash of writhing madness tried to fill the cell. The roar that should have accompanied it came out as a mad whimper. The sigil wasn't yet powerful enough to affect the whole city. But it did affect Arkham Tower, infecting it with even more madness than what already filled its walls. All of the inhabitants of Arkham Tower received an unhealthy dose of madness. Including the just arriving Bat family. Thankfully, the Bat family was already mad enough. Along with their indomitable wills, they were left relatively unaffected by the sigil. The patients and inmates of the tower weren't so lucky. Months and years of progress were reverted in seconds. Madness cackled from the walls around them. Inmates awoke, doors came unlocked, and in a mad symphony, a path was laid to escape. Chief among them was the Joker. He accepted the madness into his soul. It didn't so much affect him as it did feed him, fuel him. A man of pure insanity, he fed on the unearthly madness as he and the others made their escape. Inside the convoluted corridors of his mind, something already thoroughly broken, cracked. But, in a funny way. Chapter 10, Harley Cuck Quinn, 18+. Okay, this is the last of the daily chapter releases. I've caught up to where the story is at on QQ, so I'm letting it rest for now. I want to rebuild my backlog, so there's going to be a short break. I'm thinking the next chapter will come out Sunday. After that, it'll be 2 to 3 chapters a week, likely Sunday, Tuesday, and Friday. If you feel you can't wait that long, lol, thank you for the compliment. Early chapters are always available on my Patreon. Chapter 14 should be going up there shortly, sometime in the next few hours. patrayon.com/dryskies_btb for those so inclined. If not, I totally get it. Supporting me monetarily will always be optional. I. Harley stared down at Sean with a predatory glint in her eyes and a smile on her lips. Her eyes lit and she purred, "Do it, goth boy, make my day." Upon his offer to kill her infatuation with Mr. J, Harley had jumped Sean. She bowled him to the floor, mounting and straddling him like captured prey. Her legs on either side of his body pinned him in place. Her hands on his chest held him down. There was no escape in sight for Sean. Not that he was looking for it. Inside, Harley was a mess of emotion, excitement, and euphoria. Even more so than usual. Her heart was fluttering. Her mind doing pirouettes on a razor's edge. For so long, she'd been a slave to Mr. J's influence over her. Obsession ruled her heart and mind. Every time he called, she came running back. Every moment of happiness was underlain by a constant current of fear that he would come back into her life and ruin everything all over again. It was painful. It had hurt Harley and the people she loved most. She knew it was wrong, that it was unhealthy. But she just couldn't help herself. Even when she was happy with Red, she knew she wouldn't be able to stop herself from leaving if Mr. J even spoke her name. It was torture, pure and simple. And Gothboy had just offered her a way out. His offer was a lifeline while she was being waterboarded. It was an end to the pain and suffering of being so tied to Mr. J. Gothboy reminded her of Mr. J in some ways. He was a force of personality, charisma, and chaos in the best of ways. People were twisted by his words even when he didn't try to influence them. Thankfully, in all the ways that mattered, they couldn't be more different. Mr. J was sadistic, taking pleasure in cruel jokes and the hurt he inflicted. Harley knew he didn't care one bit for her. And even then, he always had her coming back for more. Gothboy was laid back. Relaxed. Chill, even. He was content to be left with his bar and an absence of trouble. He didn't have Mr. J's abominable ambitions. But that didn't make Gothboy any less fun. It was a different kind of fun, to be sure, with much less guilt involved in the aftermath, but fun for Harley to enjoy all the same. Sean blinked at finding himself beneath Harley. Right. Done. Harley blinked as well. That was it. So simple. Nothing to it. She thought of Mr. J, thought of him calling her name. Where once it would have set her very being aflame with pride and a need to please, now it just filled her with disgust. That deplorable man thought he could control her. He wasn't even that funny. Harley gasped. Had she really just thought that? She had. Mr. J wasn't even that funny. His jokes were played out. Hurting people wasn't a substitute for a punchline. That was how she knew Sean wasn't bullshitting. He'd really done it. She was free. She laughed. Free and clear, it resonated through her whole body. Her mind and soul became more clear with the noise. It was as if she was shaking off years of crapped-up gunk and junk. She'd never felt so good. Yeesius, Harley hissed aloud, declaring her satisfaction and newfound freedom to the world. I didn't think this was bothering you so much, Sean observed. Harley laughed and cackled and giggled all at once in mad euphoria. Ha ha hee ho ho ho. Bothering me. It was killing me. You don't know how much you've set me free, Gothboy. Harley. Baby. Ivy asked hesitantly from behind them. You're okay. Harley skipped up, ignoring Sean for a moment. She rushed over to her girlfriend. Still laughing happily, she picked the nature goddess up and twirled her around in her arms. For a very petite woman, Harley was much stronger than she seemed. I'm better than okay, Red. Harley sing-songed. I'm fantastic. Fabulous. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I won't have to worry about leaving you when Mr. Bastard escapes Arkham. See. I can even curse his name. Ivy gasped, ah. Was that something you were worried about? Harley grinned, not anymore. All thanks to Gothboy here. What did you do, Mr. Barkeep? Harley heard Freeze ask in the background. What I said I would. I killed her infatuation with the Joker and any influence he still held over her. Harley didn't pay Freeze or Gothboy's answer much mind. She had her girlfriend in her arms and a mind free of Joker. Holding Ivy by that green as she loved so much, Harley leaned forward and kissed her like a soldier returning from war. Ivy's surprise quickly melted into the kiss. Harley was insatiable. There weren't much better aphrodisiacs than being freed from what was essentially just mind control. She nipped and nibbled and just about devoured Ivy's lips. Harley left her girlfriend a panting mess of blooming flowers and sex pollen. Pulling back, Harley couldn't have stopped grinning even if she wanted to. How do you like them apples, red? Dazed and confused, Ivy just blinked, her lips still working against an invisible opponent, apples. She was so stunned and stupefied by Harley's kiss that an apple sprouted from the vines in her hair to plop comically onto the floor. Harley threw her head back and laughed at the top of her lungs. Nothing could kill her high. She looked over her shoulder at Sean. Don't think I've forgotten about you, goth boy. Get your pelvis ready because Harley Cuckquin is going to pound it into dust. I don't think cucks are the ones who are supposed to be doing the fucking, Sean deadpanned. Think again, you glorious goth fucker. Harley set Ivy down on shaky feet. She turned to Sean, settling into a stance Catwoman taught her. She was primed to pounce. In more ways than one. Selina said it was the same stance she used to lure Batman for their first time together. A hand on her shoulder stopped her briefly, Ivy saying, "Gee, give him one for me too, baby. If he can make you this happy, he deserves that much." Harley smirked back at her, "You say that like you aren't next." Ivy startled slightly, "W with Sean or with you?" "Yes." Leaving Ivy sputtering was her favorite thing to do. It just boosted Harley's mood even more. She settled back into her stance. Like a big cat, she prowled toward Sean. He just stood there, watching her. Amusement showed in his expression. "Perhaps we should leave before things get graphic," Freeze said to Nora. "Is this what the mating rituals of supervillains look like?" Nora wondered. "It's fascinating. Victor, will you try it with me? I will begin practicing the pouncing stance." Selina taught it to everyone. "Oh, how interesting. Come along, dear," Dee Dee soothed Ivy, helping her on still shaky legs. "This is special to Harley. And I do believe if we stay, we'll be just watching for a while. How does a dawn cap sound to keep us occupied in the meantime?" Knowing Sean, even Harley won't be enough to wear him out. Ivy giggled, "With how Harley's acting right now, I highly doubt that." Dee Dee's eyes just twinkled, "You'll see. Are you truly fine with this? Aren't you and Sean, something?" Ivy asked. Dee Dee laughed, "Oh, yes. To both questions. Sean and I are certainly something. But jealousy and monogamy aren't really my forte. So long as everyone's happy, so am I. After all, we'll all be together in death eventually." Harley stalked toward Sean. If she had a tail, it would have been held erect behind her, swaying side to side. Her predatory expression was back on her face. And she was determined to make Sean realize how much he'd just done for her. "So Harley, just you and me, huh?" Sean smirked. "Just me and you, goth boy," Harley matched it. "You know what you've done, right?" Sean played at ignorance, "Maybe you can enlighten me." Harley purred, circling him, "Oh, I'll enlighten you until you can't feel anything from your calves to your nipples. You're gonna know damn well how thankful I am for giving me and Red a real chance at things without Mr. Jamtitty in the picture." Sean's mind blue screamed, "Jamtitty." Harley took that opportunity to finally pounce. It was super effective. In an instant, she'd taken Sean to the ground again. Her grin never wavered. Her excitement only surged higher. She ignored where they were, still in the bar with just the floor to cushion their imminent activities. She ignored Freeze hurriedly ushering Nora out the door. She ignored Ivy and Dee Dee settling in with drinks to watch. Right now, there was only one thing on Harley's mind. Gothboy had done what she thought was impossible. He'd cured her, freed her from that loathsome bastard. That was the kind of thing that deserved all the thanks in Harley's mind. So she was jumping the gun, stealing a march. She couldn't hold herself back anymore. They hit the ground hard. Neither flinched. Sean's clothes were shredded to bits faster than he could blink. A body of lean muscle was revealed beneath Harley. Something thick poked up against Harley's ass. Something very thick. She paused to look behind her. Yeah, that was Gothboy's dick. She turned back around only to reverse immediately after, doing a double take. Holy shit. That was Gothboy's dick. That thing was a weapon. A blackjack. A bat. A goddamn bludgeon. It looked like it could be used to brain a midget or club a seal. Gothboy's dick blew Mr. J out of the water. As much as Harley hated the Joker, she had to admit he had nothing to be ashamed of in that area. He was a bit above average, a healthy 6 inches he really didn't deserve. But compared to Gothboy, it might as well have been a pinky finger. Holy shit. Harley exclaimed breathlessly, drawing out each syllable. Why, thank you, Sean said, playing humble and failing miserably. I'm rather proud of my friend downstairs. You should be. Little goth boy isn't looking so little after all. Seriously. The thing was practically as thick as Harley's wrist. Her legs came undone from around Sean's waist. Before she realized what she was doing, Harley found herself sinking between goth boy's legs. She stared at the looming member in awe. You're gonna split a little girl like me in two with this thing. Heckers, goth boy, you're gonna split Red and B-girl in two with it. And they ain't small at all. Sean chuckled smugly. Surely, you're exaggerating. Ivy piped up from the background. She's really not. You could give most of my vines a run for their money. It's quite frightening, actually. There, Dee Dee soothed beside her. We'll be with you every step along the way. 3 against 1 will at least allow us to hold our own. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tag out if I want to thank him properly, Harley said almost absently. I sent this a bit much for my first time with a man? Ivy asked. Harley didn't hear what the answer to that was. She let herself be entranced by Goth Boy's monster. Leaning forward, she let it fall against her face, trying to get a good measure of it. In her awe, she did so in the lewdest way possible. A wrist-thick shaft pressed against her cheek. Her chin nestled snugly into the base of Sean's cock. Even then, the tip went past her eyes to stand menacingly over her forehead. Harley went cross-eyed, still trying to stare at the absolute beast shadowing her face. Sean groaned. His cock throbbed, getting even harder. Harley didn't even think that was possible. She couldn't help but gasp. She felt the blood inside it pulse, hot on the skin of her cheek. Even Wonder Woman couldn't wield this weapon. You could slay a god with this, goth boy, Harley muttered, her lips brushing up against the shaft as she spoke. Been there, done that, Sean grunted distractedly. Huh. Oh, yeah, Marika was wild like that. I mean, I didn't literally kill her with my dick, but I sure showed her how to shatter an Elden Ring. What, so you haven't cock-slapped some divine bitches to death with this thing? Harley joked. Sean paused, no comment. Harley's mind stuttered, right. You know, you ain't making this big boy seem any less intimidating here, goth boy. You're not a goddess, right? You'll be fine, Sean said dismissively. Does his dick have literal god-slaying properties? Ivy sputtered from the audience. Dee Dee just smirked, no comment. She fell silent for a moment. Harley, baby. I think we've bitten off more than we can chew. Fat chance. Harley recovered her enthusiasm and confidence at that. Those gods. They were bitch-made. Me and you, Red. We're bad to the motherfucking bone. We'll show him how girls from Gotham do things. She didn't wait for a reply, from Ivy, or Sean himself. Harley's fingers wrapped around the stupidly thick shaft. The weight was heavy and intimidating in her palms, but Harley wouldn't be deterred again. Her mind was made up. She was going to show this mean old thing who the boss was here. The kisses she pressed into the hard cock before her eyes were almost angry. Hard and fast, she kissed her way up and down its length. She glared at the stupid thing like it owed her money all the while. Stupid fat fucking fuck machine. Stupid hot hardness. Stupid tempting taste on her lips. Don't get cocky, you stupid cock. Harley Cuckquin ain't that easy. The reminder of the nickname she'd given herself brought Harley's mind to lewd, welcome places. She moaned into that magnificent meat, her mind wandering to what this monster would do to her girlfriend. This thing. It would wreck Red. Ruin her for any other guys. She was a virgin when it came to guys, and this beast would take her first. Red wouldn't stand a chance. It would conquer her mind and body. It might even steal Red away from her. And I'll be stolen right along with her, Harley thought in realization. Oh, gods. To see Red stretched around this thick fucking cock, writhing in beautiful ecstasy. Harley felt herself drool. And not just from the lips she had pressed against Goth Boy's cuck-conquering cock. It would be frickin' glorious. This monster of steely flesh giving her girlfriend what Harley couldn't. Making Harley's gorgeous green goddess come undone over and over again as it pounded her, bred her. Fuck. Harley's insides were made of jelly, her womb was pulsing with white-hot, passionate fire, and her pussy was practically squirting already. The forced anger bled out of her kisses, replaced by worshipful passion. Her tongue came out to join her lips, running up Goth Boy's length. She lavished and lapped at every inch of his skin, imagining that she was already preparing him for Red. This thing was going to give her Red so much pleasure. So much ecstasy. Honestly, Harley was more excited about that prospect than getting a taste for herself. Yup, a change of plans was needed. Red. Harley gasped, having to forcefully remove herself from Goth Boy's cock to speak. Get your pretty green ass over here. Ivy jumped at the demand, what? And now? Oh, Am I ready? I can help with that, Sean offered. Go on, Red, Harley encouraged. I'm getting him all ready, set, and steady for you. I want to see you come apart on top of this bitch-breaking stud cock. Ivy gaped at her for a moment. She was certainly a sight worth gaping at. Already, Harley's lips were swollen from cock kisses and her eyes were wild. Combined with the huge statuesque member next to her petite pretty face, it was a scene straight out of those hentai comics Harley liked so much. But, by Mother Nature, it got Ivy going. She downed her drink in a single gulp, drawing slightly on the liquid courage. Even without it, she would have joined them. Maybe Harley wasn't the only one with a bit of cuckween in her. As she got up to walk over to them, Sean pulsed that strange aphrodisiac aura of his. If Ivy wasn't primed before, she certainly was after that. It washed over her and Ivy could have sworn she felt her womb drop into an impossible ready position. A need to breathe filled her body and mind. Ivy shuddered with a breathy exhale. She could already feel herself leaking down her thighs. That cheat code of yours is entirely unfair, Ivy commented, trying to be nonchalant and casual about this whole situation. Sean just smirked up at her. From his place on the floor, he reached up and grabbed Ivy around the back of her knees. Ivy squeaked as they were made to give out and she found herself kneeling about Sean's face. You love it, Sean said, his words muffled by a very intimate part of Ivy's sinfully aroused body. Oh my. Ivy gasped. His breath teased at her skin. His hands were surprisingly strong, holding Ivy in place by the curve of her waist and hips. Flowering petals dripped nectar onto Sean's lips. Ivy wiggled in place slightly. Each movement sent shocking brushes of contact from her groin to her core. Her inner thighs rested on either side of his face. Ivy had been in this position before. She was no stranger to a bit of face-sitting. But with Sean, a man. It was unique, fresh, and novel in a way that made her brain tingle pleasantly. There was no stubble on his cheeks but Ivy could somehow feel how masculine his jawline was. So different from Harley's. She couldn't ignore that she was currently riding a man's lips. Or, peeking down at Sean's crotch and Harley, that her girlfriend was currently worshipping that same man's monstrous member. A man's sexual organ was a new sight for Ivy. But not an unwelcome one. Ivy had no idea they could be this massive but she knew from the way Harley reacted that Sean was very much an exception from the norm. It was crude. Imposing. Intimidating, even. But at the same time, it was undeniably attractive. Not in the same way Ivy was attracted to Harley's sex but just as stimulating. Harley was beautiful and delicate, a work of art. Sean's member was a force of nature, something primal to be enjoyed in awe and blissfully helpless submission. Seeing it next to her girlfriend certainly didn't hurt how tantalizingly attractive Ivy found Sean's cock either. It painted a mentally stimulating picture. Combined with Sean's aphrodisiacal aura, Ivy could feel herself drooling. From both pairs of lips. Then Sean's mouth made full contact with her dripping quim. Ivy gasped and moaned and all but melted. It was shockingly pleasurable, somehow gentle, and demanding at once. Just the whisper of his lips and tongue on her petals was making Ivy realize the true bliss that came with the opposite sex. She'd never been more thankful for being bisexual. Oh, goddess, he was so skillful with that tongue of his. Not a single inch of her was left untouched, untongued. His kisses made her pussy flutter. His gentle nibbles made her heart race. His strong hands on her waist, holding her in place, stole breathless moans and mewling whimpers from her lungs. Sean feasted, drinking deeply of Ivy's nectar. His tongue dove between her flowering lower lips. Sweetness poured from her core, coating his taste buds. Harley was never shy about how good Ivy tasted. It had to be something about her unique biology. She was honeysuckle and sweet fruit juice, distilled and made into a sexual nectar to show her arousal. Sean certainly seemed to agree. The sounds he was making were so lewd. Ivy felt her skin turning crimson at his audible wet slurps. Gee goddess. Was that her? It sounded more like Sean was drinking from a fountain. How shameful. While Ivy lost her mind to a lewd soundtrack of pure pleasure, Harley did her best to watch and worship at the same time. Still kneeling between Sean's legs, her eyes were locked on her girlfriend's face. Just as her lips were locked on goth boy's stupid womb-dropping, slut-pounding, rock-hard monster cock. Harley felt like she was trying to wrap her lips around a damn water pipe. It pulsed against her tongue. Her petite hands and lithe fingers cradled his balls. Even they were heavy enough to take more than a bit of effort to hold. How the hell did he walk around with this thing? Harley knew she was swooning. She didn't care. Gods, it was beautiful. Perfect. Harley was pretty sure she'd found her new mallet. She could certainly see herself smacking Mr. Jamtitty upside the head with this weapon. She giggled giddily at that thought. Really, when you thought about it, Goth Boy's cock was just the final step in killing her infatuation. No other man could match up to Goth Boy after this. Ivy would be feeling the same thing soon enough. Harley was sure of that much. But first, she wanted to prepare this beast for her naive goddess of a girlfriend. She wanted to worship the weapon that would slay Gotham's man-eater. Harley's lips stretched wide around the tip. Her tongue ticked the cock slit for a moment. Then she tried to force herself down its length. Surprising herself, Harley succeeded. She swallowed a third of Goth Boy's cock before she had to come up for air. Resting her mouth at the very tip, Harley gasped for breath. She swore she could feel common sense and reason leaving her with each heave of her chest. She wanted to go again. So she did. This time, she made it halfway down. That's right. Harley cheered in her mind. Who's that bitch? Harley's that bitch. Suck it, Goth Boy. I'm gonna suck you dry. Smug eyes turned upward. Harley paused as she saw her girlfriend practically dancing atop Goth Boy's lips and tongue. Oh. Oh, fuck. That's so fucking hot. Harley almost instantly decided she couldn't wait any longer. She practically hopped off Goth Boy's monster cock, her lips coming unglued from around the tip. Giving it a squeeze with both hands, she got her partner's attention. Ivy. Ivy. Get your pretty pussy down here. Ivy was too dazed to put together a coherent reply, "W-ah." Thankfully, Sean was quicker on the uptake. With barely any effort, he lifted Ivy clear off of his face. She squealed in surprise as he manhandled her into the position Harley wanted. Mounting Sean reverse cowgirl, that mind-breaking cock pulsed from Ivy's pussy to her navel. Harley grinned up at her girlfriend from the other side of the monster, ready, red dash, why? Ivy sputtered, trying and failing to find her words, I dash. Is that dash? It'll break dash. Oh, my goddess. Sean lifted Ivy by his grip on her hips again. Moving in almost unnatural sync, Harley aimed his cock for her quim. Ivy's nectar immediately soaked the tip, running down the shaft like a waterfall. Sean slowly lowered her. Oh, yeah, Harley moaned. Split her open, stretch that cunny good, Goth Boy. Oh, fuck, you look so good on his cock, red. Fuck. Fuck. I think I'm coming just from watching. Squirt by proxy. Fucking sympathy cummies. While Harley's moans took center stage, Ivy was by no means quiet, whining and whimpering sensually, so big, so big. Oh, goddess, you're going to break me. Easy now, Sean soothed and reassured. You can take it. Look at you, doing so good and putting on a show for your girlfriend. You're a natural, Ivy. Down and down, Ivy went. A shockingly huge member pierced all the way to her core. Her inner walls stretched, taking the shape of Sean's cock. Ivy didn't even know how this was possible. She felt like she was on the verge of breaking, falling apart in a blissful mess of sex-ravished Ivy. Harley had the best seat in the house. Her face was practically pressed against the place Ivy and Goth Boy were joined. Her mouth hung open in awe. She shook and shuddered, mimicking every little twitch of Ivy's body. It was without a doubt the hottest thing Harley had ever seen. Beautiful, delicate petals were pushed apart by thick meaty steel. Denying any sense of logic, those pretty lips took it all. Every inch, every vein, bit after bit of masculine sex disappeared into Harley's girlfriend. Harley was coming hands-free just from the sight of Ivy being so thoroughly ravished. Her girlfriend would never be the same again. Hell, Harley would never be the same again. And the thought pooled in a pleasurable puddle between Harley's knees. Finally, after what felt like hours for all involved, Ivy came to rest atop Sean's hips. She just sat there and shivered. So much, so big, so thick, so deep. Her mind was playing a futile game of catch-up. Halfway to being broken already, the overwhelming sensations left Ivy a drooling, spasming mess. Even with a, not-so-metaphorical rod up her spine, Ivy swayed in her sitting position. Before she could potentially collapse, Harley wrapped her in a supporting hug. The sudden contrast of sensations was too much. Harley was too soft against her skin. Sean was too hard within her deepest depths. Feminine on the outside, masculine inside, Ivy had no choice but to fall to pieces with a husky moan. The wild look in Harley's eyes hadn't faded a bit as she watched her girlfriend come on cock for the first time. Her grin was eager, her mind and body were ready, and she was more than willing to indulge in their current depravity. Holy fucking cunt balls, Batman. Harley could barely breathe through how horny she was. She almost wished they'd done this sooner. But a large part of her knew it wouldn't have been nearly the same without Goth Boy and his monster Goth Boy D. He'd already done so much for them and now he was fulfilling Harley's new biggest fantasy to a T. I think I love you, Goth Boy, Harley declared excitedly. Oh, gee goddess, I can't even think. I can't. I can't. Oh, I can't. Ivy moaned. Harley took the chance to silence her girlfriend and slip plenty of tongue into her mouth. Ivy's moan was muffled and only intensified for it. Her eyes fluttered back in her head. Harley threaded her fingers through Ivy's hair and tried her best to match what Sean was doing to the lower half of Ivy's body. Sean chuckled, "We've barely started. Wait until I really get moving." Ivy couldn't hear or process his words. The world could have ended around her and she wouldn't have noticed or cared. It would have made sense even, with the way her mind was coming apart at the seams. Still, Harley surely heard him. She freed one of her hands to flash him an eager thumbs up. Even though he didn't need it, Sean took the permission and ran with it. He'd been content with the gripping tightness of Ivy's pussy. Stretching her out to take him for the first time was certainly pleasurable enough in its own right. But it was only the beginning. So with a shift of his hips beneath Ivy, Sean moved. He lifted Ivy by her hips. Instinctively, she rolled them in his grip. Below, his hips cocked at the ready and thrust slowly upward in time with her rolling descent. For a few torturous moments, Ivy was left empty. Sean pulled out and it felt like he took her brain with him. She whined into Harley's kiss, only to be filled all over again. Nectar poured from a perfectly stretched emerald cunny. It coated Sean's shaft and made a sticky, sweet mess on his crotch. So much that it could have sustained him, and dying of thirst, Ivy's arousal cleared a way forward for Sean's thrusts. As easy as can be, he slid back into her depths. Back and forth, Sean sawed away within Ivy. Each thrust pushed and pulled at his nerves, filling his whole body with pleasure. She practically sucked him in with each thrust. She hugged every inch and took him so well. Impossibly wet and hot and tight, a sleeve of molten silk swallowed Sean's cock. Their position gave him easy access to all of Ivy's most sensitive spots. The curve of his erection maintained constant contact with her G-spot, grinding it into oblivion. Her clit was the same. Her flower was stretched wide enough for it to rub against the underside of his shaft every time he pushed deep inside her. The tip of his cock kissed a sensitive spot deep inside Ivy. Not her cervix but hidden just behind and below it in the very depths of her canal. That touch in particular, that gentle grinding kiss, sent Ivy spiraling to heights unknown. As Ivy melted in blissful submission, into the kiss and atop the cock, Harley jilled herself to rapturous completion again and again. Her fingers worked herself furiously. She couldn't stop even if she wanted to. This was heaven. Kissing her girlfriend silly as she squirted herself stupid on Gothboy's monster cock. They were so doing this again. Maybe next time, Ivy would be interested in a bit of role reversal too. Even if she wasn't, Harley was more than happy with this. She'd given the nickname to herself as a joke, but Harley was really living up to Harley Cuckquin. Hell, the nickname made this whole thing even better. Punning while coming. Sign her the hell up. Who knew cucking yourself with monster cock would be so hot? Harley shivered at the thought. Fuck. Coming again. Meanwhile, Ivy hadn't stopped coming for a moment. Over and over in a continuous cycle, Ivy peaked. The constant, pounding stream of highs made her mindless and impossibly weak. Her mind was practically in orbit at this point. Even the dips between peaks were high enough to leave her gasping for air. Sean's thrusts, Harley's lips, Ivy found herself drowning in sensation. It overtook her completely. Soft and hard. Eager and steady. Her mind was fraying. She was a mess of ecstasy being pushed higher and higher, farther and farther from reason or sense. It felt like Sean could have gone on forever. His cock was only growing harder. His body wouldn't tire or rest for a single moment. Like an unceasing engine of pleasure, Sean pistoned himself into Ivy's thoroughly wrecked cunny. Ivy's glorious green ass clapped against his crotch with each thrust. Her rosy-capped tits bounced, rubbing against Harley's smaller ones with each thrust. Her taut tummy flexed, a small bulge appearing there every time Sean buried himself deep inside her. Just when she didn't think she could take any more, it all came to a climactic finish. Sean grunted, his thrusts coming harder and faster. With a rumbling groan, he hilted himself deep within Ivy, practically seated against the entrance to her baby room. It was like an explosion. It was an explosion. A burst of searing heat flooded Ivy's core. Then another in an unending torrent of life-giving seed. Ivy peaked and then peaked again, squirting enough around Sean's cock to almost match what he was shooting inside her. She went stiff atop Sean's throbbing and coming rod. The only hint of life in her mind was the way her body reacted, and reacted hard. Harley joined them an instant later. She moaned loudly into the kiss, her body vibrating in orgasmic bliss to match her girlfriend. Pressed tight against Ivy's body, Harley could have sworn she felt Gothboy coming inside her too. Sean held Ivy down tight and fast, gluing them together at the hip. His cock throbbed and jumped with each spurt. He bucked beneath her as if he was trying to get even deeper. An intimately familiar white flash covered his vision as he spilled a river inside of Ivy. By the time Sean's climax was finished, allowing Ivy to stop climbing to impossible heights of pleasure finally, she was sore. Her whole body was tense. Sean's cum-hots turned to a gentle, pleasant trickle, and Ivy was allowed to relax. Almost immediately, she collapsed forward and just let Harley support her. Caught off guard by suddenly taking all of Ivy's weight, Harley fell backward with a startled, squealing giggle. Sean's cock slid out from Ivy's depths. It still stood as tall and imposing as ever. Harley was more than content to enjoy her girlfriend's insensate, boneless cuddles. Red. Look. You're cream-filled now. Ivy was just finding her words again, mewling and mumbling, "You when I certainly feel stuffed to the leaking point." Sean was left high and well, not dry. Nothing about his cock could be considered dry right now. But as a familiar hand wrapped itself around his now free cock and a familiar pair of lips suddenly nibbled at his neck, Sean was happy to leave the two girlfriends to their pillow talk. He. Harley giggled. "I'm dating a donut. Was it as good for you as it was for me, Red?" Harley. "Baby." Ivy deadpanned. "I can't feel my tits and my toes might as well be in another area code." "I'll take that as a yes," Harley sing-songed. "We should totally go again." "Oh, goddess, no. You're going to kill me," Ivy said in a panic. Harley pouted, "Oh, pooh. It looks like we can't anyway. Dee Dee is taking her turn now." Ivy sighed in relief, and thank everything holy for that. "Seriously, baby, I can't move. Another round would have left me paralyzed from the waist down." "Well, I just take care of you then, Red. Nurse Harley has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" Harley teased. "Harley, please stop. I think I physically can't get horny again so soon," Ivy groaned. Away from the pillow-talking girlfriends, Sean leaned back into Dee Dee. Her bare breasts pressed into his back, having undressed at some point while he was preoccupied. Nimble fingers played over his drenched cock. Equally nimble lips nipped at his neck. "Are you proud of yourself, dear?" Dee Dee rasped sultrily. "Very," a smirk quirked Sean's lips. "But you're not yet satisfied," Dee Dee stated instead of asking. Sean couldn't help but chuckle, not even close. They were good but I'm much more experienced than both of them combined. They never stood a chance. Dee Dee sighed dramatically, "I fear I'll be in the same boat." Sean raised an eyebrow, "Really? I would have thought you were at least as experienced as me due to your long unique existence." He could hear her roll her eyes. "No one wishes to have sex when they're dying, Sean. Or at least, no one worthwhile. I can think of a few but quite frankly, sex was the last thing on my mind with them." "I've gone out in the throes of passion once," Sean commented absently. "You're right. It's overrated. Not nearly as fun as it sounds. It's very similar to what I imagine overdosing on stimulants to be like." "What a lovely mental picture, dear," Dee Dee deadpanned. Sean snorted, "Right, even if you're deaf, that's not the best sexy talk." "It's not," Dee Dee confirmed. "Well, how about I make it up to you?" Sean offered. "What do you dash?" Sean. Dee Dee didn't even get the chance to finish her question. Sean spun and lifted her upright into his arms. Looking up at her, he took in the perfection that was Lady Death. Dark makeup, black hair, and so much pale skin lit a fire in his soul. A fire that refused to be quenched by anything or anyone but his Dee Dee. "You're beautiful, Dee Dee," he said, setting her down on the bar they usually worked behind together. Dee Dee smiled, "Thank you, Sean. That isn't something I hear very often. And isn't that such a shame? I suppose. Well, Harley and Ivy have thanked me. Now, I think it's my turn." "What do you mean?" Dee Dee cocked her head cutely. Sean elaborated, "How much have you done for me, Dee Dee? In this life? Through my many deaths, even if those weren't you personally. I don't think it could be put into words." Dee Dee blushed slightly, the color very noticeable on her pale cheeks. "It was no trouble, really. Tell me, Dee Dee, how do you see our relationship?" "Well." She hesitated. "I've always wanted to be close to someone. To have someone to be there for me. I'm there for everyone as they pass and I don't hate that. But sometimes, I long for the same. I suppose that's why I picked you. You're familiar enough with my concept to understand me. So you see me as someone to lean on. A pillar of strength and companionship." Sean clarified. "That sounds about right," Dee Dee nodded. "A lover. A big brother. Both, since we're not related by blood." Dee Dee's blush intensified and she stammered, "That's entirely improper, Sean. Even with your reincarnations, I'm much older than you. How could you be my big brother?" "Easy," Sean smirked, leaning close enough to kiss her. Close enough that his breath tickled her lips. "I've been in this situation before. I'm probably much more qualified for the job than any of your actual siblings. You get to keep playing the responsible younger sister keeping her wild big brother in check. And I'll be there for you to lean on. Really, it's not all that different from what we've been doing. Now, you'll just have the option to call me Oni-chan. A strained whimper tried to escape the back of Dee Dee's throat. Her blush went nuclear. Still, she forced herself to speak, and, if I want more than a sibling relationship. Well then, it's a good thing we aren't related by blood, Sean purred. He turned her so she was parallel to the length of the bar and slowly pushed her backward, giving her plenty of time to resist. Dee Dee didn't. He mounted the bar between her legs once she was lying supine. Her legs instinctively found their way around his waist. Dee Dee's blush reached from her cheeks all the way down her neck. She stared up at Sean as he kneeled over her from within the locking embrace of her legs. Still hard, his cock fell atop her loins, reaching up along her abdomen. She gulped. She hadn't realized how big it was until it was right lying on top of her. Even in her hands, he didn't feel so intensely masculine and strong. Or maybe she just hadn't noticed that she hadn't been able to encircle the impressive girth completely. A jeer from Harley reminded Dee Dee that they had an audience. Whoa. Don't fuck on the bar. People drink there. Sean just rolled his eyes. If you're so concerned, you can clean it when we're done, Harley. With your tongue, you depraved little cuckquean. Oh yeah. Now you're talking. Shaking his head, Sean returned his full focus to Dee Dee. The rest of the world seemed to fall away. Even the majority of her being, elsewhere doing what she always did, felt disconnected. Unimportant compared to what was happening here and now. How do we do this? Dee Dee stuttered. However you like, Dee Dee. Then. Make love to me. Are you asking me or is this your request? Sean teased. Make love to me, Dee Dee said, finding her courage. It was illogical but a part of Dee Dee feared that Sean would reject her. She knew he wouldn't. He was, at the very least, fond of her. She could feel it through their connection. But even for the endless, the heart was not so logical a thing. Dee Dee was so used to people leaving her. It was what they did. It was her self-imposed purpose for existence. It was the way of things for as long as she could remember. She was there for them in their most vulnerable moment. But that moment could never last forever. Eventually, they passed on. And Dee Dee was left on her own again. Sean sensed her hesitation and its source. He was the very definition of well-traveled. Wise even if he didn't act like it. As he said, he'd been in this situation before. Not exactly the same, but he could recognize abandonment issues when he saw them. He had no plans for leaving Dee Dee. Ever, potentially. He didn't even plan on dying again. 69 was such a nice number. He'd be here for her for as long as she'd have him and then a little bit longer. Now, he just had to get that commitment across to Dee Dee. He'd fuck it into her thick skull if he had to. For such an ancient, well-grounded entity, Dee Dee wasn't used to worrying about herself. For her entire existence, she'd been the one people leaned on. Sean was here to show her that wasn't the case with him. That an endless series of fleeting connections wasn't all she had to look forward to. He smiled down at her, putting everything into the expression. Kindness. Stability. His gratitude for everything she'd done, for everything death had done for him. That connection they shared between something incomprehensibly endless and something more comprehensible but no less potentially endless. Dee Dee, he started fondly. What do you think would have happened to me if you left me keep drifting? Dee Dee blinked at the seeming non-sequitur. I don't know. I don't either. But I have a feeling I would have kept drifting forever. Between one life and the next with nothing to anchor me. What I do know is that you changed that. You anchored me, Dee Dee. And I don't think I'll dash. No. I won't ever let go of that anchor. Dee Dee stared up at him in shock as his declaration settled into her mind. The beautiful blush that colored her pale skin crept even farther down her chest. It reached for her ears. Sean continued, I feel I've been showing you that since we met but you haven't quite internalized my intentions. So I suppose I'll just have to state it plainly and make it clear to you. He paused for effect. At the same time, his hips drew back, dragging his cock down her tummy, over her clit, to pose before her entrance. He leaned down over her. One of his hands took hold of both of hers, drawing them above her head and intertwining their fingers there. I'm yours, Dee Dee. So close, his words were like a knife, stabbing thrills of startled, disbelieving happiness into Dee Dee's mind. He pushed forward, punctuating this declaration in a way that couldn't be ignored. Her hands in his, her body laid bare before him, her pussy yielding to his slow, steady thrust, Dee Dee was reduced to nothing but bliss and acceptance. She came undone. She couldn't bring herself to deny Sean's words. Conviction and commitment radiated through their bond. He said it and so it was so. He was hers. And I'm his, Dee realized within her mind. Everything hit her all at once. Physical sensation, emotional reassurance, and the way Sean's soul stood strong for her to lean against endlessly. Her body surrendered to him. A constant, gentle pressure stretched her upon his cock. Just as he'd come into her existence, Sean invaded her most sacred place. Just like then, Dee accepted him, holding him there, cradling him. His hand in hers offered the support she so desperately needed. For once, death of the endless was just along for the blissful ride. Sean thrust. In and out, he filled her with firm conviction. Pleasure overtook Dee's being. The rest of her existence faded into the background, nothing but white noise behind the moment. Her back arched. Dee moaned, trying to put everything she was feeling into the few simple words she could manage right now, was Sean Yees. It should have made no sense. Sean understood. Dee knew he did. Laying atop her, his hips drove him deep. Her legs flexed around his waist, pulling him in even farther. For a moment, they stayed like that. Connected to an endless extreme. Sean pulled back. Dee tried to whine. All that came out was a pitiable whimper. She shook her head, her eyes closed as she tried to convey her complaints. Before she could find the right words, he was back. Into her depths, Sean's cock carved a path. Dee let herself be molded around him. She hugged every inch of him. Her inner folds clung to his hardness. Unyielding, his cock flattened them into pleasurable submission. So full. So stretched. Almost artfully sore and deliciously tender. So much contact. He was touching every bit of her. Inside her all the way down to her soul. Dee had never felt so, seen. Sean knew her. Taught everything by their connection. Both physical and something more. Sean rolled his hips. Dee found herself matching him. Over and over again, they connected. Truly. Deeply. Completely. They came together and Dee came apart. Intense, rolling waves of pleasure racked her body. She gave herself over to them. He pushed, rolled, and thrust deep inside her. He was unstoppable. Steady. Steel for Dee to lean herself upon and give herself over to. Sean's forehead touched hers. Dee knew she would be staring into his soul if she opened her eyes. She did. She saw everything. It was overwhelming, even for the endless. Lives Dee would never experience. A unique rarity. An impossibility. All culminating in this moment. In her. Dee surged upward to kiss him. She could do nothing else. Her lips met his. Despite initiating the kiss, she quickly submitted to Sean's lifetimes of sexual experience. Her world sparked and crackled, white flashes exploding on the edge of her vision. It was like he was taking her by the hand, leading her on a road he'd walked many times before. A road that led higher and higher into heavenly ecstasy. He was there each time she came, coaxing her through it and not letting her fall. All Dee could do was follow Sean farther up. Past everything she thought was possible. She came and came, building and building to a peak she couldn't yet see. Sean groaned into their kiss and the peak came into sight. A shuddering breath escaped Dee. A hot moan against Sean's lips. His pace never changed. Still steady and firm, not quite slow but not too fast either. Perfectly pushing Dee ever upward. But Dee could feel him getting close. His cock swelled inside her. She could feel every throb, every pulse of his blood through the sizable organ. Just a little bit thicker. Just a little bit harder. It was enough to send Dee tumbling in a sexual freefall. Unable to control herself, Dee came. Heat swelled from her core, expanding like the light of an oncoming train in the night. She felt herself coil tighter, tighter, tighter. Just when she thought pain would join her immeasurable pleasure, Sean sheathed himself inside her and came as well. An outside source quelled the heat from her core. Not in a way that quenched or cooled it but as if Sean's climax finally allowed the pressure of Dee's to release. Glass shattered. The bubble popped. The dam burst. Dee was swept away by a sudden wave of everything. Rope after rope, pulse after shooting pulse, Sean filled Dee's deepest depths even more than she thought possible. A flood filled her core. Dee all but screamed a moan against Sean's lips. She clung to him tightly. She never wanted to let go. With short, grinding rolls of his hips, Sean coaxed her through their combined climaxes. By the time she could finally think again, Dee was spent for the first time in her existence. Oh, Dee moaned, still clinging tightly onto Sean. I've never felt anything like that before. Sean chuckled, stroking her hair, I'd be worried if you had. I don't exactly stick to mortal marital arts. Dee just hummed in response and enjoyed their embrace. In the background with their audience, Ivy stared in dumbfounded shock. Is that what he did to me? Harley giggled. Yeah, Red. Hot as fuck, isn't it? Ivy could only nod speechlessly. Hey, Red, think you can stand yet? Harley asked her stunned girlfriend. Not well, but I think I could manage, Ivy absently replied. Why? Harley grinned, hopping to her feet eagerly and taking Ivy with her, 'cause it's cleanup time. Ivy squeaked, Harley, no. Harley, yes. Chapter 11, Cat and Mouse Protector. The Joker knew something was wrong. Something was broken in his already cracked mind. Something funny. Normally, his thoughts would have been incomprehensible to anyone else. Cloaked in chaos and insane humor that not even Harley could understand. Now, they almost made sense. A twisted sort of sense, to be sure, but sense nonetheless. He didn't even feel the need to hurt anyone. Not for the mere sake of dishing out pain, at least. For the bit. Sure. But not for sadism's sake on its own. Nor indulgence's sake. Thankfully, causing the general mayhem he found oh so amusing fell under doing it for the bit. At least he still had that. But compared to his usual methods, it was unthinkable. Confusing. Vexing. Unique. Intriguing. A new kind of chaos for him to explore. And the Joker was nothing if not chaotic. He didn't know what was responsible for his new outlook on life. Did it matter? He was more than used to great swings in personality. This one was different from the norm, sure, but not so much that the Joker couldn't eventually adapt. There was an underlying sense of madness to this all. Not the sane insanity he was used to. No, this was madness. With a capital M. The kind of force that drove the Mad Hatter. Or the Scarecrow. A hyperfixation, something to drive yourself mad over. Even if he wasn't mad originally, the Joker had still been plenty mad, with a lowercase m. And illogically, this madness took his madness and drove him all the way around to something that he could approximately describe as lucidity. Still, sanity for the Joker was far from normal sanity. He hadn't lost what made him, him. Just a bit of his insane edge, driven out by madness. What it left behind fell back on his sense of humor, turning camp instead of cruel. At the same time, a fourth wall crumbled just a little bit more in his mind. And he realized something had changed. Some new variable had been introduced to the formulaic reality he was oh so used to. Was that crack? The Joker found his new mad hyperfixation. And so the wave of madness that washed over Arkham Tower left the Joker changed. He wasn't alone. All of the tower's residents were driven a bit mad, in this specific sense of the word. Killer Croc settled slightly more into his skin, his madness bringing out his lingering humanity. Solomon Grundy found madness stimulating his poor, rotting brains. Black Mask found his madness in the crime he lived and breathed, becoming his mask even more than he already was. Just about the only Arkham resident worse off for the wave of madness was Victor Zash. He was an exception. He wasn't mad to begin with. Capital or lowercase, not even a little bit. He was just that cruel, that sadistic, that utterly deplorable of a human being. So when the madness hit him, there was nothing there for it to work with. No hints of madness in his situation or personality. Just sanity. Sanity that was naturally twisted into a new madness, tainted by Zash's inherent, inhuman cruelty. The wave of madness didn't just affect people. It washed over Arkham Tower itself. Sourced from a sigil created by its founder, even this twice-removed version of Arkham was uniquely vulnerable. The building of concrete, steel, and glass went mad, releasing those it was charged to hold. Mad patients, inmates in all but name, returned to the streets of Gotham. The city was saved from the direct wave of madness but not from those it affected. Unexpectedly, the consequences weren't quite as severe as one would expect. That was the nature of madness like this. It was truly unpredictable. Killer Croc didn't suddenly start eating people in the streets. Instead, he found a nice pond in a park and curled up for a nap. Solomon Grundy didn't begin an undead rampage. Instead, he found a library and started looking into his original death, scaring the wits out of a poor librarian in the process even if he was surprisingly polite about it. On the other end of the mad spectrum, Victor Zash immediately went looking for another reason to carve into his skin. Black Mask emerged from Arkham to find a city that was surprisingly empty of its criminal element. Or so he thought. In reality, everyone just happened to be busy with a certain dead end. Still, the perceived absence gave him a head start to begin gathering criminal power once again now that he was free. Starting with a whole new troupe of mind-controlled masks to act as his elites. After his escape, the Joker fell somewhere into the middle of this spectrum of madness. At first, he found somewhere to hole up and acclimate to his new mad/sane/humorous/cracked reality. Once he was satisfied and settled into his new unique form of madness, Joker set out to find his annoying main henchwoman. Harley Quinn was his greatest masterpiece. When the world wished to cure him and put a stop to his act of comedy and tragedy, they assigned him to a psychiatrist. A good one. New, fresh-footed, naive, even, but talented. The Joker was sure to show them what a mistake that was. There was nothing about him to cure. He was an embodiment of chaos. A force of nature. Not some nutjob. He was more aware than the rest of the world combined. Even before this new fourth-wall-breaking madness. So he worked his special brand of magic on the best treatment the world had to offer. Treatment for treatment, the tables weren't just turned, they were flipped inside out. Harleen became Harley. The Joker broke her down, piece by piece. And he built her back up. Better. She was his best work, painted in brushstrokes that spat on those who tried to cure what couldn't and shouldn't be cured. Like any tortured, misunderstood artist, he loved and hated what he'd created. But no matter his mixed feelings about his art, Harley was undeniably useful. Especially when he'd just gotten out of Arkham for the umpteenth time. If he wanted to find out more about his new mad hyperfixation, this change of medium, Harley was as good a place to start as any. She was his, she wasn't. She would come running when he called, she wouldn't. She owed him for making her what she was today, she didn't. Only, the Joker quickly realized that he couldn't find her anywhere. Not in any of their usual hideouts. Not at Poison Ivy's conservatory. Not even at her favorite mallet shop. He ended up having to return to his gang alone. Like some kind of joke. It wasn't funny. Joker wasn't laughing. Well, maybe a little bit. But it was a mad laugh of disbelief more than anything genuine. Especially when he heard from some of his J-boys where she'd been lately. Where everyone had been lately. Another piece of his hyperfixation fell into place. A dead end. A neutral bar. That had banned him by name. Oh ho ho ho. There was a joke being played here. And Joker wouldn't let himself be the butt of it. Not even his new mad sense of humor would allow that. Not without his input at least. Aye. Another round for everybody, goth boy. Harley declared. And another story. The party doesn't end until I say it does. Her declaration was met with a round of cheers from the very diverse patrons of the dead end. Yeah. This is so much better than a frat party. I can't believe I got a picture with the Poison Ivy. Damn, I haven't partied like this since I dropped out of high school. Oh, yeah. I haven't partied like this since Tahiti in '08. Take that, Billy. Shut up, Ashton, you highborn bastard. It ain't a competition. That's Sir Highborn Bastard to you. Damn, so many drunk rich kids. I almost wish I was still running scams. Not in the dead end, Seamus. You know better than that. Oi. I said almost. OMG. I'm, like, your biggest fan, Miss Harley. What are we celebrating again? I think the Olympics are coming to Gotham or something. Oh, God. Don't even joke about something like that. I smiled fondly, sharing the expression with Ivy and Dee Dee. Even after Ivy's grand opening and everything else that happened, Harley was still riding high. Her energy was infectious, taking over the entire bar and everyone in it. And even if they didn't know why they were celebrating, they could enjoy the free drinks and lively atmosphere Harley brought with her. The impossible space of the dead end was packed. But it managed never to feel overcrowded. Thanks to conceptual death fuckery, space wasn't at a premium. We could house the entire city if we had to. An idea that was being put to the test tonight. Also impossibly, Dee Dee and I managed to serve everyone with laid-back ease. More conceptual fuckery. We were never rushed or busy. Time and causality stretched and twisted nonchalantly within the dead end. As if breaking every law of sense and reason was the natural order of things. Most of the bar's patrons were split off here or there around the impossible space. The bar itself had been made into a pseudo-VIP area. It wasn't enforced at all, but it was where the original regulars and the villains gathered. The concentrated force of personality that came along with Gotham's capes kept most away. A few were brave enough to venture near. But most were content to watch from the sidelines. The self-imposed segregation made things easier for me, keeping the proverbial main cast close at hand. So even with the citywide celebration, in the sense that people from all across the city were celebrating with Harley in the dead end, everything else was practically business as usual. The boys and girls I'd grown accustomed to were sitting at the bar. Two-Face, Riddler, Penguin, Catwoman, Scarecrow, and Bane were all here. Outside of the big names, Nocturna, Kiteman, and Firefly were here as well. Ivy and Harley were present, of course. Freeze and Nora were manning the shop behind the dead end. Even Vicky Vale joined us at the bar, alongside a few henchmen and mooks here and there to round out the regulars. The only ones who were missing were the heroes. I hadn't seen them all night. Not even Cass or Damien coming by for their customary headpats. Any longer, and I'd start to get concerned. Thankfully, Barbara, in her Batgirl costume, stumbled up to the bar a few moments later. Despite how unsure she was on her feet, she didn't seem drunk. Just ungodly tired. As shown by the way she pulled up a seat next to Catwoman and all but collapsed with her head against the wood of the bar. "All right, Babs?" I asked and greeted her at the same time. Even though I used her real name, no one reacted. The Dead End's protection of secret identities was certainly useful. Saying Barbara's last name might have gotten a few surprised blinks, but just her first didn't raise any eyebrows. Even if it did, it wouldn't matter outside of the bar. "Yuagag." Batgirl groaned. "I hate mass breakouts." That statement got some attention from the others at the bar. Mass breakout. Without raising her head from the bar top, Batgirl replied to Riddler, "Yeah, something happened at Arkham Tower early this morning. We stopped it from getting too bad, but it still caused a breakout." I nodded in understanding, "And that means you and the others have been running around all day trying to do damage control and recapture everyone." "Yeah. It's a pain in the ass." "I'm exhausted," Batgirl sighed. Catwoman purred comfortingly beside her, rubbing her back. "Oh, it's okay, little bat. How about you take a break for a little while? Come on, have a drink with Auntie Selina and ignore your responsibilities." Batgirl relaxed at the familiar touch. "Well, I am supposed to be off duty at the moment. I can have a few drinks. Nothing alcoholic though. I only have a few hours until my next shift starts. How about something cold and sweet? A virgin pina colada sound good?" I suggested. "Oh, God, yes. You're an angel," Batgirl exclaimed. "I could kiss you, Sean." "Not in front of the rogues, dear," I said faux condescendingly, patting her head as I said it. Batgirl turned her head slightly to show me her glaring eyes but didn't resist. "You're lucky I don't feel like moving right now." Chuckling, I left her to prepare the drink. As I did that, Two-Face asked, "So who all's out?" Batgirl scowled at the reminder but still answered, "Croc and Grundy, for starters. Black Mask as well. Zash has been an absolute menace already and we haven't been able to pin him down, just keep him from murdering at large. Bastard. I think Maxie Zeus is out there somewhere but we haven't seen anything from him so far. Then, of course, Joker." The Joker's name brought a wave of tension with it. Almost everyone at the bar glanced toward Harley. Only to be surprised when they saw how she was reacting to the news of the Joker's escape. Harley's joyful grin didn't waver or shift an inch. Instead of being overtaken by anxiety or obsession, she laughed freely. "I'm sure you'll catch him soon enough, Girlbat. That asshole never likes to lay low for long." "You're not worried about him?" Penguin asked, trying to be diplomatic. Harley's grin grew as wide as a Cheshire cat's and she replied simply, "Nah." Ivy elaborated for her, "Harley's J problem has been solved. She'll never have to worry about that man ever again." People blinked in surprise, Two-Face exclaiming, "Since when?" "This morning," Harley answered matter-of-factly. "That's why we're celebrating, ain't it?" Bane was the first to accept Harley's words, nodding, "Good for you, chica. I never liked you with that devil." His words were met with murmurs of agreement and a quick hug from Harley. "Thanks, Baney." The 5'2" jester hugging the 6'8" giant made for an entertaining sight. If Bane blushed, it was impossible to tell beneath his mask. Awkwardly, he patted her on the back and looked away. "How?" Batgirl asked, still trying to process Harley's claim. "Oh, it was easy," Harley waved dismissively. "Goth boy did his thing. Killed my infatuation and Joker's influence over me. Simple as, really. How else?" Ivy added with amusement. "Guilty," I said unrepentantly, holding my hands up when Batgirl glanced at me for confirmation. Her eyes then darted to Dee Dee before she gulped slightly and looked away. It seemed someone had informed the Bat family who Dee Dee was. I wasn't bothered by that. It wasn't like we were trying to hide anything. Sure, we didn't come out and say, "Hey, Lady Death's over here," but we also didn't lie or obscure the truth. If they looked properly, they could have figured it out on their own. Hell, I was a bit surprised Jason Todd didn't recognize Dee Dee considering he'd met her before. I see, Batgirl gamely hit a stutter. I suppose I should expect nothing less from Sean at this point. Still, it's good to see you better, Harley. You know it, Girlbat. Harley sing-songed with a grin. I'm that bitch Harley Quinn. Why should I care about some loser with a shitty sense of humor? Jaws dropped at that. It was one thing to hear Harley say she was done with the Joker. It was another thing entirely for her to insult his sense of humor. Then Penguin started to chuckle. It quickly turned into a full-blown cackle, hee hee ha 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 ha. You're going to kill him with that one, Harley. I didn't think I'd ever heard someone insult the Joker's sense of humor. Serves the bastard right, Ivy grumbled. Ah, Harley cooed. Love you too, Red. I placed Batgirl's drink in front of her. Almost immediately, she took a good long drag. She came up for air with a relieved sigh, ah. I needed that. Damn, that's good. And it's on us, Girlbat. Harley cut in. In fact, another round. Another. Don't let the drink stop flowing, goth boy. Not tonight. Ivy sighed, just take it out of Ivy's profits for tonight. And, come on, goth boy, where's our story? Story. Harley started up a chant. She was joined by the henchmen at the bar. The villains were next, more subdued but no less eager or amused. As always, Vicky was waiting for my next story on the edge of her seat. Even Batgirl joined in with a mischievous grin on her face. A few people held up their drinks for refills. They found them filled again before they could blink, the workload split and done impossibly. After that, they had no real choice but to join the chant as well. All right, I caved. Gather round, everyone. I guess it's story time again. Yay. Heh. Story time for villains. Hold on. Let me get my notes. Riddle me this. What the fuck does Mr. Barkeep have in store for us this time? I hummed, thinking for a moment, well, considering how worn out our resident hero is at the moment, how about a story of personal heroics to bolster her spirit? You, Sean. A hero. Batgirl deadpanned. I can't see it. I waved dismissively, different life, different concept of what it meant to be a hero. For one, I was never one to shy away from killing people who were beyond help. You can't just kill people, Sean, Batgirl protested. I disagree. I can and I did. Well, you shouldn't. Especially not if you call yourself a hero. What gives you the right to take a life? I glanced pointedly at Dee Dee and didn't say anything. Batgirl paused. Okay, that's a fair point. But I still can't condone that course of action. Heroes help, not kill. I tooted, you'll probably change your tune when you hear about the antagonists of today's story. Let me tell you the tale of the Slaughterhouse Nine. And their final ill-fated game of cat and mouse protector. Slaughterhouse 9. Riddler asked. They're just as bad as the name makes them sound, I confirmed the rest of his unspoken question with a nod. Surely, it's just a name, right? Batgirl sounded a bit unsure of herself now. I shook my head sadly, let me set the stage for you and introduce some of the characters for tonight's story. Now, this story is set in a world I've told you all about before. The same world that was plagued by entities and endbringers. The same place I met my ex-wife Simi. You all remember her, don't you? There were slight murmurs of agreement but most of my audience didn't speak. They settled into silent anticipation, readily listening to my every word. Still, more than a few paled when I mentioned the entities again. I continued, the Slaughterhouse Nine was a group of 9 of the worst supervillains that the world had to offer. They roamed the country, doing exactly what you would expect from a gang with that name. They were literal murder hobos. I can't stress that enough. They killed for fun, for power, for convenience, for quite literally any little reason. They were a scourge on the American continent. They boasted 20+ years of active service, by which I mean indiscriminate mass murder on a scale that's still hard for me to comprehend, and innumerable members. By the time I met them, their death toll must have been in the tens to hundreds of thousands. Maybe even a million, all told. The entire group had a kill order on it. Even newly joined recruits. If you were a part of the 9, you were considered a lost cause. See, the 9 had a rotating cast of characters, often recruited through torture and death. Sometimes former members were even replaced by their victims. But some stayed consistent throughout their run of terror. Jack Slash. The worst of the worst. He'd give the Joker a run for his money when it came to sadism, cruelty, and dealing out ironic deaths. He thought himself funny too. He was the leader of the 9, having killed the original founder more than 20 years before I came across them. A certain tension had settled over the bar. More than a few in my audience were drinking to hide their disgust and horror. Batgirl looked like she was going to throw up. Catwoman was comforting her with a tightly held hand. Even Harley was uncharacteristically sober. My voice was heavy with solemn gravitas as I introduced the rest of the 9, Mannequin. A brilliant inventor who was driven mad by Simi when she was still in her Batgirl era. My attempt at lightening the mood received awkward chuckles. Earthbet wasn't a happy or light place. The stories from my time there certainly didn't fuck around. I winced slightly but pressed on. After being driven mad, he mutilated himself, cocooning all his vital organs in a mannequin-like shell and discarding his flesh. He went on to torture and kill other inventors and tinkers that reminded him of what he once was. Siberian. She was what was known as a perfect. An unstoppable force and an immovable object at the same time. No defense could block her. And no attack seemed to harm her. As it turned out, the Siberian wasn't what she seemed. She was a projection from another cape. That didn't make her crimes any less real. Crawler. The epitome of a monster. He was once a somewhat normal man if a touch masochistic. Then he was cursed with adaptive regeneration. His body regenerated from any damage, even down to near-complete annihilation. And it adapted to best resist the attacks that hurt him. When I met him, he was a beast of countless eyes, scales, claws, and teeth. Hatchet face. Just a really ugly guy. If not for his cruelty and powers, he may have lived a normal life. But he chose to take up a hatchet and become something straight out of a slasher movie. He was durable and strong but nothing really special. No, what set him apart from the rest was his ability to nullify powers in an aura around him. Any powers. Then he squashed the rest of his problems with a big fucking axe to the face. Shatterbird. A beautiful and deadly songbird with wide-scale silicate control. She sang songs of glass, delicate and razor-sharp. Whole cities fell under hails of glass shards. Don't let her pretty description fool you. She was just as much of a monster as the rest, taking pleasure in recruiting those the nine broke. Burnscar. A pyromaniac in the most literal sense of the word. She was a mistress of flames, growing more and more unhinged the more fire that was nearby. All she cared about was watching the world burn. To the point that her very mental state depended on it. Finally, Bonesaw. The chirurgeon. Bonesaw. Riley was a special case amongst the nine. She was just a girl. The nine took her and manipulated her, tearing her world apart until she broke. Then Jack Slash rebuilt her in his image. She wasn't a monster by choice. But by the time I met her, she'd been what she was for half of her life. For 6 of her 12 years, she was made to worship the men who killed her family and broke her. She wanted nothing more than to be his good girl. Oh, God. I'm going to be sick. One of the mooks exclaimed at my last description in particular. A quick snap of Dee Dee's fingers brought out trash cans to puke in. More than a few took her up on the offer. The rest just stared at me in shock. Horror, disgust, loathing, none were sufficient enough to describe the abomination of the nine or what Jack Slash did to poor Riley. Ah, that's only 8, Riddler observed in the horrified silence. I shook my head with a dark chuckle. When I met the nine, they were right in the middle of recruitment. And that brings us to our story's heroic focal point. Besides the ever-humble moi, of course. After hearing about a group like the Slaughterhouse Nine, the attempt at humor was a very much-needed relief. Though the chuckles were strained, they were still audible. And Harley gave me a good-natured booing. Some of the tension bled out of my enraptured audience. So we get to hear about the heroes of this world now? Batgirl asked with a shaky exhale. Sure, I grinned. Let me introduce you to Mouse Protector. A hero. She was a symbol. No matter how dark it got, she was there with a joke. She bore everything with a sense of humor that few could match. Think of her like Spider-Man Dash. Oh, wait, he's not from this universe. Okay, think of her like the Flash. She was as quick with a pun or quip as she was with her sword. She protected people. She fought and foiled villains. She didn't kill if she didn't have to. Even in the grimdark world she called home. A proper hero then, Penguin said. I chuckled, yep, more so than I ever was. Batman would still hate her though. Famously, she stood for cheese and justice. In that order. Hell yeah. Harley cheered. Now, that's my kind of girl. You two would have gotten along so well it's concerning, I told her. And what about you, Mr. Barkeep? Catwoman asked. You said you were a hero then as well. What were you like? I called myself Toymaker. I was an inventor, a tinker. To the rest of the world, I simply made toys. Toys. Someone scoffed. How's that a superpower? Because my toys actually did what kids imagined they could do, I deadpanned. Any of you have kids? A few mooks raised their hands and I smirked, asked them about Beyblades. Or Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Or the Omnitrix. Hell, I could go on and on. You know, lantern rings could be considered toys in some worlds. The smarter ones in my audience began to pale as I elaborated. Oh, holy shit. Dude, my kid has a toy version of Wonder Woman's lasso. I used to play Magic, the Gathering. Do those cards count too? Wait, hold up. Could you make my boy's He-Man action figure real? Are they even toys at that point? Riddler inquired curiously. Sure, they just had to be recognizable and marketable. I couldn't make, say, a gun but a blaster from Star Wars. That was distinct and well-known enough to qualify, I explained. And don't even get me started on the things I could do with Lego. Okay, bullshit powers aside, Batgirl rolled her eyes. Shouldn't we get back to the story? What happened to Mouse Protector? Nodding, I resumed my story. Right, of course. Mouse Protector was a great hero. But she had one key flaw. She loved drama. And it came back to bite her. An arch-nemesis of hers had the bright idea of hiring the Nine to kill her. All the villains reacted as if that idea deeply offended them. Two-Faced said, now, that just ain't how things are done. Yeah, you gotta respect your nemesis. They're half of what makes you a villain. Harley added. It's Villain 101. At the very least, you can't hire a hitman on them. If you want to kill M, do it yourself, Bane grunted. Riddler nodded, there's a code to these things. The game is much more fun if everyone follows it. Well, that's what Ravager did, I said. She was a nasty piece of work like that. She set the Nine onto Mouse Protector. And with a group of murder hobos like them, there was only one way it was going to turn out. Tension returned to the audience at the reminder of who the Nine were and what they represented. I pressed on regardless, the Nine hunted Mouse Protector for days on end. They gave her no break or quarter. They didn't let her sleep, or eat, or hide. All she could do was run. They took sick pleasure in torturing her in an ironic game of cat and mouse. When I caught wind of what was happening, I figured I should do something. Now, I was barely considered a hero. More of a rogue than anything else. No one expected me to take on the Slaughterhouse Nine. But I did. I played with them like they'd played with so many others before. Catwoman smirked, played with them. Like a toy. I nodded seriously, like a toy. Woo. Harley clapped. We love a happy ending. Especially one with puns. How'd you do it? Batgirl asked in morbid curiosity. One word, I answered, pausing for dramatic effect. Mecha. She blinked, mecha. Mecha. Riddler exclaimed in excitement. What kind of mecha? An EVA. I don't think an EVA would be ideal against opponents that aren't angel-sized. A Gundam, perhaps. Penguin proposed, only slightly less excited. The other looked at them in complete askance. Two-Face put it into words, what the hell are you two talking about? Mecha. Riddler said, cocking his head. Mobile Suit Gundam. Turn-a Gundam. Evangelion. Macross. Macross Plus. Think Transformers but Japan and anime did it first. And better, Penguin explained. What the hell? Two-Face muttered. Since when are you two into anime? I mean Riddler, maybe, but you two, Penguin. They didn't dignify that with a response. So why does this mecha stuff have you two so excited? Harley asked, much more politely than Two-Face. Penguin and Riddler looked at each other for a moment before nodding and answering in sync, because we're men of culture. Too true, I laughed. And by the way, I went with the most OG of classics. You don't mean? Riddler mumbled in awe. A certain mecha model floated off the shelf of trophies behind me. Due to its size, it hadn't been noticed before. It was toy-sized in this configuration, only a replica of the famous mecha I'd based mine off of. The RX-78-2 Gundam mobile suit in all its recognizable, blocky, samurai goodness. So it was a Gundam, Penguin observed, visibly trying to keep his cool. I grinned. Well, Turna seemed like it would be a bit overkill. After all, they were meant to be for interstellar warfare. And I certainly didn't need to kill entire planets just yet. I saved that for the entities themselves. Ah. We were wondering how you solved that existential problem, Batgirl sighed. Good to know. Terrifying. But good to know. Now, Mr. Kane, when you say, and I quote, kill entire planets, what do you mean by that? Vicky interjected. I raised an impassive eyebrow, just what I said, Vicky. The Turn-A Gundam was the culmination of an entire human civilization. It's a universal ending to a line of technology that specializes and focuses on massive humanoid robots of war. Do you have an example of this Turn-A to show us as well? I shrugged, sure, why not? Another Gundam model floated forward from my trophy shelf. It was a little bit taller than the first model and a whole lot sleeker. 2 bits of armor extended from the helmet's upper lip and the most glorious mustache mecha had ever seen. Oh, it's adorable, Catwoman cooed and chuckled. Look at that little mustache. This little thing. Harley cocked her head. It doesn't seem like all that. I smirked. Imagine both of them about 20 meters tall and 60/30 metric tons respectively. And armed with 60mm cannons, beam weaponry, lightsabers, and a big-ass flail for smashing shit to bits. Oh. Yeah, I can see how that'd be a bit intimidating. So this is how you took out those evil murder hobos? Ivy asked. The RX-78-2 was my main weapon for that, at least. I also had an army of action figures with functional weapons for support. I shocked everyone stupid when I came out swinging with all of that at once. They all thought I could only build toys for kids. Then I show up in a 60-foot-tall mecha with an army of action figures behind me and utterly annihilate the entirety of the Slaughterhouse 9. Well, almost the entirety. I did something special for Bonesaw. For little Riley. Oh, God. Batgirl gaped in horror. What did you do, Sean? I rolled my eyes. I didn't kill her, Babs. Have some faith in me. No, I even used another invention of mine to completely revert and reject the damage that had been done to her mind. Shun Rika is absolute OP and I still love that hair clips count as toys. Hell, I even adopted her and helped her work through her trauma. Oh. Harley cooed excitedly. Daddy Goth Boy sounds adorable. Sorry, Sean, Batgirl looked down in shame. It's just, after everything you've told us about this world, I thought. Unfortunately, that's fair, I nodded with a wince. Earthbed is still one of the most grimdark worlds I've ever visited. Okay. Let me recap, just to see if I've got this all correct, Vicky said, setting her pen down with a thud. You're from another world. Many other worlds, I corrected. But you might have already known that. Vicky nodded, I did. Again, this is just a recap for my own purposes. Not that anyone's going to believe me. The scowl that accompanied her last sentence quickly reversed into stubborn determination, regardless. This particular world, refer to section, entities, subsection, what, header, the fuck, was plagued by a roving gang of murder hobos. They were proficient enough to put a sizable dent in the American population. Would you say that's accurate, Mr. Kane? Yep, that sounds about right so far, I agreed. In this world, you were a hero named Toymaker. You made toys. But you could also extend that power to cover licensed toys and items from fiction, so long as they were recognizable enough to be potentially made into toys. The public didn't know your full capabilities. So when another hero was targeted by the murder hobos, you intervened. In a giant robot. And killed them all, almost all of them. In accordance with the lawfully given kill order on the group. I nodded and she continued, one of the group, a young girl who was being coerced in ways that can't and shouldn't be understated, you spared, healed, and adopted as your daughter. You have also mentioned using a planet-killing weapon to solve this world's entity problem at a later date, not explicitly included in your story. As well as the fact that you could have potentially created lantern rings. Does all of this sound accurate? And can I take it as your official statement? For all the good it will do you, yeah, I said, chuckling. Vicky scowled again, I'll make the people believe me somehow. You won't. But I'll always welcome the free press. Others might not believe your reporting but I could certainly use it, Batgirl interjected. I'm already dreading having to write a report on this Slaughterhouse 9. Your notes would be very helpful, Miss Vale. I'll be sure to credit you and your work will likely end up in the Justice League's files. Teacher. Teacher. Harley teased in a sing-song voice. Girlbat is trying to copy Vicky's homework. Now, Miss Quinn, I said soberly, playing my part in her bit. No one likes a snitch. Please stay after class. Oh, no. Harley gasped over dramatically. Goth teacher boy is giving me detention. Red, you have to save me. You know the rules, Harley, Ivy shook her head faux somberly. Snitches get stitch dash, probably spankings in this case. No. Harley performed a theatrical feint that could have rivaled the hammiest of actors. Batgirl facepalmed, I hate all three of you. Harley bounced back instantly, Pshaw, Girlbat. Don't even pretend you don't love us and how interesting we make your life. Before Batgirl could reply, likely with a snippy shot back at Harley, the bar went silent. The sudden lack of noise was jarring. Jarring enough to make the whole group at the bar look around in confusion, trying to figure out what was going on. The reason soon revealed itself. Clad in green and purple, it walked up to the bar. A group of clowns trailed nervously behind it. The bar's many patrons parted like the Red Sea. You could have cut the tension with a knife. The Joker stepped up to the bar. A space cleared for him as even the villains instinctively shied away. Batgirl's hand was already on her utility belt, ready to act if the Joker made any unwanted moves. Harley was pointedly not looking at him but I could see the way her eye twitched in a complete 180 of her mood. Ivy held her hand for support. A manic grin stretched across his face, my, isn't this a nice place? Seems like fun so much, crack, to behead here. It's such a shame I wasn't invited to the party. You shouldn't have been able to get in here, I observed calmly. The bar's protections should have prevented your entry specifically. It's quite interesting that you found a way around them. Bah. Joker exclaimed. What's a little thing like self-identity before madness? Fickle thing that. I've noticed it's prone to changing completely at the drop of a hat. I think that problem is unique to you alone, I deadpanned. Does this mean you don't claim to be the Joker anymore? His ever-present grin grew wider and wilder. Oh, I'm the Joker, all right. Just maybe not the Joker you're thinking of. Or maybe I am. Jack Napier. Jack Oswald White. Arthur Fleck. I shot out potential Joker identities without blinking. Oh ho ho he. Joker cackled. Coming out swinging, I see. Is that all you've got, Mr. Barkeep? He leaned forward across the bar as if to whisper to me, I'll let you in on a little secret. None of the above. Oh, God, I groaned. You aren't Jared Leto, are you? Please tell me you're not Jared Leto. Joker just grinned, I'll never tell you no, you're almost as much fun as the Bat. But it takes two to play, so tell me, Mr. Barkeep. Who are you? A self-insert, perhaps. I blinked, familiar with the term but not expecting it at all. I don't think so. I suppose I do show all the signs of it though. But not in any more sense than that I am myself. Just an outsider then. Joker hummed through his teeth. How'd you get to our oh-so-humble neck of the woods? His fourth-wall knowledge was starting to wig me out slightly. Not that I was concerned about him revealing my secrets. I was open enough about myself and the safety of my domain. But talking to someone who just knew more than he should was unnerving. Especially when that someone was the Joker. I shrugged, the normal way. Death and all that. I just drifted on by and was lucky enough to be given a chance to set down roots. I think I'll be staying for a while. This world is more than nice enough for me to retire here. Oh. And what if I did something to disrupt your retirement? Joker's grin took on a menacing hue. I'd sick Batman on you, I answered easily. Joker paused and cocked his head. That's it. Really? I was expecting something more from an outside influence. Especially one that's changed up the medium so much. I shook my head, I'm not a main character. At least, not in the core narrative. I'm content to be an interesting side piece. A spin-off, if you will. You're Batman's rival, not mine. And I'm not going to take that away from either of you. A sudden burst of energy had Joker slamming his palms on the bar. Onlookers jumped, basically the whole bar at this point. They couldn't do anything but watch silently as the tension mounted, built from the Joker's reputation and the strange conversation we were having. No one dared interfere. That's not good enough. Joker shouted. Where are the stakes? The drama. The plot. I smirked lightly, barely the quirk of my lips. This isn't that kind of story, Joker. Is that so? Just as suddenly as the manic energy came, it went, leaving a subdued smirking menace behind. Maybe it should be. Joker, I said warningly. Don't go starting dash. He interrupted me, I hear you like stories, Mr. Barkeep, how about one more? For your retirement. A bit of comedy, a bit of tragedy, let's see if we can make your story a little more interesting. My voice was firm, replying to the not quite spoken threat with readied steel, I think you've overstayed your welcome here. An aura of death radiated from my being as I prepared myself for a fight. Unseen, my domain, the entirety of the dead end, responded to my intentions. If he made this difficult, he wouldn't be leaving here alive. I knew he couldn't harm me. Or Dee Dee, even if she was just about the farthest thing from a fighter. But we weren't the only ones to consider right now. There was a whole bar full of people watching, so close and so unprepared to be collateral damage. With the Joker's propensity for cheating death, I wouldn't feel content with anything but overkill. And I couldn't do that with the audience we had. Not for the fear of my secrets getting out, but for the innocents who would inevitably be harmed in the crossfire. It was just simpler for me to deal with him when the opportunity was better. And I think he knew that. I hated that he'd caught me in a catch-22. He certainly acted casually and confidently as if he held all the cards. This really is a nice place. You've got the whole city cooperating, playing nice with this neutrality business. Why, isn't it such a noble idea? Not bad for an interesting spin-off. In an instant, the Joker's grin twisted into a dark sneer. I hate it. I loathe this place and everything you want it to represent. I promise you this, Mr. Barkeep. I will see it brought to ruin. I will see this place destroyed. It and the dream you want it to stand for. And you'll thank me for it. Your final story will be all the sweeter with a bit of bitterness. The tension in the room reached a fever pitch at his words. His declaration. His threat and promise of tragedy. Neither of us moved. His grin was frozen in a rictus of madness and chaos. I stared him down unflinchingly. People started to back away. Even the villains, and Batgirl, at the bar were moving away, trying to get out of any potential crossfire. But just as I was about confident in giving Joker my best shot without involving anyone else, he broke our stare down. "Come on, boys, we're done here. For now," Joker announced to his goons. "We've got a joke to prepare." As he turned to leave, he had one more thing to say. A harsh, barked command, "Harley. Heel." No, I cut him off instantly. She's not going anywhere. She isn't yours anymore. She never should have been yours in the first place. But she certainly isn't anymore. So you can shove all that Mr. J shit up your ass, you unfunny, played out, shit-fair brains, fucking hack. Harley finished for me, putting so much emotion into her shout that the bar practically shook with it. I'll admit, it felt good to get a hit in on the Joker when my hands were tied like this. Especially with the way he nearly stumbled from Harley's shout. Hearing her talk to him like that must have been unthinkable. He turned back to look at her, just blinking in uncomprehending shock. Then ever so slowly, he began to laugh. Hey. He. Oh ho ho ha 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 ha. Oh, I'm going to enjoy breaking you all over again, my dear masterpiece. Harley began to shake and twitch, her brain visibly struggling to process how utterly infuriating the Joker's words were. The Joker turned to leave again, content with himself for having got the last word. I waited until he was at the door to ruin that idea for him. You'll die first. Lady Death has been trying to reach you about your extended life warranty for a long time now, Joker. I'm going to make sure she collects. The Joker stepped out the door and froze mid-step, his dramatic exit ruined. I was sure that hit him harder than anything else about our conversation. Even harder than Harley breaking free of his thrall. But knowing he couldn't turn around without looking like the pettiest loser in Gotham, he resumed his step and just kept walking. Even with the Joker gone, the silent tension still didn't leave the bar. At least, not until Dee broke it with a huff. By the source, I hate that man. I do so hope he suffers eternally in whatever afterlife decides to take him. Those closest turned to gape at her in surprise. That was just about the last thing anyone who knew her expected to hear from Dee. Despite looking so dark, Dee was a sweetheart and everybody knew it. And the way she said it with such genuine menace and, justified, hate sent chills up spines. Two-Face whistled, damn, Miss Dee can be right scary when she wants to be. Knowing what I know about her. Batgirl shivered. You have no idea. And we're back. Thank you to everyone for putting up with the slight break. Regular posting will resume now. It'll be a bit less frequent though. I'm trying for 3 chapters a week. But I also need to keep a decent backlog for my Patreon, patreon.com/dryskies_btb if you're interested in early chapters. Right now, the plan is to release chapters on Sunday, Tuesday, and Friday. If I have to drop it down to 2 a week, it'll probably be Sunday and Thursday. But again, 3 a week is what I'm aiming for. On another note, this chapter went up slightly early on QQ. After the Tuesday release, both sites will be synced up and stay that way. Readers there were worried about the Joker stealing the show or me making him a recurring enemy in a way that doesn't make sense for the story. Neither of those things will be happening. Joker meets his fate quite quickly. I'll just ask you to bear with me and not jump to conclusions about me ruining the story. P.S. For the reason why Sean didn't immediately kill the Joker, I'll just raise one point. Cheating death is a quite literal canon ability the Joker has. For the Joker to stay dead, his death needs to be funny, ironic, or karmically appropriate in some way. Sean definitely can kill him, easily too, but the end of this chapter isn't as simple as Sean just letting him walk away like an idiot. Chapter 12, Don't Cross the Dead End. This is bullshit, Harley growled. She'd been testy for a couple of days now. To the point that not even kinky cuckquean Y sex could cheer her up. I couldn't say I blamed her. Especially not with how things had turned out. The Joker and his threatening promise loomed over our heads. I wasn't scared. None of us were. Not Ivy, Harley, Dee, Freeze, or Nora. Harley would rather kill herself than go back to giving Joker even a modicum of influence over her, and Ivy was right there to support her. Nora didn't know any better, but Freeze was never one to put much stock in villain politics even when he was active. Still, the Joker's reputation was well earned. When he made a promise or a threat or both, people listened. And almost the entirety of Gotham was rightfully scared of the Joker. Leading us to our current problem. The dead end was dead. There was just no way anyone from Gotham was going to risk being caught in the Joker's crosshairs. Not even the other villains. Very few people returned to the bar the night after Joker's appearance. The next night there were even fewer. By tonight, only one person outside our little gang of employees showed up. The bad press had even spread to Ivy's Ivy. The girls, and Freeze, had been forced to close early tonight. The Joker's reputation was just that fearsome. The normal folk who visited my bar heeded it for obvious reasons. But even my regulars, confident in my ability to enforce the bar's neutrality, weren't willing to risk getting caught in the crossfire. Not when it came to the Joker. I couldn't say they were wrong. Just as certain heroes were favored by existence, so too were villains. And perhaps none more than the Joker himself. The Joker was an embodiment of chaos. Not a chaos lord, the eternal enemies of the lords of order, but a representation. An ideal that this universe held up to showcase true, unpredictable, uncaring evil. Despite his relatively low power level, he wasn't a foe that could be easily matched. Not in the traditional way, at least. Then you add in his uncanny ability to cheat death. And his horrifically unique mind, perspective, and willpower. What you got was one of the few people who could claim to have killed the majority of the Justice League in one form or another throughout the multiverse. Some might consider him the most dangerous man on Earth. Not for his power, but for the sheer chaos he embodied. In the wider scale of this multiverse, he caused more problems for heroes than perhaps anyone else. So I could certainly understand why the people of Gotham, Joker's home turf, wouldn't want to risk crossing him at all. That didn't make it any less vexing. He'd successfully scored the first blow against me, striking not at my person or Dee Dee or anyone else. No, he struck where he could actually do damage. My business. My reputation. My guarantee of neutrality. By letting his promise loom over the dead end as he did, he called my ideal into question. All of my regulars had heard one of my impressive stories or another. They believed them. From my lips. In my domain. There wasn't any other outcome. But no one had actually seen me in action yet. And they were all more than familiar with the Joker. This was Gotham. When the Joker showed up, you turned around and power walked the other way as fast as you could. It was a gamble between me and him in my customers' minds. Did they believe that I could keep my guarantee of neutrality? That they'd still be safe within my walls? Or did they go with the proven danger and chaos the Joker represented? Again, this was Gotham. You didn't survive long here by taking gambles like that. Especially not against the Joker. Self-preservation won out with most of my customers. Then the rest allowed caution to sway them. It didn't hurt for them to let things lie for a day or two to see how this turned out. I knew they'd be back eventually. Some of them, at least. The villains. The OG regulars. That wasn't good enough for me. My reputation had been brought under fire by the Joker. He'd already gotten past my domain's defenses once, not that it would ever happen again unless I let it. He'd promised danger to my customers. In doing so, he shadowed doubt on my guarantee, on my honor, on my dream of a safe neutral ground. It couldn't be allowed to stand. I agreed with Harley. This was bullshit. I can't say I'm surprised by this outcome. It's the Joker, Vicky said. She was the only one still willing to visit the dead end. She really was willing to do anything for fame and fortune, it seemed. Not a terrible trait to have. Especially when it made her defy the most terrifying men in Gotham. She's right, Ivy sighed. We should have expected this much. With no customers and nothing to do, 5 of us, me, Dee Dee, Vicky, Ivy, and Harley, crowded together at the bar. Freeze and Nora had been allowed to go home early in consideration with Ivy's shop being just as dead. The brooding was heavy over our little group, mostly from me and Harley. Though, surprisingly, Dee Dee contributed to it as well. That man is horrible. Deplorable, Dee Dee frowned tightly. Just unconscionably contemptible. He should have died a long time ago. Welcome to the club, Dee Dee. We hate stupid, unfunny clowns and we have cookies, Harley grumbled. The Joker needs to die, I said, plain and simple. I can't let him get away with challenging the dead end like that. And luckily, I'm not going to let myself be restrained by a code of morals like our hometown heroes are. Harley perked up at my words. Ivy spoke first. What about your neutrality, Sean? He fucked with the Swiss, I grinned savagely. You never fuck with the Swiss without finding out that neutrality doesn't mean the same thing as pacifism. Dibs. Harley called out eagerly. She was practically vibrating and grinning so wide at my words that her lips looked like they were about to pop off her face. I shook my head. You can have the first shot. I'm going to make sure he stays dead this time. Well, me and Dee Dee. Dee Dee. Vicky cocked her head. Even with the recent darker showings of her personality and the specific animosity she holds toward the Joker, I can't really see her killing someone. She's not the one doing the killing, I smirked knowingly at her. She's the one who makes sure he stays dead. Vicky still didn't look convinced. Dee Dee sighed, perhaps I should introduce myself more formally. She held out a hand to the rest of the girls, you know me as Dee Dee. I've gone by other names before. End. Ruin. Quietus. Miss Demise. Lady Death. I am Death of the Endless. And I very much hope this information does not change anything about our friendships. A sliver of endless existence leaked out of Dee with her words. It washed over the bar, leaving not a single ounce of doubt alive. All three of the girls sat back in their bar chairs. Vicky paled. Her hands shook. That would do it. Harley adapted surprisingly quickly to Dee's reveal, grinning wide once again. So you're really going to take care of that bastard for good, Dee? Dee nodded. He's evaded my embrace for much too long. That's why I'm so unkind when it comes to him. With Sean acting as my hand, I will finally be able to right the wrong that is his existence. Oh, yeah. Harley shuddered with eager anticipation. That's what I'm talking about, Dee. I'm straight up going to marry you after this is over, girl. Dee jumped slightly, reacting with a start. Marry me. You're not mad. Afraid. Begging me to not take your eternal soul. Dee, Ivy cut in. I think we can safely say we know you pretty well now. Especially, after the nights we've shared with the same insufferably skilled men. This may change how we view you, but it doesn't change how we feel about you. Yeah. Harley chimed. We're sisters in mind-breaking sex. A little thing like death isn't going to break that bond. You guys are getting mind-breaking sex. Vicky sounded utterly lost and a little comedically pathetic. Oh. Harley giggled, latching onto Vicky and turning puppy dog eyes onto me. Can we keep her, goth boy? Can we? Can we? I rolled my eyes with a chuckle. Now, that's not up to me, is it? Ask your wifey, Harley. She immediately turned to Ivy with those puppy dog eyes still in full effect. Strangely, Ivy barely acknowledged her. She was lost in consideration, thinking about something. Harley knew when her jokes and bits weren't welcome. She calmed down almost instantly, asking, Red? Ivy blinked, looking up to find us all staring at her. Slowly, she put her thoughts into words. You know. I don't want to make anyone think I'm against the idea, Mother Nature knows I'm not, but killing the Joker won't solve all our problems. Just the vast majority of them, Harley agreed, nodding sagely. Ivy chuckled and continued, but there's still the matter of the dead end's neutrality. We need a way to reassert it. A way to show, even when the Joker is still alive, that we won't be intimidated. It's about sending a message that our neutrality will exist even if we don't act against future threats. It's not a bad idea, goth boy, Harley added. Villainy is all about sending messages. If you're serious about this neutrality business, you gotta do more than just protect it. You gotta show that it's strong enough to survive without you defending it personally. I'm not a villain, I said absently, thinking over the rest of their points. Harley waved her hand. SOSO, You kinda are. You're a rogue at the very least. Definitely part of the Cape scene, even if you don't take part in the usual shenanigans there. Fine, I shook my head fondly. Now, where do we start with sending this message? I was thinking something expressly neutral. Perhaps you could extend the bar for use as a venue. Put it to work as neutral ground and invite the regulars to squash any lingering beef they might have with each other. The message would spread from them. And when the Joker inevitably turns up to crash the party, we can take care of him for good in front of everybody. Oh. A villain tea parley party. Harley clapped excitedly. With a side of dead clown. I'll get the fine china so I can break it in Joker's stupid, smug face. I may have just the thing to base this parley around, Vicky offered hesitantly. I don't know if any of you realize it, but the city's sorta on the verge of all-out gang warfare after the Arkham breakout. You might want to do something to prevent that. I blinked. When was the last time I left my domain here in the dead end? Oh, yeah, that might be a good idea. Aye. Jason Todd had the target in his sights. Just a touch to the left, and the shot would be perfect. An exhale pushed the air from his lungs. He held them empty for a moment. His finger began to squeeze on the trigger of his rifle. Slow, smooth, steady. Something caused him to flinch and abort his shot at the last moment. The barrel of his rifle was shoved sky-high in a way Jason was infuriatingly familiar with these days. The shortest fully grown male of the Bat family glared at him. Jason glared right back from beneath his full-cover mask. You have got to stop shooting people, Jason. Tim Drake hissed. All Jason could do at this point was roll his eyes. This was an old argument between them. Ever since Jason had somewhat reconciled with Batman and the rest of the Batfam, Tim had made it his mission to get him to stop killing people. And with Tim, that meant 100% effort, all the time. He worked hard for everything he had and he deserved way more recognition than he usually got. Even just his physique showed that much. Tim wasn't built like a fighter. Or, at least, he shouldn't have been built like a fighter. But he was. Through sheer hard work, pain, sweat, and fight, he sculpted himself into someone who could keep up with Batman. Jason wasn't too proud to admit that Tim was easily the one he found most admirable out of all of the Robins. Dick was the first, and people tended to think that made him the most responsible. But anyone who'd spent time with him knew how much of a drama queen and slut he could be. Seriously, Dick quite literally couldn't stop thinking with his dick sometimes. And don't even get Jason started on Dick's pratfalls. Dick's time in the Flying Graysons was certainly put to good work in his sense of humor. Damian was still growing into his own. So only time would tell with him. Like all of them, he had issues of his own to work through. Jason himself. He was walking a different path now. One laid before him by death. One paved in bricks of pain, fury, and vengeance. One that he alone could walk. He didn't think he deserved to be considered Robin anymore. He'd also be the first to admit that Tim was much, much smarter than him. And Jason knew he was no slouch when it came to intelligence. Tim just blew him out of the water. Shortstack was a bona fide genius. But having that determined, responsible, hard-working brain turned against him was a pain in the ass. He barely killed a criminal a month these days. Tim always seemed to be there to stop him short, fueled by pure caffeine and stubborn morality. Jason didn't want to stop. Some of these people just deserved to die. And someone had to kill them. He'd much rather it be him than any of the other bats. Doing what he did might very well break them. But Jason couldn't stand by as lost causes were given chance after chance. Like Jason's current target. Victor Zash. If anyone deserved to die as much as the Joker, it was him. The instant he got out of Arkham Tower, he went right back to his serial murder spree. Compared to most of the other escapees, Zash took precedence for Jason. He was blatantly hurting people, unlike Grundy or Croc. So far, 2 new tally-like cuts had appeared on Zash's skin. He'd already killed twice and they hadn't been able to catch him or pin him down. Jason wasn't going to let that stand if he could do anything to stop it. While the others equally focused on all of the villains causing trouble since the breakout, Jason focused only on Zash. This was the first time he'd caught up to him and had a chance to put an end to him once and for all. Only for that chance to be ruined by Batman's goddamn code. Don't you have a cup of coffee to mainline straight into your bloodstream? Jason sniped. I'll have you know my suit is equipped with a device to do just that, Tim said matter-of-factly. Jason barely resisted the urge to facepalm. Tim. I was joking. You should know I don't joke around with my caffeine. But you're changing the subject. Stop. Shooting. People. He's a literal serial killer. Nothing about him is redeemable. He doesn't want to repent or change. And unlike you, I'm not willing to try for him of all people. I won't give that monster any more chances. It doesn't matter, Jason. We don't kill people. We're heroes, not executioners. I'm not we, Jason said firmly. Not anymore. You'll always be one of us, you utter asshat. Tim shouted. Jason looked away, not showing how rare it was to hear that sort of thing from Tim. Tim was notoriously prickly. He was sarcastic and quick with wit and humor. His words were usually pointed and biting. He didn't show affection easily, and when he did it was usually out of frustration, or it was so subtle most missed it. Damn. There must be some sand in his eye. Or maybe it was raining. His helmet's environmental sealing must be off. He had to get that looked at. Rare moments like this reminded Jason why he was glad to be alive. No, repress, don't think about it. This wasn't the time or the place. The moment he let himself stop repressing would be the moment he faltered. And Jason couldn't afford to be anything but the hood. Not when a monster like Zash roamed free. Not when the Joker still hadn't suffered for everything he'd done. Whatever. Jason growled. If you won't let me take care of him for good, then at least help me take him down now. I'm more than fine with that, Tim agreed but held out a hand. Give me your guns first. You're just going to try and shoot him while we capture him. I'm no Dash. He was, and they both knew it. Oh, shut up. I'm not going to apologize. He deserves much worse than a quick death. That's not for us to decide. Your guns, Jason. Quickly. Before he gets away, Tim said, holding firm. Despite being more than half a foot shorter than him, Tim sure cut a domineering figure. Almost patronizing, really. He must have learned it from Bruce. Jason grumbled but conceded, here, I'll stash them on the roof. Happy. Tim sighed, not without, like, twice the caffeine I currently have in my body. You have a problem, you know that, short stack. Jason couldn't help but snort in humor. No, I have a solution, Tim said. And that solution is more caffeine. Shaking his head, Jason did what he said he would, stashing his firearms on the roof. Luckily, Zash hadn't gotten away yet. He was giggling maniacally to himself and sharpening a blade that was so rusty Jason could tell from here. God, how had that monster not died of an infection already? He had to have all the diseases. His corpse would probably be a biohazard. Jason was almost thankful for Tim stopping him so he wouldn't have to deal with that mess. Almost. Together, Jason and Tim ran across the few rooftops that separated them from their target before dropping down right on his head. Zash barely got a chance to react. One moment, he was planning his next murder. The next, he was being flattened by 225 and 135 pounds of hero. He tried to put up a fight. He even got a few good slashes in with that disgusting weapon of his. They didn't manage to penetrate Jason's thick leather jacket, much less the armored costume underneath it. Jason fought like a cross between a linebacker and a ballerina, unstoppable and graceful. Tim was a pint-sized demon, somehow taking Batman's overwhelming style and applying it to his much smaller frame. Jason knew what it was like to fight Tim. Even against his disadvantaged size, you never felt fully in control of the fight. Before too long, Zash was subdued and trussed up on the pavement of the alley he'd been hiding in. Monofilament batrope as strong as steel held Zash helpless. His legs were tied together and his torso was restrained like a straitjacket without the jacket. He wiggled like a worm but couldn't get free at all. UFA asterisk 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 asterisk. You absofu asterisk 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 asterisk, loot co asterisk asterisk sucking d asterisk asterisk fu asterisk 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 asterisk, mother few asterisk 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 see you asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'll skin your co asterisk 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 off. Zash raged with language that could have made a sailor blush. Tim just rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's time for you to go night, night, idiot. A textbook pressure point strike silenced Zash's colorful cursing. Tim followed it up with a unnecessary donkey punch to the back of the head. And you think you're so much better than me, Jason muttered with rolled eyes. Then he smirked at Tim smugly, you know, not to say I told you so but. If we just killed him, we wouldn't have had to listen to his garbage. You can shut right up too, Tim grumbled. I'm still not going to let you kill anyone. No matter how convenient it might be. I'm trying to save my soul, short stack. You love me, don't you? Jason teased. Like I love disorganized files, Tim deadpanned. Jason's grin grew. Isn't file organization what you tend to do with your free time? I don't see how that's relevant. The two former Robins bickered good-naturedly as they went about putting Zash back where he belonged. Well, Jason was of the opinion that he belonged 6 feet under but he couldn't win them all. He was willing to let this one go since Tim had fought so hard for it. With someone he held a personal grudge against like the Joker, this would have been a different story. Elsewhere, throughout the city, Gotham's underground was experiencing something of a criminal renaissance. The phenomenon was sparked by the recent breakout, fueled by the movements of certain villains, and fanned by the temporary lack of a place for criminals to unwind. Everyone was back to what they were doing before the dead end opened and they were quickly coming to find they missed the neutral ground bar. It was rare for criminals to have a place like the dead end. A place where they didn't have to worry about little things like what colors they wore or whether the guy beside them would try to slide a knife between their ribs. Gotham's underbelly had been spoiled with the dead end recently. Now, they were back on the streets during the worst times of the night. And all the other mooks and goons and thugs were as well. Some returned to their regular routine of stick-ups and petty crimes. Others gathered under the banners of their villains. All of them quickly discovered the tension that had taken over the city while they were away. It had begun with the breakout from Arkham. A flood of mad villains were released onto the streets. Most didn't do anything harmful. A few did. With their attention not preoccupied with an impossible bar and its barkeep, criminals and villains alike were able to focus back on the overall scene of Gotham's underground. A few key faces had made their reappearances. Maxi Zeus was back, still claiming to be the Greek god he took his name from. Only now, something about him had gone a bit madder than before. For a man with a quite literal god complex, that was saying something. No one could tell quite what was going on with Maxi. Maybe Zeus really had lent him a portion of his divine might. The way he was slinging real lightning bolts around without assistance now certainly made that a possibility for once. Whatever the reason, Maxi Zeus had real power behind him now. And he wasted no time using that power to establish his new mythos. A new gang emerged in Gotham overnight. The Olympians, led by Maxi Zeus and his mad new power. They were taking territory and shaking up the status quo that Gotham's gangs had enjoyed for so long. And the newly founded Olympians were just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. It seemed that their caution-enforced break from the dead end couldn't have come at a better time for the already established villains and gang leaders. They were able to focus on the madly changing crimescape of Gotham. Bane, Penguin, and Two-Face whipped their boys and girls into shape. They could feel a struggle coming. They were the villains with the main gangs in the city, other than the Joker. They held territory, offered protection, and skirmished with each other as proper gangs should. Penguin and his bird gang owned the Iceberg Lounge and the area surrounding it. Two-Face held an old abandoned courthouse in the city's East End, basing his operations out of it. Bane occupied many different territories throughout Gotham, acting as a balance for the other two. Penguin's business was heavily into gambling and racketeering. Two-Face dealt with fraud and some of the more violent services for hire. Bane used his spread-out base of power in the city to facilitate his investment in the drug trade. The Joker and his clowns were their own beast. They held a small amount of territory around the old Ace chemical factory. When the Joker was free, they were a force to be reckoned with. When he wasn't, they were, quite frankly, jokes. The villain gangs didn't stand by themselves. The Cobblepot family's wealth was heavily suspected of bankrolling Penguin's operations, though no one could prove it with how thoroughly Penguin covered his tracks. There were rumors that Two-Face still had dirty connections in the legal world. And Bane wasn't shy about his connections with the Mexican cartels that supplied the product he turned into so much illegal profit. They also weren't alone in the city. Gotham was no stranger to criminal organizations. The only real difference with the villain gangs was just that. They were led and backed by villains. More traditional criminal empires still occupied the majority of Gotham's market share. The triads were an ever-present threat, especially in Gotham's Chinatown. The cartels had something of a presence in the city, though they mainly operated through proxies like Bane. The Russian mob had a heavy stranglehold over non-drug-related smuggling in Gotham. Plenty of American-based gangs had representation that could be found in Gotham's dark streets. And then there were the crime families. The Bertinellis, the Maronis, the Dimitrovs, the Sabatinos, and first among them, the Falcones. Altogether, they made up the majority of Gotham's underground. Even in Gotham, villains were the rarity rather than the norm. They just happened to get the most attention from the masses, for obvious reasons. The crime families of Gotham liked to lay low. They let the villains take most of the heat while they flew under the radar to stick their fingers in as many pies as they could. Of course, it wasn't a waterproof strategy. They certainly hadn't escaped the attention of the Bat or his family. Batman knew more about the crime families than they probably suspected or wanted him to. He was more than aware of their actions and how they did much more harm to Gotham than their villainous counterparts. More often than not, he was willing to let a villain escape to focus on the more traditional criminals. Still, the crime families eked out a comfortable existence. Batman was only one man. He couldn't be everywhere at once. And so, even with the losses of operating in his city, they persisted and profited. Villains were the public face of Gotham's crimescape. The crime families were where the real money was. The villains weren't the only ones to sense the changes from the Mad Arkham breakout. The crime families were gearing up for war as well. And when they went to war, they didn't limit things to other villains. While the Olympians were the new gang on the block, they weren't where the sense of tension in the city was coming from. Batman and his family were busy chasing villains. All the while, the crime families were just itching for an excuse. And with the Mad breakout, they may have found it. Again, not in the Olympians or Maxi Zeus. As far as they were concerned, he was just another villain. No, someone more dangerous had escaped from Arkham with the Mad breakout. Black Mask was the best of both worlds. A villain and a more traditional crime lord packed into one deranged man. He knew how to run an organized criminal empire to rival the crime families. At the same time, he was as unpredictable and insane as any other villain. Black Mask was the only competition that the crime families actually feared outside of their own kind. The crime family's civil game of robber versus robber was in jeopardy. Black Mask was back and he was coming out swinging. In just a few days, he built himself a foundation. Rekindled his old criminal connections. Established a base of power. And most worryingly, recruited himself a new troupe of masks. His masks were something special. Terrifying to any mundane criminal and formidable to even the Bat family. They wore masks, to no one's surprise. Masks that controlled their minds, washing them clean and instilling undying loyalty to Black Mask alone. At the same time, the masks uploaded impossibly developed skills directly into their wearers' minds. Black Mask's troupe of masks was a force to be reckoned with. Beyond expert marksmen. Martial artists who could compete against the greatest in their fields. Thieves and burglars who were skilled enough to defeat any mundane security system. They were the elite of Black Mask's organization. The backbone of his empire. But they weren't alone. Even now, Black Mask was gathering more mundane forces to his criminal banner. Soon, he would be ready to drive Gotham into an all-out gang war so he could come out on top and rule its underground once and for all. He had the know-how. He had the drive and ruthlessness required of a true crime lord, not just a villain. He had a knack for organized crime. Black Mask acted as an existential threat to Gotham's established crime families. He had connections from his days before Arkham. Connections that came from ruling over even the crime families, no matter how temporary that period was. At one point in time, before Batman put him away in Arkham, Black Mask held strings in every single one of Gotham's gangs. Now that he was out again, he was quickly proving to be even more competent than the first time. The Maronis had already fallen. Black Mask had taken their heir under his control, fitting him with a mask. With the family's heir as leverage, he brought the Maronis under his sway through blackmail. When the family's crime lord tried to resist, Black Mask killed him and took over the rest of the family with a show of force and his alliance with the family's heir. The other crime families of Gotham were understandably on guard now. Black Mask had all but infiltrated their ranks again by usurping the Maronis and killing one of their own in Big Lou Maroni. He was a threat they were more than willing to go to war over, forming strained and temporary alliances with each other to present a united front. It seemed that Gotham would have another round of war games on its hands. While Batman and his allies knew about what was going on, they couldn't hope to stop it at this point. Not without an opening and a lever large enough to move the moon. The ball was already rolling. Until, it wasn't. A momentary stutter went out, heard across the city. The villains heard it first, but the more mundanely dangerous crime lords weren't far behind. Sighs of relief were exhaled in layers across Gotham, some more cautious and distrustful than others. But still, the tension in the city was overtaken by a sense of tentative agreement. The dead end had spoken. It called for parley. Or as Harley put it, a villain tea parley party. And with due consideration given to the reputation Sean and his bar had built, Gotham's underground lords listened. There was still the Joker's threat to consider. But no self-respecting lord would allow themselves to be intimidated by a jester. The call for parley was accepted. The white flag was waved by Gotham's lords and villains. The dead end was set as neutral ground once more. It was the first step toward reasserting the dead end's vaunted neutrality. The first step to reinforcing that rain or shine, Joker or Batman, the dead end would act as a neutral party. A mediator, even. The higher-ups, villains and crime lords, would confirm it for themselves. From them, the news would trickle down to the lieutenants, mooks, goons, and thugs who, by large, wouldn't attend the parley. No one was under the illusion that the meeting would go 100% smoothly. Fights over old grudges were bound to break out, and the Joker crashing the party was a guarantee. But the dead end had a reputation for keeping the peace within its walls. When, the Joker showed up. Well, crime lords lived and died on face and reputation. They couldn't run scared of a clown. They'd just have to show him why they ran Gotham. And more than a few of the villains were tired of his shit. With the prospect of a neutral mediator for potential future disputes on the table, everyone attending was more than ready to give Joker the welcome he deserved. By the time the call for parley reached Black Mask's ears, everyone else had already agreed. Peer pressure and face forced his hand, even as he scratched his head in confusion. Who the hell is Mr. Barkeep? Chapter 13, The Killing Joke. The dead end, Black Mask decided, didn't seem like anything special. From the outside, it looked positively plain. Not quite a dive, but certainly not anything fancy and elevated either. Mask had trouble believing this was the den of someone powerful enough to stay neutral in Gotham of all places, and even powerful enough to extend that neutrality to others. He had a hard time believing this place was responsible for all the changes he'd come across in Gotham since his escape from Arkham Tower. He'd heard the rumors from his new men and masks, but he'd reserved the final judgment until he saw it with his own eyes. It looked like the kind of place he would walk right past without noticing. Maybe spare the name a parting thought at most. He was never one for drinking. It made him feel less in control. It took him out of his mask. As far as Mask was concerned, Roman Sionis was dead. Gone. Kaput. All that mattered now was the mask. Black Mask was king in his mind. After all, the mask hadn't been dropped on his head as a baby. The mask didn't have distant parents who never cared. The mask didn't utterly ruin the family business and drive himself into bankruptcy. Everything he was today, he owed to the mask. Black Mask took everything into his hands and molded it for greatness. An empire, ruled by the mask. And since his escape, he'd been feeling more and more like the mask. As far as he was concerned, that development was as positive as it came. He'd only been free for a few days, and Mask had already made good progress toward his renewed goals. He had a power base, a new troupe, and a plan. This parley was a wrench in his efforts, but he convinced himself to go along with it for now. The last thing he wanted was to be cut out of any potential negotiations. Mask arrived at the dead end fashionably early. He was already at a disadvantage here. While the others who agreed to attend the parley already knew about the dead end, Mask was learning on the fly. He was left to adapt and adjust his plans as he went. The last thing he needed was to add to that disadvantage by showing up late for a dramatic entrance or something similarly stupid. Upon entering the dead end for the first time, that adaptation was immediately put to the test. He was one of the first ones there. He expected that much. Penguin and Riddler were drinking together at the bar, having a quiet conversation before everything kicked off. But the ones who shifted Mask's view of the situation were hanging suspiciously close to two people he could only assume were the owners of the Dead End. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. If Mask was reading them correctly, they were a part of the Dead End now. Seeing him, Harley skipped over, as energetic as ever. "Hiya, Masky. Welcome in. Good to see ya. You're early, so we're still just waiting for the rest of y'all to show up. Feel free to have a seat." Quinn, Black Mask grunted a greeting in turn. Harley's words confirmed Mask's deduction that she and Ivy had aligned themselves with the Dead End. It was good information to have. He made a note of it. Mask didn't have anything else to talk to her about. So he didn't. Instead, he took a seat at the large, circular table that took center stage inside the bar. He imagined it wasn't the usual arrangement of seating. Smart though. Its shape and design played nicely into the place's supposed neutrality. He took a seat that allowed him to watch the door and the bar where the others were gathered at the same time and settled in to try and get a feel for this Dead End. He quickly pegged 4 of the 7 people in the bar as being part of the Dead End's faction. The 2 barkeeps he didn't recognize had to be the owners. Mr. Barkeep and Miss Dee. Mask could associate the stories his new men told him with them, even if they didn't quite make sense with what he saw of the 2 goths at a glance. Riddler and Penguin were friendly with the bartender, but they weren't close. Not like Ivy and Harley were. They likely weren't a part of this new faction yet. Then there was the last woman at the bar. She was leaning more toward close with the owners instead of friendly. But she wasn't quite there yet. Her presence complicated things. Mask recognized her as Vicky Vale, the reporter. Which could potentially be an issue. He'd just assumed that a meeting as important as this one would be closed. Per se, thankfully, she didn't have a camera with her, so there was a chance it still was. Still, Mask knew he'd have to watch himself. He'd have to carefully manage his image in case the inner workings of this meeting came out. The news would spread. Of that, Mask had no doubt. Reporters had keen ears and busy fingers. But the specifics might or might not stay private. If Miss Vale was so close to the Dead End faction, perhaps this was just another aspect of their neutrality. A sword of Damocles and a safety net at the same time. Barely a rush of air signaled the arrival of another one of the meeting's attendees. Mask pointedly didn't acknowledge the Bat as he seemingly appeared in a seat opposite him. Inside though, he smugly noted that he was here first. Freeze entered the bar as well. But he did so much more mundanely. None of the Bat's flair for theatrics. There was something interesting about his entrance though. He came from the back of the bar, accompanied by a woman who could only be his wife. Then they both joined Harley and Ivy at the bar with the owners. Interesting. Mask mused. It's a small but strong block for a faction. Ivy alone could match half of Gotham's capes. And we still only have rumors to go off for Mr. Barkeep and Miss Dee. More attendees followed in a steady trickle. Just about every villain in the city had agreed to be here, not just the ones with their own gangs, plus the crime families. Today's negotiations would be with them primarily. The villain gangs were, quite honestly, bit players in Mask's mind. Penguin and Riddler joined them at the table when Bane arrived. Against everything Mask knew about his peers, they were being quite civil with each other. All of the villains were. From Catwoman to Clayface. And none of them raised an eyebrow at Batman's inclusion either. They're used to this, he realized. The Dead End. They've been meeting at a neutral ground like this for months now. They know they don't have to worry about each other's company, Mask observed. Even the Bat? He questioned. Even the Bat, Mask confirmed. The last ones to join the meeting were the heads of Gotham's crime families. The real players Mask would have to contend with. The other villains couldn't be completely ignored, but only 3 of them had the potential power to oppose his efforts vigorously. The rest lacked the proper power base. They were villains, not crime lords. Mask kept a keen eye on the remaining 4 crime lords. Franco Bertinelli. Anthony Dimitrov. Luke Sabatino. And a surprise from the Falcons. It seemed that Carmine Falcone wasn't in charge anymore. He was succeeded by his daughter Sofia Falcone Gigante. Mask didn't remember her being in a wheelchair, but she still cut an imposing figure. When everyone was seated and situated, a clap resounded through the Dead End. Mr. Barkeep, Sean Kane to his friends, got everyone's attention. As he did, his faction, as the Mask had dubbed them, took seats at the now full table. How? By making room for themselves in an impossible show of power and twisting space from Mr. Barkeep and Miss Dee. Mask raised an eyebrow at that but didn't react otherwise. The other villains, regulars of the Dead End, didn't react either. And of course, the Bat was as impassive as ever. The crime lords were left to startle and jump on their own. If he didn't have their attention before now, he certainly commanded it with that stunt. Even with the completely circular table, Mr. Barkeep somehow seemed to be sitting at the head. Miss Dee Dee sat alongside him like a kind, almost motherly queen. That would make Quinn the jester, Ivy the court mage, and Freeze the knight, Mask thought in amusement. Mr. Barkeep spoke and the whole table listened. Welcome to the Dead End's first ever parley, everyone. Villain tea parley party. Harley interrupted with blatant glee. Mr. Barkeep just nodded and continued, right, that. We're here tonight for a few reasons. To air out old grudges and disputes in a peaceful setting. To put a cork in all of the fuckshit brewing between the gangs. As he said that, he glanced pointedly at Black Mask and the crime lords. Knowing they couldn't let themselves be seen backing down so quickly, he continued, and finally, to show the Joker that he isn't going to intimidate the Dead End. He's almost certainly going to crash this party. And when he does, we're going to give him the welcome he so fatally deserves. You can't kill him, Sean. I won't let you, Batman cut in with a grave, gravelly voice. Mr. Barkeep, Sean, shook his head sadly. I'm going above your head on this one, Batman. Quite frankly, you're vastly outranked here. It isn't your decision who lives or dies, Batman growled. Yes, it is, Sean said matter-of-factly. And if you won't accept my authority on the matter, I'll just refer you to Dee Dee. You don't get a choice in this anymore, Batman. Lady Death has spoken. Batman grunted and went silent. Mask sat back and observed the exchange, cataloging everything said and unsaid. Interesting choice of words. It seems Batman won't be able to impose his code on Mr. Barkeep. He's not lying when he says Lady Death has spoken. No, he means it quite literally. And with the reference to Miss Dee Dee right before. It's not very neutral of you to declare your intent to kill someone, Sophia Falcone said, her words cold and cutting. Sean stared her down. Our neutrality doesn't mean we will stand being walked all over. We will defend ourselves when threatened and enforce our ideal within our domain. Let me be clear. Threatening the Dead End will be met with violent consequences. Don't fuck with Switzerland, Ivy intoned as if it was written in stone. We won't involve ourselves in the usual villain games unless we're asked to, but that doesn't mean we'll just sit there and take everything thrown our way. I'll have to agree with Ivy here, Catwoman added her 2 cents. I quite like having a place like the Dead End in the city. Here. Riddler agreed as well. Only a few days and I already miss the company. I know damn well my boys keep each other in line when it comes to this bar. No one wants to be the next one to fuck around and find out, Two-Face grunted. I think it's safe to say that the regulars support what Mr. Barkeep is trying to do here. So long as the Joker is taken care of, you can expect to see business return to normal, Penguin added. Sounds to me like that boy up and pissed in a church, Anthony Dimitrov grunted, going against the united front Sophia was undoubtedly trying to present. He'll get what he's got coming to him. There ain't no need to question a man's right to defend what's his in this situation, Falcone. Sean waved, changing the subject. He's not the reason we're all here anyway. He'll be taken care of in due time. Right now, we should focus on the purpose of this meeting. We're here to air out old grudges and squash beef. Peacefully. He stared pointedly around the table at his last word, making sure everyone knew he was serious. Once he was satisfied that no one would start anything immediately, he nodded, good. Now, who wants to start? No one volunteered themselves. Old enemies glared at each other from across the table. Mask received his fair share of dirty looks as well. He brushed them off like water off a duck's back. Still, no one wanted to be the first to break the silent tension rising around the table. I'll go first, Harley said, rolling her eyes. I've got a beef to pick with Red here. Ivy startled slightly. Me, Harley. What dash? Harley puffed herself up as if she were declaring something of grand importance. You hog all the blankets, Red. Her declaration was met with a momentary stunned silence. Ivy looked bewildered in the face of it. In a single sentence, the tension around the table was slashed to ribbons. Catwoman was the first to break, chortling with a sultry purr. The other villains quickly followed her in laughter. Good-natured as it was, even a couple of the crime lords joined in. Mask quickly found himself reassessing his opinion of Harley Quinn. That move was clever as hell. Positively devious in how it manipulated the atmosphere of the room. And Mask knew it had to be that way on purpose. Harley had used her reputation as a pick to break the ice in a way that effectively killed the expectation that this meeting had to be about serious or hostile old grudges. Then Ivy added to the effectiveness of Harley's gambit. Purposeful or not, Mask was unsure. But it certainly cleared away the rest of the proverbial ice. Why yeah. Well, you have cold feet. Harley gasped as if Ivy had slapped her. You take that back. Still chuckling, Riddler joined in. I've got one. For Scarecrow. I know you ate my leftover Chinese food out of the fridge when we were collabing a while back. That was my lunch, John. And it was clearly labeled. Have some common decency for your peers, men. Though he started jovially, by the end of his grievance, Riddler was incensed. Rightfully so, Mask thought. If someone stole my properly labeled food, I don't think murder would be all that much of an overreaction. It wasn't me. Scarecrow denied transparently. Riddler glared at him. Don't lie to me, John. I had to eat peanut butter and jelly because of you. Like a 5-year-old. You don't have anything else edible in your hideout. Go shopping, damn it. Even with his mask, sheepishness was clear in Scarecrow's posture. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was me. My bad, Edward. I'm sorry. Fine, Riddler nodded stiffly. You're paying for all of the takeout for the rest of our friendship. Scarecrow winced at the hit his wallet would take but sighed. That's fair. With their contribution to Harley's ploy, the tension in the meeting was well and truly broken. It seemed that airing petty grievances could be just as cathartic as serious ones, without the possibility of violence. Let's see how long that lasts, Mask mused cynically. I suppose I have one for Sean, Miss Didi offered, speaking up for the first time with a lovely clear voice that instantly stole the show. When are you going to stop bullying Batgirl? When it stops being fun or when she stops letting herself rise to my bait so easily, Sean answered with a chuckle. So, never, Didi deadpanned. Sean just smirked and Mask could have sworn he saw the corner of the bat's lips twitch up almost imperceptibly. Oh, this seems like fun, Catwoman purred. What do you say, Batman? Anything you want to say about me? I promise I won't bite. Mask watched that exchange intently. Would the bat join? That would be the real test of this meeting. Batman was silent. Unmoving. He'd never break. Never allow himself to relax to this level. Mask was sure of it. Stop doing things that are illegal, Batman snarked plainly, proving Mask wrong in a single unlikely sentence. Mask blinked. Did the bat just? Holy shit. Kiteman guffawed in surprise. Batman just cracked a joke. Didn't know you had it in you, Bats, Penguin commented with an amused smirk. I can be very funny when I wish to be, Batman said, his voice so steady it was as if he was stating the weather. Come on, Bats, Catwoman let out an alluring giggle. Don't leave us with just that. I know you have some petty things to say about me in that dark, handsome head of yours. Batman was quiet for a moment again. Your claws can be a little too sharp sometimes. Catwoman blinked, parsing through that for a moment before blushing so minutely it was barely visible. The complaint is hardly appropriate for our current company, Batman. I have scars, Selina. Happy scars but scars nonetheless, Batman deadpanned. Well, it's hardly my fault that I can get a little passionate. Catwoman sputtered. Everyone at the table watched the two enemies go back and forth. Heads swiveled between the two of them like a tennis match. Though perhaps it would be more accurate to describe them as an old married couple. The relationship between Batman and Catwoman was a very open secret, but it wasn't common to see it play out with your own eyes. Mask felt like he'd stepped into Wonderland. This was a strange phenomenon. One he'd freely admit he didn't fully understand. While the other villains were interested, they didn't seem as caught off guard as he or the crime lords were. Was this how things were done in the Dead End? How are you enjoying your first time in the Dead End? A voice asked from a little off to Mask's left. Mask turned to address Mr. Barkeep, still fairly bewildered. I'm sorry. Though two people, Mr. Freeze and his wife Nora, separated them at the table, Sean spoke to Mask as if he was right next to him. Well, you're the only villain here I'm not familiar with in one way or another. I suppose I just want to hear the thoughts of a first-time guest. It's unusual. Unique, Mask said, choosing his words carefully. I don't believe I've ever experienced an environment like this. Not where villains are so free to talk to one another without fear of violence. Where even the heroes can join in. It's something special, Sean stated with firm conviction beneath his words. Mask nodded slowly. I suppose it is. You know, this is exactly what I want from my neutrality. Connections. Sean glanced out at the others around the table and then back to Mask. A smile colored his expression. The smile never left his face as he articulated his thoughts, not in the networking sense of the word, but in the sense of relationships. Friendships. The social structure at the core of the human experience, those kinds of connections. Between enemies, existing allies, and people who would have never met without this place. The simple essence of interaction between people, good or bad. Something as basic as being able to talk to one another, having a place to talk to one another. Just that can do so much. I see. Mask dutifully absorbed the new information. Hearing Sean speak about his goals and ideals was immensely informative. It helped Mask get a much clearer picture of who this Mr. Barkeep really was. Right, Sean shook his head clear of dreams. I should probably get things back on track before Dash. "I've got something to say to the crime families," Two-Face suddenly growled, his tone making it clear his grievance wasn't nearly as petty as the ones before it. "Which one of you mafia bastards did this shit to me? Who's responsible? I wanna have words with M." Sean sighed, "Before something like this happens." Franco Bertinelli met Two-Face hostility in kind. "Don't take the tone with us, boy. I get that you're pissed, but I've been running these streets since you were in nappies. I guarantee it wasn't one of mine though." Two-Face wouldn't be pacified so easily. "I know it was one of you mafia jackasses. So fess up. Who the fuck left me scarred like this? I'm gonna pay M the same courtesy." "It wasn't any of us," Sophia said coolly. "You want the Maronis? Sal Maroni in particular? Which means you want to talk to Black Mask. He took over the Maroni family just recently. He'll know where you can find Sal." Mask's eyes narrowed. "Clever girl, redirecting the attention onto your enemy. And now I have a choice to make. I think Sal Maroni was the one I masked. Losing a mask would be unfortunate, but not the end of the world. And with the chance to gain favor with Two-Face and gain face with the rest of the witnesses. Really, it's not even a choice." "Well, Mask." Two-Face turned his attention onto him. "What do you know about Dash?" "He's yours," Mask said abruptly. "Do with him what you will. I'll have him deliver himself to you whenever you need. So long as I have guarantees of a safe transaction from certain parties." He glanced at Batman as he said the last bit. Batman's eyes on him could have cut steel. "You know I can't do that, Black Mask. He'll pay for his crimes, Dent. But it'll be in a court of law in prison, not by your hand." Mask could see how Two-Face rankled at Batman's words. Taking a gamble, he turned to Sean. "Mr. Barkeep. May we use your neutral establishment for the transaction?" "In here?" "Sure," Sean shrugged. "But it won't do you much good. Batman will just be waiting outside the door. I won't do anything to stop him outside of my domain. And I won't let Two-Face carry out his revenge in here. Beyond that, Sal Maroni is free to visit the dead end by himself and leave with whoever he wishes." Mask nodded. "Then I am content to wipe my hands of the situation. At that point, whatever happens will be up to him, Two-Face, and Batman." "Dent." Batman growled warningly, seeing the look in Two-Face's eyes. "I will stop you." Two-Face snorted. "What else is new, Bats?" "Right, well, we'll leave the two of you to work that out between yourselves," Sean said, rolling his eyes. "Why don't the rest of us move on to something a touch more pressing? Something like plunging the city into all-out war." When he said that, he looked directly at the four remaining crime lords and Black Mask. Mask allowed himself to give a small nod, acknowledging his part in that situation. The crime lords didn't even give that much. "The fools probably still think they're in control of this conversation," Mask scoffed internally. "If Mr. Barkeep was so inclined, he could force us into peace. We wouldn't be able to do anything about it." Still, he did not seem so inclined. So Mask was willing to have this conversation civilly. There were much worse things that could happen than being brought to the peace talk table. Perhaps he would even come out on top due to his willingness to compromise with the mediator. "What is there to talk about?" Sophia's voice chilled any potential conversation immediately. It seemed she would be taking it upon herself to speak for the families. "We're perfectly happy to uphold the status quo. Without any undue violence at all. It's Black Mask that wishes to conquer through war and force. Will you chastise us for defending what is ours, Mr. Barkeep? Could you claim you would do any differently in our position?" "Yes," Sean stated flatly. "Yes, I could. Not for defending yourselves, but I certainly wouldn't let my problems spill out onto the streets and catch the whole city in the crossfire. I don't care if you fight amongst yourselves. I don't even care who wins. But I do care about the chaos and collateral damage your little gang war will cause. About the innocents who will be harmed because of your callous greed and negligence. And that's not going to happen if I can help it." Mask nodded. That lined up with what he'd seen from Mr. Barkeep so far. Unfortunately, he couldn't see this coming to an easy resolution. They were at an impasse. The families wouldn't give up their power and positions easily. And Mask wouldn't give up his ambition. There needed to be something new introduced into the equation for anything productive to be done here. Luke Sabatino bristled at Sean's words. "Oh, yeah. What are you gonna do about it, tough guy? You don't get to tell us what to fucking do." Sean fixed him with a silent, heavy stare for a moment. "I don't think you realize what you're doing, so I won't punish you as harshly as I could. But I think you should take a little time out. And just think for a moment. Think about what you just said, who you said it to, and where you said it." With a snap of his fingers, Sean did something impossible again. Sabatino was suddenly in another place entirely, as if reality rejected his previous position. All the way in one of the corners of the bar, he found himself sitting and facing the wall. A comical dunce cap appeared on his head. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it off. Or stand from his chair. Or be heard by any of the rest of them. He was, quite literally, put in timeout. The other crime lords were smart enough to hold their tongues. Mask knew they must be fuming. They lived and died on respect and reputation. No one got away with treating the crime families like that. But they weren't on their turf right now. And at least Sophia was quick enough to recognize when she was outmatched. My apologies for the behavior of my peer, Mr. Barkeep, she said, even managing not to make it sound too forced. Apology accepted, Sean nodded. Now, how can we solve this issue you seem to have before it's projected onto the rest of the city? Even after apologizing, Sophia held her ground. I'm afraid I don't see how that's possible. Black Mask is a threat to our station. Our very livelihoods. And I have good reason to believe he won't abandon his goals. I won't ask him to. I'll just defend me and mine in whatever way proves necessary. I will not abandon my ambitions, Mask asserted without flinching. I happen to think I'll do a much better job running things than these so-called lords. And as much as I may try, these things can only be kept so civil. Sean hummed in consideration. He turned to his partner. Any ideas, Dee? Perhaps, Miss Dee said humbly. Mask found himself very interested in what she had to say. While the specifics of her nature weren't clear to him yet, she was obviously important and powerful. Perhaps even more powerful than Mr. Barkeep. He'd be a fool not to take the suggestions of someone who was referenced as Lady Death. Dee continued, I think it should be fine to let both parties work things out by themselves. So long as they have a safe, contained environment to do so in. Even if the only way they see forward is violence. Sean clarified. Dee nodded, even then. Think of it as an extension of the dead end's neutrality. Sean followed her train of thought, an arena, perhaps. Oh. My. God. Harley exclaimed slowly with excited exhales. Corrupt champions conquering for their crew. Gang-banging gladiators. A coliseum of crime. There was a pause as Harley's words set in. Everyone blinked. It made sense. Mask thought it through. He and the crime families could settle their disputes this way. By proxy in an arena. Like the dueling champions of old. No one else would be harmed. No collateral damage to speak of. Yes, this suggestion is going to go through, Mask decided. I'll make sure of it. Because who would benefit the most from a solution decided by single combat? From conquest decided by a chosen champion? The families with their mundane options. Or Black Mask with his impossibly loyal, impossibly skilled troop of masks. Unseen beneath his mask, a grin stretched into place. It was perfect. He could continue his conquest of Gotham's underworld without stepping on the toes of a powerful potential ally. There would be no need for innocent casualties if everything could be solved by two consenting gladiators. Even Batman couldn't hope to protest all too much with this solution. Mask came right out and stated his support firmly. I'll happily cast my vote for that suggestion. This way, no innocent will be hurt or killed and the city shall stay solidly in one piece. Why, I don't know how I could refuse. He felt the crime lord's glares at his last line. With just that, he'd effectively backed them into a corner. Sophia, at the very least, understood that this solution would benefit Mask most of all. But she couldn't hope to reject it without coming across as difficult and sore. She was the quickest to catch the nuances of the situation. And already, Mask could see her reevaluating her position. He wouldn't be surprised if she sought him out for an alliance very soon after all of this was decided. He could certainly work with that. The other crime lords were much slower on the uptake. Good. Let the incompetents flounder and die struggling, Mask grinned. I suppose I can agree to this solution, Sophia said, quick to betray her allied peers to make herself look good. What dash? Ah, shit, Franco cursed. Anthony Dimitrov just sighed, I guess this is how we're gonna be doing things from now on. Luke Sabatino was still in his timeout corner with the dunce cap on his head, dumb to the world around him. Sean looked over at him sheepishly, oh. Does it even matter if I bring him back into this conversation? The majority of you will still have voted in favor of the idea. Anthony snorted a laugh. Sophia's lips twitched as she suppressed a smile. Even if his opinion will not change our decision, please release our resident dunce from his timeout, Mr. Barkeep. I'm sure he's learned his lesson by now. I don't know, Sean hedged. He was rather rude to me. And the dunce cap is hilarious. Harley chimed. Really fits the big ol' butt head. Dee stared at both of them sternly. Dear Harley. Is that any way to treat our guests? Sighing, Sean conceded the point to her. No. Sorry, Dee, Harley added. Dee nodded, satisfied. Good. Now, I do believe that takes care of the primary business of this parley. A solution has been reached. And I firmly expect both sides to keep their word. If they don't, I will be quite cross. Though she spoke normally, the effect was anything but. The crime lords nodded their heads like warned children. Even Mask felt overwhelming shame at the mere idea of disappointing her. And he didn't plan on breaking such a beneficial agreement in the first place. You know, Scarecrow said suddenly to break the silence. I'm surprised we managed to get through all of that without the Joker showing up already. Is he scared? His statement was met with a chorus of groans. God damn it, Scarecrow. You know better than that. You freaking dingus. Harley yelled. Riddler shook his head sadly. All that fear toxin is rotting your brain, John. Scarecrow paused, considering what he'd done. Ah, fuck. Mask rolled his eyes. Of course, someone would fuck that up. Saying that about the Joker, especially with the challenge of fear, was practically inviting him in. And as he expected, the door to the dead end swung open not a minute later. Joker strolled in, physically unable to stop himself from making a dramatic entrance. He wore a strangely modified children's backpack with tubes that led to nozzles beneath his sleeves. Suddenly, Mask was very thankful for the fact that his titular mask had a filter system. Joker venom, what the pack was undoubtedly filled with, wasn't something you willingly messed around with. Surprisingly, Joker wasn't accompanied by anyone. As deranged and twisted as he was, Mask knew he operated on certain expectations. Not a code, per se, but whatever happened to be the funniest or most dramatic option. Perhaps he was alone because the rest of them were and no one expected him to be. Or perhaps he just wanted to make any victory he gained that much sweeter. Why, hello, fools and idiots, Joker grinned, baring teeth that were just a touch too sharp. Funny meeting you all here, such an unlikely cast of characters. Is this a party I wasn't invited to? Shame, shame. I don't see any fool here but you, Riddler glowered. What was that? The grin on Joker's face grew. Why, you heard me, fool. Riddler shot back, stuttering slightly. Joker laughed, a harsh sound that hurt the ears of anyone who heard it. Wonderful. I always liked you, Edward. So smart. Why, you almost remind me of myself in certain ways. Riddler recoiled. I'm nothing like you. Oh, God. Don't say something like that. Joker leaned forward in place, facing down the entire bar without a hint of fear. Oh, but isn't it true? Enough, Sean cut him off. You don't get to harass my patrons, clown. Mr. Barkeep. Joker snarled, flipping his mood completely in an instant. Feeling big in the britches, are we? I told you I'd be back, are you surprised? Scared? Shaking behind that cool, collected persona of yours? Hardly, Sean scoffed. I let you back in. I knew you couldn't resist crashing this party. Everyone did. You're getting predictable. You take that back right the fuck now, at hashtag. Pure rage shook the Joker from head to toe. It would have been comical out of context. As it was, the villains and crime lords at the table couldn't help but shy away. Eat me, Sean taunted. What, can't even take a bit of shit talk? Are your little feelies hurt, JJ? For a moment more, Joker shook. Then he stopped so abruptly Mask thought he was hallucinating. Joker's trademark grin returned. I'm going to enjoy destroying everything you hold dear, Mr. Barkeep. You'll beg. Beg me to spare you even the littlest crumb. And I will. Just so you can rebuild and I can come back to do it all over again. Sean shook his head slowly. That's not what's going to happen here. I only let you back into the dead end because you're never going to leave. This is where the Joker meets his end. I hope you've made your peace, Dash. Actually, I don't care. You're going to die here either way. Baffled, Joker glanced at Batman, who was sitting like a statue at the table. You're just gonna let him get away with that, Batsy? Batman stared Joker down but didn't say a word. Or move a muscle. Mask was half sure he wasn't even breathing. Joker waved his hand off to the side in confusion, testing to see if the hero was frozen or something. A batarang flashed out to trim Joker's fingernails before anyone could blink, the only indication Batman was still just as capable as ever. He doesn't have a choice in the matter, Sean explained. Your time has come and death is calling. Collect, Joker. He shook his head, tooting softly. You really shouldn't have threatened the dead end. We would have left you to your little jokes. But you did. You fucked around. So you're about to find out. You and what army? Joker snapped. It was the first time Mask had seen him off guard. Batman sitting back and abiding a death was a first. Enough to put Joker off his rhythm. Really? Sean deadpanned. Look around you. You've made no shortage of enemies. Can you honestly tell me that a single person here would have any reason not to kick your ass? Looking around, that truth was plainly clear to see. Every villain was glaring at the Joker. The crime lords were more cautious, but all of them now had pistols lying on the table in front of them. Two-Face did something similar, loudly racking the slide of his firearm. Mask himself wasn't far behind either, holding his under the table. Riddler and Penguin had their canes out, slapping them menacingly against their palms. Catwoman casually checked her claws. A freeze ray sat in Mr. Freeze's hands, his wife firmly behind him. Clayface was already shifting his malleable clay physiology into weapons. Out of all of the glaring villains, none could match Harley and Ivy. Harley was already standing on top of her chair, her trademark mallet produced from seemingly nowhere. She was focused on Joker so hard that her eye was twitching. Ivy had taken over the entire wooden table where the meeting had taken place. With her power, it morphed and grew. A wooden golem to match Clayface stood behind her. Standing in her shadow, the strangely ripped golem matched her arms-crossed posture. Mask could have sworn he heard ghostly music emanating from the background whenever he looked at her. Geo. Golden Wind. I don't need an army anyway, Sean shook his head. But I've promised Harley I'd let her get the first shot at you. And it seems the others want a piece as well. He's all yours, fellas. Don't worry. I'll handle the cleanup. Fine. Joker's grin grew even more wild and manic as he made a show of shaking himself limber. You wanna dance? Let's dance. He tried to seize the initiative. Fanning his arms in wide arcs, Joker let loose with his famous venom. Nothing happened. He blinked in surprise, pulling the unseen trigger a few more times to no avail. Pausing for a moment, he pulled the backpack from his back to check it. Instantly, it exploded in a puff of impossibly comical black smoke. When it cleared, the Joker was left standing there with a face full of soot that obscured his usual clown makeup. Oh, crud. Get his ass, boys. Harley let out a cackling battle cry. The dead end descended into chaos. The crime lords and villains with guns opened fire at the Joker. Mask put a few shots down range as well, but he didn't spray his whole magazine like some of his peers. Not a single bullet touched the Joker. He danced his way out of danger. Not agilely. Nor nimbly or even quickly. If anything, his movements were clumsy. Yet absurdly effective all the same. He tripped this way and that. His arms wheeled like a cartoon character to keep himself from falling. He jumped and twirled like a silly ballerina, only to face fault and scramble back to his feet in an instant. Every improbably clumsy dodge kept him perfectly out of harm's way. This the best you got? Joker taunted. I could do this in my sleep. You'll never kill a clown like me unless it's funny. A clod of clay flung from Clayface made Joker trip and roll, quite literally, head over heels. When he sprang to his feet, he was met with a new problem. Though the gunfire stopped, it was immediately replaced by something else. Practically as one mind, Riddler and Penguin swung at him with their canes. Riddler went high, Penguin went low. Joker jumped, somehow doing the limbo in midair. He cackled, now, that's more like it. You've really got to work on your follow-through though, Riddler my dear. Then came Ivy's golem. It moved like the Flash and punched like Superman. Punch after punch after punch, it was all Joker could do to keep him probably falling out of the way. Mutta 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 mutta. The standing golem cried. Each impact against thin air sounded like a gunshot. Even as the golem missed, vines grew from nothing, striving to entangle the Joker. More and more, Ivy's plants grew until there was physically nowhere else for Joker to dodge clumsily. As he was finally entangled, the golem vanished. It was instantly replaced by Harley. Her comically sized hammer cocked back, she leaped into the space the golem just occupied. With the wrath of a wronged goddess, Harley continued right where the golem had left off. You motherfucking DAAA. She roared, swinging her mallet with all her might. All Joker saw was an unstoppable freight train bearing down on him before he was flattened by Harley's swinging hammer. An explosion rocked the bar. The Joker flew, pirouetting through the air more like a children's toy than a person. He hit the wall hard, ricocheting and ragdolling onto the floor. Never able to resist the bit, even when very nearly incapacitated, Joker released a gag from his pocket. A pair of birds circled his head, tweeting merrily to illustrate his days. Did anyone get the number of the truck that hit me? Joker asked woozily. No one laughed. Which only made the situation funnier in Mask's mind. Sean walked over to stand above the Joker. After the damage Harley had done to him, Joker could barely move. But he still couldn't resist one last quip. With shaky hands, he pulled an obvious prop gun from inside his jacket, pointing it up at Sean. Yeah, feelin' lucky, punk. Joker's trademark grin was weak as he moved to pull the trigger. Sean casually kicked out at the gun as he did. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. The Joker's eyes widened, but as weak and dazed as he was, he couldn't stop what was about to happen. The gun came to rest beneath his chin just as his finger finished squeezing the trigger. There was a bang. A pop. But one that was out of place for a gunshot. Again, it seemed more like a prop sound than anything real. That air of fakeness didn't extend to the very real results. Smoke drifted from the place where the muzzle and skin coincided. Joker's face froze in a rictus of shock and horror. Still grinning, his eyes told most of that story. A prop flag, saying bang, pierced up through his skull to pop comedically out the top of his head. And with one final joke, the Joker fell dead. Chapter 14, Mirror Image. And, you can skip the second half of this chapter if you want to avoid smut, for whatever reason. Also, credit to Roy Merricks on my Patreon for the mirror idea. I really like how it turned out. I. Oh, no you don't. You aren't going anywhere, clown, Sean said, grabbing a firm hold of Joker's soul as it tried to leave his body. Dee Dee. You want to come take a look at this? Dee Dee joined him at his side, standing over the Joker's body. She looked closely at the space where Sean seemed to be holding onto nothing. She hummed, Now, isn't this a sight for sore eyes? Together, the pair focused on whatever it was they were doing, ignoring the rest of the bar. The villains and crime lords, and Batman, were left to watch and react accordingly to everything in the scene, both what had already happened and what was still playing out. Most of them were stunned silent by how anticlimactic the Joker's death was. They didn't know how to feel. This was the Joker. They expected more. More damage. More power. Some grand confrontation between him and Mr. Barkeep. Something. Yet, somehow, this ending seemed to fit better than any final confrontation would have. The Joker had gone out on a gag. His own gag, at that. That was all the consideration a monster like the Joker should have been given. And just like that, alongside his body, a portion of his legend died. After talking all that shit. He really went out like a bitch, Two-Face muttered crassly in the silence that followed the Joker's final death. About time, if you ask me, Penguin said, lighting up a celebratory smoke. If there was one thing worth smoking for, it was the death of the Joker. Is that really it? Riddler asked in hesitant disbelief. He's come back before, Batman stated plainly. With the Joker, it's never over. Before all of their eyes, as if to prove Batman wrong, the Joker's body completely dissolved. Nothing remained. And then something that could only be considered his soul appeared in Sean's grasp. The ghostly Joker tapped his foot impatiently, looking utterly pissed and knowing there was nothing he could do about what was happening to him. You sure about that one, Bats? Harley asked. Her grin could have been seen from space. After whacking the Joker like she did and watching him off himself, Harley was sure she'd never feel this sort of rush again. Pure, simple, cathartic glee filled a hole in her soul. And it seemed that Goth Boy wasn't done with Joker's punishment just yet. Seeing him with a stranglehold on the Joker's literal heart certainly filled Harley with all sorts of warm fuzzies. Sean's hand was buried in the Joker's ghostly chest, clutching the very core of his soul. Normally, after death, Dee Dee would come and escort the souls to whatever afterlife awaited them. From the most benevolent souls to the most evil, it made no difference to Dee Dee. Everyone deserves someone to be there for them at the end of it all. Unless they tried to cheat death. Even if that was the case, Dee Dee would still show up. The cheaters simply wouldn't enjoy her presence like everyone else did. Dee Dee could be surprisingly petty. Vindictive, even. If there was one thing she hated in all of existence, it was those who cheated her concept personally. Not the souls who were merely resuscitated after a near-death experience. There had to be intent, premeditation, or a desire to go against her natural order behind the action of cheating her. The Joker had all of those qualities in spades. He thought himself above death. Time and time again, his legend stole him from Dee Dee's clutches. Everything from preparing a way to avoid his final demise to simply being lucky. But one thing never changed throughout all of his deaths. The Joker didn't respect death. Not a single bit. A strange thing, especially for someone who had dealt so much of the concept to others. But in the Joker's mind, he was a sane man in an insane world. The idea of staying dead wasn't any less insane than anything else. He thought himself above death. After all, who else would do what he did? Dee Dee didn't much care for his delusions, of grandeur or control. In the end, he wasn't above death. Nothing was. The end came for all things eventually. Death would be there when the universe went out. And she would be there when it was born all over again. Here she was, with the Joker's soul in front of her. She'd met him before. Once when he was born. Nearly countless times since he became the Joker. He didn't recognize her. He shouldn't. Death took many forms. The one he would recognize was the one she saved for those problem children of death. When she looked at his soul, Dee saw one thing. A cheater. For that was what Joker was above everything else. Someone who thought the rules shouldn't and didn't apply to him. Usually, he'd be somewhat right. Existence favored him. He and his legend were part of a greater narrative. And he would keep slipping through Dee Dee's fingers for as long as that was true. She could punish him all she wanted, but his legend, backed by the greater narrative, would find a way to cheat death. He knew this. He'd been through this song and dance before. Even now, he thought himself better than all of this. Thought this was unnecessary. That nothing they could do would change anything, harm anything. He was untouchable, especially now after death. Only this time, that wasn't the end of the story. Death wasn't alone anymore. Her hand stood by her side. The song and dance had changed. Death now had a partner. She didn't have to dance with someone who wouldn't cooperate. Sean Kane placed the call for her. He delivered the problem child directly into her hands. This time, Dee Dee didn't have to strain against existence itself to fulfill the duty of her concept. Even the greater narrative couldn't stand in the way. Not when an out-of-context wrench entered the wheels. And so, Dee Dee dissuaded the Joker of that arrogant, grandiose opinion of his. For him alone, her punishment form leaked through to confront his soul. A writhing mass of tentacle-like bones shadowed her in his vision. Her hair floated on an intangible wind. Her face was stripped bare as sunken skeletal eyes stared directly into the Joker's soul. A promise burned there, a guarantee of unavoidable ending, demise, quietus. Death. Contrary to reason or good sense, the Joker just smirked at Dee Dee. Now, he recognized her. And he taunted in the face of death. Like a self-important, cheating fool. Sean squeezed the Joker's heart. He winced at that. But the grin on his face only grew. Mad bastard. Even delirium wouldn't like him. Not with the way he claimed to be sane. Yes, Dee Dee was going to enjoy this. You've cheated death a few too many times, Dee Dee murmured softly. As she did, her form flickered into the stuff of deadly nightmares. The Joker opened his mouth to retort. Nothing came out. He didn't even notice, waxing on and on in his own little world. The arrogance was astounding. He truly thought he could talk back to death. Dee Dee bristled. For once, she could safely say she was growing very vexed. How do you want to do this, Dee Dee? Sean asked, reminding Dee Dee that she wasn't alone and grounding her slightly. She let out a long, controlled breath. I believe we will have to take matters into our own hands. I don't trust him to any of the afterlives. When it comes to him, they leak like sieves, apparently. What are we doing then? Sean deferred to her. You've got the reins here. I'll go along with whatever you come up with. Dee Dee hummed consideringly, Perhaps. No. What about? Not quite. All the while, Joker's ghost hadn't stopped talking. He looked to be on Act 2 of a solo play by now. Hamlet, it seemed. The Yorick monologue scene. No one questioned where he'd gotten the skull he was talking to. Or how he'd gotten so deep in the play so quickly. That was the joke, after all. Eyeing the Joker's ghost, Dee Dee came to a decision. If he wishes to perform, I say we let him. Let him and let him never be heard again. Yes, like a jester who is no longer in on the bit. His jokes will fall on deaf ears and the only humor to be had from him will be his pathetic visage. Sounds fitting, Sean nodded, chuckling. What do you need me to do? Could you handle the physical vessel? Dee Dee requested. A mirror, I think. Behind the bar. So we don't have to look at him. He'll be stuck in a world of reflection, never able to touch the real world again. Let him tell his jokes to unflinching mirror images. Let him enjoy the dead end he hates so much without being able to do anything to affect it. Let him become nothing more than an exhibit, a clown on display. The Joker's act came to a screeching silent halt. He stared at Dee Dee, only now with horror and shock coming across his face. She paid him no mind. Unlike him, she didn't feel the need to taunt. Her solution would be punishment enough. For a man, a monster like the Joker, Dee Dee had just given a sentence worse than death. Not merely because he could escape death eventually. He'd done so before and he was confidently wrong that he could do so again. But to be stuck, to be laughed at, to be the butt of the joke. Even if he escaped, he would never live it down. An already crumbling legend crumbled faster. An unstoppable avalanche. From the most dangerous man in the world to a clown on display. A joke. And not one he was telling himself. As Sean went to work shifting the bar to fit Dee Dee's request, Dee Dee took hold of the Joker's soul. Cold, uncaring death stared the Joker in the face, a rarely seen aspect of Dee Dee in person. For the first time, the Joker flinched. He saw an uncomfortable eternity trapped in a mirror. And one day, he saw himself being forgotten. The moment when someone walked into the dead end and didn't recognize him, didn't fear him. The first small part of him withered and died at the vision. Under the watchful eyes of Gotham's villains, crime lords, and Batman, the Joker was led to his final resting place. A grand mirror stretched along the length of the wall behind the bar. Sean's trophy sat in front of it, obscuring the view and adding further insult to injury. The interior of the dead end was reflected in the mirror. Everyone could see themselves. The only thing missing was the place where Dee was holding the Joker's ghost. There, only thin air could be seen. Joker had experienced this kind of atmosphere before. It was the same as when he was walked to the electric chair. The final march toward death. Only this time, he wouldn't be cheating it. Lady Death was the one to lead this march personally. A chill ran down his spine. He found he couldn't move. Not an inch. Not whatever passed for muscles in this ghostly form. His soul was stuck. Held fast in death's grip. There would be no escape. Only now did that certainly fall into place for the Joker. A sobering silence fell over the bar. The audience heard Dee and Sean plot the Joker's punishment. And more than a few of them knew Dee. So when she was this serious, this cold, calculating, and vindictive, no one dared stand in her way. They likely wouldn't even if they did dare. The only one who would stand up for the Joker was Batman. Due to his, quite frankly, flawed code against heroes killing villains. But even he wouldn't interfere in this situation. As unbending as his conviction not to kill was, he knew this wasn't a place he could hope to step in. Heroes didn't kill. But Dee and Sean weren't heroes. Nor were any of the villains or crime lords who led up to the Joker's death. If anyone had a right to decide who lived and died, it was Dee. Death of the endless. The quite literal embodiment of death. Batman was many things. But he wasn't someone who rejected the concept of death altogether. Just when it came to heroes who thought themselves above the laws even as they enforced them. And in this situation, the Joker was being punished by death. He wouldn't be escaping the justice he deserved. That helped mellow Batman's resentment for being made to stand aside. Sean stood at Dee's side before the mirror. "Wanna say anything?" Dee shook her head softly. "No. This isn't an occasion to be celebrated. It's simply long overdue. And I certainly don't want to give him any last words." "Probably a good choice," Sean smiled sadly. "To the Joker, I suppose. He won't be missed." With that, Dee stepped forward. Holding the Joker's frozen soul in her hand, she pressed him into the mirror. For the Joker, reality reversed, flipped, mirrored. Suddenly, he could move again. But try as he might, silently screaming and banging his fists, he couldn't leave his side of the mirror. In the real world, Dee sighed, "As much as he deserves this, I do dislike being so strict. It makes me feel so cruel. So, unclean." "You're nothing of the sort," Sean reassured, slinging an arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. Dee's lips quirked upward. "I suppose I'll just have to take my hand at his word. When have I ever led you astray? Knowing you, I'm sure it's only a matter of time." "Perish the thought. I'd sooner die," Sean declared, clutching his heart like a man who'd been struck. Dee smiled fondly. "Then I suppose it's a good thing you have death on your side." Sean laughed. "I suppose it is." Sobering slightly, he asked, feeling better. Dee hugged him in reply. "I am. It feels much better to have someone to reassure me after difficult decisions like this." "Good. Because it looks like Harley is about to drag us off and have her wicked way with us as thanks for finally dealing with the Joker," Sean warned. Just as he said, Harley was coming at them in a very familiar stance. A diabolical grin showed on her face. At once giddy, horny, and full of gratitude, anyone who knew Harley knew what was coming next. Dee let out a shriek and giggle, hiding behind Sean. "Eek. Save me, dear." Sean shared a grin with Harley, unseen by Dee. "No, I think I'll help her." He turned and swept her into his arms to playful laughter and token resistance. Sean knew it was exactly what she needed right now. Something to take her mind off the Joker. Sean wouldn't let her tear herself up over this, so this opportunity was a welcome reprieve. To the rest of the bar, he announced, "All right, show's over. Thank you to everyone for coming. Now, get the hell out of my bar before I make you." "Giddy up, goth boy." Harley chimed in, hopping on his back and treating him like her steed. "Forward. Screw these guys. Let's show Dee how loved she is." Spurred on by Harley's insistence, Sean didn't give the guests the chance to leave. Enforcing a temporary rule on his domain, they were forcibly ejected. Between one moment and the next, the villains, crime lords, and Batman found themselves standing on the curb outside the dead end. Even Freeze and Nora were forced out. But considering what was about to happen inside the dead end, they all considered it fair enough. The only ones spared were Ivy and Vicky. For Ivy, the reason was obvious. But Vicky was left wondering why she was being included. Harley's thrown costume hit her in the face, silencing her before she could protest. And just like that, the ambitious reporter was taken along for the ride as a voyeur. On the curb, the ejected guests blinked, adjusting to the sudden change in their surroundings. Still shell-shocked by the Joker's final demise, they were mostly silent. Then Catwoman started to chuckle. It quickly turned into full-blown, belly-clutching laughter. "What's so funny?" Two-Face asked gruffly. They dash. Catwoman managed to force out between giggles. "They're going to fuck in there." The others just looked at her queerly. And "I didn't think your sense of humor was so immature," Selina, Riddler commented. Catwoman was still losing it, but she eventually explained why that was so funny to her. "The Joker's still in there. All he'll be able to do is watch." She wheezed, "He'll just have to sit there as Harley makes him into a cuck." Her words caused some pause. Penguin was the first to join her in laughter. It started a chain reaction. Soon enough, villains were rolling around on the sidewalk, clutching their sides at the mental image Catwoman painted. Impassive as ever, Batman stood there as if he disapproved. Inside, however, he was only moments away from joining his rogues gallery. If he wasn't on duty, he likely wouldn't have been able to stop himself. That was certainly one way to serve justice. It seemed Joker's crimes against Harleen Quinzel would be the first he answered for during his long stay in the dead end. In the mirror prison for his soul, the Joker could only watch in complete and utter horror. He couldn't even look away. Everywhere he looked seemed to reflect the outside world and the cruel joke on him that was playing out there. His masterpiece was now for someone else to enjoy. His greatest joke turned back on him. His right hand served another man. She was never his. Everyone but the Joker had known as much already. This just proved it, hammering the idea through his thick, delusional, makeup-caked skull. Hell went by a different name for the Joker, Dead End. Contrary to what one might believe, the real-world inhabitants of the Dead End didn't give a single iota of care for the Joker at the moment. His cucking was just a side effect. One that went mostly ignored by those living in the moment. The only one who gave him a second thought was Harley. She took a wicked pleasure in adding to his punishment like this. Served the bastard right, as far as she was concerned. For everything he'd done to her, he deserved to suffer. But even to Harley, the non-consensual cuck didn't linger on her mind. He was just an accidental benefit to the venue they'd chosen. She would have thanked Dee Dee and Gothboy just as readily without him. Within seconds, the Joker was forgotten, relegated to cuck status as the bastard deserved. Yet another portion of his legend died. I. Harley stripped herself out of her costume as fast as lightning. One moment, she was clothed, and the next she was clinging, nearly naked, to Gothboy's back. Somehow, she did so without dislodging herself from her perch. The only hint of movement from Harley was the famous cartoon gag that usually accompanied a scuffle, complete with a cloud of smoke that completely obscured her from view. "Hey, suck it, you dead-ass loser," Harley thought vindicatively, using the technique taught to her by the Joker to further his torment. Almost instantly after that thought, she put him out of her mind completely. Let him watch. He wasn't even worth the energy it would take to torture in Harley's mind. Other than what she'd already done. A girl's gotta have fun, of course. Harley slipped off Gothboy's back. Once on her feet, she shimmied out of her panties and took her two partners by the hands. Ivy took it upon herself to mold a bed of leaves from the remains of the wooden table in the center of the bar. Harley shot her a grateful glance. Then she exclaimed, "Come on, Dee Dee. I want to teach you how to properly worship Gothboy's cock. It's a doozy, so you'll need my guidance." She helped Dee Dee out of her clothes. They started to disappear from Dee Dee's form halfway through the process, but Harley didn't even blink. That just made things easier. Gothboy did the same for himself, revealing that gorgeously intimidating monster of his to the world again. It was already starting to stand on its own as he lay back on Ivy's bed. Harley couldn't help but lick her lips. Come to mama. Big, long, and thick enough to ruin a girl. Sexy enough to leave her gasping for breath. And hard enough to break her mind and make her see God. Fuck yeah, Gothboy. Let's put that stupidly huge, bitch-breaking, twat-throbbing, cunny-crushing cock of yours to good use. On the sidelines, Vicky's mouth fell open and hung there in disbelief and shock. How? Ivy whispered seductively in her ear, impressive, isn't it? So much masculine power in a single member, and I promise, it's just as good as it looks. You'll be on your knees, begging for your new god before you know it. How? Vicky whimpered. How does that monster not kill a woman? Sean has ways of making it fit pleasurably inside you, Ivy promised. I feared the same thing at first, but after he gets his hands on you, That worry starts to feel rather silly. I'm going to die with a stupid little smile on my face, Vicky realized. What part of mind-breaking sex made you think any differently? Ivy chuckled, her voice rumbling with a sultry purr. Though they were relegated to the sidelines for this particular showing, neither minded all that much. Vicky because she was still getting used to the idea of being included in the dead end. Voyeurism was more than enough to sate her desires for now. And Ivy because even days after her first time, she was still a bit tender. Sean really did a number on her. She'd come back for seconds soon enough, but for now, she was content to seduce the beautifully ambitious, big-haired reporter with a body to kill for. Ivy made them a love seat out of leaves and vines. She pulled Vicky down next to her, cuddling close. From here, they would watch the show with eager intent. Ivy prepared to whisper more sweet seductions into Vicky's ears. She knew Harley would expect nothing less from her. On the bed Ivy had made for the active trio, Dee Dee found herself coming face to face with a weapon. A giant pillar of pulsing flesh. An utterly intimidating beast. From her perspective, it was all she could focus on. It and the men it was attached to, at least. Looking past the beast, Dee Dee saw Sean looking down at her with fond, amused eyes. She could scarcely imagine the expression that must have been on her face. Something open-mouthed, most likely. Sean's manhood was just that impressive. Masculine and attractive in a powerful, intimidating way that she had trouble reconciling with. Dee Dee was no stranger to the mechanical side of sexual intercourse. She knew logically that Sean's cock was quite large. But there was a difference when it was standing tall right before her eyes. Her eyes traced along its shaft, running up and down the imposing length. Every inch of it called out to her. Every vein and brutally attractive line. Something inside Dee Dee was practically begging to explore the wonderful weapon of desire and sex. So she did. Her hands reached out slowly. A feather-light touch grazed Sean's shaft. She felt it twitch. Beside her, Harley was vibrating with excitement. Dee Dee could feel her naked body alongside hers. Harley watched with rapturous attention, so eager and excited to be guiding Dee Dee into this new experience. That's it, Harley cooed. It won't bite you, you've held it before at least, right? Try it now, see how big it looks in your delicate little fingers. Dee Dee followed Harley's instructions. Her hand wrapped around Sean's girth, only encircling 3/4 of the way. So much of his impressive member remained untouched. Unconquered. An instinct that would have been more at home in her sibling desire pushed Dee Dee to do just that. To conquer this beast. To take it and break herself upon it until only bliss remained. You're doing good, Dee Dee, Sean reassured. Try stroking it if you'd like. Not too hard, not too gentle. Just like that. Oh, death, yes, just like that. His moan filled Dee Dee's core with pleasurable little butterflies. She'd done that to him. With just a simple touch, she'd drawn such a reaction from his throbbing tool. To hold this much influence over the men she'd tied herself to, not just his soul or his death, but Sean on such a base, primal level. It made her feel powerful. So powerful. In a different way from the normal endless feeling that Dee Dee had always known. But somehow more potent at the same time. Here, gimme. Harley all but demanded as her excitement got the better of her. I'll show you how to really work this thing. Dee Dee didn't mind her slight rudeness, instead just asking, will I be able to make Sean moan like that again? Harley grinned, you know it, Dee Dee. With my teachings, Goth Boy will be a puddle of bones for you. He'll be moaning and groaning and begging for more. Looking up at Sean, Dee Dee saw the smirk on his face. Somehow, I doubt that. But I would like to try anyway. That's the spirit, girl. How will we ever beat this cheating monster cock if we don't try? Goth Boy can't be all that much better than us. Harley cheered. Sean chuckled, you haven't seen anything yet, Harley. I haven't even broken out my infamous double dragon technique, much less the tentacles. And I'm pretty sure only Dee Dee is remotely ready for soul-melding sex. I would not be opposed to a good soul meld. Dee Dee mused consideringly. Harley froze for a brief moment, showing something that might have qualified for fear on anyone else. Please. Please. Tell me double dragon means what I think it does. And tentacles. Don't hold out on us, Goth Boy. I guess you'll just have to find out for yourself, Sean said, in a way that promised overwhelming, dragon-stuffing pleasure in Harley's future. Harley hesitated for a moment, glancing at Dee Dee. After Dee Dee gets her first taste of your stupid, mind-breaking studcock. But you better not go easy on me. I want you to double this dragon, Buster. Sure, Sean agreed. I just hope you're okay with being unable to move afterward. Okay with it. I'm counting on it, Goth Boy. With renewed vigor, Harley attacked Sean's cock. She took his huge cockhead into her mouth, showing Dee Dee what she should expect. Her tongue violently lashed his sensitive flesh. Both her hands settled just above Didi's, taking a firm grip and stroking in time with the movements of her head. Lips stretched wide, she tried to give a lesson while she sucked stupidly huge studcock, could dis. A eely ooa word t ud. I cannot understand a single word you're saying, Didi deadpanned. Coming up with a gasp for air, Harley reiterated, like this. You really gotta work it good. Then she elaborated further, focus on the head at first. Use your hands for the rest. Once you feel confident with it in your mouth, start bobbing your head deeper. She paused, or I guess you could go the literal worship route. Bathe it with your tongue and look up at him all submissively. He'll probably eat that up like pancakes and syrup. I think I'll do that, Didi considered. Save my jaw. I don't think I've ever tested the limits of this mortal form to that extent. Pshaw. Harley exclaimed. If a little thing like me can do it, you can too. Didi nodded, perhaps. But I would need more practice to be comfortable with it. No, I think I'll stick to worship. Oh. That's plenty exciting too. Come on, come on. Let's see what you've got. Harley egged her on. Didi leaned forward. Slow and calculating, she considered how to approach the monumental obstacle before her. Eventually, she settled on a simple lick. From base to tip, her tongue rose along Sean's length. Once at the top, it circled. Once, twice before descending the way it came. Sean let his head fall back with a happy sigh. He was careful to show everything he was feeling. It would only encourage Didi at this point. And he'd learned long ago that women didn't actually like their men to be still and stoic during sex. A silent lover was a boring one. So he made sure to show everything. He moaned. He groaned. He sighed and smiled. His cock throbbed beneath her tongue, exaggerated on purpose but still plenty genuine. He was practically doing kegels with how hard he was flexing his pelvic muscles. All to show Didi how much he was enjoying her efforts. His reactions came fast and flush. Didi drank them all in with an almost desperate thirst. It only made her even thirstier. She couldn't get enough of this new, intoxicating sense of power. She was doing this to him. She was the one pushing him to the edge with the merest flick of her bare tongue. Up and down. Left and right. Didi didn't leave a single inch of Sean's cock untouched. Her tongue lashed and lavished his sensitive knob. Her lips, soft as pillows and just as plump, laid delicate kisses along his shaft. Small, oh-so-feminine hands cradled his nuts, massaging them gently as she felt Sean's essence churn and boil within. An unstoppable heat was quickly overtaking Didi. She could feel it flare inside her core, radiating outward and leaving her so utterly aroused it almost hurt. It was a sweet, sore pain that left her muscles burned and relaxed in equal measure. Oh, death. Sean groaned, invoking her name like a reverent swear. I freakin' love you, Didi. Didi's heart skipped a beat. And then another as it was shocked silent. The unique physiology of this mortal form of hers kept her more than comfortable even as it did illogical things. When her heart started back up, it was with a rush. A little death racked her body with shivers from the top of her head to her littlest toes. She was left panting, her mouth wide open. Her tongue pressed flat against Sean's shaft as she looked up at him. An impossible expression overtook her face as quite literal hearts appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, she popped free of his cock. Didi crawled up Sean's body until they were face to face. She clutched his cheeks, staring deeply into his eyes with shining, pulsing, heart-shaped pupils. Do you mean that? Didi panted, overcome with the sheer sensation of it all. Sean just raised an eyebrow at her, of course. Can't you feel it? Ha-iya, Didi moaned. I needed to hear it put into words. Sean nodded. I love you, Didi. I think I've loved you since my second death. Not the first. Didi asked. I was a bit confused then, Sean smirked. But when I met you this time for my lucky 69th, I guess you could say it was love at first sight. Ooh. Didi's eyelids fluttered as moaned and begged. Inside. I need you inside of me, dear. Sean helped her with that task, holding himself steady. Didi raised her hips. Sean's cock slotted perfectly between her flooding lower lips. Flush with emotion and excitement, Didi lowered herself upon his massive, heaven-splitting shaft. She had to stop and start again to allow herself to adjust and adapt, but eventually, she bottomed out with her bubbly, bouncy rear in Sean's lap. Didi paused in that position, savoring the moment. The deliciously sore, pleasurable stretching sensation and the hot hardness of Sean fully inside her. He pressed against her core, the heat of their shared arousal connecting and intertwining in the most intimate of ways. When she finally felt ready to move, Didi found herself with a problem. She didn't quite know what to do now. Where did she go from here? Sean had taken complete control for their first time together. That had been amazing, but Dee wanted to try something different. She wanted to maintain this intoxicating sense of power over Sean's reactions. She just didn't know how. Sean noticed Dee's hesitation. At the same time, he also noticed the third partner in their current trio off to the side. Harley was sitting on her heels, squirming in place as she nibbled at her lip. She desperately wanted to be included but didn't know how to insert herself into the situation. She didn't want to interrupt Dee's moment, but she had needs too, damn it. Sean took it upon himself to solve both problems at once. He shifted his hips and flexed his will in a very specific way. Dee moved forward slightly, still firmly mounted on Sean's cock. Just behind her, a second cock, a perfect match for the first, sprung into existence. Dee jumped slightly as she felt it graze her ass. Sean. Double dragon, dear, Sean explained before turning to Harley. Hear that, Harley? Does this make things easier for you? Harley perked up dramatically. Oh, yeah, goth boy. Double the trouble and now I can get in on this action. Prepare yourself, goth boy, because Dee and I are going to slay your double dragons. She wasted Northwest time sliding into place behind Dee. Her bare chest pressed up against Dee's back. She molded herself into place there until it was almost impossible to tell where Dee ended and Harley began. Moving herself into position, Harley didn't slowly lower herself onto Sean's cock like Dee had. Instead, she thrust herself down hard and fast. In a single leg-shaking, mind-blowing instant, Harley impaled herself to the core. Her mind shorted out, going pure white with overwhelming pleasure. But she didn't let herself break. Not yet. Sean grunted as his pleasure was suddenly doubled. He was very familiar with this technique, but it always took a few moments to get used to it again at first. Double the cocks, double the penetration, double the sensation. Unique as they all were, Sean would never mistake one of his girls for another. Dee was soft around his original cock. So soft, so malleable, he could already feel himself molding her insides into his shape. Harley, on the other hand, was tight. So fucking tight. She was practically strangling his second cock, just as sensitive as the first. He could feel every single little flex and movement of her around him. Both of them were exquisite in their own ways. It took a few long moments for Harley to adjust to her sudden, overwhelming, blissful fullness. But she did eventually, with a shiver that passed through Sean's nerves to be felt in his spine. Peeking out over Dee's shoulder, Harley sported a wicked grin. You're a Dee-blessed godsend, goth boy. Quite literally, Sean chuckled. Damn, straight. Dee stuttered, still spiraling with arousal and relatively new pleasure. Harley hugged herself tightly to Dee. Come on, Dee. Let's show you how to ride. Sean was content to lay back on his elbows and let the girls take the lead. He knew this was what Dee wanted at the moment. She was essentially still a virgin, exploring this new world that he'd introduced to her. Of course, to Sean, it was an utter shame and a blessing that no one else seemed to appreciate Dee in this universe. Their loss. Dee was his now. They had so much for him to catch her up on and an endless existence to explore even more. Harley all but glued herself to Dee. From there, she began to guide her. To teach her how best to do this for Sean's pleasure and her own. Harley showed Dee the sexual ropes in the way she did best, unending physicality. Harley raised herself up along Sean's cock. Dee followed her. They were completely and utterly in sync, even down to the shudders of ecstasy that ran through their bodies. Though Harley would rather break right out the gate with a sprint, her movements were slow. Gentle. Purposeful. She let Dee adjust at her own pace, merely enjoying the warm-up for herself. And what a warm-up it was. Goth Boy was massive and hot inside her. He stretched Harley to her limits yet somehow never made it seem uncomfortable. Just how she liked it. As much as she liked a bit of pain with her pleasure, she preferred it that way when she was already in the thick of it. This fit was perfect for their warm-up. Every rise off Goth Boy's cock left a scorching trail in its wake. Every fall quenched the trail with even more heat. Oppressive and pressing down on every inch of her inner walls at once, it was delicious. Harley was left shuddering and sighing. She could feel the same blissful reactions from Dee. Reaching the base, she rolled her hips, driving Dee to do the same. Despite the fact that it seemed like they had the initiative, Sean's cock was practically bullying them. It spread them, split them apart so completely they could barely think. It conquered them from dripping petals to pulsing needy wombs. Their poor little pussies couldn't do anything but cling on for dear life. God. Damn. This is some good dick. Harley muttered, her eyes fluttering closed. When she opened them again, she saw Goth Boy smirking back at her. Oh, that was it. This means war. She fixed a scowl on her face and kicked it into second gear. Surely, Dee could handle that much. Faster and faster, the two of them rode Sean's monster cocks. Up and down, over and over again. Harley took the lead. Dee was all but putty against her body, moaning and mewling and just following along. Yeah, you feelin' it now, goth boy. We'll wipe that stupid sexy smirk off your face. Don't get so cocky. Hey, cocky. Double cocky. Man, this double dragon thing was awesome. Harley almost wished she could get both of these monsters to herself. With two women atop him, riding in sync, Sean was a good way up the stairway to heaven. Sure, he didn't show it on his face. But that was because he knew it would piss Harley off. And a pissed off Harley was a passionate Harley. He'd be a fool to do anything else. Still, two contrasting sensations hugged his cock, gripping and pulling pleasure from his duplicated nerves. One soft as silk. Another tight as a vice. Both Harley and Dee were hot enough to scald and wet enough that he slid in and out with ease. He just laid back, more than happy to let Harley lead for Dee's sake. Dee was lost in blissful ecstasy. So full. So empty. So full all over again. Her mind fluttered and fluttered, spiraling in a dance of sheer nirvana. Her inner walls stretched and suckled around every inch of Sean's mind-breaking cock. It almost felt like her womb dropped to kiss the tip with each rolling thrust. Yet even as blissfully dazed as she was, she made sure to keep her focus on Sean's reactions. He had a smug little smirk on his face for Harley. But Dee could still see the twitches and shudders that racked his body beneath the cool facade. Every one of them sparked a new flickering flame inside her. She was led along by Harley. As if Dee was just as submissive as she was dominant at the moment. And, oh, me. They were going faster. Joined at the hip, Harley drove both of them along in a vigorous ride. Dee felt herself coming undone again and again. She felt the same from Harley behind her. Only Sean held out against their shared ecstasy. Even then, she could feel him throbbing harder and harder inside her as the ride continued. The world was a mess of flashes and brand new colors. Dee couldn't tell if they were merely in her mind or if their threesome coupling was affecting the reality around them. With Sean, she wouldn't dismiss the latter as impossible. She felt herself in freefall. She felt herself soaring. A ride to end all others. Dee tried to hold out. She really did. Her inexperience shined through. She felt herself faltering even as Harley drove them even faster. And then no more. Dee whimpered. It took all the strength she had left to get out those two little words. Harley wasn't one to let her quit. Sean could feel that Dee was at her limit. She technically could have modified her mortal form to exceed those limits. But not while her mind was in such a messy, fuck-stupid state. So Sean spared Dee. Only after giving her the full experience, of course. With an impressive show of control, Sean grunted and only one of his cocks came. For Dee, he let his emotions show on his face again. She watched with euphoric glee as she was filled and cream-pied. It was the signal her mind needed for a job well done. Dee let herself relax. She fell forward into Sean's waiting arms. Harley paused in surprise for a moment. She didn't realize how overwhelmed Dee was by their coupling. Only now did she stop to remember that, paradoxically, she had much more experience than the Endless. Soe. Dee mumbled weakly, nuzzling into Sean's chest. Sure, you did great for only your second time. You'll do better next time, Sean soothed her with a promise. Sean lifted her off his cock and set her at his side on the bed. Dee didn't have the strength to resist at all. She was like a limp sack, empty of bones and full of pleasure. All she could do was whine and curl up on the bed to recover. Harley stared at her sheepishly. Oops. Sean fixed her with a stern look. He wasn't mad, per se Harley hadn't meant any harm. Quite the opposite. She only wished to help. But she'd gone a little too far. So she still needed to be corrected. You have to be more careful, Harley, he chastised. I think I'll need to hammer that sense of caution into your head. How are you gonna do that, goth boy? Harley asked hesitantly. A wicked grin flashed across Sean's face and Harley knew fear. Before she could react, Sean pushed himself up, changing their position and the dynamic between them with it. Harley ended up on her back, staring up at Sean as he kneeled over her. His second cock was still buried inside her. The original stood just above it. It shadowed Harley's stomach from her pussy to her navel, threatening and amazing Harley at the same time with the show of how much studcock she currently had inside her. Not done yet, Sean grabbed Harley by her hips and twisted. With a squeak, Harley found herself lying prone and face down on the bed. The sudden shifting of Sean's cock made her eyes flutter and her mind stutter. Before she could adjust, she felt something familiarly massive poke her back door. Wait. See, can't we talk about this, goth boy? Harley exclaimed. Tellingly though, she didn't make a single move to try and get away. If anything, she pushed herself back onto goth boy's cock slightly. I don't think we can, Sean said. The calmness in his voice sent shivers up Harley's spine. Maybe this will teach you a thing or two about proper caution. It won't fi-I-I-T-T-T-T-T. A-A-A-A-I-I-I-I-I-I. Harley squealed. Sean pushed forward. Her rim didn't give at first. But it quickly surrendered to the unstoppable force assaulting the gates to her guts. Harley's asshole stretched and stretched and stretched until, impossibly, the head of Gothboy's cock popped into her ass. A monstrous shudder racked Harley's body. One to match the monstrous cock invading her backdoor. Harley let out a great moan, muffled only by the fact she was now biting the leaves that made up the makeshift bed. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, that was big. There was the pain she liked with her pleasure. She wouldn't be able to sit down for a week. And Harley loved it. Please tell me that was, like, half. Harley groaned. Sean leaned down to whisper in her ear, that was just the tip. Oh, phew-uck. Harley whimpered. This is how I die. But what a way to go. What a way indeed. Gothboy pushed forward more. Inch after inch, his cock slid into her ass with ease. Covered in Dee Dee's slick juices and with a little help from sex magic, Harley found that she had no problem taking a proverbial baseball bat up her ass. Part of that was due to her natural stretchiness. Most of it was thanks to Sean. He wasn't so cruel to jump straight into anal without preparation, despite how it might have seemed that way to Harley. He knew a few spells for this exact purpose and he made sure to cast them discreetly as he made his entrance. Before she knew it, Harley felt Gothboy's pelvis pressed against her butt. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. If she thought she was full before, she didn't know jack. This fullness was easily twice, no, 3 times as much in Harley's mind. Oh, God, it was delicious. Such a good stretch, sore and pleasurable at the same time. She wanted more. Tea that all you got, Gothboy. Harley taunted. With a growl, Sean wrapped a free hand around her throat. Harley choked. A lightning bolt struck every one of her nerves. She was set on fire and came right there and then. Fuck yeah, Gothboy. That's what I'm talking about. Choke me. Break me. Fuck, cummies again. Harley squealed, her eyes quite literally rolling back in her head for a moment. Sean didn't waste any time on slow and gentle. On a girl like Harley, that was a wasted effort. Instead, he drew himself back and thrust himself deep in a single motion. Immediately, he set a hard, fast pace, fucking Harley in both of her holes like she owed him money. Harley all but came apart. Her mind fractured. Reality seemed to shatter around her. Every single button she had was slammed into and overwhelmed with sheer masculine force. She squirted, watering Ivy's bed of plants with liquid ecstasy. Each thrust fucked her into the bed. In Harley's mind, they were hard enough to rock the whole world. They certainly did as much to her poor, horny, little body. Forget not sitting down for a week, Harley would need a goddamn wheelchair after Gothboy was done with her. Harley was by no means a large woman. Gothboy enveloped her completely as he fucked her. It only added to the appeal. Same with his near-primal grunts and growls. And the hand around her throat, squeezing just tight enough to add an intoxicating sense of danger. She quite literally couldn't stop coming. It was amazing. She felt like she was going to squirt herself to dehydration. Eat shit, Joker, you limp-dicked bastard. The reminder that her old tormentor couldn't do anything but watch her get the life fucked out of her sent Harley rocketing past the edge into oblivion. She screamed. She clenched down on Gothboy's twin cocks so tightly that it was like he'd never get them back. Her mind broke beautifully, just as she'd promised to Vicky. Then Gothboy came as well. The sudden tightness must have sent him over the edge. He buried himself deep inside her. Both of her holes. His body covered her like the studliest weighted blanket. She couldn't move an inch and she loved every second of it. She was completely at Gothboy's mercy. Rope after pulsing rope shot inside her. She could have sworn she felt every one of them, despite how impossible that was. A supernova went off in her womb. Harley's body went tense enough that she might have pulled a muscle. Then she relaxed. So completely that it felt like her brain was leaking out of her ears. Oh, phew-uck. She certainly knew how Dee Dee felt now. Harley was just a puddle of overwhelmed nerves. That'd teach her a thing or two about limits. Gothboy's orgasm waned and he pulled back. He didn't pull out of her but he propped himself up above her so he wasn't smothering her anymore. Harley whined pitifully but she still couldn't move. Panting, Sean said, let that be a lesson to you. In an instant, Harley sprung back to life. Maybe it was the first hint of fatigue she'd seen in Gothboy. Maybe it was just Harley's Harleyness. Either way, she seemed to recover from the brink of unconsciousness. What if I didn't learn my lesson? Sean gaped at her as she craned her neck to look up at him with a smirk. How the hell? Tired, goth boy. 'Cause of little ol' me. And here I thought you were better than that. Can't even fuck a girl into exhaustion. Shame. That did it. Harley felt eager anticipation run down her spine at the look in goth boy's eyes. She'd just awoken the beast. With another growl, Sean shifted their position again and got right back to work, trying futilely to teach Harley the error of her ways. Wee. Doggy style, my favorite. Harley cheered, utterly unrepentant. She knew she'd fall first eventually. But she wanted at least 2 more mind-breaking orgasms from Gothboy first. Chapter 15, Enter Delirium. With a grin on my face and a song in my heart, I surveyed my kingdom. Oh, that was a thought. Maybe I should see about getting live music for the bar. Maybe I could get Black Canary to sing here. Or get John Constantine to resurrect the punk band of his youth. I think even some of the Bat family dabbled in music. It'd be a treat to see some of them perform here. I knew Lucifer did something similar with his bar. Though he was more one to perform himself than let others have the spotlight. I didn't want to be seen as stealing his style, but a little concert here and there couldn't hurt, right? Lucifer was someone I was well aware of. He was one of the truly omnipotent beings in this universe. He was one of 2 beings who could hope to match the presence, DC's version of the biblical God, the other being his brother Michael. The whole biblical canon took place outside of time itself, but he was easily as endless as Dee and her siblings. At the same time, he was more powerful than them, especially when working with the demiurgic force of his brother. Then, he could create entire multiverses. Some might be concerned when they learned about him and what he was doing on Earth. Not me. I couldn't see him becoming a problem for me, Dee, or the Dead End. Game recognized game. Anyone who abandoned the celestial hierarchy to run a piano bar in LA had their head on straight in my book. I'm sure he'd feel the same about me. So I wasn't all that concerned by Lucifer, the literal devil. His current existence wasn't nearly as terrifying as the Bible made him out to be. Who knew the book written by mortals who weren't there for the events they wrote about would be fallible? If anything, he seemed like a cool guy. I was already considering inviting him over for a drink or 2 if he didn't show up unannounced first. Dee could be considered something of a distant cousin to him in some sense of the word. Relationships at the level of cosmic beings became complicated like that because technically everyone was related to existence itself. Like I said, game recognized game. He'd probably quite like what I was doing here with the Dead End. He might even take notes. As amusing as it was to not be believed when he claimed to be who he really was, maybe he'd like to follow my example and infuse his domain with belief in his words. I'd certainly kill to be a fly on the wall when his audience realized they really were listening to the devil play the piano and drinking his liquor. Making a note to talk to Dee about becoming pen pals with the devil, I went back to observing my bar. The Dead End was back in business. The regulars were back, sitting at the bar as if they'd never left. The mooks and goons followed the villain's lead. Even the unnamed masses of Gotham were coming back as word of the Joker's demise got out. That was something that had to be seen to be believed. And with the punishment Dee and I decided on for Joker, that was actually possible when you visited the Dead End. In the mirror behind the bar, Joker's ghost could be seen by all who entered. Red Hood was now a frequent guest at the Dead End. For reasons that were obvious to anyone who knew, he took great joy in taunting the Joker in his prison. He was straight up savage about it too. His ding-dong. The clown is dead musical number was a nice treat. I would have thought the Joker's death would leave Jason Todd slightly listless, but it was just as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. The Joker was not having the best time of it. Good. It was a punishment for a reason. He didn't deserve the peace an afterlife could offer. Instead, he was stuck in his own personal hell. On display for all to see. Never being able to affect anything he saw. A literal ghost to the world. Only there to be laughed at. The mirror was something like a Horcrux. Except much more limited as Dee made it into a prison. It kept him on the verge of life and death, making it so his legend couldn't find a way to cheat Dee while it slowly faded into irrelevance. The Joker could never hope to leave. Even if the mirror somehow broke, he would just exist in one of the shards. That didn't stop him from trying. So far, he'd knocked himself stupid several times trying to run through his side of the mirror. He'd made less than 0 progress. All he succeeded in doing was making a fool of himself and killing his legend bit by bit. No one who visited the Dead End and saw him in the mirror was scared of him anymore. Not after seeing how utterly neutered and impotent he was. With him here, I didn't even need TVs for the bar. People watched him in the mirror as they drank. They chuckled and shouted jeering curses at him. They laughed in his face. They thanked everything holy that the infamous Joker was finally dealt with once and for all. Of course, more people in the bar also meant more opportunities for the Joker to act up. Not to any real effect. But the Dead End's patrons were reflected in Joker's mirror prison. On multiple occasions, he tried to choke out one of the reflections or otherwise deliver his usual sadistic jokes to no avail because they were just that, reflections. Everything he did now failed to land. The only reaction he got was laughter. And not the kind he relished in. Seeing him so helpless only helped kill his legend. Eventually, the Joker would be forgotten. He'd just be the clown in the dead end's mirror. He couldn't hurt anyone. He couldn't escape. He couldn't hope to cheat death like he'd done so many times before. He was just a showpiece at this point. Something to be laughed at. After our parley, the tension in Gotham had died down by quite a bit. The city wasn't on the verge of a gang war anymore. It seemed Black Mask, who turned out to be a surprisingly reasonable guy, had come out on top with barely any blood spilled. Sophia Falcone and her crime family were already seeking an alliance with Mask and his faction. She'd seen the way the wind was blowing and put herself on the winning side early. The other crime families were left to sink. In my free time, I was working on the Coliseum of Crime, as Harley had dubbed it. Big project, that. I didn't think the city would give out permits or otherwise condone the Coliseum's existence in any way. Even in Gotham, there were limits, and it seemed that an organized gladiatorial arena getting legal approval was across a few dozen lines or so. So I didn't bother going through all the bureaucracy. I just carved out my own little pocket dimension, connected it to the dead end's basement, and got to work there. This way, the Coliseum wouldn't technically be in Gotham, so it wouldn't fall under anyone's jurisdiction but mine. And I was sure I could convince myself to look the other way. The finished product would be under the dead end's banner and enjoy the same neutrality that the bar and Ivy's Ivy did. While it was turning out not to be needed for this particular conflict, it would be useful in the future. The Coliseum was very clearly the reason for Falcone's change of heart and loyalty. She knew she couldn't hope to match Black Mask's people one-on-one. Her switching sides was what really put a nail in the coffin of the coming gang war. I expected the other three crime families to be subsumed into Black Mask's faction in quick order once the Coliseum was finished. With peace returning to the city, things in the dead end were getting back to normal. I could go back to what I loved. Telling stories and playing with Barbara Gordon's patients. So with just under 100 million dead guardsmen, the Imperium of Men successfully held their ground at Hive Hades. They didn't win. Not yet. It would take another year or more of intense fighting to drive off the Orc-Wyack. But the world was essentially saved there and then. The Battle of Hades Hive put an end to the Second War of Armageddon. Of course, that peace would only last about half a century before Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka returned for the even more bloody Third War of Armageddon. Silence followed my story. Most of my audience were visibly twitching at my tale of war in the 41st millennium. A few of the more hardened villains, led by Two-Face, requested a whole bottle to share between them. Barbara had her head buried in her hands. Sean, please. I'm practically begging you at this point. Talk about something lighter. You're giving out fits of existential dread like cookies. Batgirl pleaded. Why yeah. Penguin agreed, swallowing heavily. You're in good form today, Mr. Barkeep. I shrugged. That's just how things worked in the 41st millennium. Honestly, that was a good day for the Imperium. The butcher's bill could have been and regularly was much higher than at Armageddon. With no guarantees of victory. A henchman cackled to himself, thick with disbelief and uncomprehending horror, he. Good day. 100 million soldiers died in one battle on a good day. Moments later, he fell out of his chair. When one of his buddies went to check on him, they announced, yeah, he's out like a light. You must have brought up some old memories. Probably did a number on his PTSD, boss. Ah, shit. I muttered to myself, rubbing the back of my head sheepishly. Right, when he wakes up, be sure to tell him he smokes for free at Ivy's Ivy. And I'll pay for whatever therapy and medical bills he has after his time in the service. I'm sorry for causing anyone undue anxiety with that story. The next few rounds are free. And I'll see about getting coupons for anyone else who needs to take home some of Ivy's products. The good thing is that that future won't come to pass here. I promise. So don't go worrying yourself to death over nothing. The cheers were weak but the mood lifted slightly. I made sure to file my 40K stories as off-limits even in the dead end. I was being honest when I said that was the story of a good day. I hadn't even told them about the First War of Armageddon, which ended in a much messier way. That's a good start, Sean, Batgirl said, her expression brightening beneath her mask. But please don't tell stories of unending war again. Something lighter. Something that won't trigger trauma just by hearing it. So noted, I nodded. I'll see what else I have kicking around up here. As I searched my memories for another story, Deathstroke said, I didn't think it was that bad. Riddler rolled his eyes. Not many people deal with death like normal people deal with groceries, Deathstroke. Deathstroke ignored him. I would like to have a drink with that Commissar Yarrick fellow. He sounds like the kind of man who never stops being impressive. I'll say, Two-Face snorted. Fucker lost a hand to a power claw and then had the same goddamn power claw fitted onto his arm to replace it. 100% badass, 100% of the time. He developed something of a rivalry with the Gazkul Thraka after that, I said absently. One of the only instances I've heard of an orc respecting a human. Catwoman laughed. I guess even across species in the 41st millennium, the arch-nemesis relationship never changes. What were you doing during all of this, Sean? Batgirl asked. Oh, I was a rogue trader. Given a warrant by the God Emperor of Mankind to do just about anything I wanted. Only tangentially related to the War of Armageddon when I ran supplies and logistics for the Imperium, I explained, giving her only half my focus as I continued to look for interesting stories in my library of memories. She sighed. Of course, you were. I was basically a divinely sponsored pirate. Now, that sounds like an interesting story. Penguin exclaimed with a laugh. Maybe another time, I said. I think Batgirl will try to kick my ass if I tell another story from the 41st millennium so soon after the first. Besides, if you really want a story of me as a pirate, you're better off waiting to hear about my time searching for the One Piece. There was a brief, sharp, and sudden intake of breath from Riddler and Penguin as they seemed to recognize my words. Men of culture like them would know the significance of the One Piece. I shot them both a sneaky little smirk as they looked at me with wide eyes of awe. I very much will, Batgirl growled. Because I already know it'll turn out just as if not more traumatic. A swashbuckling Sean does not inspire hope in me, for some reason. Yeah, but how many of us have traumas related to pirates? Riddler chuckled. Several henchmen and goons raised their hands. Riddler looked at them in surprise for a moment before sighing and raising his hand as well, Cavalier. Yeah, he knows what he did. Same. There was a moment of silence as those involved nodded and I kept going back through my memories. 68 lives worth of memories made for a cluttered mindscape, even when I tried my best to keep it organized. I was pulling books of memories off the shelves, looking for something obscure, light, and interesting. A gruff snort from Bane broke the silence. Fuck off, Joker. Pendejo. Looking back at the mirror behind the bar, the Joker could be seen trying to give Bane a wedgie. He was failing miserably, of course. Even with a tight hold of Bane's pants, he couldn't make them budge. He couldn't alter anything in his reflected prison. He wasn't even as annoying as a buzzing fly at this point. Bane swung out with his arm at empty space. In the real world, he hit nothing. In the mirror, he slapped Joker upside the head and sent him flying. I think that's the best part of his punishment, Penguin chuckled. We can still hit the clown. With his very soul bruised and battered, the Joker came right back. Immediately, he started trying to choke out Riddler. Riddler just shook his head, utterly unaffected. Einstein's definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Riddler's words triggered something in my mind. A very specific memory from one of my earlier lives was pulled to the fore. Oh. This was certainly an interesting story. It wasn't a happy story, but it was a hell of a lot lighter than tales from a galaxy engulfed in endless war. I think I have another story if any of you care to listen, I said softly, the memory already affecting my emotions. The change was easily noticed by my regulars and they perked up in interest. Oh, yeah, Mr. Barkeep. You know we'd never turn down one of your stories. It's better than the last one, right? Batgirl asked intently. I waved my hand SOSO, I like to think it's much lighter. It's a tragedy but not a war story. One I feel I have to share now that I've remembered it. For an old friend of mine and the men she once called her foster father. Let me tell you a story, from a realm of magic and madness. Defined by nuclear war. That's lighter. Batgirl all but screeched. It is, I nodded firmly, not to be swayed. The land of OOO was anything but a serious place, even with the many tragedies that lurked underneath its surface. It was a world of madness, driven by 1,000 years of radiation and magical fallout. But it was also one in recovery. It healed more than it hurt, and even with how mad it could be, the world's future was bright. OOO. The hell kind of name is OOO? Oh. OOO. I love that place. A new voice, melodic as a song and ethereal, almost fairy-like, exclaimed. Some of my favorite insanities exist there. Sitting on a new stool at the bar was a woman of extremes. Her appearance was frazzled and tidy at the same time. Her eyes were wild with cheer and life. Yet there was also a depressing darkness there that must have followed her wherever she went. Her hair was a rainbow of colors and her clothes were a rainbow of different fashion styles. Delirium. Dee Dee said. What are you doing here? Dee Dee. Delirium exclaimed excitedly. Mid-sentence, her tone shifted to something somber and mellow, so sad it almost physically hurt to hear. It was cold outside. So cold. In an instant, it was back to peppy cheer, but then I found you and now I'm warm again. Del, honey, that doesn't explain much. Why did you come to find me in the first place? Dee asked with a soft, fond, smiling sigh. Delirium just cocked her head like a puppy, but it does, doesn't it? I said I came because it was cold. And then I heard your hand guy thingy talking about a place I've always wanted to visit. So I figured I would make myself at home. I suppose I can follow that logic. Dee said slowly before shaking her head, whatever the reason, I'm happy to have you here. It's good to see you again, Delaware. Delirium tooted like a wizened old sage, you should know better than to follow logic, Dee. It always leads you to unpleasantly real places. She giggled like a teenage girl, yay. It's always so good to see my favorite sister again. When my only competition is desire and despair, that isn't saying much, Dee smiled in amusement. And you know that advice only works for you, Delaware. The rest of us still have to pay some mind to things like causality and common sense. Oh, boo. Delirium pouted. I should really get rid of that common sense thing one of these days. I still think it was one of my biggest blunderonies. Hey, Dee. Would you be willing to kill common sense for me? Batgirl made a choking sound in the back of her throat, please. Please don't. Some of us use it quite a lot. Dee just smirked at her before turning back to Delirium. Sorry, Del, I think I'm going to have to side with Batgirl on this one. You'll just have to live with your mistake. Well, where's the fun in that? Delirium pouted even harder. Common sense is only useful when I'm on a sanity kick. The rest of the time it just gets in the way. So, Riddler started, swallowing a lump in his throat. I'm almost scared to ask, but who? Who's this? Delirium of the Endless, I explained, extending a hand to her. It's nice, strange, I should say, to meet you finally. Dee's told me so much about you. I'm Sean Kane. Dee's hand, lover, and boss as well, I suppose. Delirium's smile could have lit up the moon from Earth. It's strange to meet you too. Dee's told me all about you too. I raised an eyebrow, glancing at Dee to see her blush scarlet. She has. When was this? I have duties outside the dead end as well, dear, Dee sputtered slightly. They often take me into contact with my siblings. It's not like I was seeking her out to sing your praises or anything. Thankfully for Dee's sake, Two-Face interrupted her embarrassment, so Delirium of the Endless, huh? What's that mean? You the patron saint of crazy people or something? Must have half of Gotham under your belt if that's the case. Dent. Batgirl hissed, likely trying to get him to shut up and save Two-Face ass. I'm insanity and sanity and everything in between. Delirium happily declared. If it's a state of mind, I'm it. Melancholy crept into her voice. I suppose you could also call me emotion. Well, shit, miss, I didn't mean to make you sad, Two-Face said sheepishly, honestly apologetic. You don't have to worry about that sort of thing with Del, Dee explained like a lifeline for his shame. Yeah. Jubilant joy was back in Delirium's mood. I'm every emotion, all at once. So you never have to worry about hurting my feelings. And I know you didn't mean it like that, Mr. Flippy Coinman. Two-Face laughed in surprise. Heh, that's a new one. Good thing that though. I was worried I put my whole leg in my mouth with that one. Is. Batgirl cleared her throat. Is this going to be a common occurrence now? Having another of the Endless show up at the bar unannounced. 'Cause I may need to report that. Just so we know not to freak out when an aspect of existence comes to town. I dunno. Delirium shrugged, suddenly looking as confused as a newborn babe. It passed just as quickly as it came. I just wanted to visit Dee. Then I heard Mr. Barkeep talking about the land of OOO and I decided to stick around for a story as well. Speaking of which, I said. I should probably get back to the story at hand. I'd like to ask everyone to treat Del here like she's any other patron. If you're not afraid of Dee, there's no need to be afraid of any of her siblings either. Batgirl sighed, that's probably a good idea. I have so many more questions I want to ask but I wouldn't want to be a bother. You could always ask Dee. You'd get a much straighter answer to any of your questions from her. Delirium's tone became as serious as a heart attack. Damn. A henchman suddenly realized aloud. I'm drinking a beer brought to me by death. There was a pause at the bar. Everyone looked down at their drinks, many of them realizing the same thing. Dee giggled, at least people here believe me when I tell them who I am. As opposed to? Penguin asked with a raised brow. Lucifer. He runs a piano bar in L.A., I explained into the stunned silence that followed Dee's words. He doesn't hide it but no one seems to believe him when he tells them who he is. Oh. Big bro Lucy. Has he come to visit yet? Delirium clapped in excitement. There was a sound as if multiple engines tried and failed to start at once. Looking around, I could see most of the villains, henchmen, and Batgirl staring dead into empty space. Like their minds had collectively blue-screened. The notable exception was Penguin, who just shrugged when I gave him a questioning look. I'm Jewish. The devil doesn't hold the same weight in our beliefs. Batgirl shivered viscerally. I'm just going to ignore this newest development. For my sanity most of all. I mean, he's just the devil, right? How much harm can him running a bar do? Now, Batgirl, you should know better than to ignore your problems. It isn't healthy, I teased. I do, Batgirl deadpanned. It certainly hasn't helped with you so far. So what is this story about, Sean? Dee Dee asked, hiding her amusement behind a hand. Oh. The Candy Kingdom and its tyrant princess Bubblegum. Delirium asked, practically jumping up and down in her seat. Finn and Jake. The human-eating rainicorns and their war with the talking dogs. Grodd Gob Glob Grodd and Abraham Lincoln, King of Mars. Oh, I know. Gunther the Immortal Penguin. Penguin perked up at that. I'd be interested in hearing about that last story. Very robotically, Batgirl turned to Vicky, Miss Vale. Please tell me you got all of that. I'm afraid I might be experiencing auditory hallucinations. No. Vicky said just as slowly. I got it all. What I have written down looks like the ramblings of a madman though. Batgirl sighed, considering who's telling the story and the fact that Delirium is here. That sounds about right. 'Twas certainly a mad place, I smirked. A fitting setting to share with our newest guest. But none of those things are the topic of today's story. I sobered slightly, shaking my head with a sense of melancholy. My audience noticed and leaned forward on the edge of their seats. No, this is the story of a good friend of mine. A story from her past that shaped her into the woman I came to know so well. It's not a happy story. But it's one that deserves to be told anyway. Let me tell you about Marceline the Vampire Queen and the tragic madness of Simon Petrikov, the man who became the Ice King. Oh no. Delirium cried a cry that pulled at the souls of everyone who heard it. What? What's wrong? Batgirl snapped to sudden alertness before relaxing when no threat presented itself. She looked at Delirium inquisitively. This one always makes me cry. Delirium sniffled. It's such a good story but it's so sad. I sighed softly. It is, isn't it? Shaking my head, I got back into the storytelling mood. I leaned forward across the bar and whispered as if I was sharing a secret. Forget everything you think you know about reality, for this realm does not subscribe to sense or reason. Here, before there was time, before there was anything, there was nothing. And before there was nothing, there were monsters. A vision of insight accompanied my words. There, cupped in the palms of my hands, an illusion presented itself. My audience leaned in to get a better look, only to recoil as they saw what I held there. A roiling sea of primordial monsters greeted them. Impossible masses of mouths and eyes and limbs writhed in discordant chaos. By sheer improbable chance, I continued. These monsters eventually came to an agreement. From the consensus, the universe was born. With existence came the concepts we're familiar with today. Life and death. Physics and magic. Uncountable dimensions. Fast forward a few billion years and the Earth was formed. Wait, hold the fuck on, Two-Face interrupted. All this shit happened on Earth. I nodded. Not an Earth any of you, except Delirium, would be familiar with, but yes. Earth. And from the Earth sprang life. Species lost to time, some more intelligent than others. Ever since life began on Earth, 5 fundamental elements existed. Fire. Ice. Candy. Slime. And lumps. Like almost everything else about this realm, that was met with incomprehension. My audience didn't quite blue screen again, but confusion wrote itself across their faces. Chuckling at the expressions, I continued. With the elements came the elementals, powerful wizards who represent their element. These elementals reincarnated throughout history. The one most important to our story is the ice elemental. 65 million years ago, Urgence Evergreen foresaw a comet that would bring a great evil to the world. He set out to stop it, creating a powerful artifact that would grant the first user's greatest wish. He was killed before he could use it. Instead of Evergreen, the crown artifact passed on to his assistant, a mentally scarred, intelligent dinosaur named Gunther. While Evergreen's greatest wish was to stop the comet, Gunther wanted nothing more than to become Evergreen. His wish was granted when he put on the crown. And so, the curse of the Ice King was born. Freaking magic, Batgirl groaned. It's always freaking magic. I have to agree with Batgirl on this one, Riddler added. I have bad experiences with magic. Catwoman chuckled. We live in Gotham. Of course, you're going to have bad experiences with magic here. The whole city is cursed. Her joke received a good-natured round of laughter. Then a mook paused and turned to ask me, "That's not true, is it? Gotham bein' cursed?" I nodded, saying matter-of-factly, several times over. Lazarus pits leaking into the water. Slaughter swamp sitting at the city limits, reviving corpses like Solomon Grundy. There's the Bat Demon and his cult of followers who I won't mention by name. A dark warlock was buried alive here long before Gotham was even founded. And the natives who lived here first cursed the very land the city was built on. Crickets could have been heard in the silence that followed. Someone groaned, "God, this whole city is fucked." Only in Gotham, like an unholy chorus, the others nodded and said in sync. Chuckling, I asked, "Back to the story." "Oh, God, please," Batgirl said, her voice thick with relief. Probably the first time she'd been relieved to hear me tell the story. By the sudden glare that entered her eyes, she realized that too. Where was I? I asked myself, hiding a smile. Right, still with the background info. Let's speed this up. There was a whole thing with vampires predating humans and a civilization of wizards, but none of that is very important right now. I'll just skip ahead to the modern era of the world. By then, magic had waned on Earth and humans were running about with a developed society roughly equivalent to what we're used to. Now, in comes our main character. Simon Petrikov was a normal man. A scholar. An antiquarian, someone who deals with the study of antiques and artifacts. Eventually in his career, he came across a couple of genuine magical artifacts. One could be considered the most powerful spellbook in existence. The other was the Crown of Urgence Evergreen. And Simon made one mistake that would haunt him for the rest of his days. He put on the crown. Simon was stricken with the curse of the Ice King. He was granted fantastic powers over ice magic. But there was a cost. His body temperature dropped. His hair turned white and grew extensively. His mind faltered and changed. Simon resisted as best he could, but ever so slowly, the crown drove him insane. At the same time, global war struck Earth. The Great Mushroom War was named so because of the mushroom clouds of the countless nuclear bombs detonated across Earth's surface. And for one bomb that was a bit more than nuclear. The mushroom bomb. The world as anyone knew it ended with the mushroom bomb. Looking around at my audience, I only saw expressions of horror and grim faces. I might have made a mistake. Hearing about a society so close to the one they knew devolving into nuclear war might actually be more traumatizing than tales of the 41st millennium. Yeah, I probably shouldn't mention the moon-sized chunk that was ripped from the Earth's surface during the war. But even the end of the world wasn't, the end of the world, I said quickly, trying to mitigate the damage before it could set in. Judging by the way the atmosphere seemed to relax, I was mostly successful. Many people survived. Including Simon, protected as he was by the Ice King's crown. The world was still inhabitable, even if anything passing for society was irrevocably changed. Life persisted. It found a way. The Jurassic Park reference got a few good chuckles and stabilized the mood in the room further. Satisfied, I nodded and continued my story. During his time after the mushroom bomb dropped, Simon eventually came across a young girl named Marceline, Marcy, for short. Marcy's mother died sometime after the war and her father was never in the picture because he was a fry-stealing demon bastard. The description of Marceline's father received flat expressions and dead looks, but people seemed to be adjusting to the insanity of OOO, so I pressed on. Simon took Marcy in, acting as the father and friend she desperately needed. They lived together like that for a while. Marceline once told me those were some of the happiest days of her life. My voice was calm and soothing while a sad smile played across my face. I knew what came next. As I spoke, images flashed between my fingers. Images of Simon and Marcy, as taken from Marceline's memories. My audience watched them survive together, telling jokes, exploring, and living as best they could after the apocalypse. But with each scene, Simon's visage grew more and more tortured. Unfortunately, Simon was still cursed by the crown. He was becoming the Ice King, losing himself slowly. Each time he was forced to put on the crown to defend himself and Marcy, he was pushed further into the curse. Though her existence wasn't an easy one, in Simon, Marcy found someone who loved her despite her demonic heritage and appearance. She found a place to belong in a desolate wasteland. Only to lose him, her new home, bit by bit during their time together. A silence had fallen over my audience. An intent quiet as they all waited with bated breath for what came next. Their ears were open and focused on my words. The tragic tale gripped them by their heartstrings. Already, their eyes were wet. Delirium was straight up bawling with thick tears pouring from her eyes. She knew where this story went to, it seemed. Simon was forced to make a hard decision. With the madness of the crown taking hold of him, he forced himself to leave Marcy. For her own good. The way things were going, he couldn't keep taking care of her. Eventually, he would hurt her in his insanity. And it would break him. When Marcy was 13, Simon left her. He did what he thought was best. I won't say it was the right decision. But I can't fault him for it. Not knowing what he became. Before he left, he contacted Marcy's father, a primordial demon named Hunson Abadir. Softly, I wrapped up my story. Simon died not long after. Not in body, but in mind and spirit. All that remained was the Ice King. Protected by the crown, Ice King lived for 1,000 more years. Due to her demonic heritage, Marceline did as well. They would meet time and time again. Each time, Marceline was forced to face the man she'd loved as a father. A man who was long dead. The corpse of a loved one, puppeted by a cursed crown. No matter how much she tried to reach him, Simon was never coming back. It took 1,000 years for Marceline to hear from him again. In the form of a message. A message he wrote during his last moments of sanity. From my memories, Marceline's voice invaded the bar, soft and full of emotion. A final message to a foster daughter that she'd turned into a heartfelt song. I remember you. Marceline. Is it just you and me in the wreckage of the world? That must be so confusing for a little girl. And I know you're going to need me here with you. But I'm losing myself and I'm afraid you're going to lose me too. This magic keeps me alive. But it's making me crazy. And I need to save you. But who's going to save me? Please forgive for whatever I do. When I don't remember you. The tortured voice of Simon Petrikov as the Ice King joined the song. Marceline. I can feel myself slipping away. I can't remember what it made me say. But I remember that I saw you frown. I swear it wasn't me, it was the crown. They both came together for what passed for a chorus. This magic keeps me alive. But it's making me crazy. And I need to save you. But who's going to save me? Please forgive me for whatever I do. When I don't remember you. Please forgive me for whatever I do. When I don't remember you. The ghostly voices slowly petered off, leaving only silence once more. There wasn't a dry eye at the bar. I discreetly wiped a tear of my own from my eye as well. Must be raining. Damn. I should really call my daughter. A henchman muttered. Damn. I think I need a second. Damn. Got some dust in my eye. Damn, anyone got any tissues? Oh, it's just so sweet and tragic. Delirium sniffled and cried something fierce, breaking the streak of dams. It makes me cry every time. I love the Ice King for his delightful madness, but I hate him for what he did to poor Simon. That was a beautiful story, Sean, Batgirl said, stifling sniffles of her own. Thank you for sharing it. I don't often tell stories I'm not a part of, but this one needed to be heard, I said softly. Bane nodded in agreement. Simon Petrikov was a good man. His story shouldn't die with him. Penguin raised his martini glass to Simon and Marceline. The rest of the regulars didn't hesitate to join his toast to Simon and Marceline. May madness find you only once, Riddler added, trying for something profound and serious. We live in Gotham. A mook laughed, quickly joined by the others. It's already found all of us. Rude, Delirium said with a quick sniff. I'm sitting right here, you know. The look on the mook's face as he froze could have been put on a poster. So could the utter relief he experienced when Delirium broke out into a fit of giggles. I should really get a camera for the reactions that happened in the dead end. I could put them up on the walls like pictures of famous customers. An idea for another day. Chapter 16, Black Alice. The dead end was empty. It was closing time, about 5:30 in the morning. The sun would be coming up in an hour or so. What passed for sunshine in Gotham, at least. I kept the bar open late, or early, more accurately, to cater to my prime clientele, but even that had limits. Mostly because Harley and Ivy still needed sleep and rest. I didn't need to sleep, per se, but I did still enjoy the activity. Dee Dee was in the same boat nowadays. I brought her around by showing her how much better it was to sleep with someone else at your side. Plus, with Delirium's visit, I was starting to think Dee Dee used our time asleep to visit her brother Dream. Still, the dead end and Ivy's Ivy were open from dusk till dawn, and not the other way around. It was about what people expected from a drinking establishment. And it worked well with the schedules the villains and heroes usually kept. I didn't know why exactly, but hardly any crimes took place during the day in Gotham. Certainly no villain-based crimes. It was like an unwritten rule. Perhaps literally, knowing Gotham. There could very well be a spell or curse that relegated the darker activities in the city to the dark of night. Whatever the reason, it contributed to how popular the dead end was. And how effective this place was when it came to keeping people off the streets. I didn't intend it to turn out this way, but the dead end and I were almost as instrumental in the fight against crime in Gotham as the Bat family was. At closing time though, the dead end was, well, dead. The normal customers had gone home long before this point. Usually staying a bit longer, the villains were on their way back to their lairs, hideouts, or even their apartments. The mooks and goons stumbled on home too, somewhere between the exodus of normals and the villains. One of the things I'd been quick to implement in the rules of the Dead Ends domain was a safeguard against the usual troubles alcohol brought with itself. A quick death of blackouts here. Death of drunk driving there. And especially, a handy little death of addiction as the cherry on top. It wouldn't work outside the Dead Ends walls. But here, I had no trouble with anyone drinking too much and endangering themselves and others. They could still get drunk. But they quite literally couldn't overdo it in my domain. My customers could still develop dependencies and addictions if they drank regularly. But the drinks I served in the Dead End wouldn't count toward that. They weren't even technically bad for your body anymore. As always, conceptual death was bullshit. With the villains usually being the last to leave, the Dead End was left with only the heroes for the final sprint toward actually closing. The Bat family routinely worked longer hours than their criminals and villains. They didn't rest until the sun was fully up. And since those were usually the quietest hours of their nights, I consistently hosted one or two of them before I closed. Man, I haven't smiled this much in literal years, Red Hood said, his head very obviously tracking the Joker's pitiful reflection in the mirror prison. Since business returned to normal for the Dead End, he came around about as often as Batgirl, Black Bat, and Robin. Sometimes, he taunted his killer. More often than not, he simply sat down and watched the Joker in silence. Those times, I left him to work through whatever he needed to work through. Hard to tell through that mask of yours, I snarked. He just laughed. For what you've done, I'd be more than happy to reveal my face to you. But I'm pretty sure B-Man would get all on my case about it. Batgirl smirked. He might even tell Alfred and Talia you're endangering yourself with something so completely stupid. Like always. A visceral shudder ran up Red Hood's spine. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Barkeep, but the mask stays on. No way am I pissing off Mom 1 and Mom 2. I rolled my eyes. Barbara's messing with you, Jason. I already know who all of you are and I've made sure secret identities are absolutely safe in the Dead End. Oh. Jason paused for a moment before looking at her to check. Barbara nodded, still smirking, and Jason slowly considered the situation. I could practically see the gears turning in his head. On one hand, he was trained and very much accustomed to keeping his secret identity, well, secret. On the other, he did say he would show me. Even if I was more than willing to let the issue lie, Jason wasn't someone who let his debts go unpaid. Another nod, more of a go-ahead signal, from her convinced him to take off his mask, bearing his real face before me. I guess there's no one else here anyway. Just, Dee Dee's sister. Well, we were just about to close before you showed up, I deadpanned, not showing my inner thoughts on his appearance. Delirium is family. She's allowed to keep bothering us after hours. You and Babs here are really pushing your luck. Jason looked about as I expected him to. No, he looked younger than I thought he would. I knew he was younger than Dick and Barbara. He should have been about 19 or 20. But if it wasn't for a scar that ran from his forehead through the corner of his eye to end on his upper lip, I would have described him as a baby-faced. Handsome still, with a strong jaw and pale blue eyes. But he looked like one of those people who would still look barely 18 even when they were approaching 30. Maybe it had something to do with his return from death. I was pretty sure the white streak in the center of his bangs was due to that. It looked like he had tried to dye it to get rid of the color but it kept coming back anyway. Some quirky magical interaction between him and the Lazarus Pit, most likely. Barbara stuck out her tongue at me. Don't even pretend you don't love having me around, Sean. I could take you or leave you. You better take me, Barbara growled. Careful, Babs, Jason smirked, getting a bit of teasing revenge already. Your feisty side is showing. I'm all feist, all the time. Barbara snapped back at him. Jason shook his head and tooted. You say that like it's a good thing. Some guys don't like to flirt by fighting. While Barbara glared at him, I added fuel to the fire. Not me. I'll never say no to more passion in my life. Barbara barely reacted to my comment. Just a tiny twitch. But to Jason and I, she might as well have blushed crimson. One of us knew her way too well to be fooled and the other had enough experience with the opposite sex to last for literal lifetimes. Still, Barbara recovered surprisingly quickly. She turned to me with a sweet and innocent smile on her face. Sean. Would you like to spar sometime? Jason cackled like a fool. Just throw your panties at him next time, Babs. Her sweet smile didn't waver an inch as she lashed out and nailed him in the gut with her elbow. Jason doubled over as the air was forced out of his lungs. Even then he was trying his best to laugh, a task made much more difficult by his spasming diaphragm. I just watched the exchange with an amused smirk. So, Sean, how about that spar? Barbara asked again as if nothing had happened. Chuckling, I agreed, that sounds lovely, Barbara. When the Coliseum of Crime is finished, maybe. It's a D-date, she nodded firmly, only stuttering the barest bit on the last word. In the background, I heard Delirium talking to Dee Dee. Dee, your mortals are so cute. Dee Dee giggled, they aren't mine, Del. Not any more than anyone else is. Delirium cocked her head, not even your Sean. Well. Sean's different, I could hear the blush in Dee Dee's voice. But I'd hardly consider him mortal. He's nice, Delirium said dreamily as if she had her head in the clouds. I like what he's done for you. You're much happier now. I glanced over at them, meeting Dee Dee's gaze and seeing her smile. I am, aren't I? Happy as a hat in the rain. Delirium chimed like bells. I don't know if I'd go that far, Dee Dee giggled. Harley, Ivy, Freeze, and Nora came in through the back door of the bar. Freeze and Nora waved and made their excuses to leave now that their shifts were over. Most of their free time these days was dedicated to solving their intimacy issues. Dee Dee or I could deal with it in an instant, but Nora wanted to figure it out for herself. She said that the process was part of the fun. Especially the trial and error. With the way Freeze blew cold air when she mentioned that, he didn't seem to mind that they couldn't go all the way yet. Good for them. Harley and Ivy came right on over to the rest of us. Upon seeing Red Hood with his mask off, Harley's destination was set. Ivy rolled her eyes with long-standing fondness and went to meet Dee Dee's guest instead. Hey, Hoodie. Wow, look at you, all scarred and young and handsome looking. Why, you're practically naked. Harley greeted. Jason looked down at himself in confusion. I am. Barbara rolled her eyes, she means the mask, smart guy. Oh, yeah, I suppose I am, Jason said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Sean said it would be safe for me to take off the hood. And after what he's done for me with the Joker, I couldn't not trust him. Oh, yeah. Isn't that great? The unfunny bastard is worse than dead and buried. Harley grinned, shivering with vindictive delight. It's certainly something, Jason smiled slightly. He relaxed a bit, but there was still a decent amount of tension in his posture. Let's see if I can reassure the tension out of him. You can test my protections if you want. Just in case you don't believe Barbara, I offered. Jason blinked. How? Instead of answering him, I turned to Harley. Harley, meet Jason Todd. He's a former Robin and currently, the Red Hood. Nice to meet Cha all over again. Harley exclaimed with a wide smile. Nice to meet you again too, Harley, Jason returned the greeting tentatively. Now, Harley, go ahead and step out the front door. I'm going to ask you a question, I instructed. Harley skipped to do as I said. Once outside my domain, she turned and shouted, okay. What now? Who's the Red Hood? I called back to her. Fuck if I know. Jesus and Shakespeare's frickin' kid or something. See. Perfectly safe, I said, turning back to Jason. Jason's face was a mask of confusion, fascination, and sudden confidence, so I see. I left him to figure out his feelings for a moment. You can come back in now, Harley. Harley skipped back through the doorway and immediately stopped to goggle at Jason. Whoa. What a trip. Now, Jason Todd. Where have I heard that name before? Nowhere of importance, I'm sure. Jason gave an almost awkward little chuckle. No, I know I've heard it. Harley said, lost in thought. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. Got it. You're one of Brucey's kids. Nice. How does it feel to have a himbo, billionaire, as your dad? Her mind was really working now, a dad who's conveniently never in the same room as Batman, even with how much Batsy has to save him. A dad with 3 sons and a couple of daughters. Almost an exact match for Batsy. With a middle son who disappeared at the same time the unfunny bastard killed the middle Robin. Jason shot me a concerned glance. I waved him off dismissively. He turned his eyes onto Barbara, likely asking if they should be doing something about Harley's ongoing epiphany. Barbara just shrugged. Son of a bitch. Harley exclaimed with an explosion. Bruce Wayne really is Batman. Jason fell into a tense silence. Barbara and I were just amused and content to see how this played out. In the mirror, Joker collapsed to his knees. Harley's realization might have just killed whatever willpower he had left. After all, Batman had been pulling off the greatest joke of all, complete with a meme-based psyop and a lovable himbo persona. Seeing the Joker collapse, Jason took on a look of consideration. Okay, you know what? Worth. If this is what it takes to make that asshole look like someone just killed his puppy, I'll take Beeman's identity getting out any day of the week. That set Ivy off into hysterical giggles as she, Delirium, and Dee Dee came over to join us. Oh, thank Mother Nature, Harley. You don't know how hard it was to keep that a secret from you. I was going crazy every time you and Bruce were in the same room together. Harley gaped at Ivy. Red, you knew. Ivy nodded as best she could through her full-body laughter. Since Bruce first visited the bar. I was there when Sean put his secret identity rule into place and the reveal almost killed me. Well, duh, Harley huffed. I mean, who would have expected sweet little Brucey to be the big bad bats? That's not even the best part. Ivy was still losing herself to her giggles. Oh, goddess. The dash. The memes. Barbara. Barbara, please, I can't. Harley looked at her girlfriend queerly. What's that all about? Barbara sighed. I think she wants me to tell you that Bruce is the one who's originally behind the Bruce Wayne is Batman meme theory. Harley's mouth hung open in shock. In the mirror, Joker twitched and recoiled as if he was actually shot. Not only was Gotham's greatest joke of the century true, but it was even started by Batman. Yeah, there was no coming back for Joker after that. And he couldn't even share the knowledge or use it for anything, trapped and imprisoned as he was. Jason's grin could have been seen from space at this point. Oh, this is so fucking funny. I can see why Sean likes digging reactions out of people like this. Batman seems to think the same thing, I said casually. He's the one who asked Ivy to keep it a secret. But not for the obvious reasons. He wanted to drag it out and reveal it to his rogues gallery one by one. Like some big bat prank. Shot after shot kept rocking the Joker in his mirror prison. This time, the rest of us were treated to the sight of him being hit with machine gun fire. And then ragdolling like he was caught in an explosion as the cherry on top. The slapstick comedy of Joker being thrown around like a bitch by the revelations just made Jason's grin wider. Perfect. Oh. Oh. Harley made unintelligible little noises of anger. I am so getting him back for this. I mean, come on, Brucey. You didn't want to tell me that I was fighting my old study buddy all this time. To be fair, I began. He wasn't expecting you to figure it out on your own. So you've got a leg up on him right now. I bet you could even surprise him. Well, slightly, at least. He's still Batman. Harley's grin grew to match Jason's. Good enough for me. That brooding goth jerk won't know what hit him. I knew he couldn't have changed that much since college. Barbara choked on thin air and Harley turned to her with a raised eyebrow. And who are you supposed to be, girl bat? Collecting herself, Barbara revealed her secret identity to an old friend/enemy, Barbara. Barbara Gordon. Harley could only say one thing to that. Huh. You know, it's only just occurring to me. Does Commissioner Gordon know about your nighttime activities? Ivy wondered. Please don't ever say it that way again, Barbara shuddered. But I guess. I don't know. Probably, I answered that question for her. He's the commissioner of police for one of the largest cities on the East Coast and he was Gotham's best detective before that. He almost certainly knows who all of you are but he doesn't say anything to keep up the illusion. For your sake more than anything else. Barbara froze at my words and Jason paused, emulating Harley for a moment. Huh. Freaking. Adorable. Mortals. Delirium squealed, breaking the awkward silence that accompanied Barbara rethinking everything she thought she knew. I. You're all like a buffet of emotions and secrets and fun. Ah, goth boy. Who's the manic pixie dream girl? Harley asked out of the corner of her mouth. I could only laugh. You don't even realize how accurate that description is, Harley. Jason extended his hand to Delirium. I don't think we've officially met. Jason Todd. I know who you are. Delirium chimed cheerfully. Her tone dipped to slow and low melancholy. Dee Dee still talks about you sometimes. Then it was suddenly fuming mad. I'm Delirium. Call me Del. If you don't, I'll cut you. Jason's expression barely shifted. Just the slightest straining of his smile and a sudden deadness in his eye. But in front of Delirium, he might as well have been shouting his emotions from the rooftops. In an instant, Delirium's sudden rage disappeared, leaving an innocent and pure girl behind. Dee Dee sighed, don't mind my sister, Jason. She doesn't mean anything by that. She's just prone to mood swings as part of her nature. It's good to speak to you again though. How have you been? Jason adopted a look of déjà vu in his eye. Do I know? Realization struck him like lightning. Ah. Death. Right. The last time we spoke, we had a fascinating conversation about the historical context surrounding the art of war by Sun Tzu and how that translates to its modern interpretations and applications. Dee Dee smiled softly. When she smiled like that, it was as if everything was right with the world. Judging by the way he relaxed, Jason seemed to think so too. I vaguely remember that. Sorry, I was a bit out of sorts at the time. Barbara snorted. Jason, only you would spend the entire time you were dead talking about military literature. You're such a nerd. Literary history is interesting, all right. Jason snapped, hiding the slight coloring of his cheeks. And I wasn't at my best, what with the whole dying thing going on. Sounds like excuses to me, Barbara teased. While there were certainly more pressing matters at the time, I enjoyed my conversation and short time with Jason, Dee Dee said without offense. However, I'm equally glad to see him living again. You don't count that as cheating death? Jason asked hesitantly. Dee Dee shook her head, hardly. There was no intention to cheat me behind your resurrection. If anything, it was likely one of Destiny's plots. I don't have any grievances with you, Jason. Not like that, man. She glared pointedly at the mirror before continuing, but if you're still worried, think of it as your first strike. That's. Jason considered. That's good. Helpful, even. Now, I know not to repeat my little dance with you. No offense, Dee Dee, but I'd like to stay way down the list of your dance card. No offense taken, Dee Dee chuckled. Suddenly, a banging grabbed everyone's attention. The door to the dead end flew open. A young woman barged through in a rush. A teenager, likely not even legal yet. Closing the door behind her, she only spared the briefest moment to catch her breath. The instant she saw us, she stumbled over, almost collapsing in the process. You dash. You have to help me. She gasped. Wizards dash. Wizards are trying to kill me. There was a short moment as we all processed her plea for help. Dee Dee was the first to react. And she reacted in a way none of us expected. Mine. Blinking at that, only then did I realize how similar Dee Dee and this young woman looked. She had the goth girl style down to a T. Black clothes, black hair, black makeup, her shirt and leggings were even in the telltale fishnet goth style. Her hair was in cute, little, puffy pigtails on the sides of her head. Again, she was young. Attractive, but I couldn't bring myself to see her as womanly just yet. She needed a few more years of growth for that. Right now, she was just cute. I didn't recognize her off the top of my head. So while she was likely a character in this universe, she wasn't a well-known one. What's your name, dear? Ivy asked gently. Lori Dash. The girl paused to change her answer. Alice. Black Alice. Daughter, yeah, daughter of death. Oh. Dee Dee, I didn't know you had a daughter. Delirium clapped excitedly. I don't think. I started to say. I don't care. She's mine now. Mini-me. Mine. We're adopting her, Sean. Dee Dee interrupted, putting her foot down for the girl who could have been her daughter anyway. I sighed and chuckled, more amused than against the idea. At the very least, we could help her with her wizard problem, all right. As the owner of the Dead End and Death's Hand, I officially offer you sanctuary. Do you accept, Black Alice? Aye. Felix Faust screeched and squawked, much like a vulture, magic itself hangs in the balance. She will doom us all. The description fit him well, Clarion thought. He deadpanned in reply, she's a teenage girl. She's a threat. I really don't see it. Raff. Faust raged like an impotent old bird. Now that Clarion had seen it, he couldn't unsee it. Faust was a deathly thin man with a sunken face and a large, beaked nose. The only things that sustained him at this point were malice and magic. Quiet, both of yous. I need to have a think, Dr. Occult said, looking moments away from dope-slapping both Clarion and Faust. Dr. Occult was the one who gathered them all here to deal with this new threat to the magic community. He was a man who embodied the 1920s, even nearly a century after that time had passed. Magic kept him going long after his natural expiration date, and Clarion would bet the trenchcoat, suit, and hat he wore were the same that he used way back then. Still, he was an accomplished magician. Accomplished enough to command a measure of respect from the rest of the community. So when he came calling, Clarion decided to play along. More for his own amusement than anything else. He was between pranks at the moment anyway. So far, he was amused but not all that impressed. The threat their little group was gathered to face didn't seem urgent, pressing, or dire. It was just a teenage girl as far as he was concerned. Barely older than the age he portrayed himself as. She wasn't even actually aware of magic before the incident that sparked this all off. She liked to play at it, sure. But none of the background information Clarion had seen made her into an actual threat. Certainly not one that deserved such fearsome enemies. Dr. Occult was legendary. Perhaps not the most powerful magician, but one of the most well-known due to the amount of time he'd been active. With time came experience and wisdom. And for a magician, few things amplified their power more than those two qualities. Felix Faust was perhaps even more legendary, an unfortunate tale of caution for all who learned of him. As an ancient sorcerer, he was the origin of the term Faustian bargain. The fool traded freely with demons, only to try and renege on every deal he made. Each time, he was left worse off than before. After several millennia of deals, Faust was a shadow of his former legend. In his prime, Faust dueled Prime Wizard Namo, the best of his era, to a standstill. Now, he would be lucky to go a day without soiling himself. Still, he was intimately knowledgeable about the dark arts. And one good thing about the magic community was its tendency not to discriminate too harshly. Magicians, wizards, and sorcerers did not subscribe to the hero-villain divide so closely. Light and dark, good and evil, order and chaos. Yes. But most in their community were a bit more hesitant to put on masks and run around committing or preventing non-magical crimes. In times of great magical crisis, those lines blurred even further. Zatanna Zatara could easily be seen working with Enchantress if the occasion called for it. Or in this case, Dr. Occult could be seen gathering known villains for this little group of his. Clarion was one of those villains. Truthfully, he disdained the word. Such a shallow moniker. He was no mere villain, he was a nuisance. The nuisance. He was Clarion. Bum bum bum, the witch boy. Yes, the dramatic pauses and bums were important. No, you couldn't say his name without them. Honestly, did people think him a fool? That little fiction was a favorite of his. No one actually used the full title. They called him Clarion or Witch Boy or some combination of the two. They all just thought him a mad child, putting on a show for himself. So no one would even begin to think he'd hidden his true name in plain sight. While he may look young, Clarion was no novice. From his birth in Limbo Town to his current pestering of Etrigan the Demon, Clarion had seen much of what existence had to offer. Not all. Never all. But enough. He knew he was currently in the running for one of the Chaos Lord mantles. His mischievous feats and deeds attracted a certain level of cosmic attention. But he wasn't a Lord of Chaos yet. Until then, he was content to be underestimated and seen as the nuisance. Which put him in this amusing little group of light and dark magic users without those order busybodies breathing down his neck. Other than himself, Dr. Occult, and Faust, a delightfully reasonable woman named Cheetah, a Wonder Woman villain cursed with the features of her felinid namesake, and a magical hero on the Justice League's payroll named Black Orchid rounded out their numbers. It wasn't like any of them were light hitters, other than perhaps Dr. Occult. Which just made the reason they were all gathered all the more hilarious in Clarion's mind. Their target was a teenage girl. Of course, they weren't after her for no reason. According to the background information Dr. Occult had rounded up, he was a detective. It was, quite literally, what he did. The girl named Lori Zeklin wasn't such a non-issue anymore. She was involved in some kind of accident. Or perhaps a series of accidents would be more accurate. Dr. Occult wasn't sure if it was the car crash that killed her parents or a suicide attempt afterward that awakened her to magic. Regardless, Lori Zeklin was empowered and took on the name Black Alice. Before the series of incidents, Alice was a stereotypical goth teen. Pagan beliefs, alternative sense of style, dark and moody teenage brooding, the works. That first quality led to the current problems she was experiencing. At some point during her initial troubles, Alice called out to unspecified pagan gods and demons, asking them to spare her life. One of them answered. A very ill-intentioned demon who hoped the power it put in Alice's hands would lead to catastrophe. Alice was given a magical ability. An ability that terrified the magic community and threatened to upset magic itself. She could steal magic. Powers, spells, or inherited abilities, the source made no difference to Black Alice. There was no limit on her range or potential. She could just as easily steal Zatanna's magic as she could a first-time spellcaster's. Clarion had to admit it was a worrying ability. Certainly, not one that should be entrusted to a naive and clueless teenager with potential delusions of dark grandeur. He could agree with Dr. Occult on that front. The part that was so amusing to Clarion was that the only solution the good ghost detective had come up with was to eliminate the problem entirely. Ugh, Dr. Occult grunted after a few moments of silence. I've still got nothing. The damn girl is really messing up everything in the joint. We're just gonna have to put her on ice. No other way to cut the connection to the demon who wants to screw everything right up for the rest of us. Ugly as it is, it's the best thing to do. Yes, because the ends always justify the means, Clarion drawled. He didn't have much of a stake in this situation, but he did enjoy playing devil's advocate. I'm with Witch Boy here, Cheetah said. Doesn't feel right to just off the girl like this. Must we kill Dr. Occult? Black Orchid asked. Well, we gotta do something. As cruddy a person as he is, Faust is right about one thing. She's a threat to magic itself, Dr. Occult asserted gruffly. If this keeps up, she'll tear the White Gate straight out of the picture. And then the outer gods'll get in and no one will be happy. Ha! Faust laughed triumphantly. The little twit should be thankful that we deem her important enough to deal with personally. Honestly, we should just tie a curse to her unfortunate soul and be done with it. Not so fast, Buster, Dr. Occult growled. Eliminating her entirely is still our last resort. We're gonna talk to her and do everything we can first. But if we have to, we have to. Faust cried out in sudden pain and despair, making a noise as if his soul was being torn from his body. No. Black Orchid shifted uncomfortably but nodded. That is not ideal, but I can see how it would be necessary. With good fortune, we shall find another solution after examining her situation more closely. Cheetah just scoffed. Don't look at me. Not like any of you would take the Catgirl's perspective seriously. I don't even know why I'm here. Oh, contraire, my lady, Clarion flirted, trying his best to turn on the charm. I would take your advice any day of the week. And I happen to think you're quite fetching as a Catgirl. Cheetah barked a paradoxically purring laugh. Don't start, witch boy. You ain't suave and I ain't some kind of Shotokan. Grow up a bit and then we'll see. Clarion put on a dramatic sigh. Oh, be still beating hard, oh, mine. He saw the corners of her lips twitch upward as she changed the subject. Who's tracking the girl anyway? Do we even know where she is? I will find her. Faust tried to declare grandly. Dr. Occult cut him off. No need, old man. Her position has stabilized in Gotham. I'll open a portal and we can get this job over and done with. Oh, joy, Cheetah deadpanned. Gotham. You know, I've been hearing interesting whispers about the city recently, Clarion commented, just making conversation at this point as Dr. Occult opened the portal and they all stepped through. Interesting how? Black Orchid asked, as polite and professional as ever. Well, first, Clarion changed the subject slightly as the Gotham air hit him. Do you smell the madness? In Gotham. Cheetah snorted. Course, I do. No, there's something more here. Faust contributed something helpful for the first time. In Clarion's mind, at least. Something. I wish to have it. And there it was. Almost immediately, his wisdom was overwritten by the rest of his personality. Clarion sighed and continued, I've been hearing rumors about a new magical center in the city. What was it called? A cul-de-sac. No, that isn't quite right. A dead end. Cheetah suggested. Clarion snapped his fingers. Yes. That was it. How did you know? Because we're standing right in front of it, she deadpanned right back at him. Oh. Oh, my, Clarion paused to take in the bar and how it practically breathed with magic. It was like nothing he'd seen before. Still, he was intimately familiar with the taste of magic. Anyone who dabbled in necromancy would be. This was death. But it was so much purer than anything else he'd ever encountered. What an interesting oddity. Right, Cheetah said, taking charge. Orchid and I will go first. We're the only frontline fighters here. Ready, Orchid. At the other woman's nod, Cheetah stepped up to the front door to the dead end. She opened it and took a step inside. Black Orchid was right behind her. Immediately, they both turned around on their heels and walked right back out. Nope, Cheetah refused, popping the P with great exaggeration. So much freaking nope. Black Orchid nodded vigorously, I concur. Very much nope. Step aside, fools. Faust declared, trying and failing to shove his way through the two female powerhouses with his feeble ancient muscles. I will have whatever power this dead end hides. Ahahaha. With a pointed look at Black Orchid, Cheetah let the sorcerer pass. Faust stormed into the establishment, still cackling. A calm and soft voice said something unintelligible from inside. Like a man who'd been shot, Faust froze in the doorway. No, 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 leave me, Grim Reaper. No. Faust cried, once again sounding as if his soul was leaving his body. This time though, that description might have been much more accurate. Faust screamed. At the same time, he began to rapidly wither before their eyes. Moment by moment, he began to look his true age. A mummy, standing only because time hadn't caught up to him yet. In seconds, Felix Faust crumbled to nothing more than dust. By the way, death and delirium of the endless are in there, Cheetah advised with post-humorous sarcasm. Oh. Oh, my. And Black Alice isn't slated to be in the harem. I have her pegged as a sort of spunky, sarcastic, and rebellious teenage daughter role. Think Negasonic teenage warhead from X-Men LOL. Chapter 17, Hello, Magic. I accept, Black Alice intoned gravely. She probably put more gravitas into her acceptance than I did for my formal offer of sanctuary. But this was magic and there were certain rituals to be observed. Strangely, I didn't think Alice actually knew that. I think she was just a closet drama queen. A proper theater kid, even if she would likely deny it until she died. The hallmarks were there if you knew where to look. Especially with the way she came out and declared herself Daughter of Death. She was just a kid, a teenager, but still, saying things she thought would make her look cool. That didn't mean I thought she was lying about being in danger. Two things could be true at the same time. As far as I could tell, which was pretty damn far, something was up with Alice on a magical level. Enough that I was more than ready to believe she was being chased by righteous wizards. She might have been playing up her words as a sort of coping mechanism, but that only added to her claims. She was truly, genuinely scared for her life. Even accepting my offer of sanctuary didn't drive that feeling from her heart. It seemed to help though. Especially when combined with the hug Dee Dee was giving her. She squirmed in Dee Dee's embrace, but anyone could tell she didn't really want to leave it. Dee Dee had a way of making people feel safe and comfortable like that. "So what's your story, kiddo?" I asked. Yeah. What's gotcha on the run?" Harley added, practically hopping in place. "Down, Harley," Ivy chided with amusement. "Need me to kill anyone?" Jason offered, just to be sure. Jason. No. Two guesses for who said that. Jason, yes. "You've got a wonderful wibbledy-top going on," Delirium said somberly. Her tone turned thoughtful and considerate. "Is it contagious?" W-dash. Alice was very obviously overwhelmed by the sudden show of warmth from everyone in the bar. There, little one," Dee Dee cooed. "Tell us what's wrong and how we can fix it for you." With Dee Dee's arms still wrapped around her and her soothing voice in Alice's ear, she recovered quickly enough. If tears welled up in her eyes, none of us said anything. Alice gave a subtle sniffle as she shook her head to stop the tears from falling. Then immediately, she turned a spunky glare onto me. "I'm not a kid." Walking over to her, I patted her head. "Of course, you're not. You just need to learn to use your words if you want us to have any idea of what's going on." She glared and growled with all the power of a wronged teenage girl. Dee Dee thought it was hilarious if her giggles were anything to go off of. Alice blushed and averted her eyes from mine. Even then, she leaned slightly more into Dee Dee's hug. "It's stupid," Alice muttered softly. "So freaking stupid." Her voice rose in anger and frustration. "I didn't do anything wrong. It's not fair. Why are they after me? Why can't they leave me alone?" "Wow, that's a lot of anger," Delirium said, surprisingly sane for once. "May I?" A few hot tears drew tracks in Alice's eyeliner. "What?" Dee Dee gave her sister a nod and Delirium didn't wait to explain. She just took a great big breath. The lights flickered ever so slightly and Alice calmed down between one instant and the next. She was left staring at Delirium in open shock. "Wee." Delirium giggled, back to her not-so-lucid self. "Is that better?" "What the hell, Dash?" Alice began. Dee Dee interrupted her. "Language, Alice. There's no need for words like that, especially not with your new aunt." Alice ducked her head in shame. "What did you do?" Delirium cocked her head to the side. "Breathe." "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, MS." "Alice who follows the black rabbit." Confusion crossed Alice's face. For a moment, she concentrated on something. The natural magic in the air shifted. Then, nothing happened. Alice's confusion only increased. "Why can't I borrow your magic?" Delirium's cocked head reversed, doing the same thing on the other side. "Magic? Why would I need to use magic?" "All right, I think we all need to sit down and have an actual explanation before things get more complicated than they need to be," I interrupted before Alice could confuse herself even more. "Good idea, dear," Dee Dee nodded. "Come along, little one. Let's hear your story." Dee Dee led Alice by the hand. As if her world had been turned on its head, Alice followed in a slight daze. The rest of us weren't far behind. Alice settled onto a stool at the bar. She gripped Dee Dee's hand tightly as if to keep her from leaving and draw support from her at the same time. The others found seats of their own and I ended up as the only one behind the bar. "Looks like drinks and introductions are in order," I said casually. Alice perked up at that until Dee Dee fixed her with a stern look. "Non-alcoholic." Alice pouted. Dash. "No," she sulked. "Fine. Just give me a damn Coke." "Name's Sean." "Nice to meet you, Alice," I introduced myself as I went about making drinks for everyone. "The dead end here is my place and I'm Death's Hand on the side." Alice eyed me suspiciously. "Bullshit." I chuckled. "The Death's Hand business. I assure you, that's completely true. If anything, I'm probably underselling it." "Perhaps my introduction will put your doubts to rest," Dee Dee soothed. "I am Death of the Endless. But you can call me Dee Dee, little one." Alice's mouth opened and closed, trying and failing to form words out of thin air. "I dash." "What dash?" "No dash. That's Dash. And I'm Dee Dee's sister." Delirium chimed cheerfully. "Delirium. But you can call me Del." "You probably recognize the rest," I said. Poison Ivy. Harley Quinn. Batgirl. The big guy is Red Hood. Now, let's get to the good part. What's your dealio, kiddo? Alice visibly shuddered with cringe before that spunky glare of hers returned. I'm not a kid. I am Black Alice, daughter of Death Dash. Eep. Alice suddenly squeaked as the identities of her audience caught up to her. She glanced nervously at Dee Dee. Dee Dee just nodded permissibly. Go ahead, Alice. I have no issue with you using my name. It's true now, after all. All right, Alice stuttered, quickly regaining her confidence from Dee Dee's encouraging eyes. I have magic. I don't know how I got it. I just woke up with it after some incidents. Dee Dee hugged her as she stalled mid-explanation. They loved you very much, Alice. Your parents wanted nothing more than to watch you grow and bloom into a beautiful flower. We talked, you know. When I walked them to their eternities. They're watching over you as best they can. And they're oh so glad you didn't succeed in joining them yet. Live, Alice. For them. For yourself. For me. A single choked sob tore itself from Alice's throat. It's just not fair. Why you're not fair? I should hate you. I know, little one, Dee Dee cooed as softly as a warm blanket. I know. Better than you could possibly imagine. I can be so cruel. How do you deal with that? Alice asked, her voice small and vulnerable. By trying to be kind. Death is just as much a kindness as a cruelness. I'm there for everyone as they pass. A shoulder to cry on. An old friend to simply talk to. A sense of closure and finality, Dee Dee explained, softly but not sadly. And by living. I am just as much life as I am death. Both can be unfair. But both can also be so beautiful and necessary. For each other, for ourselves, we live and die because we are. And that's something special beyond words. Can I see them? Alice sniffled. No, my child. You would just hurt yourself and them in the process, Dee Dee gently refused. You'd have to rip them from eternity. No matter the outcome, the momentary good it might do, that's not a kindness. Burying her face in Dee Dee's shoulder, Alice cried. Dee Dee held her and she let it all out into death's embrace. Delirium began to hum a song, nonsensical but hauntingly beautiful. The rest of us gave Alice the time she needed to come to terms with her loss. Eventually, she fortified herself with a deep, shuddering breath. Alice raised her head from Dee Dee's shoulder. Puffy, red eyes and black streaked liner glared at me as if daring me to test her. I wasn't nearly so callous. I just slid her drink in front of her, pointed discreetly at a bottle on the shelf behind me, and winked. Alice's eyes widened and the first hint of a smile pulled at her lips. Thanks. Don't mention it, I said. My eyes added something more. Seriously, don't mention it. Dee Dee would kill me. I knew I wasn't fooling Dee Dee with any of this, but it made Alice giggle. It was a brief giggle, but one that was so genuine she surprised herself with it. Dee Dee would forgive me for giving our new daughter a bit of liquid courage to finish the rest of her story. The rest of the drinks went out and Alice finally continued, like I said, I don't know how. Or why. But I'm magic now. I can borrow magic. Doesn't matter who it comes from. And I'm pretty sure it goes back to normal after I'm done. But these wizards seem to think I'm gonna destroy the world or something. I've kinda been doing a bit of minor villainy here and there dash. Whoa. Villainy. Harley cheered, abruptly interrupting Alice. Alice just snorted a laugh, a bit more of the red in her eyes fading. Yeah, I tried to steal a diamond from the Riddler. Didn't go so well. He captured me and a few others. But we escaped pretty quickly. Good, Dee Dee nodded. I would hate to have words with Edward. We'll still ask him politely to apologize the next time he comes in, I decided. Alice looked at us in confusion. She obviously wasn't clued in about the dead end. When she looked around at the others, she just received a chorus of nods, even from the heroes. Riddler can be troubled at times, but he's not a bad man, Ivy explained. Jason chuckled. As far as villains go in Gotham, he's practically a saint. A strange look entered Alice's eyes. Weird. She grunted. Anyway, I found out about the wizards through one of the others captured with me. A guy named Catwoman. I guess he was magic or something, 'cause I could take his powers. And he said I'd be messing with the magic network or some junk. So they sicked the freaking magic police on me. Harley was trying very hard to stifle her giggles. Catman. Catman. Oh, God, really? Frickin' Catman. Selena's going to have a fit when she finds out about him, Ivy said, amusement dancing in her eyes. So how do your powers work? Barbara asked Alice. I dunno, Alice shrugged. They just do. I get the costumes of whoever I'm taking from though. I hummed. No stealing from Zatanna. She's off limits for you, young lady. No daughter of mine is going to be dressing like that until she's at least 21. I mean, that bodysuit is bad enough, but does she really need the fishnets? What the hell, man? Don't be weird. Alice glared at me. No, he's right, Barbara said. Her costume really is stupidly sexy. Jason scoffed, more like Zatanna as a whole is stupidly sexy. Little one. Dee Dee's voice was firm. Can I trust you to dress yourself appropriately if you must use Zatanna's powers? I dash. Alice started all worked up. She immediately faltered when she looked into Dee Dee's eyes. Yeah, I'll be careful. Dee Dee's smile told Alice and everyone else that she'd made the right choice. Thank you, little one. I just don't want you to have to grow up too fast. I realize life hasn't been kind to you, that I haven't been kind to you. But you should still be able to enjoy it without others intruding. Yeah, little Alice, I smirked. From her widening eyes, she knew something else was coming. Good girls listen to their new adopted parents. Alice's glare was as fierce as I'd ever seen. From a teenager, at least, I will murder you. I just shrugged. Dee Dee will just bring me back. I've been dead more times than you can count. One more won't hurt. Dee Dee nodded. It's true. I won't let my Sean get away from me so easily. Alice huffed. I don't know why someone as awesome as Dee Dee is with a D dash. She stopped herself, glancing at Dee Dee. A jerk like you. Dee Dee gave a small, sweet smile, complete with a minute blush. Sean has a way of growing on people. God, tell me about it. Barbara groaned. I pretended to buff my nails on my shirt. I'm pretty awesome in my own right. Stick around, kiddo. You might learn something. That combined with Barbara's groan was enough to send Harley over the edge. Like a catalyst, the rest of the group burst into laughter along with her. I'm pretty sure Ivy was laughing at me in particular and Jason was laughing at Barbara. Delirium was just laughing to laugh, probably getting high on the sympathetic emotions. Alice buried her head in her hands. This is my life now. At least, I met death. She's cool. Dee Dee patted her on the shoulder, but judging by her smile, she was enjoying this just as much as the rest of us. I joined the others with a chuckle. In the middle of our laughing fit, the door to the dead end opened. Two women stepped through it into the bar. One was statuesque, muscled, and covered in fur. She even had a pair of cat ears on either side of the top of her head. The fur was a golden tan like sunbaked grass, with a pattern of spots like a cheetah. Which made her identity kind of obvious. The other woman was shorter, but she didn't hold herself with any less confidence than the first. Her costume was strange, with a texture that almost looked like what you would find on leaves or petals. It was a brilliant magenta hue, and though it was skin-tight, it covered almost her entire body. The two women laid eyes on us. They froze in place. And just as suddenly as they had entered, they turned right back around and left. Our group was left blinking in surprise as our laughter died down. Wonder what Cheetah was doing here dash. Barbara wondered before being interrupted by another visitor stepping into the dead end. This visitor was much less pleasant. Both to look at and in his mannerisms. He was a wretched-looking old man, long past his time, and only kept going through evil spite. In fact, I could feel him marked for death. Dee Dee just hadn't found him yet. And he came right to her. I will have whatever power this dead end hides. Ahahaha. Felix Faust. I've been looking everywhere for you, Dee Dee said, adding a sense of menace to her soft tone that was unmatched. Thank you for making this so much easier for me. She didn't even stand up. Yet we all saw the specter of death, the one she saved for problem children, form behind Dee Dee. Including Faust. All the blood drained from his face like the trough before a tidal wave. His already haunted appearance became tortured and terrified. No, leave me, Grim Reaper. No. Dee Dee laid final claim to Faust's eternal soul. In an instant, he withered and dissolved to dust. There was no chance to escape. Not for someone Dee Dee had marked as a problem child. So fucking cool. Alice muttered in breathless awe. Barbara sighed, I don't think I'll ever get used to being friends with death. A few moments later, the first two visitors came back into the bar. They were accompanied by two others. A man straight out of a 1950s film noir detective movie and a young boy who was more than he seemed at first glance. All four of them entered awkwardly, almost as if they felt obligated to or resigned to their fate. Making sure to step around the pile of dust where Faust just met his final demise. The detective-looking one took off his hat respectfully. Morning, Lady Death, Lady Delirium. Delirium giggled and Dee Dee rolled her eyes. There's no need for formalities, Dr. Occult. Call me Dee Dee. Like always. I assume you're here for the little one. The good doctor nodded slowly. We are. If you don't mind too much, we'd like to get a better look at her situation. We're hoping to be able to do something about the issues she's causing. Dee Dee's expression grew sharp for a moment. I hope you don't plan to do anything final. I would have to vigorously protest if you planned on giving my new daughter a long rest. Dr. Occult paled, and no, ma'am. Definitely ain't planning something like that. Narrowed eyes showed that Dee Dee wasn't convinced. Good. I would be quite cross with a plan like that. Ah, fuck. Cheetah to herself. Oh. The young boy, Clarion, I think, seemed more intrigued and amused than worried. An adopted daughter of death. Fascinating. I believe Black Alice is in good hands now, Dr. Occult, the final member, the only one I wasn't familiar with, said slowly. Perhaps we should leave. Dr. Occult sighed. Nah. I still want to get a look at what we're dealing with here. We've just gotta reevaluate our priorities. Well, I'm sure Lady Death is more than capable of keeping our young target from dooming magic and the universe. Perhaps she can even fix the White Gate herself, Clarion suggested with a smirk. The White Gate? Delirium asked, perking up. Hey. Isn't that supposed to be my responsibility? It is, Lady Delirium, Dr. Occult swallowed hard. You keep it closed for all of us and keep out the madness that lurks on the other side. But we're worried Black Alice is disrupting our ability to protect the gate on your behalf. Well, that's not very nice, Delirium pouted, playful as a sea otter without the necrophilia bits. Stop it, new niece. Alice gaped at her. What dash? I'm not doing anything. That's bullshit. I don't even know what the white fucking gate is. Reaching across the bar, I laid a hand on Alice's arm and just shook my head. You don't want to go there. That way lies madness. Literally. Delirium and Harley chimed at the same time, sharing a pair of almost deranged grins. Dr. Occult shifted awkwardly. Right. Anyway, we still gotta check out Miss Alice, at least. Maybe we can do something for her even if we are leaving her in your care, Lady Dee Dee. Dee Dee hummed. What do you think, little one? Alice eyed the magician suspiciously. Could they help me control my powers? I'm sure they'll do the best they can. Isn't that right? Dee Dee didn't say it like a question. She was met with a chorus of nods from the magicians, some quicker and more nervous than others. Clarion hid a fit of childish giggles behind his hand. Alice looked at Dee Dee for confirmation. Dee Dee just nodded encouragingly. In the end, the decision was up to Alice. All right, she said eventually with a begrudging growl. But don't try anything. I'll be watching you. And don't think I couldn't kill you where you stand. With a flash of something that wasn't quite light, Alice exercised her powers. Her outfit shifted, cycling through imitations of all the magicians there. The trenchcoat and hat of Dr. Occult. The strange costume of the yet unknown hero. Clarion's useless little cape. And finally, a pair of cat ears sprouted atop her head as she borrowed Cheetah's curse. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, don't you make such a cute little kitty? Yes, you do. Alice squeaked at my baby talk. Shut up. Shit, how do I turn this off? She faded back to normal after a few moments. Cheetah sighed. I wish it was that easy. Sean, dear. Dee Dee asked. Would you see to Cheetah while I oversee our guest's efforts with the little one? Sure. I don't mind, I shrugged. Cheetah was surprised but seemed resigned to disappointment. If you want. I doubt you'll be able to do anything though. My curse was laid upon me by a god. Walking around the bar to approach her, I waved dismissively. Weak stuff. Gods are a dime a dozen. Talk to me when you've been cursed by a great old one or better. Dr. Occult did something similar, approaching Alice while holding his hands in clear view to appear non-threatening. Once he settled a respectable distance from Alice, he grunted gruffly. Which boy? Come here. Coming. Clarion sing-songed. I focused on Cheetah while the pair of magicians began their diagnostics on Alice's power. You really think you can do something for me? The beautiful, cat-like woman asked, hope creeping into her voice despite her initial reservations. The question isn't if I can, I said casually. It's what you want me to do. Do you want me to completely remove the curse? I can do that easily. If you want to make it something you can control, I'll have to get a bit tricky. But that's still more than possible. Cheetah blinked in shock, looking moments away from outright gaping at me. How? I focused my senses on Cheetah and her soul. At the same time, I absently said, oh, I don't think I've introduced myself. Nice to meet you, Cheetah. I'm Sean Kane. Dee Dee's hand. Her mind visibly stuttered to catch up to that information. Death's hand. Oh. Yeah, that would do it. It would, wouldn't it? I chuckled. She didn't say anything more, simply falling silent in awe. I hummed as I stared into her soul. There, I could see the touch of a god. Even if there wasn't physical evidence of it, that sort of thing left a mark. It was a potent mark, for sure. The god had touched Cheetah personally. She'd been directly molded by his divinity. The god himself was one of nature. His remnants felt like ivy in that sense but so different in every other way. For one, the aura he left behind was so goddamn, masculine it was almost toxic. Not in the modern, toxic masculinity, sense of the word. Toxic as in it should have mind-broken any woman the god came into contact with. He seemed like a fun guy. Still, I was here to undo his work. Work that I was only now realizing was a god's attempt at making himself a catgirl waifu. Seriously, I'd have to invite this guy around for a drink to make sure he knew there were no hard feelings. Got it, I nodded. So what do you want from this? To be rid of the curse entirely or to control it for yourself? Cheetah paused to consider my question, still slightly in disbelief. At least her mind was working now, I think. I'd rather control the curse. There are certain advantages to it that I would hate to lose if I don't have to. Good choice. One voluntary catgirl transformation coming right up, I smirked. Though a relatively rare occurrence even for me, I'd spent enough time around catgirls to know that the quivering of Cheetah's ears and the flicks of her tail were a version of a blush. If she wanted me to get rid of her curse entirely, it would be as easy as taking hold of it and casting death. Since she wanted something a bit different, I had to take a more nuanced approach. I had just the spell. It was something I developed myself when I was in a world flush with gods, devils, and a reality-wide tendency toward improbably perfect breasts. That last part wasn't important at the moment, I just still thought it was an odd rule. With so many higher beings running around, I made sure to develop certain countermeasures while I was there. This spell was one of those. It was designed specifically for divine spells, boons, and curses. But its purpose wasn't to fight them directly. Instead, this spell wormed its way into the divine constructs that made up those phenomena and corrupted them. It twisted them back on their caster. In this case, it would give Cheetah the keys to her curse rather than leave them in the hands of the, admittedly cool, god who cursed her. Another characteristic of that reality was its malleable magic. Thanks to that, the spell was relatively simple to cast. I didn't need special materials or a specialized ritual. Just a few million calculations and a quantifiable truckload of power. Thankfully, both were within my reach with a bit of effort. I started the initial calculations. Now, obviously, doing each calculation manually was impossible. So the initial calculations acted as tools that automated the rest of the process. Calculations calculated more calculations. The spell cascaded into existence after that. There wasn't anything as dramatic as a flash of magical light to signify the spell. Just a noticeable drain while it was active and a quiet ding when it was done. I wasn't so much of an idiot that I would give away a spell that was made to potentially be used in a fight with a god. There you go. Good as dash, well, better than new. That's it. Cheetah asked in open shock. I nodded, that's it. You'll have to get a feel for the process yourself, but you should be able to change between this and your human form at will like any other shifter. I dash. Cheetah trailed off, not knowing what to say. Satisfied with a job well done, I turned back to the others and saw everyone staring at me. What? What? Seriously? Barbara huffed. That's all you have to say? Yes. Was it that noticeable? I was met with blank-faced nods and Harley said, goth boy. Even I felt that. Alice looked at me with her face screwed up in a confused grimace. Dude. What the hell was that? Well, Cheetah's not cursed anymore, I shrugged. Anyway, how's it going with little Miss Mouthy? She treated me with a menacing growl and Dr. Occult just sighed. It's about what we thought it'd be. She's contracted with a demon, Clarion explained further. Not on purpose. But it seems to have latched onto her prayer for help during her time of need. What's interesting is which demon it is. Veilfar, Dr. Occult snarled. I blinked. Oh, that's easy then. Dee, do you want to take care of this one or should I? I've only had Alice for 30 minutes, but if anything happened to her, I would kill everyone here and then myself, Dee said in a serious deadpan. I believe Veilfar counts as anything. The effect of her words was instantaneous. Dr. Occult, a fully grown, hardened detective, hung his head as if resigned to defeat. The still unknown fourth magician stared at Dee in open-mouthed horror. Clarion sighed and seemed to make peace with himself rather quickly. Cheetah just groaned. Damn it. And I just found a way to take a nice hot bath without pulling my fucking fur out. Dee smirked at the effect of her joke. Thankfully, it's much simpler to just kill a demon than it is to figure out a way to kill myself. Cheetah groaned again, this time for a different reason. Clarion blinked and then laughed as he realized she was joking. The fourth magician still stared at Dee in horror. Dr. Occult collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. He sat down on the floor, put his head in his hands, and bemoaned the stress of his job to himself, looking nearly on the verge of tears. Alice stared at Dee Dee in worshipful awe. God, you're so freaking cool. Dee Dee ignored her for a moment as she exercised her authority. For the briefest of moments, a portal to hell was opened in the dead end. Then Veilfar, Demon Duke of Hell, was dragged through it, quite literally kicking and screaming. Dee Dee didn't even give him time to adjust to his new surroundings. One moment, he was alive. The next, he was dead as a doornail, evaporating into hellfire. So freaking cool. Alice repeated. Dee Dee gathered the lingering hellfire with a few delicate plucks of her fingertips. Once she had enough, she molded it all into a ball. That ball she then inlaid over Alice's soul. I saw the intricacies of what she did. The others just saw a ball of literal hellfire sink into Alice's chest. Dee Dee nodded, satisfied with herself. There we are. All better, little one. No more demon trying to spread chaos through you, and you should find it much easier to control your powers now. Alice cycled through a couple of different magical powers as easily as blinking. Dr. Occult, Shazam, Enchantress, even going up to what I could only guess was the goddess Hecate. I rolled my eyes. Children. They didn't give a single thought to the consequences of their impulsive actions. It seemed I might have to prepare the dead end for divine visitors after all of this. Once she set herself back to normal, Alice threw herself into Dee Dee's arms. You're awesome, Dee Dee. I freaking love you. There, little one. It was the least I could do. Dee Dee returned the embrace, patting Alice's back. So. Clarion smirked at Dr. Occult. I guess that's that taken care of. Dr. Occult sighed, sounding just so defeated. I need to pour a drink. Or 3. You do realize this is a bar, right? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He blinked. Huh. What are you serving, barkeep? I slapped him on the shoulder in commiseration. Whatever you need, big guy. Whatever you need. The first one's on the house. As an apology for the trouble my newly adopted daughter caused you. Or you could pay me with stories and I'll waive the costs altogether. I received a chuckle in reply. I've got a few yarns to spin. Let me tell you about the time I turned a Nazi broad back to the side of everything right and good in the world. A story in the dead end from someone who isn't Sean. What a rare treat, Ivy chuckled. I kinda thought you had a monopoly on stories told here, Sean, Jason commented. The world ceased making sense a few months ago, but this is a new one, Barbara deadpanned. Chuckling to himself, Dr. Occult settled in at the bar. I poured him a few good fingers of whiskey and his story began with a gruff voice. I knew the dame was trouble the moment she walked into my office. Woo. Freakin' classic. Harley cheered. Chapter 18, Here, there be vampires. Two-Face was fuming mad. Everyone in the dead end could tell. So mad he wasn't even flipping his trademark coin. He was just glaring at Catwoman with a rage to match the sun. Oh, calm down, Two-Face, Catwoman said, rolling her eyes. It was just a silly little gem. It wasn't even cut yet. My fence only gave me 10 grand for it. I know, Two-Face forced out through gritted teeth. It's not like me stealing from you is anything new. I don't understand why you're so mad about this one, Catwoman waved her hand flippantly. Because that gem was my rent for the next 2 months, woman. Two-Face yelled and raged. That gave Catwoman a moment of pause. Oh. You know I could spot you some cash, right, Harvey? Two-Face sighed, the anger seeming to drain out of him. I know. Sorry, Selena, I'm just. Well, I'm moving into a new place, a penthouse near downtown. It's nice, and I've already put down the deposit. I don't want to have to postpone rent in the very first month and then scramble to make it all up. What about the rest of your money, Harvey? I know you can't be as broke as you claim to be, Catwoman asked. Two-Face grunted distractedly. It's a bit tied up at the moment. With what? My coin collection. Your coin collection. It's a business expense, okay. Is it, though? Most of the dead end continued on as normal. My customers were more than used to arguments between villains. That they never escalated to violence was seen as a healthy bonus, a benefit of the dead end's neutrality. At the bar, however, the regulars' heads swiveled back and forth between Catwoman and Two-Face as if watching a tennis match. Alice wasn't any different in that regard. Confusion written across her face, she watched the two larger-than-life villains bicker like old friends. It must have been quite the sight for someone unfamiliar with the dead end. Even with the dead end's neutrality, my regulars still had lives outside the bar. Lives that intertwined and came to a head at common ground. Especially for the villains. Catwoman still stole from Two-Face. Two-Face had a tendency to run afoul of Bane and Penguin, the other two major villain gang leaders. With the numerous subordinates beneath them, all three gang leaders were frequently chosen by Scarecrow to use as test subjects. Scarecrow and Riddler were actually good friends and they worked together quite often, both in and outside of villainy. Riddler had a long-standing beef with Cluemaster, one I couldn't really blame him for. Cluemaster totally stole Riddler's shtick. Last I heard from Cluemaster, he'd been drafted into the latest iteration of the Suicide Squad. Gotham's villain scene was a complex web of relationships and interpersonal drama. I only kept so up to date on it thanks to running the place where everyone gathered at the end of the day. No matter what events they were currently caught up in with each other, all of the villains agreed to leave it at the dead-end store. Then there were also the regulars who tended to stay disconnected from Gotham's usual chain of villain politics. Deathstroke still took out mercenary contracts, though he did seem to do most of his work outside the city. Clayface was trying very hard to set his villainous past behind him. Freeze, Harley, and Ivy basically worked for me now, staying out of most of the city's crime. Freeze was kept quite busy by his wife. I did my best to do the same for Harley and Ivy. But occasionally, Ivy would get the urge to make some grand gesture of environmental protest and Harley wouldn't hesitate to help her. And of course, there were the heroes on top of everything else. The Bat family had enough going on internally to rival the entirety of Gotham's villains. And their jobs tended to insert them into the rest of the chain without fail. From Batman doing his little dance with Catwoman, Reed, flirting like mad and sneaking off to make out like teenagers, to Spoiler being the one to catch her father this time around. But even they agreed not to track work into my bar. My more mundane patrons came and went without worry or fear. Uninvolved with the city's main characters, they were just able to enjoy the light bickering that inevitably still spilled into the dead end while feeling assured that they would make it home safe at the end of the night. In Gotham, it was just about the best show you could find. I was pretty sure Alice was a Gotham native. One who'd grown up during the height of the city's villainy problem. Batman probably made his debut when she was still too young to really remember it. And while Gotham had always been a dreary, dangerous place, it didn't really have villains before Batman as it does now. For someone who grew up during Gotham's Cape fervor, the dead end was likely an almost unfathomable place. Is it always like this? Alice asked. She paused the task she'd been assigned as she asked me that. Her short teenage attention span found more interesting things than wiping down the bar. After Dee Dee and I adopted her, I put her to work as a sort of bar girl. She couldn't mix or serve drinks but she could clean. In fact, she could clean and watch the villainous argument at the same time, no slacking. Alice grumbled at my admonishment. She got back to her task though, wiping down the bar with more force than was strictly necessary. I answered her initial question as we both worked. It's usually worse well, not worse but busier. More hectic and chaotic. This is a quiet night by the dead end standards. Riddler, Bane, and Penguin aren't even here yet. Alice shot me a disbelieving look. After all, Catwoman and Two-Face, two of the city's biggest villains, were arguing at my bar. And there were enough mooks and goons to found a small army. That wasn't even counting the more normal customers, normal in the Gotham sense of the word, at least. Which meant snobby moneybags drinking, talking, and even flirting with the same kind of people who made their vintage vanilla pumpkin spice frappuccinos. Right. Alice rolled her eyes skeptically. I just shrugged, and it's always a quiet night when Harley and Ivy are working the shop out back. She snorted, now that I believe. How are you doing, little one? Dee Dee came over to check up on Alice. Alice lit up like a lantern at Dee Dee's attention. Great. Awesome. I love being able to work with you, Dee Dee. She's very easily distracted, I snitched. But I suppose we'll make a hard worker out of her yet. Bite me. Alice sassed, snapping her teeth at me for emphasis. Alice, Dee Dee warned. There's no need for that. Alice quickly ducked her head in shame, unwilling to think about disappointing Dee Dee in any way. Sorry, Dee Dee. I chuckled. Hey, it's okay, Dee Dee. I've got a tough hide. She'll have to do much better than that to get under my skin. The look Alice got in her eyes told me she took that as a challenge and I just laughed even harder at that fact. Then Riddler walked into the bar and Alice was instantly distracted again. She focused on him in an instant like a laser. That and the snarl on her face were anything but subtle. Riddler. She growled. You've got a lot of nerve showing your face here. Riddler blinked in surprise. Hello. I'm sorry, do I? No you. Alice's mouth gaped open and closed like an affronted fish. Wadash. Of course, you do, you bastard. You kidnapped me. Riddler cocked his head to the side. I did. Yes. Alice shouted, fuming. The party on your yacht, remember? You think I can afford a yacht? I wish, Riddler snorted. No, you must be mistaken. Alice didn't seem to notice that she'd become part of the show, part of the villainous drama the rest of our patrons enjoyed. I don't think she would care even if she did at this point. She was very angry. Especially since she likely thought Riddler was playing dumb with her. I'm not mistaken, D-hole. You kidnapped me and 5 others. Wanted to know which one of us stole your special little diamond. You locked us in a coffin at the bottom of the sea as an experiment. Anyone could hear the air quotes around those words. And wouldn't let us go until we escaped. Riddler paled. Oh, dear. When was this? Months ago. But I haven't forgiven you. He groaned, rubbing at his eyelids. I must have had a psychotic episode while I was switching my antipsychotic medication. I never fully remember those. I am truly, deeply sorry for wronging you, Mississippi. Ya dash. Riddler's heartfelt apology brought Alice up short. What? You're sorry. Indeed, Riddler nodded. I wasn't myself and you suffered for it. I must sincerely apologize. Please, allow me to make it up to you. Alice visibly struggled with her emotions, warring between her anger and the earnestness of Riddler's regret. I laid a hand on her shoulder. Breathe, Alice. I get that you're angry, but he wasn't in control. He can't reasonably be held accountable for his actions. And he's still owning up to his mistake. You can be angry at him, but this isn't something to dwell on forever. He wronged you. He also apologized. Now, it's your turn to take a step back and maturely assess the situation. I knew dropping the M word like that would make her reconsider her emotions. Teenagers were predictable like that. Especially with the proud look Dee Dee gave Alice when she stopped, took a breath, and thought things through. That just sealed the deal. Alice shrank in on herself slightly and grumbled. Fine. He gets to live. Riddler blinked. My life was in danger. Of course. Do you know who my new mother is? Alice puffed herself up, suddenly as proud as a peacock. Behind her, I discreetly shook my head to answer his question. He blinked again. No. Death. Alice said, stomping her foot in exasperation. My mother is Death. I could have you killed in a heartbeat. Cower, fool. Riddler looked between Alice and Dee Dee's amused expression. Congratulations, Dee Dee. Have you considered a name for your new daughter? Wadash. You don't even know my name. Alice screeched shrilly. Sorry, but I'm terribly confused at the moment, Riddler deadpanned. First, I find out I had a psychotic criminal episode that I don't fully remember. Now, I'm finding out that Dee Dee, Death, who also serves me alcohol, has adopted a daughter. And that I kidnapped said daughter in said psychotic criminal episode. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out why I'm not dead already. Oh. Alice paused. Then she nodded as if all was right in the world again. Good. That's the correct response to wronging the daughter of Death. Alice, Dee Dee said, finally inserting herself into the conversation. Her name is Alice. I've decided to adopt her. Isn't she just adorable? We love her very much, I nodded, putting an arm around Dee Dee so we could both stand there like the proudest parents in the world. Alice groaned that typical teenage groan. Ugh, you're so embarrassing. Now, Alice, I chided with a smirk. Is that any way to talk to your father? Get real, idiot. You are so not my dad. Alice sputtered. Well, I am Dee Dee's lover. Dee Dee, am I Alice's dad? Stepdad. I turned the question over to Dee Dee, ignoring even more sputters from Alice. Dee Dee nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, dear. She's my daughter now, so she's yours as well. I nodded in the same way. There you have it. Alice, I am your father. No. Alice stared at me in horror. No. That's not true. That's impossible. With an indulgent smile, I continued the quote, search your feelings. You know it to be true. Alice let her inner drama kid out to play. No. No. I made a show of clenching my fist. Alice, you can destroy the Riddler. He has foreseen this. It is your destiny. Join me, and together, we can rule the galaxy as father and daughter. Alice cracked first, snorting with a silly little grin on her face. Hey, you're a freaking dork. I held the pose for a moment longer before allowing myself to crack as well and chuckle. Yeah, when you live as long as me, you learn to enjoy the silly moments in life. Yeah, old man. Alice sniped. And how long is that? I don't actually know, I considered. It's all spread over several dozen lives and a few of those were centuries long, maybe even millennia. This is my 69th go-around, actually. Alice stopped to stare at me in shock. Our audience, most of the regulars at the bar, did so as well. That might have been the first time I mentioned that little tidbit about myself. Anyone who listened to more than one of my stories could probably figure out I'd led a longer life than my appearance made it seem. But it was a bit of a leap to go from that, or even me visiting other dimensions, to 69 separate lives and a serial spree of reincarnation. A single audible reaction cut through the shock. Nice. I'm not a bad father figure, you know, I said as Alice and everyone else shook off their shock. You could certainly do worse. Only one of my daughters has ever tried to seriously kill me. And that was just how little Himiko showed her affection. Those are rookie numbers, Alice snarked, getting back into the flow of the conversation. I'll have to see if I can pump them up. Add one more to your murderous daughter count. Ah, Dee cooed. Isn't it cute that she cares, dear? Don't worry, little one, I'll still love you if you kill your father. Having it spelled out for her like that made Alice blanch. Vicky slid herself into the conversation, taking the place offered by Alice's loss for words. You know, Sean, that little Star Wars skit made me wonder something. Do you have any stories from a galaxy far, far away? Suddenly, the attention of everyone at the bar was focused on me. I shrugged, sure. I don't know why you would think I didn't. Maybe because it's a movie and the idea is ridiculous, Alice sassed. It's not that ridiculous. Have you ever heard of multiverse theory? I asked. Vicky nodded. I suspected as much. A few of your stories turned up semi-familiar results when I looked into them. Bravo, Miss Reporter, I smirked. You've discovered popular media. She shot me a flat stare. I chuckled and elaborated, okay, but really, it only makes sense when you get to a certain level. On the scale of infinity, coincidences are as common and plentiful as grains of sand. And once a certain idea gains traction outside of its reality, that reality gets pushed to the top of the proverbial pile. You'll find that many of my stories can be related back to some form of media or another, even media that hasn't been created yet. Fascinating. Vicky mumbled, scribbling down my words as quickly as I said them. So we get a Star Wars story tonight? Two-Face asked. The regulars were gathering around now, listening attentively for another one of my now infamous tales. Darth Vader. Meow, Catwoman purred. Mama likes. You like your men tall, dark, and broody. We know, Riddler deadpanned. Everyone knows, Selena. It's not a secret or a surprise. Not when you go running off after Batman's cape every chance you get. Edward. Catwoman smiled, kindly. I think you should shut up now. For your own safety. Meep. The quiet menace in her voice made Riddler squeak. He quickly mimed a zipper across his lips and did as Catwoman advised. I chuckled, I think I'll leave the galaxy far, far away for another time. Alice. Tonight is your Dead End debut. Any requests? Maybe something more fitting for you. Something you're more interested in than sci-fi. She considered my question for a moment before a light came on in her eyes. She smirked as if she was about to show me up, vampires. I'm sure you've never encountered Dracula. If you did, he probably killed a dork like you instantly. I raised an eyebrow, really? That's it. Vampires. You know they exist, right? Like, here in this reality, vampires exist. Even Dracula. Hell, Superman dusted Dracula. Turns out that vampires are a poor matchup against someone powered by solar energy. There's even an alternate timeline here where Batman was fully turned by Dracula. Alice's mouth flapped open and closed as she stared at me in disbelief. Wadash. No way. Dee confirmed my words with a shudder. I find them to be loathsome and pitiable creatures. Overpowered vermin. Rarely does one of them manage to do anything worthwhile. They simply linger long after their time, forever evading my grasp. It's a fate that can be considered nothing less than a terrible curse. I nodded, and even outside this reality, I've encountered more than my fair share of vampires. They're a popular trope for a reason. Alice growled. It came across as more of a pout. Gore. Fine. I still want to hear about them. As you wish, daughter o' mine, I let amusement play in my smile. I could live with hearing about some vampires, Two-Face shrugged. As long as they aren't those sparkly ones. I chuckled, even I haven't suffered those vampires. Good, Alice said with a visceral shudder. They belong on the pointy end of a stake. All vampires belong on the pointy end of a stake, Two-Face grunted. Generally, I agree with you there, I nodded. But I have encountered a few exceptions to that rule. Oh, yeah. Like what? Two-Face challenged. They're blood-sucking parasites on humanity. If I saw one, I'd dust that motherfucker before anything else. I hummed, do you remember when I told you all about Sunnydale? Vicky shuddered as memories overtook her. That was the first story she heard from me, after all, how could we forget? While most of the vampires there fell under the enemy of humanity category, there were a couple there who could be considered decent. Even if I didn't get along with them personally. Vampires there weren't what you would typically think of, I explained. Usually, vampires are a pretty straightforward case of undeath. They're stuck somewhere between life and death, animated and kept alive by stealing the life essence of their victims. Most of the time, that means you could draw a straight line between who they once were and what they became. Makes sense, Riddler nodded. Though, I have to wonder. Do vampires have souls? My lips twitched, I'm getting to that. At least, in this particular universe. See, vampires in Sunnydale didn't follow that same straight line from alive to turn to undead. They thought they did, but it was only a delusion. In actuality, they couldn't even be considered the same person after they were turned. Vampires in Sunnydale were literal demons. They were blood demons that possessed the corpses of their victim and imitated them so well that even the demons thought they were the victims. Without the victims' memories, the blood demons were barely any more intelligent than animals. They embodied Two-Face's stance on vampires better than any other example I can think of. Truly, they were parasites. Basically blood-sucking body snatchers. There were exceptions though. Two that I can think of. Angel was a vampire who was cursed to retain his soul as punishment for his crimes. Wait, how is that fair? Alice demanded. It's not, I replied, my tone flat and direct. It's stupid, cruel, and the people who cursed him were vindictive idiots. They dragged the victim's soul from the afterlife to answer for crimes he didn't commit. Crimes that were perpetrated by the very demon that stole his body. They cursed an innocent soul to a real life of guilt and torment. Dee Dee made a little sound in the back of her throat to express her calm fury. Dear, the lights in the bar flickered for a moment. If we ever visit that world, I will be having words. Reality quivered as death grew very still, with those vindictive fools. Most of my audience shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Alice just stared at Dee Dee with stars in her eyes. I simply nodded, and you would be entirely right to do so. Angel wasn't the best man I've ever met, but his soul didn't deserve that torture. No one does. Dee Dee's voice became two-toned, simultaneously somber and shadowed by something greater, for a moment. Anyway, I moved on, laying a hand on Dee Dee's shoulder to help her rein in her emotions. The other exception was a vampire named Spike. He was one of the vampires Angel sired before being cursed with a soul. That whole family, for lack of a better word, was a bit special. Spike was captured by a secret organization within the US government and implanted with an experimental chip that made it impossible for him to harm humans. It worked and he eventually fell in love with a young human woman. For her, he fought to regain his soul. Oh, Alice cooed. That's kinda romantic. I shrugged, if you say so. Personally, I think the age gap was a bit much and this young woman had a tendency to fall in love with demons. But I can respect Spike for fighting through the demon trials and earning his soul back. Two-Face's expression screwed up in confusion. What the fuck? Why did he do all of that? Is it even possible for demons, that kind of demon, at least, to fall in love? Riddler asked, inquisitive as ever. I waved my hand SOSO, kind of. Like I said, the whole Angelus line was special. They alternated between the depths of evil and sin and the potential to be genuine heroes. The only explanation I've been able to settle on for their unique nature is that the whole line was a focal point of fate. I think they were favored by the powers that be. Fuck the powers that be. But that's a whole story for another time. They don't seem so bad, Alice said. The vampires, I mean. I fixed her with an unimpressed look. Spike and Angel were very much exceptions from the norm. 2 out of millions of vampires. The rest, to a single demon, were deplorable creatures without a single redeeming quality. They weren't even cool. They were so bloodthirsty it came back around to cheesy. Alright, go ahead and ruin my dream of cool hot vampires, why don't you? Alice sulked. There are plenty of examples of that, I laughed. Just not from Sunnydale. What about Dracula? You started this by mentioning him and I have actually met him before. The version I met could definitely be considered hot. Alice perked back up, really? Yeah, I nodded. Tall, dark, broody, and he wasn't even a blood demon. He was the much more traditional type of vampire. Considering that he was married and had a son, I think he even still had a soul. That didn't stop him from hating humanity, but after what humans did to his wife, I can't say I blame him all that much. What did they do to his wife? She asked in dark fascination. An asshole bishop had her burned at the stake, I answered grimly. Claimed she was a witch just because she wanted to improve medicine and actually knew what she was talking about. Lisa Teeps was a good person. She loved Vlad for who he was and didn't fear the monster he could be. Vlad. He was a better person with her, for her. He put aside his distrust for humanity and helped her pursue her goal of improving medicine. With her gone, the only thing he could think to do was wage war with humanity for what they had taken from him. Now that's romantic. Catwoman exclaimed, eyeing Alice intently. Take notes, kitten. Just because he's dark and tortured, doesn't mean he's worth the effort. It doesn't matter how hot he is. If he's not willing to better himself and you, drop him like a sack of bricks. And if he doesn't literally fight the world for you, you drop him even faster. Whatever. Alice looked away with a huff. Not all of us can have a caped crusader trying to redeem us from our life of crime. Catwoman let out a purring chortle. There aren't many men like my bat. Red Hood does, tortured and brooding, pretty well, Riddler commented. Oh yeah. Alice perked up excitedly. No dating until after your first century, Dee Dee cut her off. At the minimum, little one. Mum. Alice groaned. I chuckled, I only would have said 21. Whatever, Alice grumbled. Get back to the freaking story already. I'm curious, Mr. Barkeep, did you fight Dracula at all? You know, 'cause he was waging war on humanity and everything. A mook asked. I waved my hand dismissively. Nah, I left that up to the Belmont boy and Vlad's kid. I just designed Vlad's castle. You were an architect? He asked, sounding somewhat stunned. I simply shrugged. I was off doing other stuff most of the time. Interesting world, that one. There was a lot going on with just the Cainites, vampires, and then even more when you brought in the werewolves, the mages, and the hunters. Then there was the whole masquerade business after civilization started to thrive. By modern times, it was a proper world of darkness. Masquerade. World of darkness. Riddler asked curiously. What do you mean by that? Well, humans kept getting smarter and stronger, on a collective level, at least. And they outnumbered the vampires by a vast margin. At the same time, the vampires were getting weaker with each generation they sired as the blood of Cain was diluted or something, I explained. Where they once ruled the night, they began to be threatened by the very prey they hunted. So they took to hiding in the shadows. A masquerade over the truth, if you will. They never stopped running things, of course. But they hid their true nature so the world wouldn't descend and slaughter them all. The werewolves and even the mages had similar ideas. Ergo, another world in the shadows. A world of darkness. Or ing, Alice rolled her eyes. I thought it was fascinating. Riddler mumbled. Whatever. Let's get back to hot vampires. You said Dracula had a son. Was he hot? Alice asked intently. I chuckled, objectively. Yeah, I suppose so. Alucard certainly seemed to do well enough for himself. But I couldn't really speak on that. If you want my opinion on hot vampires, you should hear about the haunting Lady Alcina Dimitrescu. As I said that, I made an illusion of the woman I was talking about. One that true to life in every way that mattered. Behind the bar, the lifelike image of a statuesque woman appeared. Beautiful, hauntingly pale skin. Curves that wouldn't have been out of place on a goddess. Shimmering ruby lips quirked in a dangerous smirk. 10 feet of pure seduction and sweet death. Alice's eyes tracked upwards. They kept going and going, ever widening along the way as Lady D seemed to stand as tall as the ceiling of the bar. Finally, she paused on Lady D's face, frozen as it was in that elegantly deadly expression. A girl of Alice's height had to crane her neck to see Lady D's face, and even then it was partially obscured by the sheer size of the towering vampire's bosom. On the other side of the bar, the rest of my audience went through similar motions. After I tracked up and up. A good portion of them got stuck on the vast swath of cleavage Lady D had on display. The reactions were muttered and mumbled as the mere illusion of Lady D's statuesque beauty stole the air from people's lungs. Still, they all came to a general consensus, holy shit. I'm not gay, but yeah, holy shit, Catwoman muttered. I am gay. Riddler exclaimed. And still. Holy shit. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. A regular goon mumbled himself in circles, trying and failing to come to terms with the sight of Lady D. I want to fucking be her. Alice said, her voice soft but firm as if she'd just discovered a new dream for herself to chase. She is quite pretty, Dee Dee observed. She was the calmest one in the room. Barkeep, you are one lucky motherfucker, Two-Face raised a toast in awe. I'd sure as hell climb that woman. I'm not, I deadpanned. What do you mean? Two-Face asked, sounding almost offended. You didn't try your damn best to tap that. That. She could crush my skull with her thighs and I'd die the happiest man in the world. I shook my head. Lady D was, unfortunately, a colossal bitch. Just completely insufferable. She was a misandrist. No, that's too light a word. She was a man-hater. Capitalized. To the point of homicide. Genocide if she could have gotten away with it. Two-Face winced. One of those. Damn. Shame. What a waste. On multiple occasions, I continued. She tried to torture me, kill me, and feed me to her daughters. She hated men with the wrath of God. She called men man-thing, didn't see them as anything more than cattle, and took sick pleasure in torturing anything with a penis. Alice grimaced, damn it. Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool at all. Damn it. Why can't I have a healthy, sexy, vampire, female role model? That's probably for the best. Lady D wasn't even technically a vampire. She was a mutated biological weapon who just happened to be very fond of blood. I shrugged. Oh well. There's always the big-titted police girl to look up to. Alice's expression went flat. What? Sean, Dee Dee gave me a stern look. Please explain why you want our new daughter to model herself after a big-titted police girl. I laughed. It sounds worse than it is. Sarah's Victoria was actually a great person and a better vampire. She was just given that nickname by her asshole of a boss. Alucard was insane but funny. That whole world danced on the razor's edge of sanity. Hell, I swear it fell off that edge more often than not. Alucard. Alice's curiosity was perked again as my words pacified her. Wasn't that the name of Dracula's son? Different world, I answered. In this world, Alucard was Dracula. It was the name he used in modern times. How original. Riddler deadpanned. Huh. A mook made an unfortunately unintelligent noise with his face twisted in confusion. Alucard is Dracula backward, Riddler explained. Oh, an almost disturbing amount of the mooks in the audience realized that at the same time. I fought very hard to keep from rolling my eyes. Anyway, when I met him, Alucard was acting in the role of a weapon for a British organization called Helsing. If it went bump in the night, Helsing killed it. And Alucard was saved for the real big stuff. Of course, that left him quite bored, quite often. And he began to amuse himself with quiet walks. My smirk when I said that last sentence told my audience everything they needed to know. I really can't stress enough how utterly bonkers this world was. On one of his quiet walks, Alucard ran into Sarah's. She was being held hostage by a sort of bog-standard vampire guy. The vampire started monologuing or going on about something. But see, Alucard didn't care. He didn't even know who the dastardly villain was. He was just out for a walk, trying to find something interesting. And he found it. And he killed it. As he was wont to do. Shot the vampire straight through the heart with a silver bullet. Course, he also shot Sarah's. But he turned her because, and I quote, she looked like a puppy. A blonde, eviscerated puppy. Alucard's quote got a few shocked snorts of humor. I certainly had everyone's attention. They didn't quite know what to make of this story yet. I hid a grin. They had no idea what was about to hit them. So Sarah's was a tiny slip of a girl. 5 feet 2 inches at most. Very well endowed though, as the nickname suggests. And what does Alucard do after turning her into a vampire? He gives her an antimaterial rifle. What? Catwoman choked. I suppose, for a vampire, that might make sense, Riddler slowly considered. They'd certainly be able to handle the recoil. Oh, I assure you, something so reasonable didn't even enter into Alucard's mind. I dismissed, losing the battle against my grin. Riddler blinked, then, why? My grin was out in full force now. Why? Because bitches love cannons, of course. The punchline took a moment to land. There was a bark of laughter that seemed to come as a surprise even to the one who laughed it. Then a brief hiccup of laughter and another until my whole audience was laughing. The laughter was only helped along by me manifesting a little model of Sarah's, complete with a cannon longer than she was tall. Catwoman wiped a tear of humor from her eye, carefully minding her claws. He's not wrong. Bitches do love their cannons. It's me, Alice giggled. I'm bitches. I joined in with a chuckle. God, the stories I could tell about Alucard and Helsing would keep us here all night. He does seem like a pretty cool guy, Two-Face said. Guy. Alucard. I screwed my face up in mock confusion. He wasn't a guy. He was a real fuck-mothering vampire. The laughter restarted and Two-Face shot me a dead look. I just grinned back at him. He rolled his eyes. Har, barkeep. I'm serious. He called himself that. He killed a lot of people to get that title. He deserved to be called such. And besides, his concept of gender, most things, really, was about as fluid as blood. Alice looked as if she was about to start worshipping the ground Alucard walked on, so. Freaking. Cool. I want to hear more about Sarah's. She sounds like a badass. I chuckled, that she was. Just a rightly lovable little bundle of pint-sized vampire violence and fury. That whole world was badass. Insane. But badass. I haven't even gotten to what the Nazis were up to. My last sentence brought pause to my audience. Almost as one, they all turned and simply stared at me. The collective flatness of their expressions looked like it only could have been made by a hydraulic press. Excuse me. Nazis? Riddler asked. I nodded matter-of-factly. Nazis. It's always Nazis, isn't it? They even managed to sack London this time around. Oh, God, someone groaned. Funny you should say that. Because at least the Catholic Church was there to save everyone. I trailed off. Thank God. The Catholic Church. Their relief was audible. It didn't last. From themselves. I cut back in with a grin. Their faces fell with realization. Oh no. The Catholic Church. Chapter 19, Stupid Sexy Spar. On an otherwise routine night, the Dead End received 2 visitors. They were unexpected. And they required special attention from me. Mostly because I had them banned on a technicality before they showed up. Thankfully, the 2 mystery guests weren't on the permanent ban list. They weren't big names who I'd banned for good reason like the Bat Who Laughed or Barbados. They'd just been caught in the crossfire when I first set up the ban list. I'd set up the ban list with a few tentative entries, meant to be subject to further review in the future. These were the villains of Gotham who I thought might cause problems, if they were so inclined. As opposed to the ones who I knew would cause problems or disregard the neutrality I offered, mainly Joker and Zash, who were both taken care of at the moment. Of the latter list, the beings who remained were anything but street level. I was prepared to deal with them if they showed up, but I had a feeling they wouldn't. Besides, if they did show up, this whole dimension was in danger. At that point, I had no problem with slipping on the big boy boots and showing them why their narratives weren't welcome in my comfy retirement life, something I didn't even have to do with the Joker because he straight up wasn't that big of a threat. Of the former, well, Killer Croc and Solomon Grundy had just shown up at my door. They were on the tentative list, but I simply hadn't gotten back around to reviewing their preemptive bans. Croc was banned mainly because I wasn't sure if this version of him was an unrepentant murderous cannibal or a misunderstood monster. Grundy because I wasn't sure how Dee Dee felt about his current undead state of being. Otherwise, I didn't have a problem with him, so I was content to let Dee Dee have the final say on his ban. It seemed I would be reviewing their bans on the fly now though. 2 hulking monstrosities in the vague shape of men were trying their best to fit through my front door. At the same time, it was so awkward as to be humorous. Especially as Grundy didn't seem to realize what was wrong and Croc was glaring at him, stuck in the doorframe as Grundy kept futilely trying to walk forward. The majority of the bar had stopped what they were doing to silently watch the 2 monsters struggle. I sighed. They wouldn't even be able to get in if they could fit. The only reason my protections hadn't thrown them out yet was because they were technically on the threshold, not past it. They didn't show up with violence. Their peaceful attitude and the awkwardness they were currently stuck in did wonders toward dismissing them as threats. Enough so that I felt comfortable extending them a hand in peace. Come on in, boys, I said after a few moments of consideration. Mentally, I altered my ward so they wouldn't immediately kick the unlikely pair out on their asses. Physically, I waved a hand. The doorway expanded for a moment, letting both monsters fall through it before immediately shrinking back down. Grundy didn't even pause. Slowly and purposefully, he got back to his feet and continued toward the bar with a pace of carefully methodical stomps. Croc lay on the floor for a moment, seeming to lament existence itself. Then he got back up and followed Grundy up to the bar. People cleared out of their path immediately. To be fair, they made for an intimidating sight. Croc was 6.5 feet of scales, teeth, claws, and rippling muscles. Grundy was just big. He wasn't necessarily muscled. Just an absolute unit of a man, even taller and wider than Croc. Hell dash. Low. Grundy said slowly, carefully enunciating his syllables. Solomon. Grundy would like to drink. It would, please, very much, to try a whiskey sour. Solemn dash. I believe I liked it, very much, at one point. For someone so supposedly slow, Grundy was quite talkative. The regulars at the bar cleared a space for the 2 of them. Grundy continued standing as if he didn't realize the significance of the action, didn't realize he was supposed to sit down. Croc, however, took one of the offered seats, raising a wickedly clawed finger. Hi, his tone was surprisingly meek for how menacing and gruff his voice was. Just water for me. Clean water, please. Anything's fine, really. I'm just really thirsty. I can pay though. As if to prove his point, Croc dug into a pocket of the tattered, ripped jeans he wore. They jingled like a full purse as he did. He brought his clenched fist up onto the bar. When he opened it, an embarrassing amount of change fell out to clatter against the bar. If a crocodile could blush, I'm sure Croc would have been luminescent. Keep it, I shook my head. I'm not going to charge you for water. I slid a glass of water in front of him and he stared at it as if hypnotized for a moment before saying in an uncharacteristically soft voice. Thank you. Grundy stared at the coins that were still scattered on the surface of the bar. Do I need shiny coins, as well? Yeah, money is usually exchanged for goods and services, I explained casually. He shifted his gaze up to my face. Ah. I do not have shiny coins. I apologize. The dead way he said it got a chuckle out of me. We'll start a tab for you, big fella. That way you just have to worry about paying me back at some point. Drinks for cash. Do not do dash. Pay the tab. Or else be sad be. Grundy nodded slowly, coming up with a mnemonic rhyme on the spot. 7 out of 10, I praised. Simple, but I like that sad be bit. It helps me remember. Grundy grunted. Seems like it's working, bud, I nodded. You're sounding sharp. Sharper than I thought you would. I have begun to remember. Who I was. Who I am. It is. Madness. Is that so? I hummed, examining him closer. Do you know what you are now? A revenant. The library was. Helpful. They do tend to be. You know what that means though, right? He nodded gravely. I am dead. I didn't even realize. Got it in one, big guy. And I'll be honest with you. I had you banned from the bar because of that. I don't know how my partner feels about you. She can give you peace if you wish it. You won't have to linger anymore. I do not understand. Dee Dee came over, inserting herself into the conversation. A sense of weight came with her. A sense of importance. It lurked just past the threshold. But even with it shadowing her, Dee Dee looked at Grundy with kindness and understanding in her eyes. Hello, Cyrus. Perhaps I can clear things up for you. I'm Death. But you can call me Dee Dee like everyone else. Despite how slow he spoke, Grundy was surprisingly canny. I have wronged you. My existence. It is an affront. Dee Dee smiled beautifully, at once forgiving and inspiring. Perhaps at one point, yes. But now. You're changing, Cyrus. Not back to who you once were. Not into an undead abomination of someone who once lived. This is your second chance. A fresh start. Take the name, Solomon Grundy, and make it your own. You have my blessing. A certain intangible light seemed to fill the bar with Dee Dee's words. The weight behind her transferred past its already ethereal shadow. It wasn't in any way visible. Just something that had to be felt to be believed as it sunk into Grundy. Death's blessing. A new birth. One that took place after death, a century of unlife. Everyone watching knew they were witnessing something special. But they didn't know what. They couldn't. Only I could see the full extent of what Dee Dee was doing. The embers of a soul long since passed over to the other side sparked. They were already starting to glow, to flare up into a whole new fire. Dee Dee lovingly cupped them in her hands and blew, helping the process along. As she blew, she breathed the other half of her aspect into Grundy. It wasn't everything. It was only a start. But it was the start of something special. Something unique. An undead with death's blessing. A new man with memories of an old one. A beautiful beginning of contrasts. It was enough. Grundy sat straighter. His skin, gray as concrete, took on a slightly new hue. It wasn't nearly pink. But it was closer to the off-white of bone than the ugly dead color it was before. For a single moment, Grundy's chest rose and fell. It only lasted a single breath. But it was enough. A taste of life for the men who'd forgotten what it felt like. I feel different. Even his voice cleared up slightly, sounding less gravelly even as it stayed as carefully considered as ever. Dee Dee laughed, sounding like tinkling bells. I should hope so. If death's blessing had no effect on you, I might just have to retire. Though, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. I could spend all my time here, after all. She eyed me with a sidelong glance. I shook my head. Please don't. You know who your replacement will be. Probably some unholy combination of Necron and the life entity. Dee Dee nodded sadly. Yes, that wouldn't be pleasant for anyone. I suppose it's a good thing I quite like my role. This means you're cool with Grundy being allowed in the bar, right? I asked. Oh, yes. I've taken an interest in his situation. Undeath unraveled by madness. I simply have to show delirium when she comes around again. I hummed, then maybe we should keep him close at hand. Hey, Grundy. How would you like a job? Grundy simply stared at me, his expression unreadable. It would have made most normal people flinch. But I couldn't see any malice, offense, or even confusion in his eyes. He looked like he was thinking. It just seemed to take him longer than others to put his thoughts together. Employment is necessary for money. Money is necessary to pay tab. To not be sad be. I would like a job. Croc spoke up as well. I wouldn't mind a job either. Nowhere else hires me. For obvious reasons. But if you're hiring Grundy, maybe you'd hire me too. I turned to give him a considering look up and down. It must have looked odd for just a simple look from me to have this massive, menacing crocodile man fidgeting in his seat. But I felt safe to say my worries about this version of him were completely unfounded. This version was Croc the misunderstood monster, not Croc the murderous cannibal. Honestly, he seemed like a sweetheart. Yeah, I think I can find a place for you too, Croc, I finally nodded firmly, my decision made. Croc deflated all at once as if all the bones went out of him. Oh, thank God. I'm so tired of digging through the sewers and dumpsters for scraps. This is the first clean, filtered water I've had since getting out of Arkham. Where will we be working? Grundy asked. I would like to know if I need to get any certifications. Also, do you provide employee benefits? Oh, yeah. Damn, I'd kill for dental, Croc muttered, mostly to himself. I couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'll take care of you boys. Dental, medical, vacation days, and PTO, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. As for where you'll be working. Have either of you heard of my little Coliseum project yet? They shook their heads and I grinned. Honestly, this was perfect timing. I was just about finished with the Coliseum of Crime, the neutral ground arena that was meant to be used to settle gangland disputes in Gotham. It was the solution we decided on at that eventful parley. While not a perfect solution, it was pretty damn good to police the lawless section of society. A system based on wagers and something approaching honor. These people, the gangs, villains, and crime families, didn't respond well to strict legal oversight. They were the ones society had failed. And through that failure, they began to prefer taking their lives into their own hands. The Coliseum of Crime allowed for just that. A place for the darker parts of society to settle their issues and disputes with each other without involving innocent bystanders or nosy busybodies. As it turns out, even criminals didn't like collateral damage. Most of them still had a conscience and certain lines were still seen as too far. Innocent casualties brought all too much attention to them. Honestly, the whole thing was just unproductive and better off avoided. In that way, the Coliseum was a godsend. A space where personal violence was king in a relatively safe and contained way. There would be rules but not enough to make the whole thing feel stifling. It was just what the dead end was missing. Not just for the city's gangs and villain population. Even just the guys and gals who got into arguments and whatnot inside the bar would benefit. They didn't have to take things outside anymore. Not when there was a safe and sanctioned way for them to throw hands with each other. I dedicated a good portion of my free time to constructing the Coliseum. But once it was done, I was planning on mostly wiping my hands of the whole project. I didn't have the time nor the desire to run it 24/7. So hiring a pair of big guys to act as enforcers and referees was perfect for me. Though it was physically connected to the dead end, the Coliseum of Crime wasn't as simple as a refurbished basement or anything like that. I'd carved out a little space between the layers of reality and set it aside for my purposes. From there, it was connected to an empty stairway in the bar that led down to nowhere. I liked the theatrics of having someone walk into pure darkness to get to where they wanted to go. Hopefully, it would be enough for those petty impulsive people to rethink their course of action. If not, I made sure to include an automated medical station so they wouldn't have to face permanent consequences for their poor decisions. No accidental deaths would stain my hands. For the arena itself, I took inspiration from a pastime from one of my past lives. Something that was known in that universe as raiding games. It was something done by a species of devils who were obsessed with personal power, both a means of entertainment and a method of social mobility. The raiding game formula was an interesting take on combat for entertainment, but I didn't borrow anything other than the arena they took place in. While I was in that life, I'd been something of a mage. The spells and enchantments used in the raiding games caught my attention at one point and I spent a while studying them. Ajuka Beelzebub, the creator of raiding games, might have been a literal devil, but the man was also a genius the likes of whom I'd rarely met before or since. His evil pieces and the raiding games that spawned from them were masterpieces of magic. My Coliseum borrowed heavily from the enchantments that made the raiding game arena so special. The playing field was configurable. Just about anything could be changed however the fighters decided. It could become anything from a small one-on-one arena to a field that armies could fight upon, with environments up to and including the void of space. I made sure to add my own twist to the enchantments though. Mostly for safety reasons. In a raiding game, the fighters were kept safe from most forms of damage past a certain point. There was, however, an unavoidable exception when it came to instant kill attacks. I eliminated that exception. With Dee Dee's permission, I put death on pause in the Coliseum. Anything that would have resulted in death would count as a loss but not an actual loss of life. Ajuka's enchantments already did a pretty good job of teleporting the fighters out of fatal damage. I just went that extra step to make sure they wouldn't fail at preventing events outside their power. All in all, I was satisfied with my efforts. I'd likely have to make some adjustments as the coliseum was put into practice. I wasn't perfect. But as it was, the coliseum was just about ready to open. Vicky had already asked me about filming some of the fights that took place there. For once, I was hesitant to indulge her ambitions. At least, when it came to the usual fights the arena would be used for. I felt that the gangland disagreements probably shouldn't be broadcast to the public. Maybe I'd allow showcases or exhibitions though. Get a few villains and heroes together to put on friendly spars that were purely for entertainment. That much seemed like fair game. Just not criminal disputes and deathmatches between Gotham's gangs, even if no one would fully die from them. The exhibition idea seemed like it would be much more palatable than gangland grudge matches. And of course, I hadn't forgotten that I owed Barbara a spar of our own. I doubt that one will be broadcast, but it was a good way to christen the Coliseum before it officially opened. Croc got my attention, asking for clarification. You're not going to, make us fight, are you? No, I shook my head. That would be a waste of your talents. I'm going to put the two of you in charge of the arena itself. You'll be my overseers and peacekeepers. Referees who make sure everything is run fairly with a side of bouncing, basically. I think I can do that. Croc nodded slowly. I would like a whistle, Grundy requested. I laughed. I'll do you one better, buddy. How do you feel about a whole uniform? That is, acceptable. I couldn't help but grin. They seemed like good people to have working for me. They'd certainly keep even the gangs on the straight and narrow. Also, Croc and Grundy would look hilarious in striped ref shirts with little whistles hanging around their necks. Aye. Hey, farm girl. Long time, no talk. We should connect and catch up. I have so many things to tell you and maybe vent about. A lot has happened. Love, Babs. Barbara mumbled to herself under her breath as she wrote the text and hit send without hesitation. Then she left Kara's reply for later. It was about time she got around to texting her Kryptonian friend. Especially now that she was more sure than ever that Sean was a good choice for Kara's romantic life, as non-existent as said romantic life was at the moment. She also just missed her friend. She missed fighting crime with Supergirl, and she missed the simple, silly, girly talks they had when they weren't working. They drifted apart slightly during her time as Oracle. It wasn't Kara's fault. If anything, it was Barbara's. She was dealing with all sorts of feelings of inferiority, uselessness, and self-loathing at the time. It wasn't easy to be paralyzed from the waist down for years, to feel like everything you worked toward was lost to you. Still, she knew Kara. And she wouldn't have turned her back on Barbara for something so petty. Kara was probably worried about her and giving her space. So Barbara easily decided to extend a hand to her friend now that she was doing better. Hopefully, they could rekindle their friendship. Knowing the utter cinnamon roll Kara was, Barbara had no doubts on that front. She'd have to be careful when they met up again. Kara was likely to try and crush her ribs on accident with the hug she would give her. That was all to be worried about later though. Barbara had a calendar to keep. A D-date. Sean said his little Coliseum project was finished. He'd invited her over to christen it with that spar he'd promised her. Barbara knew what she was doing. This might not have been a traditional date, but it was their first together. She was prepared to treat it as such. Just, instead of dinner and a movie, they'd be sparring. Flirting through fighting. She wasn't Cass, someone who spoke body language more easily than English, but Barbara thought she could handle that much. Part of her was thrilled that Sean was still interested in her. Another part was perplexed. Were Harley, Ivy, and even Death not enough for him? No. No, they really weren't. Not from what Harley was telling her on the Not So Low. The jester couldn't help but wax poetic, going on and on about Goth Boy, his Goth Boy D, and the mind-breaking sex they had together. She wasn't even subtle in trying to get Barbara to join them. Not like Ivy was. She at least kept things mostly appropriate for polite conversation. But it seemed that they were in on the game together. Not surprising. It certainly sounded like they needed all the help they could get. It honestly made Barbara nervous. Excited. Oh, so excited. But nervous as well. From Harley's accounts, there was a good chance Barbara would die of dehydration if she faced Sean alone. Which sounded like just the thing she needed after a 3-year dry spell. It also made the harem-type relationship make more sense and imposed the wisdom of getting Kara involved into Barbara's mind. That was going to be fun. Potentially dangerous too. Mainly because of Superman's reaction when he found out Barbara and Sean were corrupting his baby cousin. Kara was notoriously innocent and naive when it came to things of a sexual nature. Barbara was about 90% sure she still thought kissing led to babies. That belief was something that shouldn't have been possible. Barbara knew Ma and Pa Kent had explained the birds and the bees to Kara. Yet Barbara was still pretty confident that's what Kara thought. When it came to intimacy and sex, Kara was practically a saint. And not the Mary Magdalene kind. Honestly, Barbara had a hunch that Kara was using her apparent purity to mask quite a bit of sexual desire. Maybe even from herself. No one was that pure. All she knew for sure though was that Kara deserved a chance at pleasure and Barbara would need all the help she could get when it came to Sean. Barbara took a fortifying breath. This was fine. No problem yet. It wasn't like she was just going to jump right into the thick of it. This was a scouting mission. A scouting date. Yeah, she was just being properly prepared. She wasn't about to jump out of her panties and throw all caution to the wind, right? The fact that said panties were absolutely scandalous at the moment was just a precaution, of course. It wasn't an indication of intent. So what if they were also practically soaked through already? That wasn't Barbara's fault. And it certainly didn't say anything about how stupidly sexy Sean was. Or how definitely not thirsty Barbara was. It was a perfectly natural bodily response to excitement and nervousness. Nothing more. Anyone who said differently was a liar. A big, stupid, sexy liar. Damn it, Sean would totally say differently. Sean smirked at her. That stupid, sexy smirk that she hated and loved in equal measure. He always had a way of getting her blood flowing, her heart pumping, and better left unmentioned parts of her body responding. Ready? He asked. Barbara blinked. Huh? When did? Oh, was she really that distracted by her thoughts? Looking back on the previous few moments, she'd been on complete autopilot. She'd even greeted Sean and they'd made a bit of small talk as they adjourned to the arena. Coincidentally, that was when her denial and stupid sexy thoughts started. She shook her head clear. Yeah, I'm ready. Are we doing this with any rules? No offense, Sean, but can you even fight? Sean chuckled. I know a thing or two. Physical violence is a language that carries over between realities. Cass will be ecstatic to hear that, Barbara deadpanned. But I was asking if you could hope to match me. Not to brag, but I'm pretty damn good at what I do. Especially after you healed me and made me a goddamn super soldier. She glared at him slightly with her last sentence. He just grinned unrepentantly. I'm not apologizing. It may have been an accident initially, but I've grown rather fond of you, Barbara. I'm more than happy to be able to contribute toward keeping you safe in your line of work. Though her glare was fiery, her cheeks weren't far behind. Stop dodging my question. I think I'll be able to hold my own, Sean laughed, brushing off his shoulders in an arrogant way that Barbara knew was just for show. I've been trained in several different martial arts over the years. I'm no slouch when it comes to purely physical combat, even if it has been a while since I focused solely on it. We'll see, Barbara hummed, trying to play off her blush by completely ignoring it. I'm planning on putting you through the ringer, even if we are keeping this to a friendly spar. I want to see what you can do, Sean. Show me. She purposefully put a bit of a teasing, taunting lilt into her request. Considering the return of Sean's stupid sexy smirk, he caught it. Barbara ruthlessly squashed down on the fluttering butterflies it inspired in her stomach. She shook herself loose, bouncing on the balls of her feet and letting her nervous, excited jitters roll through her as she settled into a ready stance. Sean did the same across from her. I'll keep myself to about your level. No magic. No other abilities. Just me, you, and our physical bodies. I won't go easy on you just because you're hot, Sean, Barbara said, her voice growing focused and serious despite her words. Damn stupid sexy smirk, I'm counting on it. No, play it cool. You can do this, Barbara. Well, I'd hate to ruin such a pretty face but you asked for it. She coiled like a snake and sprung into action. A right feint threatened Sean's guard before Barbara slipped inside of it. She turned, planted her foot, and prepared to throw Sean over her shoulder. Like water, Sean seemed to fall through her fingers. Barbara found that she couldn't keep track of him as he slipped away. She certainly kept track of the light boop he placed on her nose though. She growled. He laughed. And then he flipped away. Quite literally flipped. His sudden nimbleness gave Barbara some pause. She didn't expect him to move like Dick. But he did. Perhaps even more agilely with the way he seemed to pause in midair to grin at her. What the hell was that? Not used to fighting people who know how to dodge, Babs. That was not a dodge. That was you showing off. Perhaps. Did it look cool? Yes. Heh. Shut up. Barbara closed the distance again. Her fists lashed out, probing his defenses. Sean bobbed and weaved. He danced around her strikes. Once or twice, she made him physically deflect but most of his dodges were so fluid he didn't have to. He sighed as he pushed a punch to the side. Man, it's been so long since I moved like this. You don't seem very rusty, Barbara observed casually. Neither of them was feeling very pressed even as they moved at speeds that would have boggled the normal human mind. Sean ducked. Barbara swung a roundhouse kick over his head. This was still merely the beginning. Their little warm-up kicked up a bit of dust in the small, packed dirt arena Sean had summoned up with the Coliseum's enchantments. Barbara kept probing Sean's defense, carefully watching each time he danced out of the way. He moved like a master, someone who was well used to this level of combat. She struck out with fist and foot. Nothing seemed able to touch Sean. An elbow strike was pushed wide. For a moment, Barbara found herself pushed up against Sean as he pulled her into him and sent her spinning away like a dancer. All the while, he grinned an infectious grin. Barbara couldn't help but match it. It was rare to find someone able to stand toe-to-toe with her outside the Bat family. She was having fun. With that realization, she kicked the spar up a gear. A quick snap of her leg should have planted her heel firmly in Sean's chest. He leaped at the last moment. Impossibly, he seemed to alight on her outstretched leg. Then he was leaping again, up and over her head. Barbara tracked him as he flipped and twirled above her. He went vertical, upside down. They stared at each other as time seemed to slow to a crawl. They were face to face as if Sean was standing the wrong way around on thin air. Barbara couldn't stop her eyes from darting to Sean's lips and the stupid sexy smirk that rested there. The moment passed just as quickly as it came. Sean continued his parabolic arc. Barbara turned on a dime, lashing back out with the same leg that he'd perched upon. For the first time in the spar, Sean made an attack of his own. Only it wasn't directed at Barbara. His kick hit thin air on purpose. Against everything Barbara knew about physics, the kick was enough to change Sean's trajectory. He flowed around Barbara's strike, landing neatly as if he was doing the two-step instead of an acrobatic move that would have made Dick blush. Okay, bullshit. Quite. You should have seen my reaction the first time an old friend pulled that move on me. No, bullshit. That's impossible. Even with her exclamation, Barbara didn't stay idle for a single moment. She was already moving again. She swept for his legs. Sean somehow twirled away from the sweeping strike, stepping over and around it while still never leaving her range. He was impossible to pin down. She closed to box with hits that would have dropped men twice her size. Not even Cass was this tricky to fight. Oh, she would just love this. She knew enough to say that Cass would have already stripped naked and jumped Sean if she had been in Barbara's position. Barbara almost wished she could be that forward. Even at this closer distance, Sean didn't have any trouble ducking Barbara's punches. And she'd just about stopped holding back by now. Her arms were nothing but flashes of fists. Yet Sean was always just out of reach. With that infuriatingly attractive, stupid sexy, smirk never leaving his kissable, stupid sexy, lips. Don't you know, Babs? Sean teased. In a fight, anything goes. He leaped away from her like he was backpedaling up an invisible staircase. Mid-air, he started a flip that quite literally didn't make sense. Yet Sean did the impossible as easily as he breathed. That's not an excuse to break the laws of physics. Barbara shouted. Despite herself, she could feel the grin that was stretching across her face. Oh. Why not? Don't fucking start, Sean. You should try it sometime. It's a lot of fun. I'm going to beat some sense into you. You're going to follow simple logic like the rest of us and you're going to like it. No thank you. Why would I limit myself to what's logical and possible? Cause dash. Arg, that's just how things work. Only if you expect them to. I'd rather not tie myself down like that. I'm something of a free spirit. You're about to be really free of spirit when I catch you. Barbara dashed after him. What started as a spar turned into a game of cat and mouse. As if it wasn't that from the start. If anything, Barbara felt more like the mouse even though she was the one currently chasing. Sean was toying with her. Normally, she might have been just a bit peeved by that realization. With Sean though, she just found herself excited. Mostly because of everything she already knew about him. Sean was just like that, doing laughably ludicrous things and drawing her into his pace, so Barbara had no choice but to live in the moment. Maybe Cass had the right idea. This was one hell of a way to do foreplay. Her heart was racing. Her face hurt from smiling so much. Her whole body tingled, set alight with the kind of excitement that left her stomach fluttering. Paradoxically, the impossible things Sean was doing helped to put Barbara at ease. Normally, her mind would have been furiously working up counters and documenting everything she saw. Here and now, though, Barbara could just let herself go to the moment. Because this was Sean. Someone who molded impossibility like clay. He ran a bar that was routinely filled with heroes and villains alike and kept the peace even then. He told stories from other worlds and lives. He killed the Joker and made sure he would stay dead this time. He might as well have been married to death herself, for goodness sake. He was already beyond their understanding. Beyond their need and desire to prepare. Barbara didn't have to give in to the infamous bat paranoia when she was with him. Because, not only were his motives transparent and potentially beneficial, he was way above her pay grade. Some may have found that worrying. Having met Sean, Barbara found it almost comforting. Even when she was in costume, she didn't have to be on the clock with Sean. He challenged what she thought was possible and Barbara was thankful for it. It meant she never knew what to expect next. Not so subtly thrilled by the prospect, Barbara chased after Sean. The wide smile on her face said it all. Still, she shouted, playing up her anger. Barbara thought she made a pretty good straightman to Sean's wise guy. Make sense, damn you. No. No, that's bullshit. That's not how gravity fucking works. I'll let you in on a little secret, Babs. I don't care. Oh, hell no. That's dash. That's illegal. It's my duty to dash. Ha ha ha. My duty to stop you. Barbara cracked halfway through her declaration. Sean laughed with her. In a flash, he dashed toward Barbara, seemingly unconstrained by gravity. It was like he floated in midair, running on nothing. Barbara squeaked and the rest of her angry act broke down into giggles. He swept her into his arms. The first instinctive punch was ignored with a tilt of his head. Then Barbara had to cling to Sean as he seemed to take off and fly. A single leap took him higher than what should have been humanly possible. The suddenness of it all took Barbara for a ride. Between one blink and the next, the ground grew so far away. And when she expected to fall, she and Sean stayed up. Just floating leisurely like two leaves on the wind. Wait, can you just fly? Barbara asked slightly shrilly. Have you just been messing with me this entire spar? Sean chuckled, no, this isn't flight. I mean, I could probably work something out for that, even in this body and reality. But this is all possible without the power for self-propelled flight. Barbara deadpanned at him, bullshit. Just bullshit. I've already told you how I'm doing all of this, Sean said, amusement dancing across his features. Anything goes. Barbara made a noise somewhere between a huff and a laugh, that doesn't actually explain all that much, Sean. Thankfully for her sanity, he elaborated, it's a discipline of martial arts. Just, probably not the kind of martial arts you're familiar with. You know those Chinese martial arts films where someone flies through the air by kicking as if that does anything? Yeewa. Barbara said skeptically, already kind of seeing where he was going with this. Yeah, that's possible. Or at least, it was possible where I learned this martial art and I seem to be able to transition my skills with it here. Bullshit. It's anything goes. Of course, it's bullshit. Barbara doubted it was as simple as he was making it out to be. She looked down, noticing that they were still a good half dozen meters above the ground and didn't seem to be falling at all. She could see Sean's legs shifting ever so slightly as if he was walking with easy strides that would take him to see the world on his own terms, in his own time. Did it make sense? No, of course, it didn't. This was Sean they were talking about. When he said martial arts, he might as well have been talking about magic. There was no way she could apply something like this technique to Krav Maga or Muay Thai. Eventually, she just shook her head and huffed, whatever. Just hold me, you impossible idiot. Gladly. Burying her face in his shoulder, he smelled nice. Barbara thankfully didn't have to see that stupid sexy smirk again. If she did, she likely wouldn't be able to stop herself from kissing him. Not when she was so wound up, both frustrated and excited as Sean always seemed to do to her. Damn stupid sexy smirk. Damn stupid sexy spar. Damn stupid sexy Sean. You'll teach me how to do this, right? Barbara asked, barely a mumble against Sean's shoulder. You want to learn anything goes? By the tone of his voice, Sean was surprised by her request. Gee, do I want to freaking fly? Barbara snarked so sarcastically she could have cut steel. I don't know, I'll have to think on that one. Okay, that's a fair shot, Sean chuckled. But sure, I can teach you anything goes. Anyone who might object kind of doesn't exist in this reality. Good thing too, that the chaos Ranma and Genma would cause here would make a good few heroes go spare. Barbara smiled, including Batman. Oh, especially Batman. He'd call more bullshit than you did when they showed off their version of martial arts. Then immediately set himself to learning it. And then we'd get an anything goes bat flying around the city. Which is a terrifying thought. Ranma would probably enjoy the worthy opponents though. I'm more worried about Dick learning what you can do than Bruce. He would become utterly impossible to fight. He's slippery enough without breaking the laws of physics. And don't even get me started on what it would do to his bits and jokes. Agree never to tell either of them. Agreed. Let's save the bullshit martial arts flight for us girlies, Barbara giggled. There is no way in hell you can convince me to teach this to Harley, Sean deadpanned. Barbara paled suddenly, oh, God. She'd be even worse than Dick. Sean nodded sagely. It would be a catastrophe of epic proportions. Actually, now that I say it out loud. Sean. Sean, no. Ha ha ha. You'll never stop me, do-gooder. Say AAANN. Eep. He spun them both in midair as he cackled. Barbara found herself laughing and squealing in equal measure. As always, he swept her up into his pace. And as she was coming to realize, Barbara didn't mind that aspect of him all that much. I. Kara Zor-L-eyed the text that had shown up on her phone and smiled. It was a nice smile. Sweet as sugar. Bright enough to light up a room. Pretty in a simple, classical way like a sunflower. Ma Kent said it was Kara's best feature. She wore it freely. Kara was never one to brood needlessly. It seemed to be a quality that ran in her family. Cal had his moments, but he was generally a happy, confident, and all-around pleasant person. Kara had moments of her own. There were things in her past that were, quite frankly, tragic. But she didn't let them stop her from living in the moment and enjoying the life she now had. Kara had a family who loved her. The Kents welcomed her like Ma Kent had birthed her herself. And even if she disagreed and grew frustrated with how overprotective Cal could be, she knew he loved her too. She had powers that many would kill for. Had killed for. She didn't think being a Kryptonian made her all that special. She was just another girl. One who could fly and shoot laser beams from her eyes, sure, but that didn't make her above the everyday problems that other young women experienced. And she had friends to keep her company. Friends who grounded her, made her laugh, and smile, and shared their lives with her. Starfire, Coriandar, was always a hoot, and Kara felt a bond of commonality with the other alien girl who had made Earth her home. Wonder Woman, Diana, was a healthy mentor figure and someone Kara was proud to call a friend. Miss Martian, M'Gann, was a sweetheart and something of a rock for Kara to confide in when she needed to. And Batgirl, Barbara, the person who texted her and inspired her current smile. Well, they drifted apart recently. Kara knew it wasn't her fault, but a small part of her couldn't help but worry. She wished she could do more for her friend. But now, Barbara had taken the initiative to reach out to Kara on her own. Yes. Kara knew just how to fix whatever was bothering Barbara. Ma Kent said nothing was more important and powerful than being there for your friends and family. And Ma was wise. Her advice hadn't led Kara astray yet. Kara had waited patiently for Barbara to feel ready to ask her friend for help. She knew pressing too hard could often do more harm than good. But now that Barbara had reached out, Kara knew whatever was bothering her could be fixed with a bit of girl talk and a good Kent hug. Kara would be taking her friend back. Thank you very much. Chapter 20, Presentation. Kara thought she knew what she was getting into. And dash. He's such a bastard. A sexy, stupid, sexy, insufferable, sexy bastard. Barbara raved. He's made more work for me in a few months than Dick has all year. And you know what Dick is like. Don't even get me started on that goddamn stupid sexy smirk of his. Kara thought wrong. She was almost at a loss for words. Something Barbara didn't even seem to notice, too caught up with how she was venting about this. Sean Kane. Kara wasn't given any chance to get a single word in edgewise, even if she did know what to say. Was this what it felt like to be stunlocked? Since she met up with Barbara again, it had just been shot after shot. The first was seeing Barbara walking under her own power again. Kara had nearly squealed in excitement. She'd barely restrained that instinct, but she hadn't been able to stop herself from hugging the stuffing out of Barbara. That almost ended in tragedy. For a moment, Kara forgot her strength. She hugged her friend so tightly that she was likely moments away from paralyzing her again. Thankfully, she didn't go that far. She did, however, pick Barbara up and fly while spinning her friend in her arms. Barbara's giggles as she did were a balm to Kara's soul. It felt so good to hear her friend laugh again. It had been so long. Too long. The second shot came not long after the first. With Kara's embrace loosened so she didn't strangle the other girl, Barbara managed to squirm free of her grip. Kara gasped, preparing herself to catch Barbara. Only for that preparation to prove unnecessary. Barbara had fallen, yes. But then she seemed to catch herself impossibly on thin air. It looked like it took great effort to do so, and Barbara later said she was still learning, but Kara was a bit busy gaping at her friend. Barbara could fly. Only sort of, as it turned out. She explained it as a new form of martial arts she was learning. Kara wasn't very familiar with martial arts, but that seemed amazing. And a bit impossible. Which transitioned the conversation to who Barbara was learning from. Sean Kane. That's when the shots really started to come fast and furious. Sean ran a bar in Gotham. Not that strange. Sean's bar was a neutral ground for heroes, villains, and civilians to hang out. A bit odd but potentially a good idea. Sean regularly told stories there of other worlds. Now, Barbara was starting to lose Kara. Sean was the one who healed Barbara, he was essentially married to the personified concept of death, and he'd killed the Joker. What? And that wasn't even getting into Barbara's apparently complicated feelings toward Sean. If Kara didn't know any better, and she really didn't, she might think Barbara had a crush. Did she? The more Barbara named stupid sexy qualities of Sean, the more Kara was starting to think it was so. Kara hadn't been expecting any of this. She just thought Barbara was finally working through whatever was bothering her and contacted her to hang out like they used to. Only to come to Gotham and find out that Barbara was in a completely different place than she was expecting, both physically and mentally. She was happy though. That much, Kara could tell just by listening to her speak so passionately. That was enough for Kara. Though she was becoming more and more interested in this Sean guy. Very interested. He can be so cool. Barbara exclaimed. But it's like every time he opens his mouth to tell a story, I'm resigned to writing a 40-page report on the subject. So, you hate him? Kara asked curiously. Oh, God, no. Barbara laughed, sounding surprised at the idea. He gave me my life back, Kara. I don't think I could ever hate him. He's just a very frustrating man. Stupid sexy Sean. Kara tilted her head, what's with the stupid sexy thing anyway? 'Cause he's stupid. Barbara grumbled. And sexy. Nothing about him makes sense but he makes it work so well. I mean, he's teaching me how to fly with freaking bicycle kicks. It shouldn't work and I'm just so pissed that it does. Does this mean we can go flying together soon? Kara perked up with excitement. Probably not that far, farm girl, Barbara chuckled. It's more like floating with effort than actual flying. I'll never be able to get higher than I can physically jump and I can't maintain it forever. Kara giggled, Bruce is going to flip when he finds out, isn't he? Barbara nodded, oh, without a doubt. They all will. I'm almost counting on it. I think it'll make for a pretty good prank. How naughty, Babs. Hey, I deserve a bit of mischief in my life after everything. Kara fell silent for a moment before saying with consideration, I think I'd like to meet him. Barbara startled slightly. On the outside, she showed surprise at Kara's statement. On the inside, she was practically grinning. She was. Well, scheming was such an ugly word. But she was being careful to get Kara interested in Sean. She knew now more than ever that she'd need all the help she could get with him. Reinforcements from Kara would be more than welcome. They might even save her life if Harley and Ivy's stories were to be believed. Besides, Kara deserved pleasure and satisfaction just like Barbara did. Barbara was confident Sean would be able to handle 120 pounds of wholesome, all-American farm girl. A guy like him wouldn't be intimidated by sex with a Kryptonian. She snickered internally. All she had to do was get Kara interested and introduce them to each other. Sean would do the rest from there just by being himself. She thought she would have been jealous of the idea. But now that she was here, it didn't bother her all that much. For one, her options were already limited when it came to romance. Kara's were even more limited. For another, she quite liked Sean. In another life, it might have rankled for her to need help to keep up with a man. In this one, Barbara was being rather pragmatic, generous, and more than a little desperately thirsty after a 3-year dry spell. That can probably be arranged. I can ask Bruce for the night off and we can go hang out at the dead end, Barbara offered. Good, Kara nodded, adopting a firm, serious expression that looked out of place on her cute, sweet, girl-next-door features. I need to make sure he's treating my friend right. Barbara giggled, you get your protective side from Clark, I see. And are you sure that's the only reason you want to meet him? Kara blushed and sputtered, it's not like that. I just want to. Yeah. I just want to make sure he's good for you, Babs. He's anything but good for me, Barbara said sarcastically. Especially my blood pressure. But I like him anyway. Kara eyed her suspiciously. When you say, like him. What do you mean by that? Barbara smirked, it means I want him to teach me more than just martial arts. Kara cocked her head in confusion, huh? Still smirking, Barbara elaborated, I want a crash course in the marital arts too. The confusion in Kara's expression didn't dwindle at all, I don't understand. I want him to put my body through its paces, Barbara clarified with a roll of her eyes. Like a spar. Damn it, Kara. Barbara finally snapped. Sex. I want him to sex me up real good. I fucking want him to fuck me until I can't fucking walk or tell up from down. Eep. Kara squeaked, blushing so much she was actually glowing. You can't say something like that, Babs. It's not proper. Barbara sighed, oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. Farm girl, I'm going to spell it out clearly for even your pure innocent brain to understand. I haven't had sex in years. I couldn't even pleasure myself until Sean healed me. Pleasure yourself. Kara's blush went even more nuclear and her voice raised to octaves that could match a dog whistle. You can do that. Yes, Barbara said flatly. Kara. I am. Horny. Just furiously horny and pent up. Sean is the solution to my problem. Maybe not the easiest solution. But the best one. Especially since he's the goddamn reason I can even feel my pussy again. Barbara, please. Kara whined, sounding scandalized. My ears aren't used to that kind of seacrass language. Well, it's about time you get used to it, Barbara nodded firmly. I think you're even more pent up than me, Kara. Sean might be just the guy you need to finally lose your virginity. Kara stuck her fingers in her ears, shaking her head in denial, la 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 la. I'm not listening. The things you're saying are wrong and inappropriate and lewd. Barbara shook her head somberly, poor farm girl. You don't even know what you're missing out on. I'm missing out. Kara asked softly, unable to suppress her curiosity. Have you seriously never touched yourself, Kara? You know, down there. No. Cal says that's how you go blind. And what does Ma Kent say? That masturbation is a healthy and natural outlet. Kara admitted with a grumble. But it's so lewd. The deadpan Barbara gave Kara could have killed the dead all over again, farm girl. Listen to your ma on this one. You really don't know what you're missing out on. Cal is just being his usual overprotective self when it comes to you. Honestly, if Ma Kent heard him say that to you, she'd whoop his ass. In or out of costume. Kara giggled at the mental image of Ma Kent spanking Superman. She could totally do it too. Exactly. So you really shouldn't be listening to Cal on this one. He's just about the last person you should listen to when it comes to this. 1. He's the Boy Scout. 2. And this is important, Kara, he's male. He's a smart guy and I respect the hell out of him, but I'd go to Bruce about feminine troubles before I went to Clark. He's usually pretty good about my time of the month. Kara mumbled half-heartedly. Barbara snorted, of course, he is. He was still raised by Ma Kent, after all. But have you ever talked to him about something like shaving or something? No, I guess I haven't. I can't even talk to Ma about shaving the more sensitive spots. Oh, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, how do you shave, farm girl? Barbara asked, honestly curious. Kara shuddered and got a far-off look in her eyes, heat vision. And mirrors. So many mirrors. Ah. That was all Barbara could say in response to Kara's apparent shaving-related trauma. After a moment of silence, Kara recovered enough to ask, is masturbation really that different between guys and girls? Yeah. Well, kind of. The difference is something that Ma Kent clearly understands well though. She was telling you it's healthy because it is. It might not be necessary, but it's a hell of a lot healthier than the opposite. Honestly, I don't know how you deal with the stress of our jobs without a bit of self-pleasure. I've managed so far. I don't think I need to resort to lewd stuff. Trust me, farm girl. You do. You really do. You don't know what you're missing out on. And if Sean lives up to what I think he can, he's one of the only good men who can blow your pure Kryptonian mind. I can see how sex with a Kryptonian on Earth would be problematic. That's putting it lightly, Barbara snorted. So, masturbation. Kara said, obviously stalling and working herself up to ask something. Yes. Barbara encouraged with amusement. Would you teach me how to be lewd? Kara finally asked, blushing an almost neon red color. Barbara laughed, making Kara's blush even brighter. Oh, Clark's going to kill me. Babs. It's not funny. Kara insisted, looking moments away from actually stomping her feet. I wouldn't know where to start. And you know just asking was hard enough for me. Barbara waved to placate her friend. Sorry, farm girl. I get it. I really do. And I love you. But not like that. I'm perfectly willing to share the guy I like with you. Hell, I think it's necessary so both of us stand a chance of coming out of this alive. Kara fidgeted nervously, whining, do you have to make it sound so scary? With Sean? Yeah, probably, Barbara nodded. Anyway, I love you, but no matter how much Harley is trying to convince me to come to the dark side, I don't swing that way. Oh. Kara deflated slightly. The cuteness was enough to breach Barbara's refusal. What I can do, however, is show you where to start. I'll send you some of my favorite, research material. I kinda built up a stockpile during my time in the chair. Oh. Kara's mood reversed course, lighting up her face with sudden cheer. Educational materials. That sounds perfect. Barbara paused but decided to let Kara figure out what she meant by research material for herself. Yeah. It'll be good for you, farm girl. Great. Kara was humming happily now. I feel like I have a lot of catching up to do. And I can't wait to meet Sean. The dead end should be opening about now, Barbara said. A thought occurred to her somewhat randomly. Hey, Kara. About your trouble shaving. What about it? Kara asked, squashing down on the familiar shudder. Can't you just have the Fortress of Solitude create a razor for you? It has to have something designed for female Kryptonians, right? Maybe something with a kryptonite blade for use under a yellow sun. Kara stopped in her tracks. Her mind seemed to stutter and buffer. Barbara's suggestion sunk into her mind. Then she uttered the foulest, most vile curse she'd ever said, gosh darn it. I. Hey, Babs, Sean Kane said. Mind introducing me to your friend? Kara looked at Sean. Really looked at him. Top to bottom, inside out. Quite literally, when her enhanced vision was taken into account. As far as she could tell, from microscopic to telescopic, infrared to X-ray vision, he was a normal human. He should have been nothing special. But, he kinda was. Kara couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. He was certainly handsome. Kara could see where the sexy part of Barbara's stupid sexy catchphrase came from. But there was also something about him. Something that even Kara's enhanced vision couldn't see. As if it was lurking right past the limits of her Kryptonian abilities. As if that something special was hidden even from her. Oh, and there was the stupid sexy smirk she'd heard so much about. I'm sure you already know who she is, Sean, Barbara said flatly. Just like you already knew who I was beneath the mask. Kara's head whipped around to stare at her friend, what? Barbara just rolled her eyes. Oh, it's fine. Secret identities are safe in the dead end. Magic fuckery, I suspect. Plus Sean here seems to know much more than he should. Sean smiled a charming, silly sort of smile. It's what I do. Nice to meet you, Kara. I'm a big fan. Oh. Kara blushed ever so slightly. Thank you. I've heard a lot about you from Barbara. Only good things, I hope, Sean joked. Well, not quite. Kara fidgeted a bit in her seat at the bar. Sean just laughed. Don't worry, I get it. Our mutual friend has complicated feelings toward me. Don't talk about me as if I'm not here, Barbara deadpanned. So desperate to be included already, Babs. He teased. Barbara blushed and looked away. I wouldn't say desperate. Really? That descriptor seems about accurate to me. Shut it, Sean. Kara watched their exchange with intense interest. It was a new thing for her to see her normally composed friend become flustered so easily. Something about Sean just seemed to get under Barbara's skin in the best of ways. Kara could see that Barbara wasn't nearly as angry as she was acting. All the signs were there for her enhanced senses. She could hear Barbara's heart beating a giddy rhythm. She could see the heat pooling in Barbara's lower abdomen. She could smell a subtly strange, sort of tangy scent entering Barbara's perfume. Kara didn't quite understand it. Not yet. But she could sense it. She had a feeling it was something to do with those LL-lude things she and Barbara talked about. Kara decided she really needed those research materials sooner rather than later. Perhaps they would mention something about the things she was sensing and the strange unfamiliar tingly sensation that made her feel like doing something. She didn't know what though. It was as if her body wanted to move. Sideways. Did she want to fly right now? She'd never felt this sort of desire before. How strange. Shaking the strangely exotic, was that it? Or maybe one letter off, thoughts from her head. Kara looked around the bar. They'd arrived rather early in the night. Business was still picking up as a result. Shouldn't Sean have been busy? How did that drink order get filled just now? This place defied logic and common sense. Just like Barbara said it would. Kara's eyes were drawn to the wall behind the bar. A series of items she couldn't identify sat there like trophies, in front of a large wall-spanning mirror. She could see what was left of the Joker, the freaking Joker, just existing. As in, he was currently trying to trip people's reflections when they walked through the door and sulking when all he got for his efforts was being thrown across his prison and ignored. It seemed that reflections in his mirror counted as unstoppable forces and immovable objects. A few villains, whom Kara knew Barbara tussled with on the regular, sat down at the bar. Riddler, Catwoman, Deathstroke, and was that Poison Ivy. Barbara told her about Ivy, Harley, and Sean, but it was still a bit strange to see the legendary man-eater Poison Ivy come from the back door of the bar and plant a brief peck on Sean's cheek before sitting down on the other side with the rest of them. Quiet night for Ivy's Ivy. Sean asked Ivy. Ivy chuckled, not as such, but Freeze and Nora have a handle on it for now. Just don't tell Harley I'm skipping out. She's stuck doing appointments and diagnoses. Boys. Selina, Sean greeted the others. The usual. Make it a double, Deathstroke grunted. Someone tried to hire me to kill Superman again. Fucking idiots. They all fell silent for a long moment as they realized the dead end had a new guest. Batgirl hadn't come alone. Kara just smiled awkwardly and waved, hello. Better make that double a triple, Mr. Barkeep, Deathstroke said. He turned back to Kara, for the record, I didn't take the job. I'm not stupid. I didn't think you were. Deathstroke nodded, good. Just making sure. The pay wasn't nearly good enough for me to take that risk. They weren't even willing to fork over my kryptonite deposit. Kryptonite deposit? Kara asked, suddenly as curious as she was worried. That's just what I call it. It can be used for a lot of different things. Technically, it's just a weakness clause. For a Kryptonian, that would mean kryptonite, where the name comes from, or magic dash. I should probably stop talking. That's probably smart, yes, Riddler snarked. Deathstroke just nodded and took a sip of his drink when Sean placed it in front of him. Kara stared for a moment before trying to shake the worry from her mind. It wasn't particularly new information, they knew Deathstroke could be much more dangerous than he seemed, but it was strange to hear it straight from the source. Yes, Kara decided, the dead end certainly was a strange place. But it was also very nice to see everyone getting along so well. So, Kara, Sean said, turning his focus back onto her. What brings you to Gotham? Barbara. Kara answered with a happy smile. We haven't hung out in a while. So we're just catching up on everything that's happened. Which happens to be a lot of happening it seems. She finished with a giggle at her own wordplay. Sean chuckled, so it seems. I'm assuming Barbara told you all about the dead end. Kara nodded, oh, yes. But it's something different to see it all for myself. I'm impressed with the peaceful and pleasant atmosphere you've cultivated here. We try, Sean said with a slight smile. There have been some speed bumps in the road but we seem to be sailing smoothly now. Speed bumps? What do you mean? Kara asked. Sean pointedly didn't look at the mirror behind him. He just maintained that small smile, oh, you know. The usual. Barbara groaned, please, can we not get into that? Sean's smile shifted into a smirk, we can get into whatever you want, Babs. Barbara blushed and averted her eyes again, making a little noise. Kara blushed as well but she didn't quite know why she did. She leaned over to whisper a question to her friend. That was elude, right? Flirting. For some reason, Kara's action seemed to make Barbara's blush worse. Or maybe it was the way Sean's smirk widened as if he'd heard the whisper. Kara was a bit confused with all of this. She wanted to understand, she had the spirit, but she wasn't very good with this teasing back and forth game Sean and Barbara seemed to have going. I'll explain later. Barbara hissed to Kara out of the side of her mouth. To Sean, she said, how about a new story, Sean? For Kara. As his smirk widened, Kara came to understand why Barbara called it stupid sexy so often. Sean teased Barbara even more, why, Babs, it almost sounds like you're trying to change the subject, don't you want to talk about what we could get into together? Sean. Barbara growled dangerously, only slightly diminished by the furious blush on her cheeks. Okay, Sean chuckled. New story, it is. We'll save the other conversation for when we have a bit more privacy. Maybe, Barbara cleared her throat. Maybe only slightly more privacy. She glanced at Kara as she said that for some reason. Kara couldn't really understand. Barbara said she would explain it later though. And she trusted her friend more than anything. So Kara just kept her expression to its usual simple happy smile. Sean seemed to understand Barbara's strange hinting body language. His smirk twitched even farther up for a moment, interesting. Reinforcements, Babs. Shut up and tell a story, story boy. Barbara grumbled. Anyone else interested in a story? Sean asked the others at the bar with them. Almost immediately, the audience seemed to triple. Catwoman had the most amused look in her eye that Kara had ever seen. Like a cat with a toy. It was directed at Barbara, something that didn't seem to go unnoticed by Kara's friend. Barbara glared back at her as if daring the amused woman to say something. Oh, I think it's safe to say that all of us could go for a new story, with the twinkling amusement still in her eyes, and still directed at Barbara, that was all Catwoman said. Riddler broke the strange, Kara didn't understand it, at least, standoff between Barbara and Catwoman, riddle me this. Are we going to hear something completely and utterly batshit insane this time? Or something that will yank our heartstrings out and hit entirely too close to home? 50-50. Man, where's Two-Face with those damn coins of his when you need him? Sean chuckled, probably something that will hit a bit close to home for our newest guest, I think. Kara, I have just the story for your debut at the dead end. Really? Kara asked, her voice vibrant with happy excitement. I'm looking forward to the tale you have to tell, Sean. Barbara can't seem to stop talking about your stories. For good reason. Barbara insisted. They're always ridiculous. I've lived a ridiculous few lives, Sean shot back. Will I have to mark this story down as a memetic hazard? Barbara asked with a groan. Sean shook his head, no. Honestly, this story is pretty tame by my standards. Which, knowing you, could mean anything from giant dancing robots to talking fish, Barbara snarked. Sean blinked. That was a surprisingly accurate guess. Which part? Yes. Sean. Laughing off Barbara's frustration, Sean turned back to the rest of his amused audience. All right. Let me tell you the story of Megamind. Sounds like a half-decent villain name, Riddler commented. Sean grinned. The best villain. Not just a villain, but a super one. What's the difference? Kara asked curiously. I'm glad you asked, Kara. Sean ignored Barbara's continued groans of exasperation. The difference is presentation. As he said that, he spread his arms wide. Behind him, a scene came into existence. A blue alien face appeared above Sean's head. It seemed to be made up of a bunch of little somethings. Robots, maybe. And on the face's stuck-out tongue, a blue alien, whose face matched the larger image, stood and mimicked Sean's pose. Kara couldn't help but clap. It was quite the show. Barbara just buried her face in her hands for some reason. At least the villains seemed to be enjoying it with Kara. Catwoman was now chuckling into her hand at Barbara's long-suffering exasperation. Let me set the scene, Sean said as he dropped his pose for an amused grin. This story starts on an alien planet, not far from Earth. One that was minutes away from destruction. Kara startled slightly at that. What? Indeed, Sean nodded solemnly. And on this planet, a pair of parents were trying to save the only thing they could. Their baby. He was only 8 days old and still living with his parents. How sad, right? His tone made it clear he was joking, and it succeeded in pulling a giggle from Kara. The parents did what they could for their child. They gave him an escape pod to survive the planet's inevitable destruction, they gave him a binky, and even a small talking fish friend named Minion. Then they sent him off. Megamind escaped his planet's doom and came to land on Earth. This is sounding an awful lot like Superman's origins, Sean, Barbara said suspiciously. Sean just smirked and continued. As it turned out, there was another planet in the exact same situation as the first. They neighbored each other and were both about to be sucked into some kind of anomaly. It's not important what kind. What is important is that the second planet produced another baby that mirrored the first. A baby who would come to be known as Metroman. Their rivalry was legendary. See, Megamind was smart. A genius. An inventor. And an all-around overly dramatic ham of a supervillain. Metroman was the opposite. He was brawn where Megamind was brains. He could fly. He had heat vision. He was nearly invincible. Yeah, that's just Superman, Barbara interrupted with a deadpan. Yes, Sean chuckled. Yes, it is. Now, you see why I thought it was an appropriate first story for Kara to hear. And it was. Kara was enthralled already. Both of the main characters had origins so similar to hers, to her cousins. Yet, different at the same time. They mirrored each other, rivaled each other. And it sounded like one eventually became a villain and the other became a hero. She desperately wanted to hear more, and then what happened? Well, Metro Man's landing on Earth was a miracle. On Christmas, no less. He landed with the perfect family. Whole. Loving. And most importantly, rich as hell. That got a chorus of laughing cheers from the audience. Hear, hear. Sean continued, on the other hand, Megamind's landing left a lot to be desired. While his rival was swaddled in warmth on Christmas Day, Megamind landed in a prison. There, he was taken in and raised by the inmates. They did a pretty good job of it, all things considered. There were, however, certain biases they imparted on him. Eventually, Megamind used his genius to stage a mass breakout. When he was inevitably caught, he was sent to school. Oh, thank God. Kara breathed a sigh of relief, having been on the verge of horror from hearing about a baby being left in prison, even if it did turn out well for everyone. Sean chuckled. It was at this school that Megamind met Metroman again. Metroman was being raised in a much healthier environment. Perhaps too healthy. His power quickly went to his head. He wasn't an asshole or anything. Just a smug, egotistical kid with way too much power. Metro Man used his powers to impress the other kids at school. Megamind tried to copy him with inventions. But he was still just a kid and some of his inventions failed. When they did, Megamind was bullied terribly by the other kids. And how different he looked from the rest certainly didn't help. Oh no. Kara was back to horror, her heart going out to little Megamind. Kids can be so cruel. Catwoman shook her head sadly. I know, Barbara deadpanned. I have to work with Robin every night. Barbara's flatly delivered joke helped lighten the mood and Sean continued. Ostracized by his peers, Megamind returned to the one solution he was raised with. Crime. Sean shook his head with a chuckle. He made blue-colored mustard gas in the classroom. No one was hurt but he obviously got sent back to prison after that. Riddler laughed. Oh, that little shit. It was probably deserved, Deathstroke said seriously. Mustard gas seems like a bit of an overreaction to bullying, Catwoman argued. It's not, Deathstroke stood firm on this point. Fuck them kids. Catwoman paused, blinked, and decided to move on. I'm not going to even try to address or unpack that. Mr. Barkeep. Please continue. Sean chuckled, if you insist. Now, we fast forward about 20 years. Megamind has officially become Megamind and Metro Man has officially become Metro Man. They've faced off numerous times, with Metro Man protecting the city of Metro City and Megamind trying to be evil, in a very vague and uniquely distinct definition of the word. What do you mean by that? Kara asked, cocking her head to the side. Let me put it this way, Sean hummed. If Megamind existed here, he'd be a Flash villain. Ah. Kara made a little noise of realization. Yes, that explains it quite succinctly. It does, doesn't it? Sean chuckled. Where was I? Ah, right, time skip. So Megamind and Minion escaped the prison, which is basically his home at this point, and immediately set about causing their usual chaos. Riddler nodded, as you do. Ivy nodded as well, it's just natural. Quite, Sean's lips twitched with good humor. Minion kidnaps Roxanne Ritchie. Think of her as Lois Lane to Metro Man's Superman. She was a reporter who was quite close to Metro Man, though without the romantic undertone that Superman and Mississippi Lane share. Metro Man and Roxanne simply weren't like that, from what I can remember. She was still a wonderfully smart woman. Very human and not at all perfect. But those flaws just made her a better person. More real. She regularly found herself involved in the rivalry between the two capes. This time was no different. An illusion appeared on the bar top. In it, a pretty, short-haired woman was restrained to a chair while the villain the audience was coming to know as Megamind threatened her. He tried everything from a menacing minigun to an intricately terrifying torture device. Nothing worked and Roxanne was left unfazed and unimpressed. Of course, Roxanne was well used to Megamind's whole song and dance, Sean explained. He wasn't the scariest villain after you got used to his antics. And honestly, he was pretty considerate of Roxanne every time he kidnapped her. Then he and Metro Man went through their little rivalry routine, Roxanne doxed Megamind's location, and Metro Man came to save her. That's how things usually went. Only this time, it ended with a slightly different outcome. See, Megamind had set a trap in advance. He tricked Metro Man into a location he'd prepared beforehand, set a doomsday weapon on him, and resigned himself to failure. But in the end, due to coincidentally discovering Metro Man's weakness was copper, he succeeded. Metro Man was dead and Megamind was free to take over Metro City. He proceeded to do just that. I'm seeing a lot of similarities between this Metro Man and Superman. Megamind is just Lex Luthor if he was an alien, Barbara observed suspiciously. Kara couldn't help but agree. The similarities were undeniable. Metro Man even had a Kryptonian power set, a motivation in the form of a spunky young reporter, and a weakness based on a mineral. Just like Kal and Lois. And kryptonite. It wasn't very comfortable for Kara to hear about someone so similar to her and her cousin dying like this. Why, it was almost enough to make her frown. This whole story is something of a subversive take on Superman's story, Sean explained. He's kind of popular outside this reality. Some other realities view him as the ideal image of a hero. He is. Kara asked, slightly surprised by that information. Am I? Sean nodded, you all are. This whole universe is rather renowned. The others might recall what I said about multiverse theory. Coincidences or chance connections on an infinite scale lead to realities being known outside of their borders. Once they start gaining traction like that, well, interesting things can happen. Hey, we're popular, Catwoman smirked in satisfaction. Barbara grumbled, don't tell Nightwing that. We'll never hear the end of it. It doesn't matter all that much since most people won't find a way to travel outside the boundaries of this reality, Sean shrugged. Anyway, Megamind finally won. He quickly took over the city and had a blast doing evil things. All victimless crimes. He was kind of bad at the whole being evil thing. Sean chuckled fondly, seeming to reminisce, yeah, not great at being evil. Still, Megamind quickly grew bored. He came to realize that what he was after was the struggle, the fight, the rivalry between him and Metroman. Standing alone at the top wasn't fun to him. He needed someone to stand there with him. So after a bit of soul-searching and some inspiration, he hatched a new plan. If he couldn't find a rival, he'd make one. Did he ever consider? Oh, I don't know, therapy? Riddler asked sardonically. Or a girlfriend? Catwoman added. As luck would have it, Sean grinned. He started going out with Roxanne around this time. It wasn't the healthiest relationship. At least, to start. He was disguising himself as someone else and she didn't know who he really was. But he did genuinely come to like her and open up to her, even if the dates originally started as a diversion. But he didn't give up on his plan just yet. And this is where Hal Stewart enters the picture. Sean's expression grew grim. I hated that guy. For good reason too. He was the sort of guy who felt entitled to a woman's attention because he was nice to them. And he was creepy about it to boot. Really freaking creepy. Ah, an incel, Riddler nodded sagely. Kara didn't know what that was, but it didn't sound like a compliment. It sounded icky. She certainly wouldn't want to be around an incel. Exactly, Sean nodded. But by pure accident, Megamind's method of infusing powers into someone ended up with Hal. And he just wasn't great. In any way. Megamind still pressed on with his plan, training Hal to be a rival. And the first thing Hal does with his new powers? He tries to coerce Roxanne into being with him. Kara's face scrunched up in a grimace. Yo. Yeah, it wasn't pretty. She rejected him and he immediately turned his powers to crime instead of heroism. Megamind and Roxanne were also going through some interpersonal drama at the same time. She broke up with him and in the aftermath, Megamind ended up fighting Hal. He thought everything was back on track, fooling himself into thinking he wasn't hurt by his troubles with Roxanne. Then Hal won their fight. Not even Megamind's contingency plan slowed him down. See, Hal had Metro Man's powers. And Metro Man was weak to copper. Following so far. At the nods from his audience, Sean continued, except he wasn't. So neither was Hal. And Megamind found he couldn't beat his new creation. He had to flee. Wait, what? Kara's confusion at the twist was visible on her face. Sean pressed on. Hal, now going by Titan, immediately took over Metro City in Megamind's place. Another illusion appeared on the bar top, this one of Titan threatening a civilian, more like. Under new management. Defeated and confused, Sean said. Megamind sought out Roxanne for help. Together, they tried to figure out what was going on, especially with Metro Man. Their search took them to Metro Man's hideout, where they found a cold glass of water. The pieces began to fall into place. Oh. Metro Man had faked his death. The realization and reaction to the reveal was audible. Aha. You know, I've been wondering something. Where were you during all of this, Mr. Barkeep? One of the henchmen in the audience asked. Sean smirked. Me. I was Metro Man, of course. What? Sneaky, Deathstroke nodded approvingly. You're like me. Kara asked excitedly. Not anymore. But I was. It was during one of my first few lives, Sean explained with a chuckle. When I was still figuring myself out. Honestly, I was a bit of a prick. What ultimate power does to a motherfucker. All of that. But I had my reasons for faking my death. A third illusion appeared. This one depicted Metro Man and Megamind's final confrontation. A voice narrated Metro Man's thoughts at the time. It all started back at the observatory. Roxanne was kidnapped. I was going to stop you. My head wasn't in the game that day. We were kind of going through the motions. So, using my super speed, I decided to go clear my head. The scene shifted, following Metro Man, Sean, through a seemingly paused world. I realized, we've done this same silly charade our entire lives. I tried to get my mind off how I was feeling. But I just felt stuck. And I began to realize, despite all my powers, every citizen of Metro City had something I didn't. A choice. Ever since I can remember, I've always had to be what the city wanted me to be. But what about what I wanted to do? The illusion trailed off and Sean elaborated a bit more, that life was something of a metaphor for my existence at the time. I was just going through the motions. Playing the hero, most of the time. Didn't matter if I wanted to be or not, I felt like I had a duty. Like I was the only one who could do it. I was getting stuck in the same mindset. Over and over again. And I knew something had to change. That was about when I started living for myself. When you live as many times as me, well, that's all I had for a while there, Sean said softly. His voice carried a certain weight of wisdom to it. He seemed to be speaking directly to Kara at this point. Sometimes, life puts us in situations where we can't choose, where we don't get the chance. Choice. I've long since discovered it's something about life that I value immensely. Duty is all well and good, but it shouldn't come at the expense of our own happiness. In my opinion, at least. I won't say I made the right choice to give up my role as Metroman. But I won't say I regret it either. In the end, it was my decision. And that's what made it so important. In the grand scheme of things, this life, this story, was relatively tame by my standards. But it was quite significant in shaping my philosophy. It kept me going until I found another reason to keep living through each distinct life. And even then, I still hold the lesson I learned there dearly. As much as this story is about Megamind's subversion of the typical hero-villain trope, it's also about mine. Sean chuckled to himself. I don't know, food for thought, I guess. Some of y'all might be ignoring the choices you have. Kara turned Sean's words over in her mind. She could see the villains doing the same out of the corner of her eye. Deathstroke was unreadable. Riddler and Ivy looked introspective, almost sad and regretful. Catwoman thought for a moment before shaking her head with an amused snort. Kara didn't know why. And she wouldn't pry. For herself, his words did strike a certain chord within her. Nothing major. At least, Kara didn't think so. But there was some truth there. She'd sort of been shoved into her role as a hero. Cal landed on Earth long before her. By the time Kara herself landed, he'd already made his debut as Superman. It was almost expected of Kara to follow in his footsteps at that point. She didn't regret her path. She liked being a hero. She liked helping people. But there was that inkling of a worry in her mind. Was it her choice? Was she a hero of her own free will? It didn't take very much brooding at all for Kara to decide that, yes, she was. Maybe not initially. But she'd been given chances to quit and do something else. She'd found her calling in using her powers for good. Besides, most of her friends were heroes and she wouldn't give up flying for anything. A beautiful smile returned to Kara's face at that. She nodded acknowledgement at Sean. The short bit of introspection his story inspired in her was welcome. It felt good to examine herself and come out even more sure of her path. Sean seemed to understand what was going through Kara's mind. He returned her nod and smile. Then the illusion started back up again. Just briefly. Just for one last parting line. Metroman gently grabbed Megamind by the shoulders. You know, little buddy, there's a een for every yang. If there's bad, good will rise up against it. It's taken me a long time to find my calling. Now, it's about time you found yours. Kara's smile grew even wider as she watched. It perfectly capped the realization she'd come to through her brief moment of introspection. It was short, simple, and sweet. Especially that line about good and bad. Kara liked to think her calling was being the good that rose up against the bad. The same could be said for almost all of the heroes she knew. All of her friends. Kara fondly nudged Barbara beside her, flashing her smile at her friend. Barbara rolled her eyes while smiling just as fondly and nudged her back. Kara decided then that she approved of Barbara's crush. He was a good guy. Even when he was still young, dumb, and misguided. Even if that version of Sean couldn't be the hero, he made sure to push Megamind in the direction he should have gone from the beginning. Shit. A henchman muttered in the background. I should go back to school. More riddles. Riddler nodded to himself, seeming to reach that decision with satisfaction. Everything can be solved with more riddles. Is it bad that my calling is stealing precious gems and artifacts? Catwoman joked. Yes, Barbara deadpanned. You return a lot of what you steal to its rightful owner, don't you? At Catwoman's nod, Sean smirked, then just think of it as cultural reappropriation. Lord knows you're doing more good than the British Museum. Don't encourage the literal cat burglar, Sean, Barbara said with a sigh. Yes, dear, Sean said, acting the part of the dutiful husband. His act only got a glare from Barbara and a giggle from Kara. So Sean, Ivy asked. What happened with Metro City? Ah, you know, the usual, Sean waved dismissively. Megamind saved the day, got the girl, and everyone lived happily ever after. Especially me now that I didn't have to be an egotistical prick acting as a superhero. You haven't said what your calling was yet, Riddler observed cannily. Sean scratched his cheek sheepishly, chuckling. I'm sure that's not all that important to the story. It kind of is, Barbara disagreed, a grin growing on her face as she smelled blood in the water. Come on, Sean, tell us what you did instead of being a hero. Music man. Kara blinked in surprise. So did the rest of Sean's audience, music. Man. So I could keep my Metroman symbol. Sean admitted, making himself busy with wiping the bar to avoid looking at anyone. Barbara was the first to break the stunned silence as her laughter went straight to a cackle. Oh, my God. Music Man. You're such a goofy idiot. Sean was quiet for a moment before a smile pulled at his lips. Yeah, that's fair. I was young and stupid. Just don't tell Dee Dee. I'd never hear the end of it. Tell me what, dear? A darkly beautiful woman asked, coming up to Sean for the first time since Sean started telling his story. Not that she was a new sight. Kara had seen her in the background. She seemed to work the bar the same as Sean. She'd been busy while Sean told his story and only now came over to insert herself into the situation. Sean's mind visibly stuttered. Dee Dee. Have you met Kara yet? I think the two of you will get along swimmingly. Please focus on her instead of my foolish youth. Kara didn't know what was going on but she smiled brightly anyway. Hello. It's nice to meet you. I'm Kara. You're really pretty. I like your style. Barbara just cackled even harder as Dee Dee allowed herself to be distracted with a subtle smirk at Sean. Hello, Kara. I'm Death of the Endless. But you can call me Dee Dee. Everyone does. Oh, you're Death. I've heard so much about you. Dee Dee blinked then smiled, just as beautifully as Kara's but slightly different. Where Kara's smile was the sun, Dee Dee's smile was the moon. That is certainly an interesting reaction to my identity. I think Sean's right, Kara. We'll get along swimmingly.